All video content on the Cultivation Audiobooks channel is summarized in the description. Please read carefully to choose a novel that suits you. Don't forget to like, follow, and share the channel. Thank you. Chapter 1462, Who is More Miserable? While the team stayed on the down low, the situation in New York was extremely chaotic. The most obvious thing was that law and order had deteriorated significantly again, and NYPD suffered another major blow. A new wave of police officers resigned, and it was even worse than last time. Luke didn't really care. There would always be people who would sign up to be police officers in order to make a living. Besides, New York was the financial center of America. Law and order here actually had nothing to do with NYPD, but with how the financial bigshots wanted it to play out. The good news was that none of Luke's colleagues in the police department had been injured. After the attack by the test subjects, Luke had specifically talked to them about how to respond in a similar situation. This was very important. Dustin, Elsa, and Elizabeth worked at HQ, and didn't need to be in the field. After receiving Luke's alert about the danger, they had gotten busy in the office building, and hadn't been stupid enough to run outside to die. This time, nobody criticized NYPD. The test subjects could be considered empty-handed monsters, but the Chitauri was an organized army invasion. Getting NYPD to attack the alien army while maintaining law and order was too demanding. Tens of thousands of dollars in annual pay couldn't buy lives. Also, because Luke and the others were too efficient, the National Guard only arrived in Manhattan after the space portal was closed. The four big military arms were even more tragic. The higher-ups first had to decide whether to make a move or not, before they wrangled and made calls to issue the order. Some of the troops got ready and were prepared to set off at any moment. But before most of the soldiers even got on the vehicles, the battle in New York was over. The United States spent so much money every year to raise an army that was known as the world's #1 army. In the end, when Earth encountered the first alien invasion, the army didn't even show its face before it was robbed of its job by a bunch of superheroes. It was embarrassing. Anyone who wasn't blind could see that the main force in the Battle of New York was Batman's team. These were vigilantes, who had never taken a single dime from the American government. Previously, these vigilantes had been falsely slandered in the news. Now, they were the ones who had saved New York, and not the army who consumed billions of dollars a year. Worst of all, a tech whiz online compared and logically analyzed a lot of photos, and finally asserted that it was a nuclear missile that Batman had taken into the portal. On American soil, the only person who would dare launch a nuke was the person in the White House. If there was an accomplice involved, the Department of Defense and the Air Force were prime suspects, and they couldn't run from this responsibility. This issue became the real nuke, which blew up in the news and among the spectators. The scale, scope, and consequences of launching this missile were far more serious than an alien invasion. Actually, it might not be a bad thing for many people at the top if the nuke had really exploded. As long as it could really take care of the space portal in the sky above Manhattan, this decision could be said to be the right one. Someone with enough status could then take the fall, and this matter would be settled. Compared with taking care of the alien invasion in one go and killing those superheroes who shouldn't exist in passing, it was nothing for civilians to die. With them, the civilians making a fuss wasn't a big deal. It couldn't last forever. But now, the nuke hadn't exploded. This was both a good thing and a bad thing. Fortunately, at the very least, it hadn't caused any casualties, and could only be considered a failed attempt. Unfortunately, this further proved the authorities' incompetence. They had even used a nuclear missile, but hadn't been able to help. Not only were the authorities now labeled incompetent, they couldn't cover up the fact that they had launched a nuke without anything to show for it. It was one thing for the authorities to be incompetent, but for them to be incompetent and ruthless was something that most people couldn't accept. This was true for both the financial elites and criminals in New York. Both of them were the trash of society, but when they really were treated like trash by the authorities, who had been about to dump a nuke on their heads, they couldn't take it. In front of the White House, a large number of victims and their families from New York, as well as from human rights associations, raised signboards in protest. The president, Michelle Geber, had to give a speech on TV to the nation that afternoon. She made it clear that it had just been a conventional missile and not a nuclear weapon. Also, she had nothing to do with the missile launch, it had been a private military operation. She also said that the pilot involved was now in custody and that the relevant personnel who allowed the launch to commence were being investigated. These words created an uproar. Countless media outlets and the masses roasted her for lying through her teeth. There was a lot of evidence to suggest that just this one American fighter plane had flown to New York from the south, and it had turned around and left after firing just one missile. If this wasn't a nuclear weapon, then what was the point of this American operation? Were they relying on this one fighter plane and an ordinary missile to change the situation in New York at the time? Even if the pilot's actions were justified, shouldn't he have fired all the missiles on the plane and not just one at the very least? More people began to question Michelle Geber. You're the one who holds the launch button for the nuclear weapon. Now, you're saying that a nuclear missile was launched on American soil, targeting Manhattan, the #1 financial center in the world, and you don't know who fired it. Is this a dereliction of duty? No, it's pure incompetence. This would also mean that the president had completely lost the authority to control the nuclear weapon and didn't have the capability to sit in that position. Unbeknownst to the public, Michelle Geber, the first female president of the United States, was also feeling despair. She truly had nothing to do with the person behind this. Without a clear understanding of the situation, she wasn't stupid enough to drop a nuclear weapon on Manhattan. But no matter what she said now, it couldn't dispel the public's rising suspicion. This seed of mistrust had been planted in the hearts of many people a few months ago when it was confirmed that the authorities had tried to frame Batman. More than 20,000 people had died in the Battle of New York, and 30,000 were missing. As expected, most of the missing people would be added to the list of the dead. There were at least 50,000 dead, and hundreds of thousands of casualties. The consequences couldn't be compared with the 1,000 or so that had died in the attack by the test subjects. Back then, the government had seized the opportunity to shift the blame for the attack on Batman. For some people, their objective had just been to deal with Batman. Although this failed in the end, it had successfully drawn most people's attention. Batman couldn't take the blame for this alien attack. First of all, the people had already been fooled once. This time, no matter how stupid a person was, they wouldn't think that Batman, who at most beat up hooligans every day, could be blamed for an alien invasion. Worst of all, Batman was missing. Chapter 1463. God's departure. There would always be people who would risk their lives to watch a show. In Manhattan, these people filmed Batman charging into the space portal with the nuclear missile. Most of these were amateur videos taken on smartphones. A few of them were HD videos by professional cameramen. It was precious footage taken by reporters who had been hiding inside buildings. These cameramen shot Batman charging into the space portal before it immediately shut behind him. So, everybody was sure that Batman was gone for good. He had already followed the nuclear missile to the other side of the space portal, where countless Chidori troops had been waiting for him. When Iron Man Tony was interviewed, he directly told the reporter who said that Batman had died to get lost, and insisted that Batman would only be gone for a while. But almost everybody believed that Batman's departure was real. The tycoon's words were more typical of someone unable to bid a close friend farewell. Most people thought the same. In front of the camera, they also said, Batman isn't dead. He just left us. On the screen, many people couldn't help but tear up when they said that. Some covered their mouths and didn't say anything, and some shook their heads and left. Everybody in New York had to thank Batman. Without him, everybody would have died at the hands of the Chidori army or at the hands of the government's nuclear weapon. Here, the authorities suffered yet another setback. While they denied the existence of the nuclear weapon, they couldn't prove that it had just been a regular weapon which was far from enough to destroy Manhattan, let alone New York. But nobody believed them. Thanks to the influence of the media, ordinary people subconsciously thought that nuclear weapons were powerful. The only two cities that had ever been hit by nuclear weapons were leveled, and that was decades ago. Such weapons were even more lethal now. So, at least 80% of the world believed that this nuclear weapon could have completely destroyed New York. If 80% of people acknowledged one thing, even if it was fake, it became real. The grim problem right now was that the nuclear weapon hadn't exploded, and Batman, who had taken care of it, was gone for good. The dead always had some privileges. Batman practically became a god in one night. Nobody dared to make accusations of him for the next few days. In the face of Batman's army of hardcore fans, some media and public intellectuals that had taken bribes suffered tremendously when they stepped out at the beginning. Those who came later tactfully shifted the blame on Batman's teammates. The most famous of them all was a TV interview. It was on the afternoon of the Battle of New York, when a reporter who was clearly on a mission went to the hospital to interview victims. The first half of the interview was a common scene without any surprises, until the reporter interviewed a middle-aged man outside the operating room. After saying a few standard words of sympathy, the male reporter asked with a professional expression of grief and sincerity, "Do you think Batman and the others should be held responsible for your injured son? After all, it was their battle that affected the diner and caused your son to be seriously injured." The interviewee was a middle-aged Caucasian father. His longish hair was a mess, and you could even see the dust and bits of cement in it. It looked like it had just been patted clean as much as possible, and hadn't been washed at all. His clothes and shoes also made him look like he had come from a construction site. Only his face looked like it had been washed, and one could see the nervousness and anxiety on it. He had answered all the questions before this half-heartedly. The moment he heard this last question, however, he immediately turned around and glared at the reporter with bloodshot eyes. Not getting an immediate response, the reporter said, "Mr. Bernard, FCKU. Bernard," the middle-aged interviewee, suddenly roared and punched the reporter in the face. Thanks to the HD camera, viewers with good eyesight saw the reporter's face twist out of shape, and two white things even flew out of his open mouth. Then, the reporter collapsed in the corridor outside the operating room. The cameraman didn't stop him from falling. Instead, he silently took 2 steps back and continued filming with a steady hand. If his partner woke up, he would definitely want more news material, and wouldn't want his help. This was the professionalism that his partner had always emphasized, and the cameraman finally demonstrated it perfectly. Bernard didn't do anything else. He simply spat at the reporter who had passed out on the floor. "Filthy maggot, you instantly crawled out of your dung pit after the disaster to make people sick. Where were you when those monsters killed my colleagues? Where were you when they surrounded the diner? When I prayed to God to protect my daughter, it was Batman who appeared and killed those monsters." The man was breathing hard and his face was red as he straightened his back. "My son hit his head when he was avoiding the monsters. I was the one who didn't take good enough care of him. If Batman and the others hadn't defeated the monsters, I wouldn't even have the chance to send him to the hospital." At that moment, a look of disgust and disdain appeared on Bernard's face. "You're nothing compared with Batman and the others. You're just trash, you son of TCH. 2 officers who had been about to come over heard Bernard's bellow, and silently turned around to maintain order. Batman had helped all New Yorkers, not just Bernard and his son, but also NYPD officers. Not that many people in NYPD had died this time, mostly because the police department had carried out all sorts of safety training after the attack by the test subjects. The training clearly laid out the duties of ordinary patrol officers and police detectives. If they encountered enemies which they had no way of fending off, like the test subjects and the Chittori, they didn't need to fight. They just needed to maintain order and help more people hide. This was based on a review of the battle between Batman and the test subjects. As a result, the number of casualties, among both civilians and police officers, was significantly lower in the battle this time. Help that malicious reporter. Sorry, they hadn't seen any reporters. This interview quickly went viral. The TV stations actually didn't care about the reporter at all. What they needed now was news. This time, the 5 major TV networks didn't receive any hints from the authorities. They only received private requests. But these people were either at the center of a storm of public opinion or were just passers-by. They weren't worth the 5 major TV networks putting out any effort. Besides, even if they did so, it would be hard to make people believe them. As top-notch experts at manipulating public opinion, the TV network bigshots all knew that Batman was now a sore point, and whoever touched him would be unlucky. There was no way a living person could argue with a dead person. In particular, this dead man had just saved millions of New Yorkers, and had inevitably become a god in their hearts. Chapter 1464. Beneath the mask is an idea. Of course, the reporter who had been knocked out was also a New Yorker born and bred. However, reporters who could reap profits had already sold their humanity. They couldn't be considered human at all. This reporter also became the first cannon fodder in this incident, and soon disappeared from sight. The TV station he belonged to announced that they had fired the temp employee. Also, when the TV station broadcasted the interview, the presenter solemnly declared that the reporter had asked the question of his own accord, and it did not reflect the TV station's attitude. At the same time, the TV station once more interviewed Mr. Bernard and his son, who was confirmed to be out of danger after the surgery. Not only did the TV station donate $5,000 to father and son, they also reviewed how the father and son had been rescued. On the show, the presenters unanimously praised Batman, and only then were they able to escape the title of Dung Pit Maggot. Of course, this nickname came from Bernard's rebuke. Grieving and angry Batman fans couldn't wait to give this title to TV stations who dared to go against the tide of popular opinion. After the last incident, these hardcore fans, who had been attacked by the internet and traditional media, refused to let anyone slander Batman. The hardcore fans firmly believed that these people were in cahoots with the authorities, and deserved to be called maggots. On top of that, the media these people appeared in were naturally the dung pit, and the two complemented each other. The 5 major TV networks didn't really care about titles, but the current situation in America wasn't right. Many people at the bottom were disgusted at the government for launching the nuclear weapon. After all, DC was probably the only place more important than Manhattan in America. If the government could blow up Manhattan this time, it wouldn't mind implicating another city next time. The media were all very sensitive. They knew that whoever appeared first would definitely become the target for the public to vent their anger. The main point wasn't the scolding, but that it was a glorious tradition for angry citizens to riot. If there were too many people, chaos might break out. If a riot happened, it wouldn't be surprising if several TV buildings were set on fire. No TV station wanted to make headlines that way, and that was just the impact of Batman's departure on the media. The level ground outside the entrance to the building where the Tesseract machine had in fact undergone a change as well. Initially, there had been a circular fountain in front of the building, which had a statue of the founder of Locke Corporation. The 10 or so buildings around the fountain formed the central building complex of Locke Corporation, while the building with the machine had been the core of this building complex. Locke Corporation had built the fountain in expensive Manhattan mainly to put up a statue of the founder for the world to admire. But after the invasion of the Chitauri army, all that was left of the statue was just 2 legs and a base that had been blown dozens of meters away. The fountain couldn't escape the fate of being destroyed. Not only was the water supply completely destroyed, the entire fountain was turned into a shallow pit. This was where the core of the Battle of New York was. This was where the disaster started and ended. Here the space portal was opened, and countless Chitauri troops appeared and began to wantonly slaughter the people of New York. Here the space portal was closed, as Batman charged into the midst of the Chitauri army with a nuclear missile in the final moment. This place represented many deaths as well as the luck of the survivors. It had witnessed the birth of a tragedy and the departure of the first superhero. So, this place changed into a memorial site. The pit was filled with flowers, notes, trinkets, and white candles. A day later, the municipal council sent over a white metal rack to hang wreaths and items of remembrance. There was too much, so much so that a truck had to come and take the things away every day. Even then, the rack would be full again the next day. At the same time, a flight of stairs in the shape of a cross was installed in the shallow pit to make it easier for people to light more candles inside. Since the evening of the battle, a steady stream of people had come here, and candles remained lit all night. They all reacted differently. Some wailed, some sobbed quietly, some cried silently. There were also some who cursed and yelled, who were utterly silent, who gesticulated wildly, or knocked their heads on the ground. They might be here in remembrance of family, lovers, or friends. Many of these people were still injured and looked dejected. They stood in front of the pit for a moment before they turned around and left. Frowning, Tony stood on the circular platform of his building and looked at the candles in the shallow pit below. After a long while, he typed something on a keyboard. "Do you know how I feel when I look at your photo surrounded by white candles?" This sentence soon appeared in a certain hot topic discussion forum. A moment later, there was a reply, "It definitely isn't as strange as how I feel looking at it." Tony's lips moved. He wanted to complain, but in the end, there was nothing he could say. In fact, most people weren't here for Batman, but to mourn their deceased family and friends. Batman's photo might just be a symbol. After all, he wasn't family or friend. Many people would sigh for him, but not to the point of despair. After a brief silence, Tony finally replied, "Are you sure we have to be so cautious that we can't even talk directly?" Luke instantly replied, "It's much easier to monitor you than to monitor me, so this is the safest for now." Tony mumbled to himself, this guy is still as paranoid as ever. Thinking about the current situation, however, he had to admit that it was better to be cautious. Batman's departure had significantly reduced the pressure on both teams. A superhero had died while saving millions of people, and nobody could criticize him anymore. With this layer of protection, it would be very difficult for anyone to act against the two teams. In a sense, Batman had indeed been sacrificed. He had to use this sacrifice to maximize the safety of the two teams since they were Batman's weakness. Without Batman, this weakness lost most of its meaning. Putting pressure on them wouldn't bring Batman back to life, much less could anyone make him take the blame. As the thoughts flashed through his mind, Tony asked, "Are you really not going to appear again?" Amused, Luke said, "My friend once said this, people think that beneath the mask is flesh and blood, but it is actually an idea." Stumped for a moment, Tony mulled over what Luke meant. Luke then sent the second half of the message, "And ideas are bulletproof." Chapter 1465. Looking at a deceased profile, and leveling up 3 times in a row. Tony's eyes lit up. "So, you'll be coming back?" Luke said, "Who knows?" After a rare chat via typed messages, Tony stared blankly at the conversation for a long time before he scratched his chin and mumbled, "The return of Batman." As soon as he said that, he immediately shook his head. "That's impossible. Those people will then say that we were lying to the public." Could it be? Thinking of another possibility, the tycoon nodded uncertainly. That should be the case. Then, he suddenly thought of something. Wait, if that's the case, those 3 bat darts will be priceless. After hesitating for a long while, he finally sighed and said, "Jarvis, add the bat darts to the charity auction list and set them as the first item." Jarvis said, "Yes, sir. Bat darts 001 to 003 have been added to the auction list." A moment later, Jarvis spoke again. "But are you really going to sell them, sir? You said you would keep them as collector's items for the rest of your life." Tony shook his head. He set up the foundation in the first place to help victims. If we can get those rich young masters to buy them now, we won't waste his efforts. Jarvis was still a little confused. "Sir, I don't think the final price will be more than $20 million, which is already the highest possible markup." "You don't seem to be short of money." Tony smiled. "Because the day I bought them, someone sent me a message." Jarvis asked, "What?" Tony said, "Sell them again when there's hype." Jarvis. It felt that there was a little problem with its program logic. Neither its master nor Alfred's master seemed to be short of money. Why were they so obsessed with the price of the bad darts? This was like 2 billionaires trying to scam the boss of a noodle shop every day. It didn't make sense at all. Tony didn't continue explaining it to Jarvis. After all, the AI wasn't as cunning as humans. From the very beginning, Batman's souvenirs were sold to the rich. Even if these people forked out millions, it wouldn't affect their lives. It was purely voluntary. The money would become a charity fund for the victims. As for whether the money belonged to Tony's foundation or Batman's Rescue Foundation, there was no real difference. Neither of them cared who paid more, as long as it was the common people who benefited. Tony had bought the darts at the beginning just to prevent other magnates from benefiting from this appreciation in value. Everybody knew that the price of the first set of autographed darts from Batman could only increase, not fall, because Tony Stark wasn't short of money. At that moment, Tony couldn't help but admire Batman. Not because the other party was selfless, but because it seemed like he had been waiting for this moment. Even with Stark Industries' financial resources, it was impossible for them to cover all the costs of the aftermath of the Battle of New York. But this was a matter for the whole of America, and Stark Industries didn't have to bear it alone. In the end, more money meant being able to take care of more people at the bottom, which was good for both the people and superheroes. Money couldn't solve all problems, but it could solve most of them. Money couldn't save lives, but it could make lives a little better. Thinking that, he had Jarvis call Pepper. "Has the disaster control department been set up?" Pepper was very busy. She clearly said a few words to the person next to her before she replied, "Not that soon. However, the main infrastructure will be done in a month at most. I can't do much else." Tony frowned. "Whatever the Chidori left behind can't be left lying around for a month." Pepper said, "New York authorities will cover the cleanup and transport for now." The disaster control department will take over once it's set up. Tony nodded. Okay. Are you coming back tonight? Pepper was silent for a moment before she said, I'll try my best. Don't wait for me. Get some rest if you're tired. Tony said, I can't sleep without you. Pepper chuckled. Really? What time did I get home yesterday? Jarvis, don't remind him. Tony glanced at the screen that had just appeared next to him and said airily, You, just got home this morning. Pepper said, Yes, which is why you only saw me make breakfast when you woke up. Tony coughed awkwardly. Pepper didn't bother to rub it in, and simply hung up. The tycoon shook his head helplessly. Jarvis, couldn't you have let me know a little faster? Jarvis said, Sir, you were too quick to speak. What could Tony say? He had spoken at the same time that Jarvis had projected the answer. Otherwise, he would have known right away that it had been a trick question. While Tony was busy, Luke wasn't idle either. 2 days later, he finally took the time to allocate stat points to his basic stats. In the system, the host's level was 22. Strength, 30, Star of Justice plus 10, Dexterity, 29, Star of Justice plus 10, Mental Strength, 30, Star of Justice plus 10, Extra Stat Points, 20 Experience, 3,145,000 5 millionths credit, 6,142,000. Looking at the numbers on the panel, Luke's heart was heavy. The small fry who wreaked havoc in New York weren't worth any experience or credit points. They had been controlled remotely by the Chitauri army, which was why they had suddenly shut down after the space portal closed. Thus, most of the experience and credit points Luke obtained this time came from rescues. He had only obtained several 100,000 points from destroying the second mothership, crippling the first mothership and destroying some of the real Chitauri. He estimated that these dead Chitauri had killed at least 20,000 New Yorkers. Of course, it wasn't just 20,000 people who had died in New York. Thus, the remaining Chitauri were either safe and sound in the first mothership or had survived the destruction of the second. It was a pity that Luke didn't get his hands on the Predator's tablet-like nuclear weapon back then, or there wouldn't still be so many Chitauri left. Most of the experience and credit points were for saving the people of New York. Some of them were the results of his own efforts, and some were shared by his 3-star teammate, Selena. He estimated that the total experience and credit points for this New York rescue mission should be around 18 million. Some reports claimed that it wasn't an exaggeration to say that the disaster could have caused millions of casualties. In the end, his own gains plus the contributions from his teammates made up 37% of the entire mission. In reality, he obtained 6.7 million experience and credit points. Such a huge amount of points directly topped up the several 100,000 points needed for him to reach level 20, the 1 million needed to reach level 21, and the 3 million needed to reach level 22. Luke had leveled up 3 times in a row. His level had jumped from 19 to 22. As for the extra stat points, he obtained 6 points for leveling up from level 19 to 20. As for levels 21 and 22, he obtained 7 points for each level, which gave him a total of 20 points. In fact, Luke had already reached level 20 before the end of the Battle of New York. It wasn't until 2 days later that he was ready to use the remaining stat points. Chapter 1466. Kai Refining Technique, 40 Breakthrough Point, and an extra stat. Luke had 2 reasons for doing so. Firstly, he had a lot of things to deal with after the battle. Every time he allocated stat points to his basic stats, it was a good opportunity to observe the changes to his body in the system. He couldn't waste it. Secondly, his dexterity was about to hit 40, which was a critical juncture. He still remembered how it felt when his strength and mental strength broke 40. When his dexterity reached 40, his body would react violently, and he might be unable to continue fighting. Hence, by the time he was done sorting things out, 2 days had passed. That afternoon, Luke and his clone arrived at the New Hope lab in Nassau County. Entering his private basement, he took out the medical AI program, Osiris, and various instruments and medication from his inventory. Osiris, check the instruments and the meds. Once you're prepared, we'll get started, he said. Yes, sir, replied Osiris. A few minutes later, it said, you can start now, sir. Luke nodded and lay down on the treatment bed. Let's get started. Osiris immediately instructed the various robotic arms to work on Luke. His clone silently lay on another treatment bed and was surrounded by another bunch of robotic arms. This was the first time his stat had reached a breakthrough point after he acquired his clone. One of the things Luke was also going to test was whether his clone experienced any abnormalities during this process. When Osiris reported that everything was ready, Luke tapped his dexterity lightly, and 29 star of justice plus 10 became 30 star of justice plus 10. An intense and indescribable feeling encompassed his entire body. It was an itchy, twisty feeling, as if electricity was running through his body. If he had to describe it with one word, it was unbearable. The feeling covered every part of his body, not just his skin and muscles, but also all his insides. The clone couldn't help but curse, FCK. Actually, it was Luke himself who wanted to curse, but he was already no longer coherent, and could only bellow indistinctly. His clone was in better condition, so it did all the cursing. This also meant that Luke's ability to multitask was now useless. Under this unimaginably unbearable sensation, both he and the clone acted in unison, and cursed at the same time. It was a good thing he hadn't leveled up during the battle. The thought flashed through Luke's mind, but it quickly disappeared. He still had important experiments to complete. He couldn't use his telekinesis. Unable to focus, his telekinesis, which was usually as fierce as a dragon, was like a small earthworm. It dissipated as soon as it was activated. He couldn't use annihilation. This ability was too powerful and dangerous to lose control of. After feeling it out briefly and finding it very hard to control, Luke immediately gave up. He couldn't use elementary muscle control. His muscles, which had always done as they were told, were like machines that had short-circuited. There was a bit of a reaction, but they couldn't operate. Finally, he activated the Kunlun Kai refining technique. It worked. Luke was both surprised and delighted. Someone who first learned the Kunlun Kai refining technique needed to focus and be still. After learning the basics, however, as long as a person practiced to an extremely proficient degree, it would become almost instinctual, and only a person's posture and mental state would have any effect on the efficiency of their cultivation. Whether it was posture or pain, the Kai would automatically flow in the most familiar way at just a thought. At that moment, Luke's body was undergoing a special transformation. He could only cultivate in the most basic manner, and couldn't attack or defend. At the same time, a system notification popped up. Use credit points to replenish the energy required for the Kunlun Kai refining technique. Luke immediately chose yes. When he was cultivating, he usually consumed 5 to 10 credit points an hour. Now, he was using 1 credit point every 2 minutes. When he had first started cultivating, Luke had still used food and nutrition to keep up the formation of his Kai, until he noticed that his clone always consumed more credit points when it was cultivating. So, he had asked the system a question. Sure enough, the system could turn credit points into energy for use in refining Kai. Luke usually only recharged with credit points as a backup measure. After all, he was used to eating. Now that his body was undergoing a transformation, however, he needed a lot of nutrition. If the Kai refining technique plundered his body, this level up might be incomplete. That would be a big problem. Now, credit was provided for cultivating the Kai refining technique, and his body was getting nutrient solutions via an IV. Luke went back to observing the changes brought about by a breakthrough point. In ordinary times, practicing the Kai refining technique allowed the body to adapt to the presence of Kai, allowing it to quickly and naturally reach various parts of the body and perform various precise operations. At the same time, the amount of Kai stored in the body would gradually increase, and a person would be able to last longer in battle or explode with even more power. It was worth paying attention to how the Kunlun Kai refining technique might work differently while Luke's body was being transformed after reaching the breakthrough point that was 40. The most obvious difference was that with the addition of the Kai refining technique, the transformation was far less painful than when his strength and mental strength reached 40. The data on the various instruments, as well as what he himself was feeling, indicated that the intensity of the transformation was not decreasing, but conversely, was constantly increasing. In just a few minutes, the effect was already 5% better than before, and then 10% better in half an hour. Only then did the changes stabilize. Luke could just barely bear the pain of the transformation, and didn't scream. The benefits of refining Kai during the body transformation was beyond his expectations. Luke had now been changed by this 30 breakthrough point. After this, his dexterity would be 16 times that of a regular person. Increasing his dexterity by 10% was equivalent to 2 to 3 more points added to dexterity. Luke had already seen that the 30 dexterity, star of justice plus 10, displayed on the system panel had become 31 dexterity, star of justice plus 10. His dexterity had increased by 1 point. Luke had never expected this. He had never stopped working out even after obtaining the system. However, he had never been able to increase his basic stats by himself. He had repeatedly harassed the system over this matter. The answer was pretty much, the results of the training do exist, but the effect is too weak, so it's not apparent. Luke was perplexed. Even if the effect was weak, was it really that hard to increase a basic stat by 1 point after training for so long? The system's answer was very simple. Long-term training had a more obvious effect before a basic stat broke 20. Every stat after that was breaking the human limit, and the effect was greatly reduced as the stat increased. Luke thought for a moment before he understood. It was just like how it wasn't hard for a regular sprinter to run a race in 11 seconds after years of professional training. But to finish a race in 10 seconds wasn't something that a person with ordinary talent could do just by relying on training. And if he wanted to do it in 9 seconds, even a professional athlete with professional training might not necessarily succeed. Luke pondered. After all, his basic stats reached the 40 threshold in 2 years, his constitution was already pretty much inhuman. There was no way it would be that easy to break through limits with ordinary training. Even if the fastest sprinter could run a race in 9 seconds, did that mean that he could do it in 8, 7 or 6 seconds? That was obviously impossible. Chapter 1467. Unexpected Chitori, Skill Book. The system's extra stats could help Luke break through this limit. But seeing how his next level up required 5 million experience points, he would reach a bottleneck sooner or later. There would come a day when his experience points would only increase by a fraction even after half a year of training. Luke wasn't too surprised. He had several plans for the future. His basic stats didn't necessarily have to go over 100 or even 200 in order for him to get stronger. There would always be limits to what the human body could do. The system's various functions also indicated that there was more than one way to become stronger. The system clearly wasn't encouraging Luke to amass stats in order to become a god. From this point of view, the system didn't seem like a cheat, but more like an actual online game. Even the experience required for leveling up in the later stage was the same. Luke couldn't help but complain. Unfortunately, that was all he could do. He had given up on training as a way to increase his basic stats, then this suddenly happened. He might have sung and danced for joy, if it wasn't for his 2 years of hard work and training. Every increase in basic stats counted. It would be great if this increase wasn't accompanied by a concurrent increase in the difficulty of leveling up. Moreover, with the Kunlun Kai refining technique, he could repeat the process when his basic stats broke 60 and then 80. After doing the math, being able to obtain a few more stat points this way was equivalent to reducing the difficulty by 1 level. Now that he was over level 20, these basic stats were nothing. By the time he reached level 30, the experience required to level up would be astronomical, and the time required would be calculated in years. It was definitely worth it to develop a stronger physique a few years beforehand. But the surprises weren't over yet. The next afternoon, when the 24-hour period for the transformation was over, his dexterity on the panel had become 32, Star of Justice plus 10. Luke, who had been cultivating the Kunlun Kai refining technique, obtained an additional 2 stat points. Furthermore, he had only spent 400 credit points all up at most, which was absolutely worth it. Right now, however, he didn't know about this follow-up surprise. He simply lay in bed and closed his eyes to think. His basic stats had finally reached 40, and he had even obtained additional stats for dexterity. That was great, but the other gains from this battle weren't bad either. He had killed a bunch of Chitori and acquired some useful abilities. He had never considered the possibility of them dropping any skill books. He couldn't acquire abilities from animals through the system, and Luke subconsciously hadn't treated the Chitori as human. After killing a bunch of Chitori, a large number of their abilities appeared on his list. There were only 100 types of abilities in total, some of which could be learned, most not. Those that couldn't be learned clearly relied on the Chitori's special physiological structure. However, the ones that could be partially learned were a little strange. Apart from mental strength 20, the prerequisite for some were names of technological equipment in the Chitori language. It was only after Luke bought all the available abilities and examined them that he found the names of the technological equipment among the abilities of a Chitori maintenance engineer. These were the equipment necessary for the remote control system in the Chitori soldiers. The abilities that could be partially learned were actually ways to remotely control the mechanical bodies. It was this technology which allowed the Chitauri to dominate part of the cosmos. After all, as long as the real beings themselves didn't die, no matter how many remote-controlled machines were scrapped, it was only a small issue of equipment loss for the Chitauri who could travel through the stars. The raw materials needed for their soldiers were as cheap as steel. On Earth, this was interesting. Looking at this technology, Luke made plans. It was a pity that among the dead Chitauri, this maintenance engineer was the most skilled. However, maintenance engineers were unlikely to know the ins and outs of the entire manufacturing process. Luke had only obtained a very small part of the Chitauri technology, but it was enough. Maintenance engineers were best at putting things back together, and there was currently a whole bunch of leftover Chitauri equipment in New York. Luke still had a bunch of basically intact Chitauri equipment in his inventory, which was more than enough for use in personal research and modifications for the team. If there was anything truly missing, Tony might be able to fill in the gaps in the future. This guy had already reached agreements with S.H.I.E.L.D., the Department of Defense, the military, and the authorities in New York, and was forming a disaster control division to collect and deal with these Chitauri equipment. Like Luke, Tony would definitely choose to absorb what Chitauri technology was suitable toward improving his armor and other technology. It would be strange if this tycoon didn't keep some components for himself. The remaining Chitauri abilities which Luke obtained included basic abilities such as fleet command, battle planning, and battleship piloting. Luke couldn't use these abilities. After all, he didn't have a fleet or a battleship. Without these things, he couldn't use the Chitauri's battle strategies. It would be like asking the American Air Force to command a battle utilizing ancient cold weapons. However, the military knowledge inherent in the Chitauri's abilities was very important. For the first time, Luke had a rough understanding of interstellar warfare. At the same time, he was once again certain that the Chitauri that had come to Earth weren't the main force. This bunch was like two regular warships that happened to be carrying some gear for landing. They had estimated that this was enough to suppress the armed forces of the entire Earth. It wasn't because the Chitauri were kind or careless. This implied that this wasn't anything like their regular combat missions. Apart from the two motherships, which could be considered the main force, the Chitauri robots and flyers were on par with AKs and pickups on Earth. For Luke, who was an expert at stealing chicken, this smacked strongly of the same thing. So, the Chitauri had actually come here to steal chicken. According to Thor's information, the deal between the Chitauri and Loki was that Earth would belong to Loki, and the Chitauri would take the Tesseract. The Chitauri weren't interested in taking over Earth, they just wanted to filch the Tesseract. But Thor had said that the power of the Tesseract was too great, and Asgard had always been the one to safeguard and deal with things of that level. At that point, everything became clear. In name, Asgard had always been the protector of Midgard, also known as Earth. Once the Chitauri mobilized a large force to enter Earth, Asgard could use the Bifrost to easily send troops over in a short period of time. Thor and his private troops alone would have been able to kill all the Chitauri who had invaded this time. And that was just his own troops. If he brought over Asgard's army proper, the Chitauri's main fleet would also be destroyed. Chapter 1468, Final Novice Function. It could only be said that Thor had come to Earth this time to deal with family matters. That was why it was inconvenient for even Thor's most trusted Sif and the Warriors 3 to intervene. Last time, Sif and the Warriors 3 had rushed over when they realized that Loki wanted to exile Thor. Now, Thor was the only heir and Loki had lost all chance of inheriting the throne. The situation had completely changed. There was no need to worry about Thor's safety at all, so there was naturally no need for his generals and soldiers to follow him. If the two brothers had yet another family conflict, these subordinates would be embarrassed. What could they do, except continue watching? Luke also felt that a lot of thought had gone into the Chitauri finding Loki. Although the second prince wasn't a biological son, he had grown up in Asgard, and he would know some top-level secrets. If it were anyone else who had come to Earth, they might not have found the Tesseract so easily. Loki, on the other hand, simply activated the Tesseract and had it bring him to Earth before he took it away. The whole process was extremely easy. Putting everything together, Luke concluded that it was impossible for the Chitauri to start a full-scale war with Earth for the time being, unless they defeated Asgard first. Earth had a little more breathing room, but only a little. Who the hell knew what aliens would invade Earth for some weird reason next time? From Asgard's reaction this time round, it seemed that they didn't care about small fusses on Earth at all. Maybe the tens of thousands of people who had died in New York were like humans hearing about tens of thousands of endangered animals dying. After everything, Asgard might punish the perpetrators, but that already no longer had anything to do with the dead animals. I have to get stronger. Luke slowly clenched his fist and stared at it. Strength was everything. If he had Thor's strength, the Chitauri wouldn't have dared barged into Earth like that. That was because he would represent Earth's strength. If there was a powerful figure to unite the planet, a group of the strong and powerful would naturally gather around him. Only an entity like this could stand up to the Chitauri. Luke was traveling down this path. Before he knew it, he had assembled a group of like-minded people who were even system teammates. Also, he could provide various equipment and supplies to make his teammates stronger. As he improved, his teammates would become stronger. Now, Luke had one last harvest from this operation that would make him stronger. Level 20 was a threshold for the system. It gave Luke another new function. At the same time, the system informed him that from now on, a new function would only appear after every 10 levels. Luke immediately asked, didn't a new function appear at level 5 before? The experience points required for the next 5 level ups after level 20 was equivalent to the amount for all the previous 20 levels. How long would it take to level up to level 30? The system gave a very game-like reply. Everything before level 20 was the novice stage. The various functions provided were only to help the host pass the novice stage as soon as possible. Luke thought for a moment and realized that this was true. Whether it was the level 5 super learning module, the level 10 inventory module, or the level 15 teammate module, these were all things that newbies dreamed of. Increasing one's combat ability, collecting resources and searching for teammates could make up for any newbie's shortcomings. Coupled with the new function he obtained at level 20, he really couldn't be considered a novice. The system's description of the new function wasn't complicated. It was as simple as ever. Mental Energy Collection Module. The module would filter and collect the mental energy of people who sincerely trusted and admired the host. Luke had some doubts about this module and repeatedly asked the system about it. The system indicated that the mental energy collected by this module was whatever was automatically released, which was only a very small amount. It was completely different from what Luke had imagined. In fact, it was just a waste disposal function for mental energy. That was because most of the mental energy that people released was useless and harmful. Even after the energy was filtered, Luke couldn't store the mental energy himself. He could only let the collection module collect and store it for him. This was the special mental energy which returned to Luke when he recalled his clone. It was the container which stored this mental energy which formed the special clone, Star of Justice. The word, justice, in the clone's name wasn't arbitrary. The clone was made up of parts of Luke's body and mind, as well as 100,000 credit points. Part of the credits which the clone consumed every day was used to isolate the corruption that was this mental energy. Mulling over this new function, Luke said a moment later, "Why don't we change the name of the module?" The system didn't say anything. Luke said, "I think collecting someone else's mental energy sounds evil. Let's call it, Power of Faith Collection Module." The system still didn't say anything, but the words on the new panel changed. Pleased, Luke nodded when he saw the new name, and the number next to it jumped every now and then, 12,039, 12,041. This number was much less than his experience and credit points, and it was first displayed up to 2 decimal points. Given his OCD, Luke simply told the system to hide the decimal points. He estimated that the people who casually commemorated Batman with everyone else probably wouldn't even contribute 0.01 points of faith. After all, the power of faith released by most people only occupied a small part of their minds, and was basically mental waste. And what Luke could actually use was even less. All he knew for now was that the power of faith could help him develop and increase his mobility and destructive power. He wasn't sure about defensive capability since that ancient witch had broken through it the last time. At first glance, it looked like faith overlapped with credit. After thinking for a moment, however, Luke knew that this wasn't the case. Credit was much more precious than the power of faith. Buying abilities was just its most basic use. It could also be used to expand his inventory, summon the clone, and supply cultivation energy for the Kunlun Kai refining technique. In comparison, using it to enchant weapons and telekinesis or to directly kill an opponent was more wasteful. It was all Mephisto's fault for misleading Luke. Back then, the system had spent 60,000 credit points to severely injure Mephisto, which made Luke pay more attention to the lethal use of credit points. Today, the credit he had used for the Kunlun Kai refining technique actually increased his dexterity by 2 stats. He suddenly realized that credit was a universal energy. Using it purely to kill the enemy was putting a cap on how useful it could be. It was like oil. It wasn't wrong to make Molotov cocktails with it, but that wasn't its biggest use. It was undoubtedly foolish to think that its only use was for burning an enemy to death. Naturally, Luke wasn't that stupid. He had used most of his credit points in the right places, and had earned back most of it from the guys he had killed. Now, he had finally found the right way to think through some vague notions, and was even clearer about his future path. Chapter 1469. Locals and outsiders. This had been a delightful harvest, but things couldn't always be good. At that moment, there was some intelligence Luke had gleaned after the Battle of New York which made things tricky for him, like Loki's scepter and the Tesseract. He had tried putting Loki's scepter into his inventory out of habit. The system liked to eat mysterious items, so it was best to let the system have a look at whatever was rare. A scepter that could mislead and control people and a Tesseract that could open a portal. These 2 items were clearly mysterious. The result was that Luke almost collapsed. When he had tried to put the scepter into his inventory, the system suddenly popped up with a blood-red warning: discovered dimensional matter. Once this matter enters the inventory, mysterious unknown existences will lock onto the presence of the system. To prevent the host from triggering this serious outcome, the system functions will not be used on this matter. It was thanks to his determination to save New York that Luke hadn't thrown away the scepter on the spot. After the battle, Tony had proposed that they grab a bite to eat, but Luke turned him down. There was no way. He was in the mood at the time. It was already pretty good that he wasn't scratching his head in agitation. After closing the space portal, as the closest person, he had naturally taken the Tesseract, which had lost its protective shield. Sure enough, he received a similar warning. The difference was that the system's first sentence was, discovered dimensional matter, the Tesseract. That was right, the word, Tesseract, was added to it. Luke's heart jumped when he received the warning a second time. At that time, his clone had still been in space, and was about to blow up the first mothership with the nuclear missile. Because of Luke's reaction, the clone had slowed down, and was instantly half-crippled. Luke, who had been distracted, could only have his clone throw out the nuclear weapon before it quickly turned to dust. Luke had gradually regained control of his emotions. It was dangerous to be impulsive and controlled by his emotions. Thus, after he and Selena switched back to their identities as police officers, they went out to save people. His newly resummoned clone was busy wrapping up the aftermath, and Luke didn't dwell on it for the time being. The system's warning was just a warning. No matter how dangerous these unknown existences were, they hadn't been alerted. Now that he had passed the 40 dexterity threshold, he mulled over it again. The last time the system had given him a blood-red warning was during his encounter with Mephisto. Although that person had already FCKED off to hell to sleep, there was no doubting his strength. Whether it was the vampire blood god, the mutant blood god, or the ancient enchantress, they weren't qualified to receive the system's blood-red warning, even though the enchantress had almost killed Batman and Iron Man at the same time. Luke recalled how the system had sent Mephisto packing. At that time, the old man had wanted to pry into Luke's soul, and had said that Luke's soul had already signed a contract with someone. Clearly, this someone was the system that was bound to Luke's soul. If Mephisto had checked Luke's soul, he would naturally discover the system, so the system immediately activated a counterattack mechanism. Now, the system had sent out this blood-red warning once more because of the threat of some mysterious unknown existences locking onto it. Clearly, the system didn't want to be discovered. Luke had no idea what Loki's scepter was. But the Tesseract was also called an Infinity Stone. There were several Infinity Stones in the Marvel Universe, and the scepter which the system had evaluated to be the same as the Tesseract was probably another Infinity Stone. What Thor had let slip was that the scepter didn't belong to Loki. Simply put, the Battle of New York began with Loki. After he left Asgard, he obtained this scepter from who knew where, which was embedded with an Infinity Stone, then returned to Earth to seize another Infinity Stone, the Tesseract. The implications chilled Luke. Infinity Stones were very important to Asgard, but 2 of them just happened to fall into Loki's hands. The plan was for Loki to give the Tesseract to the Chidori. He didn't seem to know that the scepter also had an Infinity Stone. Luke easily concluded that someone was collecting Infinity Stones. Luke didn't believe that a good person like that existed in the universe. In a universe where the strong preyed on the weak, fools didn't live for long. This weighed heavily on his heart. Putting the matter of Loki stealing the Tesseract aside for now, Luke questioned the system for a while. In the end, he sighed with relief. The abilities attached to the system couldn't be used on Infinity Stones, but that was all. It wasn't a problem for Luke himself to touch the Infinity Stones. Just like when he had stabbed the Tesseract with the scepter, the system hadn't responded at all. Recalling that, he couldn't help but look down at himself, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Was that why he had become Luke Coulson? According to the system, it absolutely wasn't possession or rebirth. In this life, Luke Coulson had been born and raised here for 20 years, and was a local, born and bred. What he got at level 5 was a super learning module, not a super copy module, and he couldn't learn magical abilities. The super learning module only allowed him to experience big effects until he possessed the ability himself. This sort of system indeed wasn't very convenient, but it could ensure that the abilities he had were completely his own. Thus, even after beating up Mephisto for a while, the other party hadn't shown any special reaction apart from holding a grudge. Thus, even after holding the scepter for a while, the mysterious unknown existences hadn't locked onto him. That was because Luke Coulson was a local of this world. The system had prevented Mephisto from looking into Luke's soul because it didn't want Mephisto to find out. It had rejected placing the Infinity Stones in the inventory because the latter was its ability. Placing an Infinity Stone inside would be like putting the system face to face with an Infinity Stone. From how the system called them dimensional matter, one could tell that Infinity Stones were definitely special. It wasn't hard to understand why the system was unwilling for some mysterious unknown existence to lock onto it. It would be like Luke entering the Federal Reserve Bank's vault. How could the American government not go crazy and cause trouble? An Infinity Stone was equivalent to the vault for the mysterious unknown existences. If Luke dared to let the system swallow it, these unknown existences would come knocking to swallow him up. More importantly, the system was probably an outsider, or a stowaway. It was like the old games from Luke's previous life. A stowaway, running off to plunder a vault, was a complete deviation from the expectation that they would remain in hiding. Therefore, the system would never use its functions on Infinity Stones, much less eat them. After understanding everything, Luke dispelled the faint regret in his heart. Chapter 1470. Throwing away the potato and overlooked gain. One man's honey was another man's poison. The Tesseract, which Shield, Loki, and the Chitauri fleet all valued, was a hot potato for Luke. It was only right for him to throw it away. If he couldn't put it in his inventory, it was like a ticking time bomb. Not only could it explode at any time, it could also be remotely activated. He would only get himself killed if he held onto something that he couldn't control or use. Shield had no objections either. No matter how unwilling he might be, Nick Fury, who had almost been killed because of the Tesseract, didn't dare let it remain on Earth. Earth truly might not be able to survive another invasion via the Tesseract. The bald director hadn't mentioned keeping the Tesseract. Clearly, he shared Luke's thoughts. So, in the evening after the battle, Thor took the Tesseract and escorted his baby brother back to Asgard, saying that he had to deal with the Tesseract as soon as possible. Nick Fury had a death grip on the scepter and didn't let Thor take it with him. Thor felt a little guilty and stopped asking for it. Loki was the one who had caused the Battle of New York. So many people had died, yet he could still take Loki and leave with the Tesseract, thus accomplishing his goal. Although the scepter was a little magical, it was nothing special. Asgard had many weapons and props with similar functions. It was clear that Earth didn't plan to hand it over, and Thor didn't really care. If he continued wrangling, what if Earth simply stopped him from leaving in order to talk about compensation first? It wasn't like Asgard couldn't afford it. The problem was that Thor had never liked talking, and he didn't want the Earthlings to bring up the bad things Loki had gone. That would be too humiliating for Asgard. So, Thor took away the most troublesome of the two hot potatoes, the Tesseract. The less troublesome scepter fell into Tony's hands. After everything was over, Luke gave the tycoon the scepter and told him to keep it for research. Of course, Tony wouldn't refuse such a good thing. Thor thought that Nick Fury was being shameless, when in fact, it was Tony who refused to return the scepter, and had pushed the responsibility to a certain Black Baldy. Nick Fury could only hold it in. In the future, He could use this matter as a reason to make Tony hand over the scepter. If he couldn't bear it, he would never see the scepter again. Luke, on the other hand, could share Tony's research on the scepter. In short, it wasn't a loss. At that point, Luke finally sorted out the gains and losses from the Battle of New York. Now that he had a rough understanding of his future enemies, he could adjust his development plan to deal with them. For now, Batman's sacrifice had brought about a rare moment of peace, which was a good time for the Special Force team to lay low, rest and reorganize for a while. It wasn't good to make any big waves for now in a war-torn New York. Luke and Selina's usual harvesting of points was cancelled that night. Of course, it was only Luke and Selina who didn't take action. The Star of Justice still showed up in New York that night, but with a different appearance, as it continued to earn points. As long as the clone wasn't wearing the bat suit, it was just a passerby who quietly dealt with criminals. Bullseye's precision enabled him to knock out criminals with ordinary items without exposing himself. When the opportunity arose, he ate up a batch of illegal drugs. He earned no less experience and credit than before. But on the second day after his dexterity broke 40, while the clone was cultivating the Kunlun Kai refining technique, Luke realized that he had missed an important gain. Originally, he wanted to determine if the Kunlun Kai refining technique could change the clone's stats. When he checked the Star of Justice's abilities panel, he was surprised to see an additional description: Star of Justice Level 2 can be summoned. Eyes wide, he couldn't help but ask the system, "Why didn't you tell me?" System. Luke sighed. Fine, Daddy's system wasn't a customer service program. There was no way it was that considerate. After a few questions, his expression changed. System, are you kidding me? So expensive. The system once again ignored this stupid question. He yelled that it was expensive, but Luke's eyes glowed. He looked at his 6 million credit points. System, are you raising the price because of my credit points? This time, the system responded. Star of Justice Level 1. Prerequisites. All 3 basic stats at 20, 100,000 credit points. Star of Justice Level 2 Prerequisites. All 3 basic stats at 40, 1 million credit points. Star of Justice Level 3 Prerequisites. All 3 basic stats at 80, 10 million credit points. Luke said, "Wow, thanks. 80 for all 3 basic stats. Maybe after 18 generations of my grandkids." The system fell silent again. Of course, it wasn't out of guilt, it was utterly immune to Luke's nonsense. The system had taken out all the prerequisites for the Star of Justice in all fairness. After Luke's talk about temporary price increases, it was a perfect explanation. A certain person with OCD had brought this on himself. Looking at the prerequisites for the Star of Justice Level 3, he felt like going crazy. It was like how a game released the attributes for God-level armor, only to immediately tell players that a certain component was dropped by a boss, and even then there was only a 1 in 10 million chance of it happening. This was pure despair. He might as well have not said anything. He could give up on a game, but Luke couldn't ignore the system. He could only endure it. There was no doubt that the Star of Justice Level 3 was an unrealistic dream, but at least he could already summon the Star of Justice Level 2. Compared with a dream, the actual benefits he could get now were more important. With a thought, the credit points in the system instantly dropped by 1 million, and a clone appeared next to him. Both Luke and the clone closed their eyes for a moment before they looked at each other with bitter smiles. "It's over. I just got used to dual mode operation, now I have to start learning triple mode." At the same time, the level 1 clone in the seaside villa had the same expression and said the same thing. Controlling 3 bodies at the same time was very confusing for Luke, and they all subconsciously performed the same actions. A moment later, all 3 bodies sighed. Fine, at the very least, triple mode operation won't become outdated so soon this time. The character information in the system had changed again. Host level 22. Strength 12. Level 1 Star of Justice plus 10. Level 2 Star of Justice plus 20. Dexterity 12. Level 1 Star of Justice plus 10. Level 2 Star of Justice plus 20. Mental Strength 10. Level 1 Star of Justice plus 10. Level 2 Star of Justice plus 20. Extra stats 17. This time, the Level 2 Star of Justice took away 20 stat points. Now, the strongest of the 3 bodies was this Level 2 clone. For the time being, his main body was only a little stronger than a Level 1 clone. But that wasn't a big problem. His main body was usually active primarily in the detective circle, which wasn't dangerous. Besides, his main body's stats would continue to increase before his level 3 clone appeared. Within the next 2 weeks, Luke allocated the remaining 17 stat points to strength. With 29 strength in his various abilities, his ability to survive wasn't any weaker than before. Whether it was familiarizing himself with triple mode operation or the decrease in his main body's basic stats, these were only temporary problems. Compared with obtaining an extra clone, they were nothing. 3 was still an amazing number. There was a Chinese saying, "One breath transformed into 3 talents," while the West talked about the 3-in-1. Coupled with the power of faith module that he had just obtained, thinking about it, Luke was a little excited. Chapter 1471. Splitting up and appeasing the artist. In the next few days, Selena took over the daily detective work once again. She was responsible for driving, investigating cases and all other related work. Luke followed her around idly. He simply told Selena that he was studying the deeper secrets of the Kunlun Kai refining technique, and she didn't ask any more questions. They couldn't goof off. On the surface, they looked like loafers who got off work early every day, but it was when they got home that they started their other work. Selena had all sorts of training and classes, and Luke wasn't idle either. Except for when they were eating and resting, they were usually busy with their own things. Naturally, Selena wouldn't watch Luke work the whole time. But from the planning, equipment and crew to the finishing touches, one could tell how much time and effort Luke had to put in. There were many times when Selena had felt that Luke couldn't possibly think of anything, but he would immediately come up with a perfect solution. Selena had suspected more than once that Luke didn't need to sleep, or he wouldn't have time to do all this. She had noticed that Luke had been slacking off at work recently. Not only did she not complain about him slacking off, she was even relieved. This at least proved that he still needed to rest. A lot had happened in the last few days. From the undead to the test subjects, from the ancient enchantress to the Battle of New York, none of these enemies were easy to deal with. His team had expanded rapidly, and the members numbered in double digits. It would take a lot of time and energy to deal with all of this. It would make sense if he was tired, but he was still so relaxed. Selena really needed to have a good chat with him at the very least. Luke needed to promise her that he would sleep well every day. Her constitution was getting better and better, but she still needed 5 to 6 hours of sleep every day to ensure that she didn't mess up in her work and training. Staying up for a day or two every now and then wasn't a problem. After a while, however, problems would occur. She had always had a consistent sleep schedule, so there was no such risk for her. If something happened to Luke because of his poor frame of mind, that would be a serious problem. That was right. She was just worried that this guy would affect her work performance. Luke didn't know what Selena was thinking. Although he had various abilities for reading her mind, that was the last thing he wanted to do. Unless mental communication sensed an obvious anomaly, he wouldn't use his ability on his own people. He had never pursued omnipotence. Only a god could live up to that status. Knowing everyone else's secrets didn't make a person's life better. Instead, it made it worse. That was because you would discover that there was an unacceptable side to everyone around you. For example, shut-ins would discover that their goddesses also picked their nose and toenails, or even sniffed their own feet. By the same logic, Batman, who had been deified by a bunch of people, had to eat, drink, and sleep every day. It was impossible for him to wear the bat suit all the time. With Selena helping out, Luke's level 2 clone remained in New York. The level 1 clone quietly left New York for well-known crime cities in America. The reason Luke was being so proactive was because Luke needed one more stat point for strength. The 17 stat points had increased his strength to 59 and not 60. Only at 60 points could he learn Stacy's elementary replication ability. Luke had always wanted this ability. Even the Thousand Faces system only eased his need for this ability, and couldn't replace it. To get another stat point, he had to level up to level 23. The 1.7 million experience points required for leveling up was no small amount. Just nice, he could send out the extra clone to do things that hadn't been convenient for him to do in the past. Batman was already dead. It was time for the other aliases. No, it was time for the other superheroes to step forward. This would also reduce the pressure the Special Force team would face in the future. Also, given the urgency of the situation before the Battle of New York, Luke's arrangements hadn't been smooth. His teammates already had some suspicions about him. Frank had definitely thought about the possibility that Puncher and Batman were the same person. Mindy had already felt that V and Batman were very similar to begin with, and V hadn't appeared at all during the Battle of New York, which didn't match her impression of him. It didn't make sense for V, who had an extremely strong sense of justice, to be absent from the battle of the two aliases. Puncher wasn't a big problem. He was barely active. Frank didn't have super abilities or enough surveillance equipment to use on Puncher when they met. When the time was right, a robot could be used to pose as Puncher. After all, he was just a messenger. Luke, on the other hand, liked the V alias. V interacted a lot with Damon and Mindy, was the mentor of the Supergirl trio, and was the celebrity who had killed more than 100 of the Continental Hotel's hitmen. So, it was time for V to do a national tour. Time passed peacefully. The second clone was already using V's identity to earn points, and V was someone who lived by his own rules. He didn't deliberately conceal his movements, but he didn't deliberately put on a show for spectators either. In Mexico, he took down a warehouse that was a joint operation between several drug gangs, and seized more than 5 tons of drugs. Destroying them gave Luke more than 100,000 experience and credit points. The gangs were still suspecting each other of being the perpetrator and thinking that there was a mole in their group. The big shots felt that the man in the smiling mask was absolutely a smokescreen. What kind of person could kill 50 to 60 guards in the warehouse on his own and do some weird rap while he was at it? That was nonsense. Did they really think that this was a Bollywood movie? One person could kill dozens of people and still sing and dance at the same time. Luke was very satisfied with this situation. This would delay the spread of news about V for a while at the very least. The more illegal drugs he cleaned up every night, the more experience and credit points he got. It was undoubtedly easier to destroy illegal drugs directly than to massacre the drug gangs. Killing a few hundred bad guys would cause too much noise, but destroying a few tons of illegal drugs only took a thought. In any case, a lot of the drugs could be tossed into the water. It was only now that Luke had a free day with Elena. After the Battle of New York, the female artist who was immersed in her drawing sensed that something wasn't right. Pictures of the Chittori soldiers, flyers, big worm battleships, and Batman carrying the nuclear missile were everywhere in the media. She wasn't stupid, and naturally realized that there was something wrong with her previous 2 drawings. Luke could only take some time out a few days ago to come over and calm her down for the time being. He used all his abilities that day to make her forget about the 2 drawings. However, the memory of the drawings didn't disappear, but just lay dormant in a corner. Elena would definitely remember them in the future, like when she drew another prophetic image. But she wouldn't be as flustered then. Luke would convince her to share the burden of this secret with him. Chapter 1472, The Clones Tour. An unexpected surprise. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had passed since the Battle of New York. In the middle of November, Luke took down the biggest gangs in Los Angeles. Then, he went south to Mexico, but didn't obtain as many points as he had anticipated. The big shots of the Mexican cartels were all well hidden. There were phones in big cities, but basically no decent networks. Landlines were largely used in the countryside, so the multifaceted system was much less useful here. The cartel big shots were also directly involved in the process. It was easier to control their subordinates and keep clear accounts this way. As a result, there wasn't much interaction between separate process chains, and stock was scattered throughout the drug ring. Only when the drugs were delivered to the United States were the goods piled together. Luke had only encountered such a good thing once. On the border, his sharp nose accidentally picked up a secret trail. The Mexican gangs used this trail to smuggle goods into the United States. By the time Luke found the warehouse, it had more than 2 tons of goods in it. That was the largest amount he came across from his trip to Mexico. Most of the experience and credit points he earned in Mexico came from the drug traffickers themselves. Luke had been too lazy to let V put on a performance for these uncouth and ruthless cartel members. After killing them, he simply stuffed them into his inventory and made them disappear. By the time he left Mexico, several Mexican cartels were already on edge. They didn't know who the enemy was. They weren't even sure if it was an enemy attack or an internal problem, because the missing people couldn't give them any answers. As usual, Luke didn't deal with the small fry, and focused on finding the group's core. The Mexican cartels had always protected their regime using ruthless and bloody methods. Most of the hoodlums in New York could be considered first-class citizens compared with core cartel members. Also, the nests of these core figures would contain some goods, and they owed a lot of blood debts. Killing any one of them was worth more experience points than his second clone knocking out dozens of hoodlums in New York. Half a month after the battle, the first clone started to make its way back to New York. Luke had earned more than 300,000 experience and credit points, which was a lot more than what he got in New York. More importantly, his operation didn't have any negative impact on the ordinary people in Mexico. The disappearance of key cartel members had caused a lot of chaos, but law and order was much better now that they were no longer around. The paranoid Mexican cartels were basically too busy carrying out internal investigations to cause trouble in the short term. After all, it wasn't just the key members who were missing, a lot of goods, cash, ledgers, and so on had also disappeared. They themselves had a lot of internal information which couldn't be leaked. However, what the cartel bigshots were worried about wasn't going to happen. At least, the DEA and the FBI wouldn't come knocking. After Luke was done sorting out this information, he would have his clone return to Mexico and slowly purge the cartels once more. These cartels were like ripe wheat fields. Once Luke found them, he could cut down a huge swath in one go. How could he let such a good thing go? But at that moment, the clone had no choice but to stop what was quickly turning into a tour of the region and rush back to New York. That was because Luke finally had enough to obtain the final stat. His basic stats were 29 strength, 13 dexterity, and 11 mental strength. In the system, he had 1 extra stat point, 60 strength. He could obtain it at any time. For the past 10 days or so, Luke had stopped most of his other training and work, and focused on cultivating the Kunlun Kai refining technique. He had learned a long time ago that the body transformation wasn't completed in one day. More than 60% of his body would be transformed in the first 24 hours before the transformation effects gradually receded over the next 10 days as the remaining 30% was completed. He had rarely stopped practicing the Kai refining technique in the last half-month. Just like that, more than 10,000 credit points were consumed by the Kai refining technique. In the end, however, his dexterity increased by 3 points. For Luke, this was a huge and pleasant surprise. What surprised him even more was that his strength and mental strength had also increased by 1 point each. Taking advantage of breaking 40 for dexterity in tandem with cultivating the Kunlun Kai refining technique, he obtained an additional 5 stat points. His dexterity benefited the most, while strength and mental strength probably only benefited a little. He had thought that he would need to work hard for another month or two to achieve 60 strength, but he had done it. Luke couldn't wait to break through this important juncture, which was why he called back his first clone. After the clone returned, it went straight to the basement of the New Hope laboratory, where Luke and the second clone were waiting. What he needed to do next was basically the same as when he had leveled up to 40 dexterity. This time, however, Luke wasn't in the same room. Osiris, the medical program that had been released from his inventory, would monitor and protect the 3 bodies at the same time. After Luke tapped on the plus sign for strength, the number changed from 29 to 30, and his body was instantly seized with intense reactions. Luke had already foreseen that it would be even harder to level up than before. But when the pain assailed him, he realized that he would never be able to truly guess what it felt like to level up. Almost instantly, the IV needle in his arm was pushed out by a strong force, and a large amount of blood sprayed out. Osiris reacted quickly. It immediately sprayed a wad of medical gel on the area and slapped on a restraining band. After this timely treatment, Luke's elementary self-healing was immediately activated and it swiftly healed the puncture wound. But Luke didn't pay any attention to this at all. He only had one thought on his mind. Sure enough, advancing to 60 was more painful than advancing to 40. From the image on Osiris's monitor screen, Luke's body seemed to come alive as all his muscles twisted and moved. He looked like he had been shocked by electricity as he bounced around on the treatment bed. The bed was rapidly bent out of shape under the impact, and after more than 10 seconds, it collapsed at an angle. Just like that, Luke fell to the floor. Osiris quickly moved the bed and other equipment away, and left its master on the floor. In any case, there was no difference between the floor and the bed. In 2 other rooms, the 2 clones could be considered to be in fairly normal condition. While they felt the same pain as the main body, their own bodies didn't change much. 30 seconds after the upgrade began, Luke got used to the pain and finally started cultivating the Kunlun Kai refining technique once more. Circulating the Kai gave him a way to release the restless energy in his body. The pain gradually lessened, and he finally got his body under control. Chapter 1473. The second Bruce's true appearance. From here on, Luke's body transformation went smoothly, and nothing else happened. However, without any IV nutrients, the energy required for the body transformation could only be provided with credit points. 2 credit points per minute wasn't too much. When the most intense reactions passed after an hour, Luke had Osiris give him another IV. Credit could provide energy, but not all the nutrition needed for the body. Also, it cost practically nothing to buy a pile of IV bags. Credit points, on the other hand, were all hard-earned. He worked hard to accumulate them, and of course, he would save as much as he could. At that moment, the number on the system panel was 31. Luke struggled to smile. Sure enough, the Kai refining technique can increase my stats. If he could increase his stats by 3 or 5 points like last time, then reaching 80 might not be a pipe dream. When his stats all hit 60, he would have 20 stat points more than when he didn't have the Kai refining technique. These were the stats that could only be obtained by leveling up 2 or 3 times. In other words, he didn't need to spend countless experience points to get the same basic stats. A day later, Luke was all smiles as he read the new report. His strength had skyrocketed after this level up. His mental strength had indeed dropped significantly. However, his dexterity had reached 40, and the practical coefficient had increased from 2 to 4. His main body had 13 dexterity, but the practical effect wasn't any worse than his 29 dexterity previously. More importantly, his strength had reached 60, and the coefficient had increased 6-fold. 24 hours later, thanks to the boost from the Kai refining technique, he obtained another stat point for strength, which was now 32. The actual effect was that his strength was now 18 times that of an ordinary person, which was a new record. From a survival perspective, his main body was definitely stronger than before. In addition, the practical coefficient also applied to his clones. The level 1 clone was now 6 times stronger than an ordinary person, and the level 2 clone was 12 times stronger. With the 2 clones working together, they were even stronger than he and his level 1 clone put together during the Battle of New York. So, one New York battle was equivalent to earning 1 extra identity. Luke was delighted with his earnings in half a month. He couldn't help but look at Stacy's list of abilities. Elementary replication prerequisites: 60 strength, 20 dexterity, 40 mental strength, 20,000 credit. Taking a deep breath, Luke used up 20,000 credit points. A moment later, the second clone in the seaside villa suddenly began to transform. Less than 2 seconds later, a handsome man appeared. He was more than 1.8 meters tall and had clearly defined muscles, though he was clearly on the slimmer side. Taking off the clothes which were now loose, Luke put on a black suit unhurriedly. Looking at his new appearance in the mirror, he sighed. Perfect, you'll be the new Mr. Wayne in the future. Half an hour later, on the top floor of Stark Tower, Tony frowned at the man in the elevator who removed his stealth mode. You're not Bruce. Stepping out of the elevator, Luke smiled and covered his face with a 1,000 faces system. A moment later, Bruce Wayne with the face of Big Ben appeared. At the same time, he grew 5 centimeters taller and his figure broadened out. Luke cancelled the 1,000 faces system and put it back into his pocket. As he tidied up his wrinkled clothes, he walked to the bar. Looking at the alcohol, he couldn't help but shake his head. As expected of a rich man, there's not even 1 bottle of supermarket wine. That being said, he had already reached for a bottle of whiskey and grabbed 2 glasses. Tony's eyes flickered as he glanced at Jarvis's analysis on the virtual screen in front of him. The target's posture and the amount of alcohol he poured is 88.9% similar to Mr. Wayne on the yacht. Basically, it's him. Tony hummed and walked to the bar. He picked up a glass. You said something else last time. What was it? Amused, Luke raised his glass. Although this isn't supermarket wine, it's the first time I'm having it with a friend. So, it doesn't matter if it's expensive or not. Tony smiled and clinked his glass with Luke's before they drank. Luke poured them more whiskey. Tony didn't want to suppress his curiosity. Why aren't you wearing a nanomask this time? Luke chuckled. Because Batman has already left. You can call me Bruce, or call me by another name Bale. Tony. Real name. Luke shrugged. Bruce Bale Wayne. Nothing wrong with that. I see. Tony nodded. The tycoon's full name was actually Anthony Edward Stark. Occasionally, people called him Anthony or Edward, but most people were used to calling him Tony Stark. Thinking for a moment, he shook his head. Let's call you Bruce. Doctor. Banner won't mind anyway. Whatever you say. Luke chuckled. Doctor. Banner's full name was Robert Bruce Banner. Did he have to fight with him over the name Bruce? Tony finally got down to business. Didn't you say that you should keep a low profile for the time being? Luke raised his hand and pointed at his face. It's Batman who needs to keep a low profile. After all, he's already departed, while I'm the second Bruce. There's no need to be so cautious. Tony was unable to respond. He hadn't expected Batman's nanomask to be able to change his body. If even a tech bigshot like him never thought of that, it would be even harder for anyone else to connect Bruce to Batman. Even if Natasha was here right now, she wouldn't know if nobody told her. What surprised him even more was that this super paranoid person really took off his mask to meet him. Was it because of the Battle of New York? Actually, Tony also felt that after the battle, he was willing to trust more people, like the Avengers and Batman's team, provided that they were willing to reveal their faces. After all, the tycoon was an adult. It was impossible for him to completely believe in a nanomask. Who the hell knew who was behind it? Now that Batman seemed to have guessed his thoughts, it did feel pretty good. Thinking quickly, Tony asked, "Can I tell Nick Fury about this?" Luke shook his head. "Just keep it to yourself for now. As for them, hee." Tony's expression changed. "You mean, Hydra?" Luke tapped the rim of his glass. "Has Nick Fury investigated the nuclear weapon?" "No." Tony shook his head solemnly. The pilot suddenly had a brain hemorrhage after he was locked up. He's now in a coma. Also, the person who activated the nuclear missile launch sequence was a close aide of the Secretary of Defense. He went missing after that, and hasn't been found yet. Luke sneered. Did these department bigwigs grow up eating sh*t? Chapter 1474. Insider information and outsider. It wasn't easy to activate a nuclear weapon launch sequence. Even the Secretary of Defense had to go through a fixed procedure if he wanted to activate it, and it was necessary to report it to the President. Thus, even if it might have just been a tactical nuclear weapon, it was unbelievable that it had actually been launched and shot at Manhattan. Tony didn't look happy. Stark Industries is a little close to that department head. Luke looked at him. "You want to help him?" Tony smiled bitterly. "No way. The best outcome would be for him to go home and retire. Also, those Wall Street bigshots who almost lost their lives are ready to let him go, if that means that they get to live a few years longer." After drinking the whiskey, he poured himself more from the bottle. "If I hadn't intercepted that nuclear weapon, Stark Industries would have been in serious trouble this time." Luke smiled and touched the glass to Tony's. "Then you were lucky this time." Tony thought for a moment and laughed. "Fine. At the very least, I'm indeed luckier than that department head." Although the identity of Iron Man, this superhero, had brought him a lot of trouble, the overall situation was still under control. Compared with the Secretary of Defense, who had inexplicably fallen from grace and whose life was even under threat, the tycoon was practically in paradise. After laughing, Tony lowered his voice. "Nick Fury has already done a routine audit of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters and the New York branch. The situation is pretty bad." Luke raised an eyebrow. "How bad?" Tony wagged a finger. "Previous audits didn't uncover anyone suspected to be Hydra." Luke rubbed his chin. "He doesn't think there might be something wrong with my information." Tony sneered. "The fact that he didn't find anything is the biggest problem." Luke nodded in agreement. A routine audit of a secret organization like S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't be said to be borrowing trouble. It was better to have suspicions and then rule them out. It was impossible that there were no suspicious targets at all. Otherwise, there would be no reason for the department in charge of routine audits to exist. A situation where there were no suspicious targets at all was the most unusual. This meant that in S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra already had the power to bypass Fury, the person at the helm, and could completely operate independently. Luke thought about how 2 fighter planes had taken off without the director's permission from the helicarrier. The director's ability to control S.H.I.E.L.D. was worrying. It was a good thing that Nick Fury had adamantly disagreed with launching the nuclear missile and had in fact ordered that no fighter planes were allowed to take off. There was a recording for the whole thing, which was why he hadn't taken the blame for this. Otherwise, he would have lost his position as director. Luke asked, "When is he going to take action?" Tony looked at him strangely. "You didn't want to have too much contact with S.H.I.E.L.D. before." Why are you worried about this now? Luke shook his head. No, I like playing games with B***stars. All New York gangs can attest to that. Tony was lost for words. So, you like beating up B***stars until they're crippled. And those crippled gangsters are all your witnesses. After thinking about it, the tycoon felt that there was nothing wrong with this answer. It seemed very reasonable. This violent man, silently cursing in his heart, he said, "It's still early, it'll be at least 3 months. It's hard for Nick Fury to trust most of the people in S.H.I.E.L.D., and not many of them can be used. He's a little similar to you. The person in charge of this is an acquaintance half a month ago. He died, so no one else knows about this secret investigation." Phil. Luke paused. How is he now? Tony shrugged. He's very lively. Nick Fury tried to hide it from me at first, but I talked to him in private, and he admitted it. Luke was completely reassured. This director doesn't seem like an honest man. Tony raised his glass and didn't think much of it. Everybody needs friends, especially rich and powerful ones. If he wants to build more helicarriers and improve them so that they can be synchronized, he needs my help. Luke frowned. Doesn't S.H.I.E.L.D. already have a helicarrier? Why build more? He had unearthed some hints after the battle. After asking Tony, the tycoon revealed some relevant information. However, Tony didn't know much about the helicarriers. He was willing to help Nick Fury make improvements probably because he wanted to see how the helicarriers performed as a whole. Of course, they won't compare with the Chitauri motherships, but it'll still be possible to deal with those big worm battleships. Tony sighed. Otherwise, if something like this happens again, and S.H.I.E.L.D. and the American government still can't perform, there'll be nothing else they can say. Luke could only agree with that. With no invasions from alien armies, there would indeed be no need to invest in helicarriers on a large scale. Now that the Chitauri had amply wrecked New York, the fact that America had helicarriers at all, no matter how backward they were, would be a start. In fact, after Tony and the scientists on Earth comprehended some of the Chitauri's technology, designing a helicarrier with stronger combat power would undoubtedly be the best option. But this was in effect an engineering project, and it was S.H.I.E.L.D. and the American government that had to launch it. Indeed, the helicarrier was currently Earth's most powerful weapon. It was built for Earth's safety, so the authorities had to take part. At that point, Luke didn't mention S.H.I.E.L.D. anymore. Instead, he gave Tony some information on the Chitauri's technology. Tony was surprised to hear it. Wait, don't tell me your people cracked it. Luke sipped his wine. I don't know. In any case, that big shot has it, so I copied some of the information. Take a look. Tony drew his hand back from the silver suitcase. It wasn't cheap, right? Luke said. It was an insider price, it wasn't that expensive. Tony. Why is it so expensive for me? Luke looked at him strangely, which made the tycoon feel a little uneasy. Why, what's wrong? Luke said, because I pay an insider price. Tony understood what he meant. He pointed at himself and said, I'm not an insider. Luke said, insiders are under a lot of restrictions, which you probably wouldn't be happy about. That's why that person didn't extend an invitation to you. In any case, you don't lack money. Tony hesitated for a moment before he asked, what kind of restrictions? Luke said, it used to be based on favors, but now it's a credit points system. You can buy things at a discount with credit points. Some things can only be bought with credit points. It just so happens that I got a lot of credit points from the Battle of New York. Tony frowned. I also participated in the Battle of New York, right? Luke chuckled. That man already detected the scepter and the tesseract during the battle. After that, we provided him with enough intact Chitauri equipment. Hearing that, Tony immediately remembered what that big shot who sold everything had done. Chapter 1475. The phone companies, big problem. After the battle, the Special Force team's replaceable gear had immediately been divided up and carted off to various agencies. But when those agencies triumphantly brought the gear back, they discovered that the most important energy cores and control chips inside had disappeared. It wasn't an automatic self-destruct program, the most important components had simply vanished into thin air. Then, Tony received a message from Batman, telling him that the gear which had the Big Shot stamp on it was all discarded parts. If he liked, he could collect a few. Tony cursed inwardly when he heard that. That was because Stark Industries had brought back quite a few parts, but the tycoon hadn't had time to examine and analyze them yet. Later, Tony also discovered that the parts were stamped with a weird yellow and red seal, and the word, retrieved, was very eye-catching. The Big Shot had personally shown up to take away the Big Worm battleship. He was a tall and thin old man who was about 50 years old. He wore a black suit and leaned on a distinguished walking cane. This big shot appeared among the dusty New Yorkers like a dazzling firefly in the dark. He walked unhurriedly through the crowd, and the surrounding police officers turned a blind eye as he walked into the building. A moment later, the battleship that was over 100 meters long and which weighed almost 1,000,000 tons disappeared. Not only that, the eye-catching, retrieved, sign at the crime scene was a clear indication that it was the big shot who had done it. After this news got out, Tony and Nick Fury were the calmest. The big shot had once quietly taken away the goods on a large cargo ship. Taking away a big worm battleship was no less difficult. However, they had completely different thoughts. The tycoon directly asked Batman if the big shot had space technology, while Nick Fury immediately used a private channel to consult a company called PIM Technologies. Of course, neither of them got a concrete answer. Luke didn't have to worry about what they thought. A big shot should act like one. If he didn't keep people guessing, what kind of big shot would he be? He himself didn't know the thoughts of the big shot who sold everything. He was only responsible for creating the mystery and air of the big shot behind the scenes. It was everyone else who would naturally fill in the blanks. Hearing that it was the big shot, Tony had a complicated expression, and didn't bring up the insider issue again. Luke wasn't wrong at all. In the Avengers, Tony was only a consultant. It was impossible for him to carry out some big shots assignment. It was because Nick Fury wanted Steve to be the leader that he came up with this sort of sidekick arrangement for the tycoon. On this side, Batman and the big shot dealt in favors and now credit, and were friends. Tony and the big shot didn't have much of a connection. If Tony joined them, he would purely be a lackey. At that point, Luke had basically achieved his goal for finding Tony. After asking for Phil's new contact, he went down and left. Watching the elevator go down, Tony asked, "How is it?" "Jarvis, are you sure it's Bruce?" Jarvis said, his speech pattern and body language are 97.5% similar. "I can confirm that he's Mr. Bruce Wayne." Tony curled his lip. This guy made rapid progress in nanotechnology just to hide his identity. Jarvis said, "Yes, however, there probably isn't a way to shrink his build, only increase it." Tony took a sip of his wine. "It seems I need to invest more in nanotechnology as well." Jarvis asked, "Should I set up a project?" Tony said, "Not for now. Let me think about it." Jarvis asked, "Sir, there's currently no need for you to change your appearance, is there?" Tony said, "No, but nanotechnology is very convenient, isn't it? If I use it on my suit, I won't have to carry a big box around with me." After leaving Stark Tower, Luke called Phil and quickly settled on a meeting place. Phil would only be free in 3 days. Clearly, the workload for a secret investigation was huge. Looking at the sky, it was almost noon. Luke decisively had his clone go home and rest, while he and Selina got off work early. After being busy for so many days, they both needed some time to themselves. Selina went shopping with Elsa and Elizabeth while Luke called Jenny to confirm a meeting at the phone company. After the Battle of New York, Jenny had wanted to talk to him about a lot of things, but Luke truly hadn't had the time. He wasn't familiar with triple mode operation yet, and had been busy completing the breakthrough for 60 strength a few days ago. After talking to Tony today, he finally had some free time. He drove leisurely to the phone company, but didn't go in immediately. Instead, he raised his head and looked at the sky. A helicopter flew over and landed on the top of the phone company building. Fine, CEO Jenny was also very busy and didn't spend much time at the company. She said earlier that she was at the company, but Luke had heard a few people talking around her, some of whom were New York officials. This sort of talk wasn't about business, so Jenny rarely had talks at the company. Officials wouldn't drop by the company to chat unless they were investigating or arresting people. Luke made his way over unhurriedly. When he reached the CEO's lounge on the top floor, Jenny was making coffee in the kitchen in a casual sweater and elastic pants. Clearly, the CEO was deliberately acting relaxed. Luke considerately didn't expose the fact that she had just returned via helicopter, and also didn't mention that part of her sweater was tucked into her pants. In any case, the view was very round and beautiful. Jenny quickly made coffee and poured it for him. "You're really busy. Did you create this smartphone as a convenient way to put some distance between us?" Luke smiled and took a sip of the coffee. "Of course not. It's just a tool for your satisfaction." Jenny sighed. "I bet you wanted to say, toy." Otherwise, why haven't you come over to take a look when there are so many things that require your say? Luke shrugged. Don't I have you? When it comes to money, you can decide. If you like it, you can give yourself some bonus dividends or cash at the end of the year. Jenny glared at him angrily. Is this about money? As soon as she said that, she couldn't help but slap her forehead. Fine, it really is all about money. Luke smiled. No rush, take your time. There was nothing Jenny could do about Luke's super thick skin. She could only hatefully sit on him, pick up her coffee and start talking about money. Money basically came down to two things: how to earn it and how to spend it. Currently, Titanium Phone Company urgently needed to deal with the latter, since it was making money faster and faster. Chapter 1476. An opportunity for the company and the problem with having too much money. Titanium Phone Company was already estimated to be worth more than 100 billion. It was also one of the companies that basically relied on its own development to achieve this value. At the same time, the two independent F2F and Messenger network companies were also under the control of Titanium Phone Company's CEO, Jenny Guinness. The market valuation of the two network companies had already surpassed 10 billion, and was still increasing rapidly. They would probably become the second and third companies under Jenny's control to become worth hundreds of billions. As a result, Jenny's influence in America grew. More and more people schemed against her, and more business spies were sent into the company. However, half of these spies were discovered by Luke on a regular basis, while the other half was weeded out by Bobby Max, the original owner of Mental Communication. These spies were barely given the chance to play tricks. But money moved the hearts of people. In the end, Luke even cleaned out a dozen of Jenny's bodyguards. The bodyguards had passed Luke's test at the beginning, but couldn't withstand the pressure from the outside world, and eventually chose to sell Jenny out. Jenny didn't hold back. She would sue when she got evidence, and the law would decide the price. She paid top money for the bodyguards, and naturally, the penalty would also be the highest. After a dozen times, the security team finally stabilized. It wasn't that the bodyguards had no weaknesses, but that the people who had used their families to threaten them disappeared. After a few incidents, it got around in the circle that Jenny Guinness was no pushover. There weren't any good guys in the upper-class circle, but Jenny had just been a regular young lady over a year ago. Some people treated her like a nouveau riche upstart, and didn't necessarily have the time to turn money into combat force. Mercenaries or hitmen were just temp employees who could never be relied on for important private matters. Many underground forces that had attacked Jenny disappeared overnight, which made it clear that this young lady also had her own trump cards. When this news spread, some people who wanted to play dirty immediately gave up. As long as she had trump cards, she wasn't some young lady who could be dealt with quickly. With enough time, she could make use of her connections in the government to crush most forces in the underworld. Jenny, who had hundreds of billions in assets, really had that ability. Naturally, it was Luke who had dealt with the underground forces. Money indeed wasn't important to him, but the lack of it was. He basically didn't care about regular business tricks. Jenny could handle those herself. But if anyone wanted to touch his money bag in the dark, he didn't mind playing even darker tricks. There were too many people who harbored ill intentions since Jenny's company made too much money. The phone company was completely a cash cow, while F2F and the messaging app were up-and-coming social media giants. For Jenny, the smartphone plus internet plus app combo was clearly more interesting than pure cell phone manufacturing, and also more lucrative. The CEO, who was busy with this new undertaking, wasn't any more idle than Luke. Otherwise, someone who only appeared once every 10 days to 2 weeks would have been in even bigger trouble. The Battle of New York had been a huge disaster for the citizens, but it was a huge opportunity for Jenny's three companies. As other big shots entered the arena, low to mid-range smartphones quickly grew in popularity. Derivative groups started to take shape in the smartphone industry, which further boosted the development of phone networks. Putting aside the remote countryside, cell phone networks in major cities in the United States were becoming less and less restrictive. In New York, public Wi-Fi or mobile networks could be accessed practically everywhere. When the battle broke out, the people in hiding contacted each other, spread the news, and posted online. They were hiding, but knew what was going on outside at any time. They could also look up notifications about emergency shelters, which increased their chances of survival. This further demonstrated the value of the F2F and Messenger apps. Information could be disseminated promptly and the apps were far more convenient than regular media. Naturally, it was safer to hide and watch the news on a phone than to look for a TV. Furthermore, what was shown on TV was limited. Instead, people could find out more when they searched the internet, and were able to get more information quickly. After the Battle of New York, Jenny had tried her best to stall for time. Many big shots had already seen the enormous value of F2F and Messenger. They were now worth far more than a few months ago. This wasn't the first software to provide this sort of online service, but it was the first to become a leader with such an absolute hold on the industry. Titanium phone users could directly get a joint account for F2F and Messenger, which was countless times better than other apps. Currently, Jenny's problem was that she needed to choose a business partner to share the benefits with, and then spend the money that came in. Following the release of the phones, the three companies had never been short of money. Jenny had been doing her best to spend it. She couldn't squander it casually, she had to choose something that would best benefit the company's development. Jenny had thought about buying a building in New York to use as the company's office, but Luke had firmly rejected the idea. Thinking about it now, Jenny felt a chill run down her spine. The building she had been interested in wasn't far from Stark Tower. A big worm battleship had crashed into it, and it was now on the verge of collapsing. Although the building had insurance, it was hard to say when the insurance company would have the money to cover the damages. The company had so much money that it burned their hands, but they now had to face the big shots who waved around cash and stocks and strongly wanted to invest. Jenny had to ask Luke for his opinion and decide the company's future path. Luke thought for a moment before he said, "Then we'll do charity. We'll set up a separate foundation and donate to related organizations like the New York authorities, NYPD, emergency services and the fire department. We can also buy some auction items from Batman's foundation. It's fine to get them at a premium." Jenny was stunned. "You are a fan of Batman?" Luke turned serious and shook his head. "No, but he saved my life during the subway explosion on Wall Street." Jenny's mouth moved, but she didn't say anything. The lives of the rich were valuable but also worthless. For example, if someone happened to save Jenny's life, she would help them solve a lot of problems or even make it so that they lived happily ever after, but she absolutely couldn't outright give that person tens of millions of dollars. There were many reasons. Simply put, it was unnecessary. Too much money wouldn't make a person grateful, but would conversely cause greed to grow. Giving too much money wasn't worth it. Besides, capitalists also worked hard to earn money. Few would be willing to do something as stupid as give it away just like that. Looking at her face, Luke could more or less guess what she was thinking. He said with a smile, "This is a good thing. The money doesn't go directly to Batman. Everybody knows it's a philanthropic company, and this can help preserve Batman's reputation. Why wouldn't we do it?" Chapter 1477. Clothes are wrinkled, and Dark Knight. Thinking for a moment, Luke added, "The foundation I'm talking about has nothing to do with the company. You'll be the one to fund it, and you'll be the one to handle it. I want you to become the top philanthropist in America." Jenny was lost for words. "You really don't care about money." The donations brought her great influence and power, along with even more people who harbored ill intentions feared her. The New York departments alone which accepted her donations probably wanted to worship her like she was Mother Mary. For many big shots, this was an extremely important resource, but Luke just casually tossed it to her. Jenny covered his face and looked into his eyes. "You can already run for New York mayor with all the money you donate. There's no need to work as a detective." Luke shrugged. "The phone company didn't have anything in the beginning, yet you didn't choose to become the owner of a gold mine." Jenny was lost for words. At that time, the gold mine in Boomtown could definitely have made her a millionaire. Instead, she sunk $5 million into setting up the phone company. In the end, she still chose the phone company. That was only because she wasn't interested in becoming the owner of a gold mine. No matter how rich Luke was, that didn't mean that he was interested in becoming NYPD's chief of police or the mayor of New York. If it were anyone else, Jenny would have thought it was nonsense. But Luke had always been a recluse. Apart from working as a detective, he liked tinkering with technology, and basically didn't have any other hobbies. There was no need to investigate him. Any investigator could just go to Clinton to chat with the neighbors, all of whom knew that Luke and Selina didn't go out after they got home. They were like old people who had no nightlife. As for Selina, the only doubtful point, fine, Jenny couldn't do anything about her. From the moment they met, they had never liked each other. Even now, Jenny still remembered how she had shivered in her thin pajamas after she was rescued. She had clearly asked Selena to turn on the heating in the car, but the policewoman had just tossed her a bulletproof vest. Since then, Jenny had remembered Selena. Cosmic Cube Technology Company, Limited, which Luke had set up later, only had 3 major shareholders: Luke, Selena and Jenny, while Bobby Max held a very small portion. Selena had more shares than Jenny. Even at the beginning, the implication was very clear. Luke was a mysterious man with many secrets. Selena and Bobby had learned his secrets before Jenny had. So, Jenny had no plans to pursue the matter. She and Luke shared many secrets, just like he did with Selena and Bobby Max. As far as the outside world was concerned, Luke and Selena were just 2 minor detectives who got off work early every day. Few people knew that they were billionaires. Bobby was just the relationship manager who lazed around at the phone company. Except for Jenny, nobody knew that he was an extremely good psychoanalyst. 3 of the 4 original company shareholders weren't ordinary, so how could Selena be a freeloader? How could a freeloader hang around with Luke every day? Of the 4 shareholders of Cosmic Cube, she was the only one who took the stage, while the other 3 distanced themselves from the top circles. There had to be a reason. Jenny was very smart. After she figured it out, she had no plans to sound Selena and Bobby out. She just checked whatever was on public record. As for what Luke wanted to do, it was up to him, as long as he didn't learn from that playboy Tony Stark. Various emotions washed over her for a moment. After that, however, she collected her thoughts and went through the selection of business partners with Luke. Luke didn't say anything, though he quickly rejected a few candidates. Whether or not these companies could bring the cell phone company benefits wasn't something he had any understanding of. An amateur instructing an expert would only upend Jenny's plan. It was just that the companies he crossed out were related to his blacklist. Companies like these used very dirty tricks to begin with, and would be wiped out by Luke sooner or later. Cooperating with them was very dangerous, and it was possible their own company would be swallowed up. When Luke eventually took down these entities, it would definitely be a huge scandal, as he would do his best to destroy them in every aspect. If that happened, companies connected to these forces might be implicated. Now that the phone company had enough options, he naturally had to kick them out of the running. Jenny didn't care. In any case, she was the one choosing a business partner, not the other way round. There were too many people who wanted to make money with her, and Luke had helped discard a few, which greatly reduced her workload. As he spoke, the CEO felt a tugging on her sweater at her waist. She stopped and turned to look at Luke. "What are you doing?" Luke chuckled. "No, it's just that your sweater is wrinkled." That was the truth. As someone with OCD, he had noticed once more that her sweater was tucked into her pants. His hands had itched for a long time, and he finally couldn't help but pull it out. Jenny raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure?" Luke nodded. "Yes." Jenny tossed the tablet to one side and plastered herself to him. "I think the underwear I just bought is a little wrinkled too." Luke said solemnly, "Then please allow me to examine it for you, Madam CEO." Jenny said, "No, I'm just your secretary, Mr. Chairman." It was dark outside the window. A moment later, there was a rumble of thunder, and it soon started to pour. Thunder rumbled amidst the rain, and the world turned hazy. While his main body was talking business with the female CEO, Luke's clones weren't idle. He had to familiarize himself with triple mode operation as soon as possible, and he was very busy. The level 1 clone left New York again. This time, it was going to sweep through Mexico, then head south as it resumed its unfinished international tour from last time. After meeting Tony, the level 2 clone returned to the basement of the seaside villa. After being busy for a while, he connected the last transmission line. He ordered, "Alfred, when you're ready, transfer all the data related to Batman from your database to this server." Alfred said, "A lot of data will be lost." "Master, are you sure?" Luke said, "Put together a transfer plan first, and after we've made modifications, we'll start." Alfred, "Yes, sir." The virtual screen appeared, and Luke began to draw on it. A moment later, Alfred suddenly said, "Master, can I ask you a question?" Staring at the screen, Luke nodded. "Ask away." Alfred asked, "Why transfer the data?" Luke said, "Because the first Batman has already been sacrificed. From today on, I'll be the one to continue everything." Alfred said, "I see. Then, Should we start with redesigning the settings? Luke thought for a moment, then stopped what he was doing. That's true, let's start with that, Alfred. First setting, should I change how I address you? Luke said, I like, Master. There's no need to change it, Alfred said, the only person with authority to access the new database needs to be changed. Do you want to continue using the name Batman? Luke said, no, let's use Dark Knight. Chapter 1478. Handicapped, version equals super disguise. After determining the transfer plan, Alfred began to transfer the data, and Luke went to the basement to start a new test. The system determined that Stacy's elementary replication ability could be partially learned. Based on his previous experience, the effect after he learned it would definitely be different from the original ability. For example, Kilgrave, the original owner of the elementary pheromone control ability, could use it to control anyone, regardless of gender. After Luke learned it, it was only effective on women. A genetic test on Kilgrave showed an unknown mutation in his genes. Of course, Luke didn't have this mutation, so the ability could only boost his pheromone effect after he learned it. Pheromones was a thing to attract the opposite sex. Thus, Luke's pheromones were only effective on women, and he couldn't use it on both men and women like that monster Kilgrave. Stacy's original elementary replication copied everything about the target at a genetic level through direct contact with the target's body. The longer the contact, the more abundant the memories and abilities acquired from the target. Looking at the effect, it was one of the most terrifying abilities that Luke had ever seen. This meant that as long as she had a suitable target and had enough contact with them, Stacy could become an extremely powerful, kaleidoscope, superhuman. It was both unfortunate and fortunate that Stacy had run into Luke when she was still a teenager. Unfortunately, she would no longer turn into a demon-level superhuman. Fortunately, she didn't have to bear more side effects of the ability. She could stay normal and live happily. If Luke hadn't caught her, she would have quickly fallen into the abyss of schizophrenia from using elementary replication. The rate at which her mind deteriorated would be exponentially higher. If she obtained a useful ability with elementary replication, she would use the original owner's form more often, and the personality of the original owner would quickly take shape. It wouldn't disappear, nor would it be suppressed. After tasting such sweetness, she might proactively collect even more superpowers, and her split personalities would also increase. The more split personalities she had, the more unhinged she would become. By then, she would either be quickly caught and used as a test subject for the rest of her life, or she would get stronger and stronger until she was unstoppable or was killed. Luke was interested in elementary replication because it could transform him into another person at the genetic level. But he wasn't interested in obtaining other people's memories and abilities at the cost of becoming deranged. To avoid trouble, after learning elementary replication, he chose to let his clone carry out the experiment. If there really were abnormalities, he could recall the clone and then summon it again. Looking at the feedback from his clone, his elementary replication was indeed a handicapped version. But he was very satisfied with this version. He could transform one part of himself at the genetic level, but he wouldn't be able to acquire any of the other person's memories or abilities. He had to first come into direct contact with his target, or could touch bodily matter which contained the target's DNA like blood. The part that could transform basically referred to his appearance. There were limits to the transformations he could perform. He couldn't turn into a child dozens of centimeters tall, nor could he turn into a hulking fiend like the Hulk. But the value of the ability was this incomplete trait. The original version that was Stacy's ability was similar to a camera's beauty filter. She could only choose a fixed template and press the switch. Luke's handicapped version, on the other hand, was a PS program. Not only could he press the switch whenever he wanted, he could also adjust it himself and choose the desired effect. For example, when he used Bale's face to meet with Tony, the target he had replicated was a young white man of a similar build. During the replication, however, he modified the structure of the bones and muscles in the target's face a little so that it turned into Christian Bale's face from his previous life. There was no doubt that Luke preferred the incomplete version of this ability. A powerful ability which couldn't be controlled could lead to disaster and misfortune. Only when you were in complete control of your powers could you help yourself and others. Luke had mainly wanted to determine if his handicapped version contained any hidden problems to do with schizophrenia. Since his clone didn't receive any memories or emotions from the target, this was no longer an issue. However, there was something else. He now had to test genes. The results of the first transformation test showed that his genes had indeed become the same as his target. Luke cancelled elementary replication and pondered for a long time before he turned back into Baal. The medical program, Osiris, immediately sent a notification. Appearance, 99.7% similarity detected. Then, it operated the robotic arms to collect Luke's saliva, blood, hair, and so on. After a long while, it gave the results. Appearance, hair, and saliva are a match to the target. Blood and body tissue are a match to you. Luke smiled and said softly, "Very good. Let's do it again." He cancelled the ability, activated it, and was examined by Osiris. Osiris gave the results once more. Appearance, hair, saliva, blood and skin tissue are a match to the target. Muscles and internal organs are a match to you. Luke smiled. Perfect. He now looked like a different person at the genetic level, but the core was still him. This was what he had always wanted, a super disguise. Fake things could never be trusted, just like how Tony had always been suspicious of Batman because the latter never revealed his face. But Luke didn't want to reveal his real identity. It wasn't that he didn't trust Tony or anyone else in the Avengers, he just didn't want his family to always be in trouble because of him. At that moment, he had finally solved the problem of his real identity, and it wasn't just a matter of his appearance. He really needed this more right now than just increasing his combat ability. Excited, Luke didn't stop. He continued testing his new ability. It wasn't until late at night that he stopped working and sighed regretfully. Fine, it seems things can never be that perfect. After testing and turning elementary replication into a super disguise ability, everything was fine. The only problem was that he couldn't use this ability for long. It could only last for about 130 minutes at most. Intense activity would also reduce this duration, though he had yet to properly test this. By a conservative estimate, in a situation like the Battle of New York, the super disguise would only last for an hour. He would then need to rest for 30 minutes before he could use it again. As for Stacy's original ability, there was no such thing as a time duration. However, this was just a small regret. As long as the transformation wasn't that meticulous, and he just changed one or two things, it wouldn't be hard for him to extend the time of the super disguise to 4 to 8 hours. Overall, this was enough. Chapter 1479, No. One Hot Girl, Number 2 Man's Man. After figuring out the basics of his super disguise, Luke made a decision: he wouldn't use it for the time being. Even if a long-term experiment later proved that there were no hidden dangers with the super disguise, he would still classify it as a forbidden technique, and wouldn't use it if he could. After all, he could spend credit points to restart the clone, but he couldn't do the same with himself. Altering genes was always more risky. He wasn't a crazy scientist, and he didn't want to get himself killed. Even if he didn't die, he didn't want to turn into a monster either. He was very satisfied with his human identity and didn't want to become some weird mutant. For the next 2 days, Luke spent most of his time studying the super disguise. His level 1 clone was already starting to get the hang of things in Mexico, and was ready to wipe out the big shots of the Mexican cartels. If he wanted a high return, he naturally had to invest more. Luke's time was very valuable. His clone was only free for 1 day, which meant losing out on thousands of experience and credit points. He had to make back double this loss now. It just so happened that he needed to slowly familiarize himself with triple mode operation, but he wasn't in a hurry. When it was time to meet Phil, his clone finally left the seaside villa and entered the submarine/yacht. Following Luke's instructions, Phil moved around several meeting places before he boarded a yacht at a remote pier in Queens. In a secret SHIELD base, Nick Fury looked quietly at the yacht entering the water. After a while, he suddenly smiled. As cautious as ever. After that, he stopped paying attention to Phil. As long as Batman wasn't careless, nobody else would be able to do anything. However, Phil was his trusted subordinate. He didn't need information from Batman, and Phil would naturally tell him everything. So, this had been nothing more than a routine attempt to track Batman. On the other side, Phil had his trademark bland smile on when he walked over to where Luke was sitting at the bar and holding up a glass. He sat down in front of Luke and looked at the glass of wine. He said apologetically, "Sorry, I've been busy with work recently. I can't drink." Luke didn't mind. He pressed a button and the liquor cabinet behind him moved to reveal another cabinet. "Mineral water, juice, milk, or soda? What do you want?" "Phil, mineral water will be fine." Luke gave him a bottle of water. Phil subconsciously looked and saw that it was a bottle of Fiji mineral water, but anything that looked like a production batch had been removed. Fine, there was no way to trace it back to its source. Luke snapped his fingers. Turn on the interference system. Alfred immediately replied, yes, master. Phil then realized that some of his equipment couldn't be used. Luke looked at him and said, there's no need to record this conversation. Phil nodded with a smile. Okay, Luke said, as for Nick Fury, you can decide how much you want to tell him. Phil was surprised, but his expression didn't change. Okay, but his face changed 2 seconds later. Luke cancelled the 1,000 Faces system to reveal Bale's face. He then stretched out his hand. Nice to meet you. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Bruce Bale Wayne. Phil shook his hand. He couldn't help but look at the mask, and then at Luke's new face. Luke picked up his glass. It's just a nanomask. Tony said that S.H.I.E.L.D. also has this. Phil finally picked up his water to take a sip to calm down. After calming down, he said, yes, but it's far worse than yours. Similar S.H.I.E.L.D. products could only change part of a person's appearance at the moment, while changing the body shape wasn't part of their research at all. In terms of technology, there was at least 1 generation gap between them. Luke said with a smile, you're a government agency. This isn't something most agents need. It's normal for your technology to be less advanced. Phil nodded. That's true. Luke picked up a box from the counter and opened it before placing it next to Phil. However, you'll probably need it. Phil stared blankly at the translucent mask. This, Luke said, try it first. If you're not satisfied, well, I won't take it back. Phil hesitated, but still picked up the mask. What should I do? Luke said, it's very simple. Put it on your face. Phil did as he was told, but the mask remained the same. He looked at Luke in confusion. Luke said, activate the 1,000 Faces system version 4.0. Initialize authorization access. The mask on Phil's face sent out a cold electronic voice. Verifying authorization access. Please keep the system in contact with the face. Please do not close your eyes. A blue light scanned Phil's face from top to bottom. 5 seconds later, the electronic voice rang out again. Please recite 10 words. Phil casually counted from 1 to 10. After he finished, an electronic voice immediately rang out. Soul authorization has been verified. Then, Phil waited silently for 5 seconds. Nothing happened. Luke finally said with a smile, it's in default mode now. You can say, activate the 1,000 Faces system. Then why were you just staring at me? Phil cursed inwardly as he said, activate the 1,000 Faces system. 2 seconds later, Luke's smile grew wider. Show this beautiful lady a 3D virtual projection. Alfred immediately complied, and a virtual projection of Phil appeared next to them. Phil was dumbfounded. 2 seconds later, he finally said, WTF. The mature and beautiful short-haired woman in the virtual projection did exactly the same thing. Luke took another sip of wine unhurriedly. It suits you, doesn't it? Phil looked at the hot woman in a man's black suit whose shirt had filled out. He couldn't help but complain, how does that suit me? Luke looked at the woman's short hair. Like, the hair. Looking at the woman's high hairline, Phil suddenly felt a little lost for words. It really was a D*MN match. But why only in that respect? After messing around, Luke finally explained how this 1,000 Faces system 4.0 worked. Phil practically couldn't wait to give the order, and the deep female voice rang out. Switching to Model 2, the short-haired woman quickly turned into a very manly 30-year-old man. He had regular looks and was a little brawnier than Phil, which made his shirt and suit a little tight. Phil subconsciously reached down to adjust his pants. It was also a little tight down there, but it was completely acceptable compared with how his shirt buttons had almost popped off with the first model. Chapter 1480. Reward and Grudge. Phil couldn't help but walk around the virtual 3D projection a few times. He couldn't hide the satisfaction on his face. Not bad at all. Luke finally said, of course. This is the only 2-model 1,000 Faces system. As he spoke, his gaze was fixed on the shiny forehead of the second model. I'll keep this feature for you. You don't have to thank me. Phil turned around. Remove 1,000 Faces system. The nanomaterial quickly turned back into that translucent mask. He took it off and solemnly put it back in the box. Thank you. Luke gestured for him to sit down before he said, no need. This is a business transaction. Phil's expression changed. What do you want? Luke said, if you find some Hydra people but can't do anything about them, please let me do it. Phil frowned. I'm afraid that isn't possible. Luke chuckled. No, just tell Nick Fury what I said when you go back. Phil was relieved. He indeed couldn't make the decision, and could only refuse. If it was just passing on a message to Nick Fury, he was happy to help. If appropriate, he could even persuade Nick Fury to accept at least some of the conditions. Phil didn't know how many Hydra people there were inside S.H.I.E.L.D., but his current investigation wasn't optimistic at all. After half a month, he actually couldn't lock onto a target. It wasn't that he didn't have any suspects, but that there was no evidence to suggest that there was something wrong with them. Nick Fury was in a lot of trouble right now, and there weren't many people he could trust. If Batman was willing to help for free, Phil was tempted. Pondering for a moment, he ventured, "You don't have any other requests?" Luke tapped the bar counter. "Hydra targeted Batman, so I'm targeting them. This is the best reward for me." Phil was speechless. Sure enough, this guy was petty. On this point, a lot of big shots had no doubt. There was no need to gather related intelligence. The fate of those who had provoked Batman was enough to prove this point. Previously, when public opinion had turned against Batman, it was the mother and daughter who had come out of it the least unscathed. At the very least, they could live in a different city and wait for the public to slowly forget. Other forces had suffered. Anybody who had taken part in this matter would have a black mark on their record. It would be difficult for them to climb higher in the future. At worst, they would be sent to a secret prison for interrogation. After confessing everything, they would be locked up for decades. The unlucky fellows wouldn't even be interrogated before they were killed. According to Batman, the people who had used public opinion to attack him were part of Hydra. Phil had yet to find any leads on Hydra from these people, but Batman was free to bear a grudge against Hydra. He couldn't care less. Hearing Luke's words, he relented. "If that's the case, we should be able to talk. I'll try to give you a reply as soon as possible." Luke nodded. "That's all I want, so you better tell me if you have big news. Don't hide all the information." Phil finally smiled bitterly. "We're not that stupid." Luke chuckled. "No, I'm afraid that Nick Fury is too smart and wants to close the net in one go, so he'd cut me out of the loop." Phil fell silent. He could guarantee that the director would definitely do that. Luke said, "Help me remind him that if he cuts off one head, two will grow. Hydra isn't something that can be taken down just once or twice." Phil nodded silently. Luke said, "Tell him to be careful. When he uncovers Hydra's big secret, Hydra will be the one to kill him. A dead S.H.I.E.L.D. director won't be able to solve the Hydra problem." Phil nodded again, but didn't think much of it. Kill Nick Fury? You don't know how dead he can get. From what Phil knew, his director had died 3 times, and yet still firmly held the director's position. Contrary to Phil's thoughts, Luke knew that Nick Fury wouldn't die so easily. This guy was too paranoid. Killing him wasn't any easier than killing Batman. This was just doing him a small favor. After the director was shot, he would remember this warning. What if he wasn't shot? That was impossible. People like Nick Fury had either already been blacklisted or were going to be. It was only a matter of time before he was shot. At that point, Luke pointed at the box and said, "Put this on before you go out. I think it'll be easier to fool people with Model 1. There's another compartment at the bottom of the box with 2 life daggers and 2 life ones." Phil looked conflicted. "I don't think I have the money to buy them." "It's for you," Luke said. "Don't work too hard. The next time it happens, you might not survive." Phil smiled bitterly. "All right, I'll try my best." In fact, without the 2 life-saving things provided by Batman, he really would have died right away at Loki's hands. Fortunately, Loki had looked down on Earthlings at the time. After Phil was stabbed in the heart, he was able to say a few words before he blasted Loki out of the helicarrier with an energy gun. The mechanical gloves Phil had been wearing sensed an abnormal change in his pulse, and immediately injected him with Life 1. When Nick Fury arrived and found Phil heavily injured but not dead, he immediately used his dagger to help heal the wound. Only then did Phil survive. Putting the Thousand Faces mask back on his face, Phil hesitated for a moment before he said, "Activate Model 2." He turned into an ordinary-looking middle-aged man again, then nodded at Luke. "I'm too busy, so I'll take my leave first. I'll try to give you a reply tomorrow." Luke nodded and got up. "Okay, I'll see you out." When they reached the door, Phil quickly pressed a few buttons on his clothes and didn't forget to explain to Luke some tracking devices. It's best to turn them off when I'm out like this. Luke nodded and didn't say anything. After the yacht stopped and the door opened, Phil stepped onto the pier and waved goodbye at Luke before he quickly left. The door closed swiftly and the yacht sped away. After walking dozens of meters, Phil turned around and looked at the yacht that had disappeared in the rain. He couldn't help but sigh. He had thought about it for some time before turning off the trackers. What should he tell Nick Fury when he went back this time? If it were anyone else, he wouldn't be so hesitant. However, Batman wasn't their enemy. He was half an ally, and had saved his life. Now that Batman had given him these things, Phil was truly full of doubts. Was Batman related to that old friend of his? Otherwise, there really was no need for him to be so generous. He wasn't stupid. It made more sense to bribe Nick Fury than to bribe him. Batman, on the other hand, had never met Nick Fury and had clearly indicated that theirs was just a business relationship. On the other hand, he was too nice to Phil. Come to think of it, these things were for preserving Phil's life. Apart from some old friends, nobody else would have the time or the ability to care about him. Then, who on earth was that person? Chapter 1481, Selina's Vacation, and appeasing an acquaintance. The next morning, Selina poked her head out of the kitchen and looked at Luke in surprise. "You're in a good mood today." Luke didn't even turn around as he made breakfast with the kitchen appliances that he hadn't touched in days. "It's a form of cultivation," Selina asked, "the trick to the Kai refining technique you mentioned." Luke thought for a moment and said, "Maybe." He was indeed in a good mood. After obtaining a super disguise and completing all the necessary arrangements, Luke relaxed and picked up cooking again in a rare moment. It was indeed a form of cultivation for him. It wasn't dangerous and could quickly improve his control. The more familiar he became with triple mode operation, the less energy he needed to throw into cultivating the Kai refining technique, which was good. Selina asked, "When can you teach me?" Luke looked awkwardly at the ingredients in his hands. "Well, let me make it clear first. Gold Nugget will eat everything you make." Gold Nugget whined. Selina nodded. "It said that's fine. Gold Nugget." "Huh," Luke nodded. "All right, sounds like it agrees." Gold Nugget. After breakfast, Selina finally asked, "When are we going to start our night operations again? How about I go out in a regular stealth suit?" After pondering for a moment, Luke shook his head. "I might be able to come up with an interesting toy for you in a few days." Selina asked, "Will it be fun?" Luke said, "You should be able to play with it for a while. By then, it'll be time for Black Cat to get over her depression after Batman's departure." Selina rolled her eyes. "Do you think there's a fixed time for getting over something like that?" Luke chuckled. "It's all about acting. Aren't you always saying that you need to improve your acting skills? This is your chance. If you're not serious yourself, how can you make others believe you?" Selina slapped her forehead. "What acting? Isn't this pure deception?" Luke said, "That's right. Acting is indeed a trick for passing the fake off as real." Selina subconsciously looked in the direction of Stark Tower and felt sorry for the commemorative photo of Batman. "Forget it. I want to take a few days off and go back to Texas to see my family," she said. Luke immediately agreed. "You're not going back?" she asked. After a brief hesitation, Luke shook his head. "Forget it. Christmas is coming. I'll go back then." It was best that his family didn't come to New York. They might run into some lunatic who was up to no good. Even if he could protect his family, it would ruin the mood. With his clone in New York, it wouldn't be a problem for his main body to go on vacation for a few days. Selina nodded regretfully. "My family and I arranged to go back to Mexico for Christmas." Hearing this, Luke immediately stopped her. "It's best if you don't. Things have been very chaotic in Mexico recently. It's not safe for them to go back. You won't be able to take care of them on your own." Selina didn't suspect anything, really. When Sandra called in October, she said that it wasn't too chaotic in our hometown in Mexico. "Trust me, it'll be a mess soon," Luke murmured inwardly. He said, "If they really want to see their relatives, they can meet in San Diego. It won't be hard now for your father to get them temporary visas." Selina was naturally well aware of this point. After all, her father was now the owner of a Texan ranch and had money. It was easy for him to do anything now. Since that was settled, Luke took Selina to the department in the morning to ask Walter for leave. Walter readily approved Selina's leave. She could take a flight home today, and it wouldn't count toward her leave. However, he had Luke stay back, and Walter personally closed the door. He turned around and said helplessly, Luke, it's fine if Selena asks for leave, but don't tell me you're not going to show up either. Luke really didn't plan to ask for leave. However, on his own, he would definitely work even shorter hours, so Walter wasn't wrong. He quickly shook his head. No, I'll work as usual. Relieved, Walter took out a file. I can't find anyone suitable for this. Can you help take care of her for a while? Surprised, Luke accepted the case file. Who brought a case to our police department? Walter said, that's Misty Knight's profile. Her situation is a little special. Director George Stacy of the 15th Precinct specifically had her transferred to HQ. Luke paused and looked at him. She lost her entire right arm. This is our NYPD force that nervous. She has a pretty good prosthetic arm that won't affect her movements. Walter explained, you and Selena saved her back then. Director Stacy also said that you know each other from before. So, please tell her to obediently accept this transfer and don't cause the detective bureau to lose any more members. Luke was surprised. What did she do? Walter said, a rookie detective who didn't know any better ridiculed her. He now has a broken jaw and can't even speak clearly. He can only take leave and go home. Luke frowned. He laughed at her arm. Walter sighed. Yes, the rookie was in the wrong, but I'm already very short-handed here. Nobody can appease her, but we also can't have anyone else taking leave. Okay, I'll take her with me to calm down for the next few days. Luke got up. But why did that rookie target her? Ask anyone, and they'll know about her arm, right? After a brief silence, Walter said, that rookie is a little more racist, but being part of the same force, he naturally can't use that as an excuse, so, Luke nodded and walked to the door. You don't have time to wipe this rookie's ass for him. Is he a better fighter than John? If he was as good at fighting as John was, it was normal for Walter to be reluctant. Walter. He's not even as good as Misty. Luke smiled. Then tell him to get lost. Otherwise, Misty won't stay. He then opened the door and walked out. Watching him walk toward the hall, Walter shook his head and smiled bitterly. Then that's the only way. Between a racist rookie and Misty, he was also biased toward the latter. At the very least, Misty's lost arm was a testament to her courage and strength. She was one of the few New York detectives who had killed a test subject on her own. Looking at her resume, she was much better than that troublesome rookie detective. What Luke said was exactly what Walter was thinking. No matter how short-handed they were, they couldn't let this irreconcilable conflict fester in the police department. It was just that Walter didn't want to kick one out, only for Misty to run off as well. It would be bad if both sides were empty. Outside, Luke rapped on a table with his knuckles. Misty raised her head, only to be surprised to see Luke. Her tense face relaxed. It's you. She remembered this young colleague who had saved her. They had met a while back. She and George Stacy had had coffee at Luke's place. They had been treated well during that visit, which had left a deep impression on her. That calmed her down a little. Chapter 1482. Go one round, why don't you give it a go? Luke smiled. Let's go. The boss left you to me. Misty was stumped for a moment, before she remembered that he was from the detective bureau. Seeing that Luke was about to leave, she hesitated for a moment, but still got up and followed him. As he walked, Luke sent Selena a message and told her to take a cab to the airport. Selena simply replied with an okay. A moment later, Luke gave Misty an address, and they drove out of HQ. They didn't go far before they stopped at an old building. Luke led Misty down a dark corridor on the first floor before they entered a spacious hall. Misty looked at the boxing ring, the sandbags, and the training equipment. Are we here to investigate a case? Luke smiled, took off his coat, and tossed it onto a stool. Isn't fighting the fastest way to get to know each other? Misty frowned. Are you serious? As he stretched, Luke said, Walter said that you shut that rookie up. Misty didn't look happy. You're going to stand up for him? Luke shook his head. I want to say, well done. Misty was stumped. Huh. Luke picked up a skipping rope and started skipping quickly, but his breathing was even as he said, mocking a colleague who has already proven their courage and strength, isn't a thrashing a natural outcome? He should be glad that neither John nor I knew about it. Misty finally relaxed. After a brief silence, she shook her head. I was too impulsive. Luke chuckled. You're the one who dared to stab a monster to death with a clothes stand. Would you do that if you didn't have a temper? Misty released a breath. Police officers also had their own cliques. She had injured a colleague as soon as she transferred in, and could have easily been ostracized by the veterans for it. She hadn't expected Luke, this veteran to be on her side. Luke said, "All right, let's get some exercise. Let's go one round for fun." Misty hesitated. At this point, she didn't want to fight anymore. "I get what you're trying to do, but a match is pointless." Luke dropped the rope and walked over to a sandbag. "You're too kind. Actually, I'm not that weak." With that, he punched the sandbag. The heavy sandbag suddenly flipped up until it was almost level with the floor. Luke stretched out a hand and stopped the sandbag as it fell down. Misty narrowed her eyes. That punch wasn't something that an ordinary person could do. While she was hesitating, another door opened and a man walked in with a bag. He was stumped to see them. Luke walked over with a smile and stretched out his hand. "Hello, I'm Luke. I'm a friend of the boss here. I want to train with a friend today." With a polite smile, the man shook hands with Luke. "Hello, just call me Steve." Luke said, "Don't worry. We're just having fun. We won't disturb you. I don't think you can use that on your own." He gestured at the boxing ring. Steve nodded. "Indeed, I can't use that. Help yourself." Luke took 2 steps forward and waved at Misty, who had yet to warm up. "All right, Steve is a nice guy. He doesn't mind us using the boxing ring." Steve couldn't help but glance at him again. He shook his head with a smile and took his bag to the changing room. Although Luke was a little over the top, Steve was used to this treatment. Besides, Luke seemed nice, and Steve certainly wouldn't bicker with a kid. But why did this young man's smile seem a little familiar? Steve thought for a moment, but couldn't place his finger on it, so he didn't dwell on it. He was an old man, and it wasn't unusual for him to find certain things in people familiar. 5 minutes later, Steve, who had changed into a t-shirt and cotton pants, returned to the training hall. Before he opened the door in the hallway, his expression changed. Picking up his pace, he pushed the door open and immediately looked at the boxing ring. 2 people were exchanging quick and fierce moves. The gloves made loud thumps as they made contact. Steve slowly walked over with a solemn expression. In the ring, Luke was fending off Misty's attacks with a serious expression. However, his breathing was even and there was no panic in his eyes. He moved unhurriedly. Except for the fact that he didn't go on the offensive often, he didn't show any weakness. Misty, however, grew excited. She had been trying to control her strength in the beginning. Now, however, she was starting to go all out. It didn't take more than 3 minutes for her to run out of stamina. Luke, on the other hand, was as composed as ever. He was only sweating a little. At that moment, Misty finally let go of the stifled feeling in her heart, and her right arm suddenly swung out. Luke raised his hand and opened his glove to block the punch. Bang! There was a heavy thud, and he took 2 steps back. He raised his hands to indicate a stop. Misty took a step, then stopped, gasping hard. Only then did her exhaustion come flooding in. Recalling her last punch, she cursed inwardly and hurriedly asked, "Is your hand all right?" "I forgot to hold back." "It's fine. That was a very strong punch." Luke flexed his wrist, then helped her out of the ring. "Take a break first." As he spoke, he turned to look at Steve. "You want to play too?" Steve's eyes flickered. Luke looked at him and smiled. "Boxing rules. How about it?" Steve noticed Luke's evaluative gaze and realized that Luke knew that he wasn't simply a boxer. Recalling the earlier match, he was tempted. Misty was pretty good, but would only be able to deal with 2 or 3 hooligans at most with her boxing skills. Furthermore, her right arm, or rather, her special prosthetic arm, was quite terrifying. She could kill a hoodlum with 1 punch. But to Steve, just having a strong artificial limb was meaningless. In a real battle, Misty would only last 3 seconds. Steve's real focus was on Luke. In such an intense fight, he was serious but also clearly relaxed. Misty had already started to use the astonishing strength of her prosthetic arm in the last minute, but the situation had remained firmly under Luke's control. The difference in strength was too great. This match was more a lesson than anything else. Misty's last punch was much stronger and faster than an ordinary person's, and Luke had taken it with sublime precision. He had only taken 2 steps back just to put some distance between them and stop the match. It was his skills and mindset which moved Steve. Steve couldn't find anyone here to spar with. For a while, he had been training his stamina and hitting sandbags on his own. That was why his hands were really itching now. Chapter 1483. Training and repaying a favor. Steve put on his gloves and climbed into the boxing ring. "You ready?" Luke nodded. "Let's go." Steve didn't say anything else and steadily approached Luke, who did the same. Misty saw them quickly approach from below. Then, a series of bangs rang out. She had been gasping for breath, but now she suddenly held it. Too fast, too strong. After entering attack range, they quickly brandished their fists and launched fierce attacks at each other. They didn't even try to sound each other out at first. This was a boxing match in which they went all out. Both of them moved quickly, but never stopped punching. What was even more unbelievable was that they were attacking and defending at the same time. Nobody was purely on the defense. When they were defending, they counterattacked whenever there was an opportunity. Misty swore that this was probably the most exciting fight she had ever witnessed outside of Kung Fu movies. They traded punches at close range, as if they had rehearsed this before, and exploded with the ultimate power and beauty that was unique to combat. Bang, bang. After about 30 seconds, they punched at almost the same time and hit each other's guard on the other hand. Both of them took 2 steps back and assumed a boxing stance. Once more they looked at each other for a moment. Luke suddenly said, "It's been a long time since someone trained with you, right? You're a little slow, Steve." Steve's calm expression changed slightly as he smiled. "Kid, I haven't used any strength yet. If I get serious, I can do this all day." Luke smiled. "Should we try again?" Steve nodded. "Let's go." As soon as he said that, the two of them charged forward again and attacked each other swiftly. Misty thought that there would be a winner this time. Even a world-class boxing champion might be KO'd in one blow in this crazy confrontation. It was normal for a fight to end in 3 to 5 seconds on TV. But she was wrong. This time, Steve switched tactics. He used his feet and body to create traps. Luke, on the other hand, had to keep seeing through the traps, or Steve would deal him a fatal blow. It looked like Luke was the one suppressing Steve, but he didn't seem to have a clear advantage. Steve was becoming more and more surprised. This young man was too steady. No matter what Steve did, Luke remained calm and didn't advance recklessly. He was as sturdy as a rock. Steve hadn't met many opponents at this level. It wasn't that no one was better than Steve, but that there weren't many people who could fight him on equal footing, even in just a boxing match. It was rare for someone of Luke's age to be this good. 30 seconds later, Luke suddenly stopped. Steve took 2 steps back and looked at him suspiciously. Luke waved his hand. "You attack, I defend." Steve understood. The way they had fought just now was purely a matter of stamina and willpower, to see who would tire themselves out first. As they had said earlier, this was just for fun. Plus, Luke's friend was standing on the side. Steve himself had said that he could fight Luke all day. Looking at Luke's breathing and the sweat on him, he would be able to fight for another 10 to 20 minutes. That would be a waste of time. Earlier, they had both attacked, before Steve chose to defend. Luke was saying that he would do the same thing. This was undoubtedly fair and also interesting. After all, this wasn't an official match. Although neither of them wanted to lose, they didn't necessarily have to win. The important thing was that they could compare notes. In the next minute, Misty watched the entire process once more. Except for the fact that they had switched offense and defense, everything was the same. She realized that Luke and Steve were very similar in their offense and defense. They were tough, fierce, accurate, stable, and efficient. They didn't make any redundant movements, and only made the most fitting decisions. Although there was some difference in their exact techniques, the results were basically the same. Were these two, taught by the same combat teacher? Misty was at a loss. But what teacher could produce 2 world-class students at once? She herself wasn't very strong, but she liked to follow boxing and wrestling competitions. So, she could tell that they were far better than ordinary people. 2 experts of this level had suddenly appeared. One was her young colleague, and the other was a handsome young man who trained on his own in an old gym. It was truly unbelievable. A minute later, Steve stopped. He raised his hand slightly to indicate a stop. Panting slightly, he said, "Kid, you're pretty good at boxing. Who taught you?" Pondering for a moment, Luke replied, "I picked up some tricks in self-training, that's all." "Steve, Misty." In the ring, Luke said in a low voice to Steve, "You were in the army, right?" Steve was stunned. I was a soldier for a few years." "How can you tell?" Luke said, "My foster father is also a veteran. He served for almost 10 years before retiring." Steve nodded knowingly. Luke said, "I'm a detective from NYPD. Misty is my colleague. She's run into some problems, and I thought you might be able to help her." Steve glanced at Misty, who was sitting on a stool nearby. "I'm not a psychiatrist." Luke chuckled. But you can definitely win the trust of your comrades, and you have firm resolve. Steve stared at him again. Luke shrugged. I've been a detective for over 2 years. I have a keen eye. Steve asked casually, oh, what department? Luke said, HQ, Detective Bureau. Steve raised an eyebrow. It seems you're quite capable. From their brief exchange just now, he could tell that not only did Misty trust Luke, Luke was also the leader. This wasn't something that could be achieved with just looks. Steve looked at Misty. What happened to her? Luke said, I'll give her a heads up. It's up to her to decide if she wants to say anything or not. Steve didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why do you make it sound like I owe you? Luke shrugged. I helped you work some muscles just now. You'll be paying me back if you can help. How about that, Steve? Fine. He had to admit that the 2 minutes he spent fighting Luke had been the most enjoyable match he had fought since waking up. Fighting bad guys or aliens might be satisfying, but that was a battle. It was impossible that the other party would fight him head-on. Instead, they would bully him with their advantage in numbers and firepower, which wasn't fun. Luke said something to Misty, then led her to Steve. She's all yours, Steve. Chapter 1484, Funding. Lending money. Luke turned to Misty. Steve is a good guy. He should be able to help you. He took 2 steps back and coughed. Girls tend to fall for Steve, but he's a pure boy. Misty, don't hit on him. With that, he grabbed his clothes from the stool and slipped out the door. The man and woman left behind in the gym stared at the door blankly for a moment before they looked at each other in bewilderment and suddenly burst out laughing. Luke himself was only 20. Saying that Steve was a pure boy was a joke. However, Steve looked conflicted. That was impossible. Could he really tell? But he soon tossed that aside. Luke was clearly joking. It wasn't like nobody had ever joked about that before. He couldn't be bothered to bicker with a kid. Let's sit over there. Steve gestured at Misty, and they sat back down on some stools and talked. Luke drove away happily. He had come here purely because it was convenient. Of course, it was only after finding out that Steve came here that he had Jenny use his personal name to invest in this gym. The original owner had been very happy when the gym, which hadn't been making much money, received a huge investment, new equipment, and a facelift, along with a pledge by the new owner to keep the gym running smoothly. As for whether or not someone discovered his relationship with Jenny, Luke didn't really care. After all, he had saved Miss Jenny before. It made sense that she would be happy to give him something in return. However, meeting Steve today could only be said to be a coincidence. An idea had struck Luke, and he had simply grabbed Steve. This old man was trustworthy. Misty had lost her arm fighting a monster to save citizens. Steve wouldn't refuse to help her. As a battle veteran, he should know how to regulate his comrades' mental states. Otherwise, nobody would be fired up when he yelled, "Charge!" It would be very embarrassing for him to be the only one charging forward. Misty's psychological issues were similar to that of a vet crippled in battle, though she had a new arm and a new posting. It was because things had changed too quickly, and she had yet to adjust to them. As long as Steve solved this problem, Misty, who had been able to kill a test subject on her own, would naturally recover. After 2 minutes of exercise, Luke had been able to rope in a specialist in psychology, which wasn't a loss. He drove off with a smile. He had just gotten home, when he suddenly received a computer file from Jenny along with a message. A large number of companies have been looking to us for funding recently. I've put together a list. Take a look. Pouring himself a cup of coffee, Luke took a sip before unhurriedly opening the file. Anyone with an information source in America now knew that Titanium Phone Company had plenty of cash on hand and was looking to invest in high-tech projects with more potential. This matter had come up in various investigations and reports, and Jenny had acknowledged it herself in an interview. Funding applications from heaps of companies instantly came flooding in. As CEO, Jenny had her subordinates first get rid of the sham applications before she sorted out the rest with the smart program which Luke had given her. She gave the list a final once-over before passing it to Luke. The reason he had asked Jenny to step up was because she was famous and partly because she had a lot of cash. Secondly, her reputation in the business world had always been good, and there had never been news of her knocking other people down. When all was said and done, Titanium was basically letting other people in to make money together. The company had never unscrupulously swallowed up other companies and their technology. This was what dispelled many people's doubts. It was far from just small workshops that were looking for funding. The bulk of the funding applications were from tech companies worth more than $100 million. Compared with small companies, they had basically achieved some results, but were in a difficult predicament because of lack of funding. Some couldn't continue their research, and some weren't capable of doing the marketing. If they could curry favor with the cell phone company, giving up some shares in exchange for a huge injection of cash and a rise in the value of their own shares would be worth it. So far, Luke had invested in a dozen companies. The shares he got in return weren't important. The important thing was that some of their technologies was indeed useful to him. Tony Stark's abilities weren't to be trifled with. Although Luke didn't have the tycoon's scientific creativity, he had enough knowledge and foresight to understand the value of many skills. Like Luke had said a long time ago, if Tony switched careers and focused on energy, software, data and electronic products, he would still make a lot of money. The tycoon hadn't done that because he wasn't interested. Even with its weapons division, one of its main businesses, shut down, Stark Industries' current projects still spanned many industries, and the company was indisputably a supergiant. At the same time, Luke didn't really care about money. The technologies he chose were mainly for his own use. He didn't have scientific creativity, but he could buy someone else's. If he wanted to have fun, he would do it himself. If he wasn't interested, he could spend money and have the company continue the research. He could use the technology in advance. In any case, he was a shareholder, and it was just for private use. There were also some technologies that would be useful for the phone company. Luke simply added a brief explanation and pointed out the future potential of these technologies and their application to Jenny, who would decide whether to invest or acquire them. This could be considered their regular communication. Jenny had sent over 100 names today. This was already the third batch. There were plenty of small workshops and plenty of medium and large companies. As Luke drank his coffee, he took out the cake which Max had personally made for him from his inventory. Suddenly, his expression changed as his gaze fell on a company on the list. Little Snail, bring up information on PIM Technologies. Yes, sir. Little Snail immediately did as it was told. A moment later, looking at the information projected on the virtual screen, he felt some regret. So, it's just emergency funding. The information that was circulating outside, as well as the information from Jenny, indicated that PIM Technologies was only looking for a 2-year, low-interest loan of $200 million. However, the company didn't want to pay any sort of price, whether in terms of shares or technology. It would give him a quota of roughly 10% when its product hit the market in the first year. Luke still had to pay for it, and would just get it at the wholesale price. At first glance, it didn't look like they were being sincere. After thinking for a moment, however, Luke sent Jenny a message and asked her to make the arrangements. He would send someone to PIM Technologies for an inspection. This was very common. Generally speaking, if the company was willing to send someone to investigate, it would be willing to fork out the money. Not sending anyone was naturally equivalent to no interest in investing. After instructing Little Snail to gather more information on PIM Technologies, Luke started to study it. Chapter 1485. Small Goal and Misty's Doubts. Luke had collected some information on PIM Technologies before. Actually, he had evaluated many tech companies, and used the simplest way to divide them: those that were useful to him and those that had nothing to do with him. PIM Technologies belonged to the former. But this company's operations were more stable. He was only interested in their core technology, the PIM particle. However, he wouldn't go as far as to bankrupt the company before acquiring it. He was interested in too many technologies. He wouldn't bankrupt a company for any one of them. On this point, he and Tony had a similar attitude. If there was a chance, he would try. If there wasn't, he wouldn't insist on it. Actually, Luke held a lot of things in hand. In particular, after his interaction with the tycoon 2 days ago, Tony had become a one-star teammate. Clearly, Tony had finally let down the last of his guard after Batman revealed his face. It wasn't a big surprise to Luke, it had been completely within his expectations. If he hadn't counted on this, he wouldn't have paid so much attention to elementary replication. He also wouldn't have immediately looked for the tycoon with this face after he turned elementary replication into a super disguise. It really hadn't been easy for him to get rid of Tony's wariness. He had saved this guy and fought side by side with him many times, but he lacked this last bit of trust. Tony Stark was just as naturally paranoid as Luke. Luke had always kept his distance from other people. It was hard for both Tony and Luke to trust someone completely. This was their nature. they couldn't change this even if they wanted to. Thankfully, Luke had finally achieved this goal. Now that Tony had passed the system's assessment, his list of abilities could be refreshed at any time. Luke could keep up with the Tycoon's research progress at any time. Given the information on Chitauri technology which Luke had sent over, a bunch of quirky ideas would pop up in the Tycoon's mind every now and then. There was no shortage of ideas at all. Luke could easily pick a few to study for a long time. He didn't have so much time to look at the technologies of other companies, let alone those that were shocking or world-changing. There were too many technologies with this label that only produced sh*t, most of them were liars. In contrast, the Tycoon's third-generation arc reactor alone and the new man-made element which it used could change the entire composition of energy in human society. As everybody knew, energy was the cornerstone of progress in human society. Industrialization and the advent of electronics had completely changed people's lives. Once there were no longer any limits to energy, humans would be able to travel to the stars. Was Luke proud that he already had this technology? No, because it was unnecessary. The Chitauri had already come to Earth, and the Prince of Asgard, who had suppressed the 9 realms, popped by when he had nothing to do. A little bit of technology wasn't worth making a big fuss over. If PIM Technologies' top-level technology was real, then Luke would make a deal if he could. If he couldn't, he could play around with the finished product. In any case, it seemed that the other party wanted to put this thing on the market as well. Luke just wanted to buy a batch in advance, which should be negotiable. The condition was that he had to see this technology with his own eyes and not just rely on hearsay to fork out the money. He was rich, but he didn't like being treated like a fool, unless he could screw the other party over and turn them into the fool. The next morning, Luke arrived at the police department on time to see that Misty was already there. He walked over. "Good morning, how do you feel today?" Misty looked up from the file she was holding to meet Luke's bright smile, and relaxed. "I'm good." As if she felt that was too perfunctory, she added, "Better than in the last 2 months." "Thank you, Luke." Luke observed her for a moment. "It seems Steve helped you a lot." When he said that, Misty immediately turned solemn but also happy. "Steve is a very good teacher. Thank you very much for introducing me to him." Luke was amused. "Don't fall for him, he's very popular." Misty rolled her eyes. "Don't worry, he's handsome, but I'm not that stupid." More importantly, Steve was white, while she was black. Such couples weren't rare, but most of them belonged to rich circles. Besides, she and Steve didn't think that way at all. She felt that he was more interested in Luke. While chatting yesterday, Steve had asked a lot about Luke. When he heard Luke's full name, he had been even more surprised. Luke nodded. "Then how many more sessions did you book with him?" Misty was stunned. "Sessions? But he isn't a psychiatrist, is he?" Luke looked at her like she was an idiot. "Even if it's just combat, he's a top expert. Wanting to get some pointers from him is nothing more than a pipe dream for other people. Aren't you going to treasure this opportunity? To think that I put in so much effort yesterday to make it hard for him to refuse." Misty opened her mouth to retort. She was going to say that he was the one who had fought Steve for 2 minutes yesterday, or Steve never said that he would continue teaching her and so on, but she was suddenly stumped, and then slapped her forehead. "I forgot. I'm so stupid." She was no longer young. After being a detective for so many years, she naturally knew how to take a hint. Even if Steve eventually refused, she wouldn't lose out. If the other party's heart was soft, it was always possible that he would teach her again. That was the in which Luke had given her. Without this opportunity, she didn't have the right to say anything. Pondering for a moment, Luke said, "I'll take care of it. You can go to the gym to train after you get off work. If you're lucky, you might run into Steve again. Don't hesitate, but don't pester him either. Just ask him how much he's willing to teach you." Misty said, This," Luke asked, "you don't want to?" Then, Misty said, "Wait, I do." Luke smiled and gave her a thumbs up. "That's right, you should be just this straightforward. Being wishy-washy doesn't match what Director Stacy says about you." Misty thought for a moment, but then hesitated. "But I have to work cases. I don't have that much time." Luke waved his hand. "I'll talk to Walter. You can get off work at 3:30 this week. Of course, if you want to work overtime, Walter would be even happier." Misty was dumbfounded. "Get off work at 3:30? Are you sure this is NYPD? Are you sure this is the Detective Bureau?" She subconsciously looked around and confirmed that she wasn't dreaming. 10 minutes later, Luke came out of Walter's office and gave her a thumbs up. From inside the office, Walter looked at Luke aggrievedly. Misty couldn't help but wonder if Luke was Walter's son. No, not even his own son would get this sort of treatment. How could Luke goof off and also help his colleague goof off? Did he think NYPD was his home? Chapter 1486. The appearance of unity, but divided at heart. In the morning, Misty followed Luke around to familiarize herself with the environment before they started working cases. They had a decent lunch, and at 3 in the afternoon, Luke told her that they were done for the day. She subconsciously looked at her watch and couldn't help but ask, "It's only 3, right?" Luke had said just now that they would get off work at 3:30 in the afternoon. Luke nodded matter-of-factly. "That's right, I have something to do today, so I'm getting off work a little earlier. You can go to the gym as well. Consider it rehabilitation training," Misty said, "but we've only just started working on this case." Luke waved his hand. "Selena and I are in the top 5 during the police department's performance evaluation every month. We have to leave something for other people to do, or they'll hate us." With that, Luke drove off. Misty was left stunned for a long while. So, he could get into the top 5 in the detective bureau despite working just 5 hours a day. Recalling John McClane, who was notorious in NYPD but ranked first in the detective bureau, she couldn't help but mutter, "So, is everyone in the detective bureau monsters?" She had also done very well in various departments in the past, but as the rookie here, it seemed that she had to work harder to catch up with these monsters. Luke wasn't lying, he really did have something on. At 3:30 in the afternoon, his Level 2 clone would head to PIM Technologies to carry out the inspection. The Level 1 clone's investigation had to do with harvesting points. Luke had to become familiar with triple mode operation, or he would be easily distracted. Misty wasn't Selena. He didn't want her to notice, so it was best to get off work early as per usual. When Luke returned home, his clone left the San Francisco branch of the Titanium Phone Company and eventually arrived at the entrance of PIM Technologies. Seeing that he was alone, the 7 or 8 people who were already waiting were stumped. Then, a person who looked like a secretary looked at the photo in the file and whispered a confirmation of Luke's identity to the big shots in the company, before they came forward. At that moment, Luke was using an alias called Sean Connery. He was a white man who looked to be in his 50s. He wore a pair of light gray sunglasses and looked very serious. He picked up his pace and met with the people from PIM Technologies. After a brief exchange of greetings, Luke said, "I still have a lot of work to do. I found the time to fly over, and I have to take a plane back tonight. So, gentlemen, let's get started." The big shots at PIM Technologies were stunned for a moment, but they didn't think it was strange. There were too many people with this sort of disposition in tech companies. Since they were the ones looking to the other party for help, they naturally had to go along with what he said. Since Luke said that he had to catch a plane tonight, PIM Technologies didn't waste time showing him around the various departments, and they went straight to product testing. An hour later, Luke thoughtfully weighed the compact box in his hand. "Not bad. Your product indeed has vast potential. I think highly of it." At that moment, only the CEO of PIM Technologies, Darren, and the head of the research department, Hope Van Dyne, were present. Darren was a bald middle-aged man who had the typical air of a businessman. Hope was a young woman, but with her black hair and slightly weathered features, she looked even older. In short, this girl wasn't Luke's type at all. He wasn't even interested in giving her another look, but Luke's glasses had been focused on her the whole time. Not only that, he also paid attention to her with basic psychology and mental communication. He also used a very minute amount of pheromone control to prevent her from developing any ill feelings toward him. That was right, a minute amount of pheromone control just barely prevented her from feeling disgust. If it wasn't for this ability, this girl would definitely be the classic example of a broad smile on the outside while cursing on the inside. The bald CEO, on the other hand, had a good attitude. At least, when it came to discussions about money, he would perk up. Luke had spent an hour here today, and had focused mostly on observing these two people. It had only taken him 10 minutes to determine the value of the product called the PIM particle. He didn't need to look more closely at it at all. Darren wasn't an idiot. Whatever he showed an outsider like Luke was only part of the technology. If Luke hadn't displayed the bad temper characteristic of a scientist, Darren would have already roped him into talks about the money. After this observation, Luke didn't waste any more time. He said that the product was good, and they should be able to discuss the money. Leaving PIM Technologies, Luke got into the limo, and the driver asked respectfully, "Mr. Connery, shall I take you to the airport now?" Luke hummed an affirmative and didn't say anything else. He simply turned around and looked at the two people at the entrance of PIM Technologies. He couldn't help but say, "Hee, interesting." Half an hour later, the limo left the airport and the private plane took off as scheduled. At that moment, Luke walked out of the airport again, but he had already changed into a hoodie and a cap. He lowered his head and disappeared into the night. In his New York home, Luke looked at the files with great interest. Hope Van Dyne, daughter of Hank Pym, the founder of the company, helped Darren to gain control of her father's company, and then kicked her father out. Tisk, tisk, what kind of family drama is this? Did Hank find a stepmother for his daughter? And then, at that point, he shook his head again. Fine, Hope is clearly hostile toward Darren, but she doesn't show it on the surface. Darren actually doesn't trust Hope, and seems to be mocking her. This is really complicated. Once again, money made people more monster than human. Hank Pym, the founder of Pym Technologies, had been Darren's mentor, but the latter and Hank's daughter, Hope, had kicked Hank out. Now, Darren and Hope didn't see eye to eye, and each had their own plans. At the very least, Hope didn't want Darren to get the funding. Her mind had fluctuated strongly every time she heard Luke approve the Pym particle technology. Luke had naturally sensed this with his ability. Darren and Hope's reactions were too obvious, since they didn't have their guards up. Luke didn't have to think too much to guess most of it. As a result, his clone couldn't return to New York immediately. Whatever the two thought, Luke was very interested in the Pym particle. However, he wasn't interested in Pym Technologies. Pym Technologies wasn't a newbie in the field, and had many tech secrets. Even the lab team only knew part of the manufacturing process for the Pym particle at most, and the key data and steps were still in the company's mainframe. Furthermore, although Darren was a turncoat and Hope a fraud, it wasn't like the other dozen shareholders of Pym Technologies had done anything to piss off Luke. He wasn't crazy enough to charge in and steal their technology. Chapter 1487. Big Trap and New Toy. Compared with Darren and Hope, these two, second-generation, figures, drive. Hank Pym, the first-generation founder of Pym Technologies, was undoubtedly the one who knew all its secrets. Luke felt that it was better to find the doctor and see what he thought. If possible, he didn't mind becoming Santa Claus for this old man. It just so happened that Christmas was coming. His previous investigation of Pym Technologies had only been at a normal level, and he hadn't gone too deep. After observing Darren in the afternoon, Luke confirmed that the man wasn't stupid. He knew that the Pym particle was very valuable. He had asked for a loan just to kickstart the profits that would come in from the Pym particle. It wasn't like Pym Technologies would go bankrupt without the funding. After a focused investigation, Luke discovered that after Darren kicked out Hank Pym and seized control of the company, he had secretly used his private funds to obtain a lot of shares in Pym Technologies. On the surface, Darren only had 15.3% of the shares, but he had at least 26% in private. He really did control Pym Technologies. But as Luke investigated further, it became clear that the shares which Darren had privately obtained might not belong to him. It was very likely that Darren had been a key insider who kicked out Drive Pym and seized control of the manufacturing technology of the Pym particle in exchange for his current position. It had to have been a long-term process, as Darren and the person behind the scenes plotted to take control of the company's interests and rights. This was very normal for big companies. A CEO like Jenny, who had nothing to worry about, was rare in the world. After screwing Drive Pym over, Darren had battled the major shareholders, Hope and other people behind the scenes, and had managed to keep his CEO position. So, he definitely wasn't a puppet that listened to orders, but was an expert at politics. Regretfully, this guy was a neutral yellow in the system interface. The system judged good and evil based on whether or not lives were involved. People who used business tactics to screw others over clearly weren't within its scope of consideration. Also, obtaining the Pym particle technology purely through business means wasn't likely. Luke didn't even need to examine the clues revealed by the company's shareholders. The familiar fingerprints of the American government were all over it. With these people around, it was impossible to sell the Pym particle technology to unknown entities. The American government would use various means to ensure that it stayed in their own backyard. Luke didn't want Titanium Phone Company to be implicated in this rotten mess. A few months ago, certain government departments had privately requested that Jenny install back doors in her Titanium phones, F2F, and Messenger. Jenny hadn't said anything either way. This was the countermeasure she and Luke had discussed. They had to stall until the time was right for the companies to, accidentally, lose part of their codes. Jenny and the three companies would have no idea who took these lost codes or who installed backdoors to steal them. Luke would be the only one to know, and he would be the one to ensure that the lost codes wouldn't pose a threat to the companies. He understood how governments worked from his previous life. When it came to maintaining their rule, they never cared about morality. Resistance was futile. This was the unspoken rule of the ruling class. Now that Jenny had reached this level, she couldn't break the rules. Even Luke could only do his best to keep Jenny and her businesses out of it, using these missing codes as a smokescreen. If she got involved in the muddy waters that was PIM Technologies at this time, she would be easily screwed over by the government. It was also for this reason that PIM Technologies was confident in borrowing money without offering anything in return. Even if Jenny didn't take out the money, someone else would sooner or later. Everything depended on the game that was being played behind the scenes. Although his clone wouldn't be returning to New York for the time being, Luke didn't forget to earn points. Luke rarely visited San Francisco. Of course, the gangsters here had never felt the care of the Ghost Butcher, Batman, and Black Cat before. They had taken root and sprouted in one of the biggest cities in the United States, and were so well established that they weren't on guard at all. Luke had been harvesting points in secret recently, and was very pleased with this new field that had yet to be plowed. This time, he would find the right balance between the least amount of movement and the biggest harvest, to ensure no needless waste. The days passed peacefully. Misty had finally adjusted after 5 days. During this time, she was lucky enough to run into Steve again, who guided her for an hour. Steve taught her a way to adjust her mindset with training to prevent her from falling into depression. It could be said that Misty had picked up a good thing, and she silently accepted being able to get off work at 3:30 every day. Selena then returned after her vacation. Now that Misty had recovered, she applied to Walter for a new partner. At work the next day, Selena and Misty greeted each other, and Selena gave her some cupcakes. After Misty urged her new partner to go out and investigate a case in high spirits, Selena asked curiously, "She looks pretty good." "What happened?" Luke said, "I introduced her to a very good teacher for free." How could she not be happy? Selena was surprised. "Who?" Luke blinked. "A handsome guy named Steve. He's very good at combat." Selena had a strange expression on her face. She looked at him for a moment and then got it. She's quite lucky then. If it was that, Steve, it really wasn't good to talk about it here. After distributing the cupcakes to those on duty in the police department, they left the rest to Connie as usual. Luke had already let Misty take the previous case. He wasn't interested in fighting for cases. When they got home in the afternoon, Luke took Selena to the basement. This was his territory. Although Selena could come and go as she pleased, she barely spent time here except when she was suited up. After all, she wasn't interested in modification work, and Luke always got very engrossed whenever he came down here. Apart from testing equipment, there was nothing else for her to do here. She might as well go train and study. After they entered, Luke ordered, "Show me Black Cat number 1. Selena perked up at the name. This was clearly a toy for her. A cabinet not far away opened to reveal the equipment inside. Selena quickly stepped forward and examined it carefully. After a few glances, she turned around in confusion. "It's not a suit." Luke had already walked over to something which looked like a massage chair. "Come, sit down and try it." Selena immediately went over and sat down. The chair reclined halfway, and she felt very relaxed. Chapter 1488. Damaged Toy, and Anti-Fire, Anti-Theft, Anti-Tycoon. Luke explained, "You can adjust the chair however you want. It can recline completely or be used in a regular sitting position." If this position is comfortable, we'll leave it for the time being." Selena swallowed what she was going to say, and just gave him a meaningful look to hurry up. "Don't move," Luke instructed before he ordered, "Mental link, activate." A semi-transparent cover rolled over Selena's head and covered most of it before shrinking so that it was touching her head. Luke then continued, "It's best to close your eyes during the adaptation period, you'll be able to focus better." Selena closed her eyes obediently. Her face then suddenly filled with surprise, before she suddenly opened her eyes again. What's going on? Why do I feel like I'm suddenly somewhere else? Luke said, calm down. Go slow first. I don't want to have to rebuild this place. Selena closed her eyes again. Then, as if waking up, Black Cat number 1's eyes glowed with a green light. It turned its head left and right jerkily, then raised its arms and lowered its head to examine itself. Then, it raised its legs and moved them a few times. Its movements weren't as smooth as those of a real person, but most people wouldn't notice at first glance. Luke said, all right, take a couple of steps forward. Black Cat number 1 immediately took a few steps forward. The first few steps were a little awkward, but eventually smoothened out. Luke said, head for the training room. Black Cat number 1 immediately turned around and walked to the training room. By the time Luke went over, Black Cat number 1 was already running and jumping around the training room. The underground training room had been specially modified and could withstand a lot of force, otherwise, it wouldn't be able to withstand their daily tests. The walls also contained soundproofing, shock absorbers and anti-detection layers to ensure that none of the activity here would leak out. Except for the fact that the room was a little small, everything else about it was good. Black Cat number 1 first ran circles over the floor. Less than 30 seconds later, it was bouncing off the walls. 20 seconds after that, it was even able to crawl up to the ceiling and move around quickly. Haha, this is fun, it suddenly said. The moment it said that, it froze and fell from the ceiling. It flipped nimbly in the air and landed in a crouch. What's with the voice? It doesn't sound nice. Luke had anticipated this. This is the default electronic voice. If you don't like it, you can change it yourself. After a brief silence, Black Cat number 1 asked again, how about this? Luke raised an eyebrow. Isn't that a little too mature? It was a hoarse and low female voice, which sounded like a movie witch or demon. Pleased, Black Cat number 1 nodded. I like this. It matches Batman's voice. Fine, as long as you like it. Luke didn't care. How does it feel? Black Cat number 1 stood up and nodded. No problem. It's similar to operating a suit, and it's a little faster than I am. Luke said, of course. It's just a machine, it'll keep running as long as its parts can take it. If you like, you can even do 200 air splits. Hearing that, Black Cat number 1 immediately jumped lightly and kicked out with both legs in the air, like a ballerina. It really is easy. As it spoke, it immediately started to twist and stretch. Luke said, pay attention to warnings about damage. It still has a limit, crack. Black Cat number 1 turned 300 degrees on the spot as a crisp sound rang out. Its green cat eyes met Luke's. I think it's broken. Luke didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then you won't be able to test it today. Wait until it's fixed tomorrow. Get up first. Black Cat number 1's eyes turned dark, and the hood of the chair was raised. Selena opened her eyes and sat up, her face full of regret. I shouldn't have played so hard. Luke walked out of the training room. There will definitely be damage during an experiment. Better for it to be damaged now than for a problem to suddenly appear in battle. Selena was still a little depressed. But I was only able to play with it for 10 minutes. Luke rubbed her head with a smile. It'll just be for a few days. I only just finalized the Black Cat number 1 model. I'll make a few more for you to test later. You can switch them out when they're damaged. Selena slapped his hand away. Don't touch my head like that. I'm not Gold Nugget. Luke chuckled and stopped. Selena looked regretfully at Black Cat number 1 as the robotic arms moved it. It was still standing on its left leg, with its right leg stretched out behind it at 45 degrees. I thought it would be able to take it. Luke rolled his eyes. Consider the limits of the joints. If you turn it 360 degrees, maybe we can create an experimental model for that. Selena's interest was instantly piqued. That's a good idea. In any case, it's a robot. It's fine to make a special model as backup. Luke nodded. If you want, I can turn it into an octopus. It might be more agile. Selena rejected. This Black Cat number 1 was naturally a toy which Luke had invented using the Chidori's remote control system. The technology he had obtained was relatively complete. He wasn't aiming for worldwide coverage, nor did he use the top-notch control terminal of the Chidori battleship. Black Cat number 1's range of control was about 500 kilometers. When he perfected the control terminal in the future, it might be possible to cover 1 to 2,000 kilometers. Although the robot wasn't as strong as Luke and Selena, it could still be used in many ways. What was even more interesting was that the remote control technology was divided into two parts. One part was the structure of the mechanical body, and the other part involved the transmission and control of mental signals. In other words, while its body was made of machine parts, it was controlled with mental signals. Each body had something that was like a unique mental encryption, similar to how each person had unique DNA, and this ensured that the mechanical body couldn't be accessed by anyone else. The signals used by this remote control system were completely different from what Earth's technology had. Naturally, all kinds of interference and hacks on Earth were ineffective against them. The advantage here was that Luke didn't have to worry about Tony hacking into Black Cat number 1 and monitoring Selina's every move. That was how confident Luke was in the tycoon's nature to snoop. As long as there was a chance, this guy wouldn't mind hacking into Batman's database. It was for this reason that Luke had split the database between several different AI programs and completely erased any overlapping information. In the future, even if Tony really hacked into Little Snail or Alfred's database, he wouldn't be able to discover the connection between them. Anti-fire, anti-theft, anti-tycoon, that had always been Luke's basic policy. The tycoon was such a tsundere. If he found out that Luke was acting out a bunch of identities, falling out with Luke would be considered letting him off easy. Chapter 1489. Smooth sailing, ordinary, and failure. A few days passed as Luke made smooth progress. After Black Cat number 1 was fixed, Selina suddenly remembered the RoboCop skin she had used before, and begged him to make a female version of it. Of course, it had to be clearly different from the Chitauri robots. It was black in color, had a curved half-helmet with black lenses, and 3 large claws on each hand, completely keeping with Black Cat's style. An enormous black bat symbol on the clearly feminine breastplate further confirmed its identity. Selina vetoed Luke's suggestion to use an abstract head of a black cat. In her words, the cat head wasn't oppressive, but the bat definitely was. Luke couldn't deny that. In any case, this remote control robot was just a tool, and didn't need to protect someone in armor. The cost of materials for an experimental robot was only about 3 million, which was much cheaper than armor. It wasn't troublesome or wasteful to modify the external appearance. With this new toy, Selina got busy at night again. The experience and credit points shared by teammates, which had basically stopped recently, started flowing into the system again. After a few days, while the level 1 clone was still in the early stages of preparations in Mexico, the level 2 clone in San Francisco investigated Drive Pym's whereabouts during the day and plundered drug dealers at night. Although Drive Pym was nowhere to be seen for the time being, Luke had amassed a staggering number of points. It was only Phil who got back to him with not so good news. Nick Fury agreed to work together, but the director wanted to negotiate the extent of the cooperation. Phil was clearly embarrassed, and specially sent an apology. Luke didn't sneer, and simply replied, "Sure." Nick Fury expressed his intention to cooperate, but was stressing the details of the cooperation as a way to buy time. This was a classic stall tactic, which wasn't unusual for the bureaucratic system. With a little wrangling, this excuse would give Nick Fury 2 to 3 months. If the situation was good, Batman wouldn't be allowed to intervene. If the situation was bad, the director could immediately ask for help, to either attack or retreat. Thankfully, Luke was busy right now and had never counted on Nick Fury's integrity. If the man didn't have this trick, what was the point of being a big shot? This was Nick Fury's most honest performance. He was probably doing this for Phil's sake, or he would have given an even more official answer. After half a month of hard work, Luke finally found traces of Dr. Hank Pym. The old man had gone to a supermarket to buy a large amount of supplies, and was accidentally caught on a surveillance camera which Luke had set up. But after this single appearance, Drive Pym disappeared again. There were basically no surveillance cameras around the supermarket, and it was right next to a main road connecting the city and the outskirts. Who knew where Drive Pym went? Luke simply used a mid-sized drone to search the supermarket before widening the search from there. He didn't really have much hope in this strategy, which was like searching for a needle in a haystack. The real opportunity was actually Drive Pym's next shopping trip. As long as he came back to this supermarket, it would be easy to find the old man. In the end, Alfred sent him a suspicious message the next day. On the virtual screen, 2 pictures were displayed side by side. On the left was a photo of a small building in the woodland outskirts of San Francisco. There was no information on the building in various San Francisco databases. That wasn't unusual. Some people built their own place after buying the land, so it was possible that it wasn't registered. But Alfred didn't get tired. He started looking for relevant information when he found something suspicious, and then found a satellite image, which was displayed on the right side of the screen. The satellite photo was taken 5 days ago, and showed that there was no building in the woods. After a few glances, Luke asked Alfred, "Did you send the drones?" Alfred said, "They reached the building 5 minutes ago." Luke said, "Don't get too close, just keep an eye on it. There's no need to use electronic detection, just a visual observation will do." Dr. Pym was quite good. Luke's clone headed for the building at that moment, and he made sure that he could be clearly seen. He didn't want to alarm Mr. Pym. 10 minutes later, a big shot in a black suit who was holding a walking cane appeared outside the building and walked unhurriedly to the door. Smiling at the camera, Luke asked, "Is anyone home?" After a long while, a voice came through the loudspeaker at the door. "Who are you?" Luke said, "You can call me Pennyworth. I want to talk business with you." A reply immediately rang out over the loudspeaker. "I'm not doing business. Please leave." Luke's smile didn't waver. "You're not interested in Pym Technologies' business?" The loudspeaker was silent for a moment. "Who sent you?" Luke said, "I represent myself, not anyone else." After a long silence, the door suddenly opened. "I'll give you 5 minutes." Luke walked in. 20 minutes later, Luke walked out with a helpless expression. He turned around and bowed slightly to the door. "My apologies, Drive, Pym, I didn't think it through this time." As he spoke, he took out a card and flicked it through the room so that it landed on a cabinet. "This is my contact. If you need help, I can help you once for free. Of course, it has to be within my abilities." With that, he turned around and disappeared into the dark woods. Inside the building, Drive, Pym used his equipment to scan the card, but didn't find anything wrong. He didn't look very happy either. What's the point of saying so much? If you can't do it, you can't do it. That being said, he didn't throw the card away. There was something special about this person who claimed to sell everything. To be able to find this building and appear silently within a range of 20 meters before being discovered, he definitely wasn't an ordinary person. As for the other party not being able to reach a deal with him, Drive, Pym wouldn't underestimate him. If it was that easy to get back Pym Technologies and destroy the files in Darren Cross's hands, would Drive Pym have to live in hiding now? Darren also had part of the technology for the Pym particle. The only thing that Dr. Pym had which Darren didn't was the suit. He didn't want to talk to anyone who was interested in the suit. It was a pure waste of time. After confirming that this Pennyworth was gone, Drive Pym quickly packed up and exited the house. He pressed a remote on the keypad in his hand, and the building disappeared. He picked up the 5-centimeter tall building and put it in his suitcase. He then took out a 3-centimeter long SUV from the suitcase and placed it on the ground. Moving back a few meters, he pressed a button on the remote again, and the SUV instantly enlarged into a regular-sized SUV. After getting into the car, Dr. Pym hit the gas pedal and the SUV quickly drove down the hill. Chapter 1490. Mexican Harvest. The Level 2 clone didn't waste any more time. It went straight to Mexico to meet up with the Level 1 clone. The conversation with Dr. Pym hadn't been pleasant. The old man didn't have a good temper, and he clearly wasn't interested in Santa Claus. He didn't believe in such a good thing at all. He just wanted Luke to leave as soon as possible. Luke also knew that the man's requests were nonsense. Pym Technologies was already the food of certain official organizations. How could they spit it out and give it back to Dr. Pym? It was precisely because the other party found Drive Pym a hindrance that they had gotten his protege to kick him out of the game. As for retrieving the information and destroying all backup copies, that was even more unbelievable. If Luke did that, he would be no different from a terrorist, and Daddy's system might deduct his credit points. Luke could only leave his contact details. Haste made waste. Dr. Pym, who had been betrayed by his daughter and his protege, was unwilling to trust anyone now. Luke felt that he had to wait a little longer. Force Drive Pym to bet with him. The other party would simply look at him like he was crazy. Beat up Drive Pym. How was that any different from robbery? In the system, the old man was a dark green. He was a philanthropist who had definitely saved a lot of people. If Luke beat him up in order to steal his skills, he would be no different from a villain. Even the tycoon had lost to Luke only because he had willingly made a bet with him. How was that Luke's fault? Luke wasn't rotten enough to beat up a good person to obtain their abilities. Besides, he already had enough technology, and there was still a lot of alien technology that he needed to study. As for the Pym particle, he could take his time. He had always been a patient person. In any case, Jenny's private investment company had reached an agreement with Pym Technologies a few days ago to provide a loan of $50 million. This amount was just what Darren and Hope had expected. Darren felt that it was small, but not too small. Hope thought it was a lot, but Darren couldn't instantly do much with it. What drive? Pym's plans were now was none of Luke's concern. At this point, Luke needed to devote more time to Mexico. After 20 days, the Level 1 clone had obtained enough information. It was troublesome that there were no surveillance cameras in Mexico, but that also meant that the country had almost no defenses against Luke. He didn't have to be as careful as in America. In any case, no one would be able to detect him. This time, he came prepared, and advanced methodically. He used inducers, basic hypnosis and mental communication on men, and elementary pheromone control on women. For a period of time, Luke didn't kill anyone. While he obtained intelligence, he also did his best to avoid alerting the enemy. After everything was in place, it was finally time for the harvest. The two clones would attack their respective targets at the same time to ensure the fullest possible cleanup so that the cartel bigshots had nowhere to hide. Not only that, Luke even took out 2 small-scale remote control terminals and 20 standard black robots from his inventory. These robots would be sent out to hide in fixed locations. After the 2 clones cleaned up one nest, they could immediately control the robots to clean up other large nests hundreds of kilometers away. The robots could carry plenty of weapons and ammo, and coupled with the soft protective layer over vulnerable, external components, they were no worse than the clones at dealing with drug dealers. After a day of final preparations, Luke returned to his room early and lay down on the bed, so that his triple mode operation could be cut down to mostly dual mode. Mexican Harvest, Action. And just like the name which Luke had specially given to this operation, the points he amassed were indeed a bumper harvest. 2 major cartel nests were filled with experience and credit points. The people inside either manufactured and trafficked illegal drugs or killed countless people in the process. Even the mildest offenders sold drugs in bulk. Except for some women who were treated like servants or playthings, the nest was full of heinous scum. The V-suit and Big Dipper armor, which had been upgraded several times, had nothing to fear from these drug dealers' weapons at all. As long as Luke wasn't stupid enough to stand around and let the RPGs bombard him, no amount of drug dealers could break through his defenses. In Mexico, his 2 least scrupulous aliases turned invisible and weren't stingy in using their various abilities. They didn't even need their guns. They simply stole the enemy's machine guns and grenades to use against them. With prior knowledge of the manpower and layout of the 2 major cartel nests, the clones took everything down in less than 20 minutes. Luke took the stash of cash and drugs and left. Only 100 innocent, terrified women were left in the 2 nests. After Luke's clones left, the women suddenly realized that the legendary cartel leaders, who were even more powerful than the Mexican president, along with their right-hand men and elite fighters, were all dead. Trembling with fear, they gathered together and examined the nests. Although there were fewer bodies than they remembered, there really weren't any survivors. Many people wanted to flee immediately, but the smarter women seized the opportunity to loot the nests. Putting everything aside, the expensive gold watches and accessories on some of the leaders were worth thousands of dollars. There were also a lot of expensive trinkets and cash in the nest. Luke wasn't interested in these things, which were troublesome to carry around and gaudy. The women didn't mind, however. The cash in the 2 nests alone amounted to more than $2 million. Luke hadn't bothered to take the Mexican pesos. These could be considered compensation for the women for the mental damage they had suffered tonight and for losing their jobs. It wasn't likely that the other members of the cartel would come looking for the women. Outsiders might overlook the core members of these groups, but insiders wouldn't. They were all on Luke's cleanup list. If they dared to show up, they would just be sending points to Luke's door. The 2 clones didn't go far. They lingered outside the nest for another 20 minutes, and manipulated the robots hundreds of kilometers away into eliminating 4 large nests. Only after that did they leave. For the next 10 hours, Luke's 2 clones cleaned up and controlled the robots before moving on to the next target, until 5 in the morning the next day. In one night, 8 large cartel nests were destroyed, along with 11 other large nests which were taken down by the remote control robots. After a busy day, the two clones checked into a 5-star hotel in Mexico City in the morning. After a short break, they began to make arrangements for the operation the next night. Chapter 1491, Space Level Up, Prison and Machine Room. Last night's harvest was bound to make up the bulk of the harvest operation this time. A large number of important cartel nests were in the north and in the center. They had now basically been wiped out, leaving only a few nests in the south. Also, the remaining cartel big shots would be on high alert from now on. It wouldn't be easy to wipe them out all at once. Only 5 major leaders had been found in the 8 cartel nests last night. 3 hadn't been in the nests, and even more of the minor leaders had also been absent. That was inevitable. The targets wouldn't always move the way Luke wanted them to. It was impossible for all the key gang figures to gather together as if for a meeting. But even if they were lucky enough to avoid it this time, it would be their heads next time. For the sake of experience and credit points, Luke wouldn't forget the 3 remaining big shots. Also, killing them would cause the least trouble. These big shots were backed by certain American departments which didn't dare make the fact public. The destruction of Mexican cartels wouldn't cause a large outcry. American police officers and agents didn't have the right to ask the Mexican public to work with them to enforce the law. The day passed quickly, and the clones moved again at night. 3 cartel nests and 1 5. Medium and large nests were wiped out. Luke caught the 3 cartel big shots this time and disposed of them. However, he earned less than half of the experience and credit points from last night. 2 of the 3 big shots hadn't been in the nests, but had been secretly hiding on rural farms, and didn't have many men with them. Unfortunately for them, Luke had already set up surveillance cameras to track their movements. The farms were bases for growing weed, and were in fact part of Luke's cleanup operation. It was just that the weed couldn't run away, so they were just small targets that would have been dealt with at a later stage. After 2 days, Luke learned that the harvest this time was about 80%. The deaths of the big shots made the rest understand that no matter how many underlings they had, they wouldn't be able to withstand these inexplicable raids. The best way to survive was to hide in a place that nobody knew. The level 2 clone didn't waste any more time. After that night's cleanup, it returned to America. Flying over the Gulf of Mexico, the clone stopped every now and then. Luke had tidied up at most of the scenes. He left behind no more than a quarter of the bodies in the nests. So, on the surface, over only 20 places in Mexico had been hit in 2 days, and only 10 to 20 people had died in each location. Large-scale gunfights between major cartels would also result in casualties, which made it even harder for certain people on the American side to intervene. Luke wasn't scared of them, but it would be disgusting if he had to promote himself as a villain to deal with these drug dealers. He had caused a lot of these drug dealers to go missing, and he couldn't be sloppy with wrapping things up. A huge pile of the illegal drugs he had seized was chucked into the Gulf of Mexico, and even more, organic waste, sank to the bottom of the ocean in batches to feed the fish and shrimp. Just like that, his clone went around Florida and then headed north to New York. A dozen leaders and a dozen important members in charge of intelligence and accounts had been stuffed into space too. By the time his clone returned, Luke was already extracting information from these people. There were too many people this time, and it took Luke 2 days to collect all the intelligence before he took the last of these experience and credit points. The main gains from this fruitful operation were now all accounted for. In the system, the host's level was 23. Strength, 30. Level 1 Star of Justice plus 10. Level 2 Star of Justice plus 20. Dexterity, 13. Level 1 Star of Justice plus 10. Level 2 Star of Justice plus 20. Mental Strength 11. Level 1 Star of Justice plus 10. Level 2 Star of Justice plus 20. Extra stat points, 7. Host's experience, 4,765,000. 7 millionths credit, 11,622,000. A lot of illegal drugs and some weed plantations had been destroyed in the 2-day operation. Including the ruthless cartel members, he had earned about 6.4 million points. This huge harvest had helped him level up again. From now on, he would allocate the stat points to mental strength, which would greatly reduce the pressure of the triple mode operation. As for the huge amount of credit points he had just earned, Luke invested them in his inventory. His 8-digit credit figure was instantly reduced to 7 digits. However, the remaining 1.6 million was enough, and Luke's heart didn't ache over it. He had stuffed too much of the Chitauri equipment into his inventory, many of which contained unknown risks. Luke didn't want them to turn into safety hazards as he studied them in more detail in his inventory. Thus, his inventory had become rather cramped lately. The upgrade this time was like rain after a drought. The volume of the space changed from 1 million cubic meters to 1 cubic kilometer, and the space became vast once more. Space 2 still took up 1,000th of the inventory space, but had expanded from 1,000 cubic meters to 1,000,000 cubic meters. Space 2 had been upgraded twice, and Black Sky Electra, Angel and some scumbags had been used to complete some basic tests. Living creatures, including human beings, could survive in this space. As long as enough oxygen was injected regularly, it was a qualified prison cell now. It could now be called an entire prison in itself. He didn't have that many people to lock up. Most scumbags would be gone in half a day at most. Unless it was like this time, where dozens of people were caught in one go. The space only had one resident, Black Sky Electra. In Space 1, however, which made up the bulk of the inventory, time stood still. The medical program, Osiris, didn't work when it was put in Space 1. Time flowed as usual in Space 2, so it would be turned into Luke's exclusive machine room. He could adjust the shape of Space 2, and it wouldn't be hard to seal off the machine room so that he didn't have to worry about Electra destroying it. This inventory upgrade was worth this trip to Mexico. However, there would no longer be this sort of large-scale experience instance in Mexico for the time being. He might not necessarily have the chance to carry out an operation like this, half a month spent on gathering intelligence followed by a 2-day operation to harvest millions of experience and credit points, again for the next few years. The new cartel generation wouldn't be so stupid next time. Another cleanup operation might take months. Luke didn't really care. After he was done in Mexico, he could still go south. The countries in the south also had a lot of experience and credit points. The harvest from individual gangs might be lower, but there were 1,000 times more targets. Even now, his level 1 clone was still searching for the last 2 cartel big shots on his list. Chapter 1492, Big Shots Woman, and switching between sand and stone. The last 2 targets were indeed hiding, but not very well. Luke had locked onto the area they were in, and would be able to find them in 2 days. A big shot like this could earn him 100,000 experience and credit points in one go. 500,000 might not even be the maximum, and he might even get a huge amount of cash and secret accounts. It was completely worth it to spend a few days on them. On the 4th day of his operation, Luke caught one of the key targets. Then, he had no choice but to cross the whole of Mexico and head to La Paz on the Baja California peninsula. The last cartel big shot had secretly flown here 2 days ago. He had made a clean getaway, but not all his trusted subordinates had run, and these people hadn't changed their phones either. Luke locked onto one of the phones and found one trusted subordinate in Mexico City. He then extracted the whereabouts of the big shot from the man. As a precautionary measure, Luke didn't kill the man. If this guy died, the big shot would immediately switch to another location. That would waste too much time. The big shot thought that his hiding place was very well concealed, but he didn't know that his trusted subordinate knew where it was. That was because this subordinate was very familiar with Claudia Phoenix, the big shot's favorite woman. Claudia was familiar to many people in the gang, and she had a pretty acerbic manner. The strange thing was that the big shot didn't kill her. Instead, he liked to keep her by his side. Luke appreciated this sort of passionate big shot, who always left behind a bunch of clues for Luke to track. Flying to La Paz through the night, Luke dropped 10 experimental robots 200 meters out over the ocean. After that, he stopped taking action himself. He was using this operation to complete various tests on the robots and to get rid of the cartel remnants at the same time. Like now, for example, this was a practical test after the robots were drenched in seawater. First, 2 pure black robots emerged from the ocean. Then, they split up and surrounded a villa on the beach. Then, shouts, gunshots, and screams rang out. Luke sat down on a nearby rock with a big helmet on his head. It was a portable remote control terminal and had an operation platform, similar to the virtual helmet from his previous life. It only took 2 remote-controlled robots 30 seconds to enter the center of the villa. The robot in the lead broke the lock with a few gunshots and opened the basement door. The 2 robots walked in. The basement wasn't big. The cartel big shot who had escaped the net had a pale face as he looked at the robot that walked in. Who are you? The robots didn't say anything. One of them stepped forward and grabbed the big shot by the neck before walking out. The black lenses of the other robot scanned the room with a red light as it started to examine the room for possible treasure. When big shots like these fled, they would definitely take hundreds of millions of dollars with them to cover their and their bodyguards' expenses. At that moment, the ground under the feet of the two robots rumbled and suddenly collapsed, burying them instantly. Luke immediately frowned. This could be a test for the robots, but the first robot still had that big shot with it. It would be a shame if the big shot just died like this. Then, Luke was stumped. Suddenly, there was a problem with the two remote-controlled robots. In just a few seconds, their limbs were completely damaged. Luke could sense that their joints had been crushed by a huge force. Enveloped in soil and concrete, the robots hadn't detected any attackers. With a thought, two more robots emerged from the ocean and approached the villa. Soon, the third and fourth robots dug out the first two robots that were buried in the ground. At that moment, several long shadows crawled out of the cracks in the rubble and quickly wrapped around the robots. Luke's expression changed, and he stood up. The sand at his feet suddenly rolled up before dropping down on him. In less than 5 seconds, Luke was enveloped in yellow sand. The sand quickly hardened, turning him into a stone statue. A graceful figure walked out of the villa, a slender dark green vine stretching out from one hand with the third and fourth robots trussed up on the end. Dragging them to the seaside, she stood in front of the stone statue that Luke's clone had turned into and frowned. Just one person. A low male voice rang out from the stone statue. He's the only living person in a range of several hundred meters. The two buried in the villa and the two you're holding are robots. Standing in front of the clone was a woman. She was 25 or 26 years old. She had fair skin and was of medium height. When the night wind blew, the white silk shift clung to her. She was only wearing a bikini underneath, revealing her exceptionally lush curves. Her long, curly black hair fluttered in the wind and her purple lips were inexplicably enticing. At that moment, she was staring at the smiling mask that the clone was wearing. This should be Smiley Face V. The Continental Hotel has a record on him. But the information said that he always wears a wide-brimmed hat. Why is he wearing a helmet? Move and expose his chest. You're the boss. You have the final say. The stone statue made a muffled sound, and the stone over the clone's chest turned into sand and moved to the side to reveal the V-suit underneath. The woman stretched out her hand, and a thin, sharp black vine grew out of the tip of her finger to drill into the suit. Watching via the drone in the sky, Luke was surprised. This woman was none other than Claudia Phoenix, the cartel Big Shot's favorite woman. On the virtual screen, the damage to the suit was increasing. There was a rapidly flashing red dot on the chest, which indicated that the black vine was about to break through the armor. Luke hadn't expected Claudia's super ability to be so destructive. For now, however, this woman wasn't important. The important thing was the other entity which could switch freely between sand and stone, and which could attach itself to the clone and turn into a solid stone cage. Luke had already tried, but his inventory couldn't store this stone cage. This stone layer had its own consciousness. It was a superhuman who controlled sand and stone. As long as the guy was on guard, he might run. Given his ability to switch between sand and stone, it would be easy for the man to escape, but Luke didn't want to kill him. His mind whirled and he didn't hurry to take action. The tiny black vine broke through the suit in 10 seconds and pierced Luke's chest. Claudia relaxed and abruptly felt that this would be another smooth operation. She said casually, "Okay, you can let him go, Hodge. Just watch the show." "Okay," the man said in a low voice. The stone turned into sand and slid off Luke, before it flowed 5 meters away and took a human form. Chapter 1493. Firearms are ineffective, and 1v2 several seconds later, the sand turned into a middle-aged white man, and there was no trace of sand on him at all. Luke clicked his tongue in wonder. This Hodge was actually able to manipulate sand and could even transform it into clothes, which was even more useful than Luke's super disguise. However, the AI program, Victoria, was already issuing a frantic warning. "Warning, high levels of neurotoxin are being injected into your body. You will be completely immobilized in 30 seconds. Luke smiled. 30 seconds is enough. Thinking that, he slowly raised his right hand and touched the revolver at his waist. On the right, Hodge was instantly alarmed. The sand under his feet surged, and he was about to stop the man. Claudia, however, said, "No need. If we were afraid of his gun, Would we have come out to catch him? Hodge paused and realized that it made sense. The sand scattered, and he said helplessly, Claudia, you don't have to play that trick again, do you? He might be an enemy, but he's not necessarily a scumbag. You, Claudia's face turned cold. Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Scram. Smiling bitterly, Hodges stepped back. As they were talking, Luke finally pulled out his revolver with a struggle. Claudia turned around with a mocking expression. You're really strong. You can even resist my paralytic toxin. Bang. Bang. 2 gunshots rang out, and Claudia and Hodge were both shot in the chest. The two of them stepped back and looked at Luke in astonishment, feeling the bullet in her chest. Claudia suddenly smiled. Interesting. You're playing with biological toxins against me. Did you forget what I said? Guns are useless against us. That being said, she grew vigilant. A normal person would have been frozen to the spot after being injected with so much neurotoxin, but this V could actually still fire off 2 shots. She couldn't be careless after this. She usually wasn't this careless. What was going on today? Luke curled his lip. Indeed, these two weren't afraid of guns. Although these were special paralysis bullets, these two people's movements weren't affected at all. No wonder they had the confidence to take on the person charging through the Mexican cartel. Luke felt a little regretful. If the paralysis bullets had worked, especially on that Hodge, things would be simple. Although Claudia was very resistant to elementary pheromone control, she had unknowingly been hit earlier, and had been lenient twice in a row. The first time was when she had Hodge dispel part of the stone cage, and the second time was when she had let Luke grab his gun. It was only because she had confidence in her poison and wasn't afraid of Luke using a gun that elementary pheromone control worked. As for Luke's other actions, she subconsciously dismissed them. This was worth researching. As Luke thought that, he glanced at Hodges. Very good, my new prison is impatient and hungry. Closing his eyes, his thoughts moved, and robots number 5 and number 6 rushed out of the ocean toward Claudia and Hodge. Hodge's expression changed, and he suddenly turned into sand and blended into the ground. Claudia snorted and swung out her left hand. Wrapped in the vine, robots number 3 and number 4 were abruptly sent flying into number 5 and no. 6. With 2 thumps, robots number 3 and 4 crashed into the sea 30 meters away, while number 5 and number 6 were completely fine. It would be strange if Luke couldn't dodge this attack. The first 4 robots had been damaged because the basement in the villa had been a trap. It had been set up using Hodge's sand transformation ability. It limited the robots' range of movement, and there had been sand everywhere. Otherwise, the robots' mechanical parts wouldn't have broken so easily. Claudia wasn't flustered at all when robots number 5 and number 6 approached her like ghosts. Almost at the same time, 2 sand pits appeared under number 5 and number 6, and they dropped. A thin layer of sand stretched out to quickly lock them in place. Luke's eyes lit up. Now, he opened his eyes and activated the Kunlun Kai refining technique in muscle control, and the blood containing the toxin, which he had kept confined around his chest wound, started to flow in reverse. The muscles around the wound exploded at the enormous pressure, and the part of the chest armor which the black vine was attached to was sent flying. With a thought, he activated elementary telekinesis, and tossed robots number 5 and 6 into the air. At the same time, something like lightning flashed in the palm of his hand and he pushed out. When the palm was close to Claudia's chest, Luke yelled, and his palm abruptly released pressure. Bang! With a dull noise like someone hitting a drum, Claudia was sent flying 10 meters before she hit the ground and rolled another 10 more. Luke didn't bother with her. With another thought, Black Sky's special hibernation box appeared in the air. The box opened to receive the immobilized number 5 and no. 6. Only then did Luke remove the telekinesis that had been wrapped around the 2 robots as well as the sand trapping them. Then, with a push from his telekinesis, he closed the box and pressed a button. The whole process was smooth and fluid. A second later, the surface of the hibernation box clearly bulged. It was Hodge, who was trying to break free. However, Hodge wasn't able to break out, and soon fell still. Luke put the box into his space too. Clearly, Mr. Hodge's sand transformation couldn't withstand the hibernation box's instant freeze function. Even if he wasn't human, neither was Black Sky. Black Sky had become increasingly stronger in the last few months. Beatings, sedatives and pheromone control were no longer effective. The hibernation box designed for her had a liquid nitrogen freeze function. As for Hodge and Claudia, They were both so red they were almost black in the system. They would earn Luke 500 points at least. It didn't matter if they froze to death. In any case, there was no point in keeping such evil non-humans alive. After taking care of the slippery Hodge, Luke could finally focus on Claudia. At that moment, the woman had just gotten up. Her white dress was in tatters, and her bikini top had already disappeared. Luke, on the other hand, didn't feel anything. He narrowed his eyes and observed her body as he walked over unhurriedly. His fierce attack with Kai just now had felt like hitting an old log. The other party didn't seem human at all. Claudia's body was covered in dust, and the palm print on her chest was quickly recovering. Dark green fluid dripped from the cuts in her skin from when she had been sent rolling over the ground, and these wounds also healed at a visible rate. No wonder she said that she and Hodge weren't afraid of guns. Luke was deep in thought. The AI program, Victoria, sent out another warning. A large amount of toxic gas is spreading out in the front. Take immediate cover. Luke said, got it. No need to repeat this warning. Keep me informed if there are other abnormalities. Chapter 1494. Personal attack by V. Claudia growled at Luke, where's Hodge? What did you do with him? Her tone was much fiercer than before, but Luke could hear a lack of confidence. Hodge was much more difficult to deal with than she was. Hodge's ability to transform sand rendered physical attacks ineffective, and it seemed he could also burrow into the ground. If Hodge really wanted to run, it would be hard for Luke to catch him. Luke wasn't interested in answering the question. He simply stepped forward silently and drew out the knives that he hadn't used in a long time. The two black and gray knives spun in his hands. Claudia couldn't help but slowly retreat. She didn't understand why this person wasn't affected by her poison. Judging from the wound on his chest, he was indeed made of flesh and blood, and wasn't a unique presence like her and Hodge. But whether it was the parasitic vine toxin, or the hallucinogenic toxin she had just released, the other party had resisted all of it. At that moment, she realized with a start that she had already retreated several meters. She couldn't help but feel angry. When have I ever been afraid of men? I'll kill all of you scumbags. Luke didn't know that he had been called a scumbag again, but he could sense that the other party's mood had changed. Her initial hesitation had turned into madness and bloodlust. The ground under his feet suddenly tensed, and there was a strong pull on his legs. At some point, slender dark green vines had sprung up among the grass on the slope. They twined upward around his legs and held him in place. Gritting her teeth, Claudia's beautiful features twisted as she swung her arms out toward Luke. Countless black vines emerged from her body and charged at Luke. Jealousy distorts your face. The distinctive British accent suddenly rang out in the night on the beach. Claudia was stumped for a moment, before she grew even angrier. The dark green and black vines exerted more strength and wrapped Luke up tightly. Jealousy breaks you up. The British accent rang out again. Claudia's vines subconsciously trembled. Jealousy tears you apart. Luke murmured. Claudia flew into a rage. B-starred. Do you think I've never learned anything about plants? Her abilities were closely related to plants, and she had already learned a lot herself. In this regard, she could at least be considered a doctor in botany. So what the hell was with breaks and tears? Wasn't this mocking her for being ugly? What made her even angrier was that V was indeed reputed to recite poetry when he killed people. But why did it become a personal attack on her instead? Men were indeed scum. Sensing that the vines were wrapped around Luke, she unleashed her full strength without hesitation. The black vines stabbed at Luke, but the dark green vines tightened fiercely. If she succeeded, Luke's upper half would become Swiss cheese and his lower half would be turned to dust. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of metal screeching over something hard rang out. There was a sudden flurry from two gray and black blades, and the vines were no longer as tough. They were cut into pieces like noodles and flew everywhere. Luke darted out amidst the vines and approached Claudia swiftly. She subconsciously stepped back, but it was too late. Luke was even faster than she was. The dancing vines were completely helpless in the face of the annihilation energy attached to his knives, and were directly swept away. Then, Claudia felt a slight pain in her arms. It was a sensation which she hadn't felt in a long time. She stared blankly at her arms that had been separated from her body, before she burst out laughing wildly. Ha 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 ha, do you think you can kill me with just this? You're dead. Arms started to rapidly grow out of her shoulders, and in the blink of an eye, half of them had grown out. At the same time, she swung her arms, and dark green fluid sprayed out of the wounds toward Luke. The dark green liquid hit Luke and broke up to splatter on the ground. Stunned once more, Claudia roared, "That's impossible. How did you block it?" The dark green liquid landed on the ground, and the grass it touched hissed with white smoke and withered. Luke chuckled inwardly. Let me tell you how useful a telekinetic shield is against liquid like this. He didn't stop and slashed at Claudia's legs. But a moment later, he stopped. Claudia laughed wildly again. It's useless. Bullets can't kill me, and neither can your knives. I'm immortal. Luke raised an eyebrow and looked at the abnormality Victoria was reporting on his lenses. Dozens of meters away was the villa's front lawn. At that moment, a large number of plants and trees were wilting, as if they were dying. At the same time, the woman's wounds were healing quickly. Luke suddenly chuckled. You asked me where your partner went just now. Claudia stopped laughing. She had a bad feeling, and stepped back for the third time. Luke said, Trust me, you'll see him soon. As soon as he said that, he swung the two blades in his hands again, and they slashed her legs dozens of times. Then, he raised both blades, and Claudia, who only had half a body left, was sent flying. Luke jumped up as well. His blades disappeared and a can with a nozzle appeared. As long as you calm down first, you'll be reunited soon. As he spoke, he pressed the nozzle. Claudia was sprayed with a white mist from top to bottom 3 times over before the two of them dropped from the sky. Luke wrapped Claudia up with a yo-yo string and landed lightly on the ground. With a thought, the woman was finally thrown into space too. Looking around, he couldn't help but shake his head. This destructive power is too great. Wherever he and Claudia had passed through earlier was filled with highly toxic and corrosive fluid, and the flowers and plants in front of the villa had withered. At first glance, it looked like a natural disaster had befallen this place. This woman was truly terrifying. In a battle against an unknown party like today, Selena in her symbiotic form might be the only person in his special force who would be able to survive and even kill the other party. After all, Gold Nugget, that alien dog head, was resistant to most poison attacks. This corrosive dark green fluid wouldn't have much of an effect on it. No matter how quick the corrosion was, it wouldn't be as quick as the dog head's recovery, provided that it had enough energy. And that was only in a 1v1 situation. If Claudia and Hodge worked together, the special force really might not be able to do anything to them. Since Hodge could burrow into the ground, he could easily escape with Claudia. Both of them had non-human attributes and probably wouldn't suffocate underground. Unfortunately, they had run into Luke, who didn't have any shortcomings and had a system cheat. Chapter 1495. New prisoners and abilities he didn't dare learn. Sighing, Luke got to work. He couldn't leave the toxic, corrosive fluid here. It would be bad if it got someone else killed. Secondly, he would also be cleaning up any traces at the scene. It didn't matter which side Claudia and Hodge were on, or if they had been operating on their own, cleaning up the scene would prevent anyone else from investigating. This wasn't a small undertaking. He cleaned for almost an hour, and a large part of the ground was dug up. Only then was the place cleaned up neatly, leaving behind uneven ground. That didn't matter. The weather in La Paz was nice, and it wouldn't be long before weeds grew again to cover everything. Washing away the mud and toxin residue in the ocean, Luke walked into the villa and soon found the nervous-looking cartel leader, Alfredo. He hadn't died earlier, but had been told to hide here by Claudia. He had been very obedient and waited for everything outside to end. Luke felt that this man didn't look like a cartel bigshot, but more like a handyman. Too lazy to talk to him, he simply shot him with a paralysis bullet before throwing the bigshot into space too. After searching the room, Luke took the man's phone and a box of cash, then left and headed south for Colombia. He had taken a bunch of secret cash stashes and caught 2 superhumans. The people behind the scenes would probably go crazy. So, hopping around was a good choice. When he arrived in Colombia, he wouldn't use this sort of purge strategy anymore. He would just take things slow. In the last few years, Mexico had replaced Colombia as the world's #1 drug trafficker, but there were also plenty of points to be earned from Colombia. Luke wouldn't refuse them. As his level 1 clone headed south, Luke began to check his gains. There were now 4 cells in space too. Black Sky, Claudia, Hodge and the cartel bigshot were in one each. If these people were locked up together, the bigshot Carter would definitely be the first to die. Who knew what the other 3 non-humans would do? Drugs and hypnosis were basically useless on these 3 non-humans, and the effects of mental attacks and pheromone control weren't obvious. It might take a while to dig out information from the two newcomers. But as long as they had entered space too, they could only either commit suicide or spill whatever they knew. Half a day later, the big shot Alfredo, who had confessed everything, turned into experience and credit points which amounted to 350,000. As for Sandman Hodge's list of abilities, there was nothing surprising about it. Sand transformation unavailable, stone transformation unavailable, and sand and stone control unavailable. After a few glances, Luke no longer cared about this guy, and looked at Claudia's list of abilities instead. Claudia's abilities: basic botany, basic biology, elementary plant transformation partially available, elementary plant symbiosis partially available, elementary toxin resistance partially available, elementary toxin manufacturing unavailable. After thinking for a moment, Luke decisively ruled out elementary plant transformation. Putting aside the fact that his body might become as hard as wood, what if his hair turned plant-colored? He didn't want to grow grass on his head. By the same logic, he quickly ruled out elementary plant symbiosis. Compared with plant symbiosis, he had an alien dog head at home that was much more reliable. In the end, he chose to learn 3 abilities, namely botany, biology, and elementary toxin resistance. As for the other abilities, he would study Claudia first. After learning toxin resistance, the level 2 clone in the villa took out a gun and shot itself with a special paralysis bullet. After testing the bullet with its body, the clone immediately did a physical exercise test, from walking to running and then punching. A few minutes later, Luke set off 2 stun grenades. This time, the clone's movements clearly slowed down, but it returned to normal 30 seconds later. Stopping this crude and simple experiment, Luke nodded thoughtfully. Toxin resistance seems pretty good. At the very least, it'll give me some time to deal with the toxin. If it were before, it would have been hard for him to move immediately after being hit by his special paralysis bullet, and he would have been frozen for 2 seconds after being hit with 2 stun grenades. A full recovery would have taken 3 minutes. This special ability made up for this shortcoming. Not letting the 2 non-humans run away had been the right choice. According to the last words of the cartel boss, Alfredo, Claudia had appeared 2 years ago and used poison to control him. All of Alfredo's assets and his revenue from the last 2 years basically fell into Claudia's hands. In the last 2 years, Alfredo's business had increased by 400%. His goods always entered the United States easily. The Mexican cartels that wanted to make trouble for him either fell ill or died in accidents. Claudia, however, told him that it was she and Hodge who had taken care of these enemies. If Alfredo didn't want to die like they had, he would be obedient. What else could he do? Although he had lost a lot, he still had money to spend on girls. When Claudia allowed him to go out, he continued to maintain the air of a cartel bigshot. Nobody else felt that there was anything different about him. He also earned the nickname, Lucky Alfredo, because he had inexplicably survived several crises. Whether it was his 2-timing nephew or a rival encroaching on his territory, they inexplicably fell ill and died before they could do anything, and Alfredo even found an opportunity to hit back. In truth, it was Claudia who stipulated how much Lucky Alfredo could spend. The volume of goods sold skyrocketed in the last 2 years, and the extra money from them had nothing to do with him at all. He had no idea where Claudia put the money. To put it simply, except for the fact that he had done too many bad things as a drug trafficker and had given Luke 350,000 experience and credit points, as well as the information on his subordinates, he didn't have even a single dime on him. Claudia was the cartel's boss and accountant. The so-called favorite woman was just a cover. Alfredo didn't even dare touch Claudia's finger. How many men could be unrepentant in the face of a woman who could poison them at any time? Claudia and Hodge were always together, even when they went out. To the outside world, Hodge was Alfredo's most trusted bodyguard who exclusively protected the boss's favorite woman. Luke had no sympathy for Alfredo at all. 350,000 experience and credit points was enough to prove how ruthless he was. He had gotten his just desserts after being tortured by Claudia for 2 years. Now that the harvest in Mexico was over, Luke finally had time to fix up his own little nest. Chapter 1496. Renovation and Dispute. It was already the middle of December, and only 10 days to Christmas. Luke had been lucky that his place hadn't been blown up, crushed, or riddled with holes in the Battle of New York. It was only a little over 2 kilometers away from Stark Tower, where the Chidori soldiers had run amok. It was a miracle that his place was still intact. However, There was a lot of junk and stains on the building. Who the hell knew what the Chidori flyers had done? In any case, the outer walls were a mix of gray, black, yellow and red hues, which looked a little like abstract graffiti. If it were any other time, Luke could have called for the renovation company to help him with this. But the renovation company was too busy at the moment, so he and Selena could only do it themselves. Luke was now painting the left side while Selena was painting the right. After a while, she couldn't help but ask, "Hey, can we really not use another color? White or brick red would be fine." "Why gray?" As he painted, Luke said casually, "Which do you think is more eye-catching, white or red, or gray? We're surrounded by gray houses. What happens if we're targeted for sticking out too much?" Selena had nothing to say. This reason sounded like nonsense, but it was actually very possible. Most of the time, people were subconsciously drawn by eye-catching things. If the color of this building stood out, it really might be dangerous. In particular, the apartment buildings here were around the same height, and there were no skyscrapers to draw attention. The renovations to Stark Tower cost $30 million, which had made the headlines. Thanks to their dexterity and Luke's automated hanging platform, the two of them were pretty much done in an hour. Suddenly, they heard loud cursing. They turned around and looked. Dozens of meters away, two groups of people were confronting each other. After Luke took a few glances, the hanging platform dropped to the second floor and he jumped down. Selena hurriedly put down her paint bucket and brush and jumped down as well. "Wait for me." She caught up with Luke and asked, "What's wrong?" Luke said, "Do you know about Tony Stark's disaster control department? That woman is the person in charge." Selena gave an "oh" of understanding. Luke said, "I've met one of the people they're quarreling with." He's quite a nice guy." Selena asked, "Who is it?" Luke said, "That middle-aged white man leading the group is called Adrian. When the criminals attacked the LA prison during the California earthquake last time, I hitched a ride off him to the prison that night." Selena nodded and didn't say anything else. Luke was a person who placed a lot of value on favors and didn't accept help from others easily, even if it was just a free ride. Since this had happened, he would definitely take care of it. They had already taken out their badges. Luke didn't waste time. He simply squeezed through the crowd and shouted, "NYPD. What's happening here?" The two groups looked at him in surprise. NYPD was so busy now, did they actually have the time to take care of such a petty quarrel? The middle-aged man, Adrian, was stumped for a moment when he saw Luke. Luke walked to stand between Adrian and the fat middle-aged woman. "What's wrong?" The woman shook her head calmly. "No, we're done." Luke nodded and looked at Adrian. "Sir, is there a problem?" Adrian had already recalled who Luke was. In fact, if it wasn't for Luke, he wouldn't have come to New York, and he wouldn't be in this predicament. Of course, he couldn't blame Luke for what happened. He could only say that the goddess of fortune wasn't on his side. Seeing Luke wink at him, he said, "I have a problem. It's like this." Adrian's explanation was simple and clear. He had been contracted by the New York authorities to clean up the trash, which mainly comprised building wreckage caused by the Battle of New York. During the cleanup, all Chidori equipment he collected would be sent to the authorities. In the end, the fat middle-aged woman, Annie Hogg, took out an official document and said that the municipal department had already transferred this job to Stark Industries' disaster control department. It seemed Annie knew this was going to happen. She simply waved her hand, and one of her personnel gave Luke the document. Luke flipped through a few pages and confirmed that there was nothing wrong with the procedure. Coupled with the middle-aged men cursing behind Adrian, he roughly understood what was going on. It's no use seeking her out. She's just the errand boy. He nodded and said to Adrian, "Let's go. I happen to know a law firm over there. I'll help you ask them what to do." Adrian hesitated for a moment before he followed Luke. He actually knew that it was useless. The disaster control department was under Stark Industries. How was he supposed to compete with that? It was just that he and his old fellows couldn't take it lying down. He took a few steps forward, only to see that nobody was following him. He turned around and glanced at his group. "Let's go. Didn't you hear that? This Miss Hogg is only the errand boy. It's useless for us to talk so much." The 8 middle-aged men looked at each other in bewilderment, before they burst out laughing and nodded, and started mocking Annie. "That's right, she can only wave around papers from those politicians. Be careful with what you say, maybe she had illustrious ancestors. That's right, she's a department head. We can't afford to offend her." They deliberately raised their voices and laughed as they walked away. The people behind Annie had strange expressions on their faces. Only the man who had handed over the document stepped forward. "Chief, Annie raised her hand. "It's fine, we're busy. Let's go." She then turned around and walked to her car. Although Luke's words didn't sound nice, he had solved the problem in a practical way. At the very least, that brainless team left of their own accord and didn't waste any more of her time. In any case, the other party was out of a job. Cursing her out a little was no big deal. Stark Industries was paying her handsomely. Describing her as an errand boy was not wrong. This was nothing more than a way to resolve the dispute. On the surface, the detective was on their side. In fact, he didn't try to fight for any benefits on their behalf. Instead, he led them away. This guy is quite capable, Annie thought to herself. It was a pity he was still a little immature. If a certain someone who cared about dignity had heard that, he would hold this grudge for a long time. In the car, the personnel secretly observed their boss's reaction, and were surprised to see that she was smiling. Chapter 1497. Going out on a limb and screwed over. Luke hadn't used any super abilities on Aunt Annie. The other party was very calm and showed no intention of becoming entangled. Instead, it was the middle-aged men on Adrian's side who were agitated. So, this had nothing to do with Annie, this hired hand. In any case, Luke was quite familiar with her big boss. Tony had mentioned before that it was Pepper who put together the policy guidelines for the Disaster Control Department. It was a department to help wipe the asses of the superheroes. It would be strange if a department like this didn't get scolded. If Aunt Annie's abilities and methods weren't good enough, she wouldn't be able to get anything done. Now that he had the chance, Luke took a look at the personality and abilities of the person in charge in passing. Sometimes, whatever good you did couldn't prevent the person on the tail end from botching things up. For example, it took a lot of effort to rescue victims in the early stages, but if the personnel who distributed relief supplies later all acted high and mighty, and some were a little corrupt, the tremendous effort put into the earlier rescues would be diminished. Judging from their interactions just now, this Aunt Annie was pretty reliable. She was level-headed and didn't flaunt her abilities, and knew exactly what to do. The New York authorities had already put in clauses when they opened the bidding for contracts. It was also because Adrian had taken a big risk that he had fallen into this predicament. After walking 200 meters along the road, Luke opened a door and walked in. Adrian was stunned. "Is this a law firm?" He raised his head, only to see the sign proclaiming, "Josie's Bar," above him. Luke smiled. "It's been a while. Let me buy you a drink." "Don't worry, I'll call a professional lawyer over." Adrian was lost for words. Looking at Luke, who had already walked into the bar, he followed him in. What else could he do? He had already lost the job to that old woman, Annie. All he could do if he went back was drown his sorrows. The 8 middle-aged men behind him thought the same thing, and quickly followed Luke inside. Josie raised her head from cleaning the bar. She was about to say that she wasn't open yet, but when she saw that it was Luke, her words changed. "Hey, we don't serve minors here." Luke nodded with a smile. "We're all adults here." He then turned around and said, "Order whatever you want." "My treat." The men behind him all cheered. They were out of a job, but at the very least, they had the company of alcohol. The day wasn't a total wash. Soon, the bar bustled with activity. A group of middle-aged men held beers and chatted as they watched the football game on TV. It wasn't that they were ungrateful, but Luke and Adrian clearly knew each other and looked like they wanted to talk in private, so everybody tactfully moved away. Luke called Foggy, and after that, Adrian told him how he had ended up here. Luke already knew what happened today. Adrian now talked about what happened before. It had started with the California earthquake. He had run into Luke when he was fleeing with his wife and daughter. After the earthquake, he felt that Luke had a point, so he changed jobs 2 months ago and moved to New York. While they were a little worse off here, it wasn't a big problem. After the attack by the test subjects, however, he felt they had to move, and he also had to consider his daughter's school expenses. After the Battle of New York, he suddenly found an opportunity. The New York authorities were offering temp contracts to clean up companies to dispose of wreckage from the battle. Adrian had felt that if he entered this line of work now, he might be able to undertake reconstruction projects and freight work in the future. So, in order to make a fortune, he took out his savings and found a bunch of old friends from California. They put together their money and took out loans to quickly set up a freight company. The New York authorities had to restore order in the city as soon as possible, so restrictions were significantly relaxed, which allowed their new company to enter the industry smoothly and get a lot of business. If everything went according to plan, their freight company would be able to pay back the loans amounting to several $100,000 after completing this contract. By then, the dozen new engineering vehicles and large machines they had bought would become the company's net assets, and they would still be able to make money for years. With that, everybody would turn from wage earners to bosses. If everything went smoothly, it wouldn't be hard for them to become millionaires in a few years. But Stark Industries suddenly set up a disaster control department and directly cut into this business. Other established companies would only lose out on the expected profits, but could still get some money. There was also a compensation fee for terminating the contract early. It wasn't a large amount, but it could be considered a sign of good faith. However, most of the money from Adrian's group came from loans, which they would only be able to repay after they completed this contract. Without this business, they would immediately go bankrupt. Odd jobs were nowhere as stable as official contracts, and the pay wasn't that good. They also had to spend time looking for jobs, and making money quickly was a big problem. So, Adrian was in a dilemma. At that moment, Foggy hurried over after receiving the call from Luke. He hadn't been at the office just now. He had too much to do recently, and had been out and about most of the time. After listening to Adrian's explanation, he looked at Luke. Looking at his face, Luke nodded. Just spit it out. Adrian can take it. Relieved, Foggy said to Adrian, since you're Luke's acquaintance, I'll be frank. Pausing for a moment, he then continued, a few of my friends have also asked me the same question. The contract you signed should have been a standard municipal contract, right, Adrian? Adrian had a bad feeling. He smiled bitterly. Yes, Foggy said, so there aren't any loopholes in this contract, and the municipal department won't shell out a huge amount in compensation. Even if you want to sue the government, the only party you can sue is the municipal department. Even if you win, it'll take a few months or even years, which won't help you at all. Luke sighed inwardly. He had thought the same after hearing Adrian's words. It was clear that Adrian had gone out on too big a limb, and when something unexpected happened, he had been left floundering, but most people had to take a gamble. It couldn't be said that this choice had been wrong, it could only be said that Adrian wasn't very lucky. Foggy looked at the silent Adrian and gave Luke a meaningful look. Luke excused himself and went to the bathroom with Foggy. Foggy lowered his voice. Are you sure you want to help him? Luke remembered how Adrian had moved to New York after listening to him, only to be caught up in an extremely dangerous period in New York and then screwed over by Tony's cleanup crew. If it was possible, Luke didn't mind lending a hand. So, he said, just tell me if you have a solution. Is it because it's been a while since you had a girlfriend? You're so wishy-washy. Foggy glared at him. A moment later, he finally controlled his expression and coughed. Cut the crap. Let me tell you, the renovation company expanded again recently, and it has around 100 people. Chapter 1498, Electrician equals Electrical Engineer. Luke was astonished, but then got it. That's right, they're keeping up with this wave of reconstruction. There had been so many major events in New York recently that there were houses in need of fixing everywhere. Although it was impossible for the renovation company to receive a bulk order, these households alone were enough to keep the company afloat. Knowing that he got it, Foggy said, that's right. Thanks to how careful and dependable Ben is, even if the company has doubled in size, it's basically operating as usual, and profits have surpassed my initial expectations of 230%. Luke shrugged. Then I should reward him with shares this year. Foggy agreed. That's right. If he doesn't get any, the old hands with shares will kick up a fuss sooner or later. Okay, Ben has done a great job, but we still need to talk business. He tapped his forehead. When he hired temp workers from our neighborhood a few days ago, he mentioned that the renovation company can no longer keep up with demand. Luke immediately got it. One group of renovation workers at the renovation company were old hands. After a year of mentoring, the earliest batch of half-grown kids could now be considered half-qualified workers. It wasn't a problem to recruit new people quickly. When it came to transporting materials, however, it was still only Charlie, Rackle and a few others who did the work. There was no fixed procedure. In a small company, doing things this way was very flexible and economical. But for a renovation group of more than 100 people, there was no end to the current work in New York, and demand for materials was skyrocketing. If the company carried on in this vein, it might become a big problem. Luke thought for a moment. Are you saying to give the business of transporting materials to Adrian? Foggy nodded, then shook his head. If you just want to help him out a bit, that's fine. However, looking at how the renovation company has developed in the last year or so, acquiring a freight company isn't a bad idea. Luke was stunned. Acquisition, Foggy said, yes, it would be best to acquire it, or invest in it. All in all, having control of a stable freight company would be good for the renovation company. He coughed awkwardly. That is, if you have enough money to buy Adrian's company. Given his current situation, he probably won't refuse. Luke rolled his eyes. As long as Adrian wasn't stupid, he would immediately sell the company even if it was just to recoup his losses. While this solved the freight company's financial problem, there was much less chance of rapid development. Everybody knew that long-term contracts for major projects made the most money. It could turn the boss of a small company into a millionaire in one shot. Doing odd jobs was much harder, and there was the risk of running out of money at any time. But did Luke lack money? Adrian's group had only invested hundreds of thousands of dollars in machinery. Foggy naturally knew that Luke was rich, and that it definitely wasn't just from his pay. It was impossible for a minor detective to order so much top-quality meat and seafood from Foggy's dad's shop on his salary alone. Helping out with Foggy's father's business was clearly for Foggy's sake. Foggy thanked Luke and specifically told his father not to mention this outside. Now that he had discovered a good opportunity, he couldn't help but bring it up. This wasn't a matter of how much money Luke could make from the company. What was more important was that 70 to 80% of the renovation company was made up of residents from the Clinton area, most of whom were young people who were willing to take the right path. If the renovation company could continue to grow, these young people would be able to change their futures and feed their mothers. At the very least, they wouldn't have to go home and sneak money out of their mother's stash. Luke scratched his chin and quickly made up his mind. That's fine, but you have to help me sort it out. I don't have time to put together the contract. Foggy choked and pointed at himself. Me again. Luke glanced at him. Should I tell Matt to take over? Or hand it over to the 2 interns in your firm? Foggy thought for a moment, then nodded. Let me do it. This deal involved hundreds of thousands of dollars, and it certainly wouldn't be good to give it to the 2 interns. As for giving it to Matt, forget it. This guy seems to have more things on his plate than I do. He's so busy that I don't see him. I really don't know where a blind man is getting so much business from. Luke was very pleased. If it was left to Foggy, nothing would go wrong. This young lawyer didn't take bribes or mess around. He was serious and meticulous, and was a little similar to Uncle Ben. No wonder they got along so well. Foggy confirmed with Luke the number of shares Ben would get, and started to plan in advance. When the 2 of them returned, Luke just said that he could find someone to invest in Adrian's company. Foggy then explained several investment proposals for funding or acquisition. At the same time, there would be some additional clauses to ensure that Adrian and the others didn't make a loss from this deal. Foggy's explanation was easy to understand, and Adrian was stunned. Are you sure you're not doing charity? Then, he looked at Luke and asked, isn't this too much? Luke waved his hand. It's a win-win situation. Foggy and I are worried about this because we want to help more people secure stable jobs. If you choose to sell directly, you won't make much money. With that, he got up. Talk to Foggy, then go back and think about it for a few days. There's no need to decide right away. I have other things to do, so I won't hang around. Adrian stood up and shook his hand. Thank you, Luke. Luke smiled and patted his upper arm. Right, you said last time that you were an electrical engineer, right? Adrian was at a loss. Yes, I did that for almost 10 years. Luke asked, are you any good? Adrian, not bad, I guess. He looked at Luke uncertainly. Luke nodded. Then you can think about training some electricians in the future. The renovation company will definitely welcome it. Adrian didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he watched Luke leave. He turned to Foggy and asked, do you think so too? Looking at his face, Foggy ventured, is what you do unrelated to what an electrician does? Adrian opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Although both professions had the word electric in common, the difference was like between the dust bag and the tube of a vacuum cleaner, or between mung bean milk and soy bean milk. What was even more ridiculous was that he and his old comrades really could train electricians. They usually built their own appliances and electrical lines at home, and weren't any worse than an actual electrician. Chapter 1499, Gathering and finalizing the contract. Both Luke and Foggy were trying to help Adrian out of his predicament. Foggy had just explained the legal clauses professionally and hadn't talked things up. He had tried to make things easy for Adrian to understand. How could Adrian act up in return? After hesitating for a moment, he could only nod. All right, they are in fact related. It's not a big problem to train up electricians. My fellows and I can do it. If he couldn't do it on his own, they could all do it together. He thought to himself, I'm not the only one in this company. I can't be the only one to train up electricians. The other people in the bar were still talking loudly, and had no idea that their comrade was already pulling them down with him. Walking out of the bar, Luke mumbled to himself, sorry, but a wild, electrical engineer like you is too dangerous. Traditionally, supervillains had two high-risk professions. The first was scientists, most of whom had doctorates. The second was electrical or gas engineers, most of whom were like Adrian. Scientists obsessed with research and eventually turning into supervillains were a classic case. It also wasn't uncommon for electrical engineers in dire straits to turn into supervillains after their mentality crumbled. As long as a person had education and knowledge, they would be outstanding at doing bad things. Luke felt that it was best not to give Adrian and his fellows such a chance. To be a middle-class worker with a loving wife and daughter was pretty good. Things progressed much faster than Luke expected. The third day after Luke met Adrian, Uncle Ben called and invited Luke and Selena over to his place for dinner. He said that Peter had been talking about them for a long time. Adrian's family and Foggy were also invited. It was 6 in the evening, slightly earlier than usual for dinner. So, this was actually a meeting between the top management of the renovation and freight companies, and the men had time to chat. Snow had already started falling earlier in the day. By the time everybody gathered at Uncle Ben's house that night, the tops of many trees were already white. The men gathered in the living room. After May brought over slices of a walnut and date cake for them, she went to the kitchen with Adrian's wife, Doris. Selena knew herself well and didn't cause trouble in the kitchen. She sat on the side and ate the cake, secretly feeding Gold Nugget some every now and then. Little Peter and Adrian's daughter, Liz, were having fun. After discovering Gold Nugget, however, they couldn't pull their attention away. Except for accepting cake from Selena, Gold Nugget left everything else to Dollar's control. When it came to playing with kids, especially when there were so many outsiders around, Dollar was better at it. Gold Nugget would rather take out its tablet and watch TV. Thankfully, Selena was very considerate. She played a soap opera on low volume on the tablet. It was a little different from Gold Nugget's regular TV drama, but there were 2 kids next to it, and it was impossible to watch anything with blood flying everywhere or bodies moving together. It could only watch this show with Selena. In any case, it was a funny enough comedy. The men drank beer and Luke drank coffee on his own. It was mainly because he wanted to eat May's walnut and date cake, which went better with coffee than beer. Uncle Ben approved. It was good that Luke, as a police officer, didn't drink. Besides, if Luke and Selena hadn't stepped out, he would be the only one eating the cake that May had specially made. Little Peter, that guy was only 4 years old. He wouldn't be able to eat much even if he stuffed himself to death. Foggy was as calm as ever. Luke indeed rarely drank. It was only Adrian who found it odd. So, he had listened to a 19-year-old and moved to New York, and the now 20-year-old was helping him out. But the awkwardness only lasted for a moment. The friendly and calm Uncle Ben and the young and capable Foggy were close to Luke, but didn't treat him like a kid. Rather, they followed his lead. In just a few words, the investment contract was officially finalized. Adrian and his fellows would hang on to 15% of the company's shares. Apart from Adrian, the others would take back whatever they had invested. Adrian would take 10% of the shares, and the other 7 people would share the other 5%. From tonight onward, the big boss of the freight company would be an investment company known as the Angel of Clinton. Adrian could still be considered a shareholder with some influence, while his fellows' shares were better than nothing. Fortunately, they had gotten rid of the loans and taken back their savings. The shares were an unexpected bonus. Luke had his own plans for making such a generous offer. He had investigated Adrian and his crew in the last 2 days. They were a bunch of extremely skilled engineers. When he found out, He hadn't been able to help but complain, why did he come here to be the boss of a freight company? He was giving them this treatment because he didn't want them to leave New York and run back to Los Angeles. After the freight company settled under the renovation company, he could hire this bunch of lively and vigorous engineers for some other business. Smart homes, for example, weren't a bad idea. They could take over part of the regular processing work which Ivan did. Luke wanted to establish a separate and relatively complete manufacturing system for himself. In addition, Uncle Ben would also get 10% of the shares in the freight company as well as 20% of the shares in the renovation company. As a personal reward to Uncle Ben, these shares were original issue stock. Uncle Ben could put this money into the Angel of Clinton investment company in installments. Of course, only Luke and Foggy knew about this reward, and didn't say anything about it at that moment. Otherwise, Adrian might not feel good about it. He had to sell his company, while the other party was promoted and got a pay rise and shares. This sense of disparity wouldn't be good for their relationship as future colleagues. After that, everybody chatted about New York. Adrian also said that he was thinking about moving, and didn't want to live in Manhattan or a crowded area anymore. His reasoning was very emphatic. These areas were the most dangerous. The three major New York districts had been affected in the subway explosions case. In the attack by the test subjects, Manhattan had been affected once more. The space portal which opened in New York had been located in Manhattan. There was no way to refute Adrian's reasoning. Even May had rejoiced that their place was a little further out and thus hadn't been affected. Luke nodded in agreement. It was fine to work in the three major districts, but it was best to live further away. Adrian could choose a place in Nassau County. The environment was beautiful and there weren't many people. In any case, they had to rely on cars to get everywhere, and it was just another extra 10 to 20 minutes of travel time. The headquarters for the renovation and freight companies would also be in Queens on Nassau County's side. Most of the employees of the two companies would have to head out for work. It wasn't a problem for the headquarters to be a little further away, and the rent suited them better. It just so happened that Luke's tech base was in Nassau County. If Adrian lived nearby, it would be convenient for him to go to work in the future. Chapter 1500. What is a girlfriend? While the men were chatting, the two kids were playing with Dollar and chatting as well. You're already 4. How many girlfriends do you have now? Liz asked while feeding Dollar cake. Little Peter blinked blankly. Girlfriend? What's that? Someone you eat snacks and play with, and go to school with, said Liz. Little Peter was even more confused. All the kids in kindergarten eat and play together, and go to school together. Liz frowned and tried to think, before her eyes suddenly lit up. Right, I heard you have to do this to be considered a girlfriend. As she spoke, she wrapped her arms around his head and kissed his forehead. Stunned for a moment, little Peter touched his forehead. Aunt and uncle kiss me like that every day. Are they my girlfriends, too? Liz was angry. Your uncle is a boy. How can he be considered a girlfriend? Little Peter stared at her dumbly. Aunt is a girl, so, Liz quickly shook her head. No, aunts don't count. Little Peter was enlightened. Oh, I see. Miss Misha at kindergarten also kisses me on the forehead often and praises me for being cute. Wait, that doesn't seem right. Liz put her hand to her forehead in frustration. After thinking for a moment, her eyes suddenly lit up. She hugged Peter's head again and kissed him on the mouth. It only counts if it's this sort of kiss. Little Peter touched his mouth and suddenly said, you didn't lick the cake off your mouth. PFF'd. Selena, who was watching quietly, couldn't help but laugh. Little Peter, oh, little Peter, I didn't expect you to be like this. You have a bright future ahead of you, you already know how to trick girls. By the time Luke turned to look, Liz had already pulled little Peter into the kitchen, and she said, Mom, does a girlfriend kiss her boyfriend like this? Then, May and Doris exclaimed in surprise. Hey, kids, what are you doing? It was May, but Luke could hear faint delight in her voice, as if she was thinking, my kid has finally grown up. Liz's mother, Doris, was both angry and amused. Liz, what did you learn in kindergarten? Don't teach Peter random things. He's younger than you. Liz said earnestly, he doesn't know what a girlfriend is. I was just explaining it to him. The two women, Luke, Selena had already buried her head in the arm of the couch and was laughing nonstop. Luke glanced at Adrian, who was busy chatting with Uncle Ben, and decided not to tell him the good news. It didn't seem like a bad thing for the two families to become one. The extremely unreasonable thought flashed through Luke's mind. A moment later, the two kids came out of the kitchen. Little Peter was still at a loss. He had no idea what had just happened. It was mainly because Liz's mother had scolded her, but she had only said a few words. Liz was only 5, and Peter was 4. It was impossible to figure out if they were playing around or being serious. The crux was that Liz had taken the initiative, and little Peter had a dazed expression on his face. What could Doris say? This interlude didn't affect the atmosphere of the party. Everyone was in a good mood. It couldn't be any better to have a party like this before Christmas. Adrian had survived the crisis and hadn't dragged his old fellows down with him. Everyone would still have a stable source of income. Uncle Ben was more confident than ever in the future of the renovation company. He didn't know about Luke selling him original stock, he was just happy for the hardworking staff in the company. Foggy was also happy. Luke had privately told him that out of the direct dividends from the renovation company's profits this year, the big boss's portion would go into a legal aid fund for the Clinton community, to be used by Foggy's firm. Of course, this money wasn't for Foggy and Matt, but for those who needed help. Previously, Foggy had used the $50,000 which the law firm got monthly to help out, which was equivalent to him using his own money to help those in dire straits. With this extra sponsorship, he could finally treat himself better. At the very least, he would have money to buy his girlfriend a gift for Christmas. The party wound down at 8:30, and everybody said goodbye. Since Foggy knew he would be drinking, he had hitched a ride with Uncle Ben when the latter got off work, and he now bummed a ride home off Luke. Doris drove Adrian home. Looking at the snow on the balconies in the dark, Foggy sighed contentedly. It's going to be Christmas soon. I need a good break. Luke thought for a moment before he said, do you want me to give you a contact so that you can go to Rio for some fun? A 2-person trip will only cost you a third of the travel agency's price. Foggy was silent for a moment. Are you in fact some super tycoon, and being a detective is just a small hobby for you? Does your family run a bunch of 5-star hotels, and you wake up every morning on a bed 50 meters wide? Luke and Selena rolled their eyes. Selena couldn't help but ask, how can the building we live in be 50 meters wide? Foggy smiled as well. After joking around, he thought for a moment before he nodded. All right, I'll see if Marcy has time off. This discount doesn't have to be for Christmas, right? Luke was amused. You can go whenever you like. It's valid for the long run. However, the most I can offer you is a 3-star hotel, since I really don't know anyone who has a 5-star hotel. Foggy. So, are you implying that you have a 3-star hotel in Brazil? Luke said, I'm not interested enough to open my own hotel. Luke had to keep the fact that he was rich a secret from other people, but not with Foggy. Firstly, this guy was much smarter than Charlie and the others. Secondly, even though Foggy knew Luke was rich, he didn't try to get close to him for benefits. He had passed Luke's test. After sending Foggy back, Luke and Selena went home. 100 meters away, Luke suddenly stopped and looked at the main entrance of an old 5-story building. Different from most apartment buildings which only had one dim yellow light, this old building had 2 very bright lamps at the entrance. The area 20 meters around it was very brightly lit, and there were many people walking back and forth in the wide space inside. Selena asked, what's wrong? Luke said, I want to see how the relief shelter is doing. Selena unbuckled her seatbelt and got out. Then let's take a look. Since we were the ones who shelled out the money, we indeed should see the results. A moment later, they walked in. 2 middle-aged women at the door immediately smiled. Luke, Selena, you're still out so late. Are the two of you? He he he. Luke and Selena laughed and chatted with the women. Chapter 1501. Inspecting the relief shelter. These 2 women were Charlie's mother and Raquel's mother, as well as Luke's loyal aides. Charlie and Raquel were now earning more than $3,000 a month. It was all thanks to Luke and Selena, training them in renovation skills. As for whether or not cleaning up construction waste and moving bricks could be considered renovation skills, these 2 mothers clearly didn't care. Money was more real than words and didn't lie. This relief shelter had only been set up after the Battle of New York. Luke's Relief Foundation for the Disabled and Poor had been making regular donations toward community work in Clinton. This time, the foundation had bought an old, rundown building, and handed it over to community volunteers to give shelter to those who were left without homes after the Battle of New York. The renovation company had rushed over to work overtime for one day and carry out rough repairs. They also divided the huge space inside into small rooms and public showers and toilets. Although everything here was very simple and rough, hot water was provided 24/7 for bathing as well as washing clothes. If a person had no requirements for a hairstyle, they could also get a community worker to help shave them bald or give them a buzz cut. It was very safe here now. Patrol cars from the 15th precinct passed by every day. The patrol officers would carry out inspections every morning and night to make sure that nobody who came in was armed. There were no drug addicts here. Thanks to Luke and Selena, Clinton had already gone through 5 drug gangs. The first 3 were all toppled one after another in just 4 months, while the last 2 gangs tried their luck over half a year. It wasn't that the latter 2 were more persistent, but that the first 3 had been inexperienced. When one gang was hospitalized, another would pop up a few days later to steal territory. After the 3 gangs fell one after another, even pigs knew that doing business in the Clinton area was very risky. The 4th gang only moved in after dragging their feet for 2 months. Less than 2 weeks later, all the gang members had broken bones. The 5th gang had taken 4 months to move in, and they didn't even last a week. Not only were they all sent to the hospital, even their Brooklyn base was destroyed. More than 200 people in total had been sent to the hospital in one go. It was a spectacular scene. Since then, no drug gangs had dared to enter Clinton. They all knew that it wasn't that Batman couldn't track them down, it was just that he wasn't that free. Multiple media reports after the Battle of New York informed everyone that Batman had departed, and members of the Bat Squad were completely silent. But no gang dared to enter Clinton. Batman might have ascended, but Black Cat was still doing well. According to the hearsay about the 2 Devil Bone Breakers, Black Cat's contribution rate was no less than 50%. She was even more ruthless than Batman when it came to violent criminals who targeted women, directly crippling all 5 of their limbs. In comparison, many criminals would rather encounter Batman. As a man, he wouldn't kick too hard. The gangs stayed far away, while the odd robber here and there didn't fare well either, as they were knocked out every now and then in the middle of a crime. It was much better than broken bones, but frequent dizzy spells and headaches weren't a great thing either. They still had to go out every day to earn a living. Thus, all the criminals left this hellish neighborhood. Now, Clinton was very famous for its law and order, and crime on the streets at night was practically extinct. A small grocer and a diner had opened on Luke Street. Without the gangs and hoodlums who came every now and then to steal things, it wasn't hard to carry out this sort of small business. But even if there were gangs and hoodlums who came to cause trouble, Batman and the others might not necessarily need to show up. These 2 stores were run by some of the women whose children either worked at the renovation company or as community workers. If anything happened, dozens of people would show up. They were the new tyrants on this block. After chatting for a while, Luke and Selena began to patrol the shelter. Apart from being a little noisy and simple at first glance, everything was fine. It was much more comfortable than building small shacks out of cardboard and plastic sheets on street corners in winter. However, the rules here were stricter than elsewhere, and a lot of tramps who were used to being unrestrained were unwilling to come here. That had been deliberate on Luke's part. He didn't want this place to become a shelter for criminals, it was only for civilians who were willing to abide by the rules. Suddenly, a girl almost bumped into him after coming out of a room with quick steps. Luke grabbed her shoulder and smiled. "Why aren't you asleep yet? You're not in charge of taking care of the kids, right, Sky?" The girl was none other than Sky, whom they had picked up from the sewers. It had been 2 months since then, and far from her thin and weak figure, she now looked like a regular girl. Her flushed face, the beads of sweat on her forehead, and her quick breaths all demonstrated her vigor. She exclaimed in surprise when she saw Luke. "Luke," she then awkwardly held the fragrant trash can in her hands further away. "Wait, let me take this to the dumpster first, okay?" Luke let go. "No problem, I'll wait for you in the hall." Sky nodded quickly and said hello to Selena behind Luke before she left with the trash can. Selena turned around. She looks to be in good spirits, and can help take care of kids. Luke looked into the room and saw a mother with 2 kids. The older one was around 4 or 5, and was smiling foolishly at his little brother. The younger one was only 2 years old, and was also smiling foolishly at his big brother. Their mother was a little young and was busy cleaning up. Luke didn't need to look to know what the leftover toilet paper and diaper on the floor were. Even with 99.9% of his sharp nose turned off, he could still smell them. He curled his lip and slipped away. She should find a bigger trash can. Selena didn't even bother to look. She had already turned around and walked to the hall. A few minutes later, Sky, who had thrown away the trash in a hurry, saw them. She was about to come over, when she raised her hands again in embarrassment. Wait a little longer. Let me wash my hands first. Luke waved his hand to indicate that it was fine, then smiled at Charlie's mother. 2 cups of coffee, Maria. Do you know Sky? Maria grabbed a couple of disposable cups from the counter and poured 2 cups of coffee. She asked curiously, she's a good kid. She's honest and much smarter than my stupid son. Luke nodded. I ran into her by accident. It's not safe for a girl to be on her own outside, so I brought her here. The sugar and milk were right next to him. As he answered Maria's questions, he added sugar to his coffee as well as a small amount of milk, while Selena doubled the amount of hers. Picking up his coffee, he sat down in a plastic chair and gave Selena a cup. Try this. Selena had better taste in coffee than he did. Taking a sip, she hummed and said, it's pretty much the same as what's on the list. It was hard to avoid someone trying to undermine you. A list could only tell you what had been bought. There was no way to stop someone from switching out the good stuff for themselves. This was also one of the purposes of an on-site inspection. As they drank their coffee, Sky ran out of the bathroom. She was relieved to see that Luke and Selena were still here. These two were too busy. If they weren't at work, then they were holed up at home. She had a lot of work to do here, and had been too embarrassed to go knocking. This was a happy coincidence. Chapter 1502. Go to school, and don't be too curious. Luke called Sky to come over and sit down. After he checked on her recent living situation, Sky's restless mood finally settled. Actually, Luke knew more about her life than she thought. For example, she was a hardcore fan of Batman. She couldn't be considered a hacker per se since she wasn't using her hacking skills to make dirty money. She just liked to collect information online, and occasionally used a small program to track down the identities of Batman and the others. It was Alfred who had discovered the hacking in Clinton. After checking, it discovered that the IP address was right next to Luke's house. Sky currently only knew the basics, and couldn't detect Alfred. Having said that, there weren't many ordinary people in Clinton who had better skills. When he saw her tonight, Luke remembered that too. Pondering for a moment, he said, "Go to school, Sky." Sky was stunned. "What?" Luke said, "You're very organized with paperwork and correspondence. It's clear that you're quite smart. Take advantage of when you're still young to push your upper limits. Don't wait until you're old to regret it." Sky hesitated. But I didn't graduate from middle school." Luke had already sorted out Sky's original middle school. On file, rather than dropping out, she had transferred to another school. She still had study credits and could continue studying, but she hadn't thought about it yet. Luke waved his hand. "Go straight to grade 12. Do you have the confidence to get the rest of your study credits in half a year?" Sky didn't say anything, but she was clearly thinking about it. A moment later, she said in embarrassment, "Maybe not." Luke said, "Then get the credits first. It would be best if you can get into a public university, but if not, go to a community college first." Sky's mouth dropped open. "That's a lot of money, right?" Luke glanced at her and said, "I'll give you a personal student loan. You have to be paid back. Do you want it?" Sky was conflicted. Realistically speaking, she should accept that this would be good for her. For as long as she could remember, however, she had moved around various welfare homes and boarding homes. No one had ever treated her so well. She was rather scared. Anything too beautiful might be an illusion. Sensing her emotions, Luke patted her shoulder and said, "Think properly on it before you look for me again. You have extraordinary talent. You can't just work as a volunteer all your life. Compared with giving you a salary, my hope is you'll be able to donate back one day, even if it's just $100. With that, he stood up and left the shelter. When they got home, Selena asked curiously, "What's so special about her?" Luke said, "Her computer skills have improved. She's gone from something like a bottom-tier annual salary of $20,000 on the day we met her to an industry professional with an annual salary of $100,000. Selena clicked her tongue. "Then why is she a volunteer worker? Wait, does she even need to study, then?" Luke said, "Since she's talented enough to live without worries for the rest of her life, what she needs to learn is how to adapt to society and not walk the criminal path." Selena snorted. You make it sound like you're such a law-abiding citizen yourself. Luke, however, seemed to understand what she was thinking. That's why I said it's about adapting to society. Also, I can't find any information on her from 2 years ago, it was probably covered up by professionals. Selena exclaimed in surprise. Recalling Sky's manner and behavior, she shook her head. There's nothing unusual about how she behaves. Many things couldn't be hidden from seasoned detectives. For example, combat and firearms training usually involved some distinctive movements. Rich and poor kids looked at things differently. It wasn't a matter of putting on an act every now and then. Sky had been a volunteer worker for so long, and there really wasn't anything unusual about her. Only an agent like Natasha, who had been groomed since she was young, could put on that sort of act. Luke shook his head. I don't know, but no matter what, she can't be a volunteer forever. Thanks to his abilities, Luke knew that Sky had never had any professional training, and that she wasn't someone with ill intentions. Luke wasn't interested in what secrets she was hiding. There were too many secrets in this world. For example, he had once come across a mysterious bald woman in Greenwich, Lower Manhattan. That night, he had been flying hundreds of meters high up in his bat suit and in stealth mode. The bald woman in a strange, cosplay-like outfit suddenly turned and looked in his direction. At that time, Luke himself hadn't noticed. It was Alfred who alerted him to the fact that the woman had perfectly tracked Luke's flight. In other words, that bald woman who hadn't been asleep in the middle of the night had detected him despite his stealth mode and watched him fly past. Was Luke curious about this strange existence? He was. However, he only investigated the building at 177A Bleecker Street through public channels and didn't personally check it out himself. The right amount of curiosity was healthy for the body and mind. Excessive curiosity could be called a different thing, courting death. In this world where superheroes and bad guys were becoming more and more capable, it was very easy for something to go wrong if you stuck your nose into someone else's secrets. Luke himself didn't like being spied on for no reason. If the other party didn't let up, he would turn around and investigate them all the way back 18 generations. If it was an enemy, he would send them to heaven. If it was some busybody with nothing to do, he would use New Hope's non-lethal weapons to give them a taste of what it was like to have diarrhea in front of everybody. Luke didn't think it would do him any good to keep an eye on that mysterious bald woman. The other party might not have similar non-lethal methods, but it was completely unnecessary to provoke such a mysterious person for the sake of his curiosity. Footage from the Battle of New York confirmed the need for caution. The bald woman simply stood on the roof and waved her hand like she was swatting flies, and the Chidori flyers around the building exploded in the air. That was right, they exploded hundreds of meters away. The debris from the explosion hit a protective shield around the building, and it didn't suffer the least bit of damage. Luke didn't want to provoke a low-key big shot like this at all. Not only was she a woman, she was also bald and liked to cosplay. If she was a female version of Saitama, she could kill anyone with one punch. Luke, who always prioritized safety, simply pretended that this mysterious big shot didn't exist. If the other party wanted to play at keeping a low profile, that had nothing to do with a minor detective like him. Batman had been in Manhattan for almost a year and was very busy. If this baldy really wanted to make trouble, she would have already done so. Chapter 1503. The problem with money. Sky didn't think for long. Maybe it was because pheromone control had lowered her guard. Maybe it was because borrowing money wasn't accepting a gift, which meant that Luke didn't want to be her sugar daddy. Or maybe she was aware that she couldn't be a community volunteer forever. She needed to make her own way, and she would have to leave sooner or later. Luke had provided her with a better opportunity and a better environment, which gave her ample time to get things done. Like he said, she should remember his kindness and return the favor, instead of staying here forever and relying on other people's donations to survive. After Christmas, Sky would leave the community center, the only place where she had felt safe and warm ever since she was young. She would go to a school in New Jersey for half a year. If she worked hard enough, Luke would find a way to send her to a good university. If she slacked off, Luke would still help her ask around about a community college in New Jersey. As long as she paid, the community college would accept her. It still depended on how hard Sky was willing to work, and whether or not she would use university as a springboard into a new life with college. Before she left, Luke had a long chat with her to determine her future direction and ensure that this girl wouldn't try to take shortcuts. After all, with her abilities, it really wouldn't be hard for her to take more dishonest routes. It was almost Christmas. Luke and Selena gave their greetings to Walter beforehand, confirmed the time, and then flew back to Texas on Christmas Eve. They no longer needed to take a regular flight. A private plane was waiting for them at the airport. After they got on the plane, however, Selena gave Luke a strange look. "You didn't say that you were taking someone back," Luke said with a smile. "We're all acquaintances, there's no need for introductions." "Well, Jenny doesn't have plans for Christmas this year, so she wants to meet Robert." Selena keenly caught the main point. To meet Robert, Luke shrugged. In any case, the Stark Industries shares are under Robert's name, and Jenny needs to meet him. Selena was lost for words. She hadn't thought of that at all. Jenny kept smiling and didn't say anything as they spoke in front of her. Except for greeting Selena when the latter first boarded the plane, she didn't say anything to her after that. She relied on Luke for a living, but she didn't owe Selena anything. She had greeted her only to be polite. There was no need to act friendly since Selena didn't have that intent either. Luke was unperturbed. He started sketching on his tablet the moment he got on the plane. Jenny was in a similar situation. This was a completely unexpected trip, and there were a lot of adjustments she had to make. Selena and Gold Nugget watched a show on their own tablet on the side, but every now and then, a certain dog head would respond to nudges from Selena's foot to indicate that everything was normal with the fiend and that he wasn't tangled up with the blonde woman with no chest or butt. Thanks to its sharp ears and nose, it was no less worse at detective work than Luke. But it wasn't a good thing that the dog head had keen senses. During the flight, it was interrupted 7 or 8 times, and it couldn't even keep track of the plot of the show it was watching. In its heart, it could only silently mock Selena's naivete. If the fiend was that stupid, he wouldn't have boarded this plane. In fact, the dog head was very smart in certain aspects. When they arrived in Shackelford, Jenny was very nice to Luke's family, but not overly clingy. Apart from discussing Stark Industries with Robert, she spent most of her time with Catherine and Claire. She had fun on the ranch. Selena was confused. She couldn't help but ask Luke, "Is she really here on vacation?" Luke wasn't in a hurry. He pulled her to a chair on the back porch and gave her one of the 2 meat skewers he was holding. "It's probably because there's a small conflict in her family. I don't want her to spend Christmas alone in New York." Selena took the skewer and took a bite. What conflict? Money. Jenny was Luke's super money bag, and Selena had seen the relevant information, so that was her first reaction. Luke took a bite of his own skewer and nodded regretfully. The meat wasn't wholly done, and there was still some blood, but it was still edible. Selena couldn't help but knock her knee into his thigh. "Don't beat around the bush. Just tell me," Luke said. Her father made a big deal a few months ago, but because of the Battle of New York, he lost more than $1 billion in future contracts. He said it calmly, as if Joseph had lost $10. Selena's eyes widened. She tried to recall the information on Jenny's father, and asked uncertainly, "It seems that her father only has about $1 billion in assets, so he went bankrupt." Luke shrugged. "Pretty much, unless Jenny is willing to fish him out of it." Thinking about Miss Jenny's past and personality, Selena asked, "So, Miss Jenny actually wants to help her father out?" Luke nodded again. Her mouth says no. As soon as he said that, he sensed that Selena was about to roll her eyes, and immediately said the second half. "But her heart wants to." Selena cut the meat and started eating again. What a troublesome young lady. If she wants to do it, then do it, as long as she's considered the consequences and issues beforehand. It's not a big deal. There's no need to look like she's dying, cough cough. It was the holidays, and she couldn't say random things. Pleased, Luke nodded. "You've made a lot of progress." "I think so, too. However, I don't know when she'll figure it out." Selena snorted. "I can get by on the salary of a minor detective. I will never understand the worries of the rich." Luke said, "That's because nobody knows how much money we have. If you were on some ranking list of the rich, you would encounter no less trouble than she does." Thinking about her net worth being exposed, Selena couldn't help but shiver. She immediately said, "I'm not some successful businesswoman. If anyone finds out about me, you can take back the shares. I'll just be a poor detective." Looking at the woman acting as cowardly as Gold Nugget, Luke was lost for words. "You're not afraid of fighting tens of thousands of aliens, but you're afraid of money." Even as he mocked her, he could only admit, fine, he was scared, too. He was scared that people would know that he was too rich. The worries of the rich were indeed unimaginable for people without money, unimaginably comfortable. He was so comfortable, mostly because he was very rich. Money didn't just solve most problems, it also helped solve many problems created by people. Chapter 1504. Big-hearted Selena and new target Jenny's arrival didn't affect the atmosphere at the family gathering, but even added to it. With just a few words, she solved a bunch of small problems Luke's grandfather, Drax, and Selena's father, Mario, had in running the ranch. As one of the top business bigshots in America, she had plenty of manpower and resources. It was a piece of cake to solve the problems of running a small ranch. In this regard, Luke couldn't compare with her. He didn't rely on business to make a living, and his grandpa's ranch wasn't making a loss. It was just small issues in moving forward. Secondly, Robert's misgivings were also dispelled by Jenny. She promised that he would only need to attend certain meetings when it was absolutely necessary. This might only happen once every few years or every decade, like last time, when Stark Industries shut down the weapons division, and Obadiah held a shareholders' meeting. Some of Catherine's worries were also dispelled by Jenny's explanation. At the very least, Catherine now truly believed that Luke had relied on his skills and not killing people to obtain so much wealth. It wasn't that she didn't trust Luke, but that she wanted more proof. Jenny was the most famous business bigshot in America at the moment, and her words were very trustworthy. Catherine didn't think that Luke could fool a billionaire into putting on an act with him. She wasn't interested in reading the contract. If Luke was lying, it was for their own good, and there was no point in pursuing it. If the shares contract was real, there was no need to pursue it. Catherine was very wise when it came to showing proper concern for her family. 5 days later, the three of them returned to New York together. The atmosphere on the plane was a lot better. On the way, a certain dog head wasn't kicked in the butt at all, and was able to watch its show in peace and quiet until they arrived in New York. Jenny gave Luke a farewell kiss, said goodbye to Selena, then got into her car and left. Selena watched her car drive off suspiciously. Why do I feel like her attitude toward me has improved? Luke thought for a moment. Maybe because you're more awesome than she is. Selena snorted. Is it a competition? There are plenty of people who are better than her. Luke shook his head. No, it's that you're more big-hearted. Selena subconsciously lowered her head and looked at her chest thoughtfully. She really knows her place. Gold Nugget silently turned its head. Are you dumb? Do you really not know what the fiend is trying to say? After a rare break, Luke finally started to pour all his energy into work. This wasn't his detective work, which wasn't hard and didn't require too much effort. What he was focused on were the leads he got from the 2 new prisoners in Space 2. Soon after throwing them into the space prison, Claudia and Hodge returned to normal. In front of them was a completely separate prison. They were in 2 separate rooms. They could eat, drink, piss and sleep every day, but there was nothing else. Every night, Luke would let them look at each other for 5 minutes, but they couldn't hear each other. They didn't know any sign language, nor did they have any tools for writing or communicating. These 5 minutes was like giving someone a glass of water every day in the desert so that they wouldn't die of thirst. In less than 10 days, Hodge's mentality collapsed. This time, Luke didn't specially use any super abilities. He simply used normal psychology and hypnosis, which was aimed at the weaknesses in Hodge's mentality. The man who loved Claudia soon fell to his knees. However, Luke had no sympathy for them. Did the innocent deserve it if someone could willfully slaughter them, traffic drugs and poison tens of thousands of people for love? Hodge, whose mental defenses were weak, quickly started to disclose information. As a reward, Luke gave them 10 minutes to talk every day, but they couldn't touch each other. However, Hodge had kept some information to himself, so Luke went back to giving them just 5 minutes. A few days later, Hodge couldn't stand the loneliness, nor could he stand just 5 minutes where they could see each other but couldn't talk. He stopped resisting and quickly confessed everything he knew. Since then, Claudia and Hodge met every day for 10 minutes. Claudia still hadn't given in. Even though she knew that Hodge had confessed everything, she didn't say anything. However, Luke wasn't planning on getting rid of Hodge. Hodge, who no longer had any more information to offer, could still be used as a tool to smash down Claudia's resistance. In any case, time was on Luke's side, and he wasn't in a hurry. Besides, Hodge had given him enough information to investigate. What Luke was best at was following clues. Now that he was investigating the information he had obtained from Hodge, whatever Claudia knew wasn't necessarily important. Whether she liked it or not, she was locked up here for good. Luke didn't ask too much of a prisoner who was sentenced to life imprisonment. They could just continue to enjoy themselves like black sky. According to Hodge, they weren't from some government agency. At the very least, Claudia hadn't said that she belonged to any government agency. No one had arranged for him to follow Claudia. It was just that he was persistent. Claudia was in charge of everything related to the drug trafficking, but based on some clues, Hodge speculated that she had connections in the American government. After taking control of the cartel, the woman sold a tremendous amount of illegal drugs to the rest of the world, especially in the United States, and basically didn't suffer any losses during this period of time. Batman's appearance didn't affect her business. Instead, the goods became more expensive and she made more money. So, Claudia had powerful means of ensuring that the illegal drugs sent to the United States didn't run into any problems on the way. Conversely, there had been some problems with her goods in Europe. Although the matter was resolved quickly, the process clearly wasn't as smooth as in America. Although Hodges didn't have a concrete position, he had persevered in following Claudia, and she did have some trust in him. In the last year in particular, he had access to certain networks. For example, he had inadvertently memorized information about certain locations, people and distributors. These leads were enough for Luke. Whoever could help Claudia move 20 tons of goods into the United States in a year was definitely a major target worth investigating. After a comprehensive analysis, the Level 2 clone arrived in Baltimore. Looking southwest, Luke murmured thoughtfully, "What a nice place. It's so close to DC, Chapter 1505, Bar, Toxic, and center position." It was about 50 kilometers northeast of DC. This had once been the third largest city in the United States, and had the earliest railways and excellent ports. It had been an important shipping hub for the Great Lakes region. But that was a long time ago. Now, Baltimore had become a lot more chaotic. A lot of the middle class and the rich who had first lived here chose to leave. The ones who remained moved to another region, leaving the original district to the poor. Just like that, the entire city was split into two. One half was the rich and middle class people who lived in new areas with good public security and facilities. Most of the old districts, on the other hand, were full of crime. In terms of crime rate, even Chicago and Detroit had to concede defeat. It was only because there were less than 1 million people in Baltimore that it hadn't been able to claim the crown of Crime City in America. Even so, one could imagine how chaotic Old Town was. However, it had strategic land and water routes, and it was only about 150 kilometers to Philadelphia in the north, and just over 300 kilometers to New York. Chaos meant that a lot of places weren't under control, and the convenient land and water networks meant that large quantities of illegal drugs could be transported out via cars, trains and boats. Luke entered Old Town at night. A moment later, he came out of an alley after switching to an African-American alias. It belonged to a certain New York drug dealer. The original owner of the identity had become experience and credit points in the system a few months ago. It was a disposable identity that wouldn't cause a fuss. The most distinctive traits of this drug dealer were his fierce appearance and sturdy body. He was a little similar to Mike Tyson in Luke's previous life, which was why Luke had kept this identity. Now that Luke was in Old Town, many people only gave him a few looks before they stopped paying attention. A brawny African-American man in an ordinary gray hoodie and with his hands still in his pockets wasn't a suitable target for a robbery. If someone really tried it, it would be hard to say which party would actually do the robbing. Just like that, Luke walked into a bar not far away. Most of the neon lights that formed the bar's name were broken. There was only a J, followed by a bridge, at the back, and an A could be faintly seen in the middle. Two African-American men who were smoking on the side glanced at Luke before they ignored him. Luke pushed the door open and entered. A hallway 7 to 8 meters long appeared before him. The brick-red walls and the dim lighting made it look dull and oppressive. At the end of the hallway was another door, behind which was the faint sound of a low bass and singing. Opening the second door, music poured out. After scanning the lounge for a moment, Luke walked over to the bar counter and tapped on it with his finger. A bottle of beer. The bartender gave him a bottle of beer, took the money, then proceeded to ignore Luke. Luke turned around and looked at the stage in the middle of the lounge. It was a circular stage with 4 runways that stretched out in the shape of a cross. 2 women were dancing on the stage. One was white, and the other was African American. Their clothes were incredibly skimpy and they had magnificent chests. Many people whistled and waved cash from time to time to tempt the women to draw closer. The two dancers cleverly used their movements to put themselves in a position where they could take the money without being pulled down. They absolutely had to avoid such a dangerous situation when dancing here. The consequence of being pulled off the stage could be anywhere from a badly battered face to a disastrous death. The bar owner was intimidating enough, but these stupid drunkards would do whatever they wanted when they were high. Although Luke was facing the stage, his gaze was focused on the virtual projection on his lenses. A large number of mini drones began to investigate the bar. They quietly flew in through cracks and searched all the hidden areas of the building. At the same time, Luke eavesdropped on the people around him. He directly ignored most of them who were here to have fun. What he paid attention to were those who were behaving strangely. For example, the two men huddled together and saying things like, "Tomorrow's goods," and 25,000. Every now and then, hoodlums would go in and out a small door that was guarded. Occasionally, they would run to the stage or the bar with the money they had just gotten to spend it. But these small fry weren't Luke's targets. Until he caught the big fish, he wouldn't pay attention to them. Suddenly, the music stopped, and the two sweaty dancers returned to the central stage with cash tucked into their skimpy outfits. Standing in the middle, the women blew kisses around them as the stage slowly sank down. Without the music, all sorts of noises rang out. There were whistles, curses, shouts and conversation. Some people also used the time to go to the bathroom, drink or shoot up drugs, or grope each other. This was a break, and the prelude to the next act. Luke had found his target. In a VIP booth, one person called out, "Boss," and another called out, "Boss Lamar." Iron Fist Lamar was the big boss of this bar. At the same time, he was Claudia's big client. In the past 2 years, Claudia had provided him with 5 tons of goods, and Hodge had come several times to deliver the goods. It was very rare in drug deals that the money was paid first and the goods delivered later or vice versa. Thus, Luke focused on Lamar. Even if he couldn't find anyone behind Lamar, he would still earn a lot of experience and credit points. Now that he had found his target, he could only wait. To avoid alerting Lamar, Luke didn't plan to take him down right away, but to learn some information first. At that moment, music rang out in the bar once more as an EDM song called "Toxic" played. "Baby, can't you see I'm calling? A guy like you should wear a warning." 3 dancers wearing skimpy blue flight steward uniforms rose up on the round stage. Just then, Luke took a quick glance as he raised the beer in his hand, only to see the woman in the center sashay forward. Pooh, he spat out his beer. The bartender glanced at him, but seeing Luke just spit out some beer before putting the bottle back on the counter, he didn't say anything. Chapter 1506. I never thought you would be like this. Coulson. Luke wiped his mouth with a handkerchief and stared at the dancers on stage with a strange expression. He managed to control his expression and tapped the counter with a $5 bill. The bartender turned around. Luke said, "Let me ask you something." The bartender looked at the cash under Luke's hand and frowned. Because of Luke's size and appearance, however, he still walked over. "What do you want to know?" Luke asked. "What's the name of the short-haired beauty on stage? When did she arrive? I don't think I saw her last time." The bartender immediately understood. Luke was being generous enough to give him $5 for this information. Most people wouldn't even give him a dime for answering such a question. The bartender's attitude also improved. "Her name is Lainey, and she only arrived recently. However, she's very proud and fierce. All she does is dance. Until now, no one has been able to go home with her, much less climb into her bed." On stage, Lainey winked at the audience, and the corner of Luke's eye twitched. "I can't wait. I need a hit, baby, give me it. You're dangerous." The music drifted into his ears. Hearing that, he decisively flicked out the $5 in his hand, the corner of his eye twitching. "Go back with her. Climb into her bed." Even Lamar might not be able to do that. Seeing how straightforward Luke was in giving him the money, the bartender seized the opportunity to take a break. He stopped what he was doing and continued talking nonsense. "This woman is really strong. See her thighs. She could definitely break a man's waist with those. Look at that ass. She must have undergone professional training. If she sits on you, there's a high chance." On stage, Lainey's hips shook vigorously to the song. "With a taste of your lips, I'm on a ride. You're toxic, I'm slipping under." Luke's face immediately darkened. He had already reached into his pocket with his right hand and was holding a pen, which he aimed at the bartender. A black needle shot out soundlessly from the tip of the pen. The bartender was still speaking, but less than a second later, his pupils lost focus and his legs went limp as he collapsed over the counter. Luke calmly put his hand back into his pocket. With a thought, he put the special pen and the needle into his inventory. At the same time, he appeared shocked as he looked at the bartender. Soon, two brawny men came over and examined the bartender. "He's not dead. It seems he's unconscious." The other man stared at Luke, his hand already on the gun under his loose t-shirt. Luke curled his lip. Come on, has he not touched a woman in years? He was talking about how hot Lainey was, and got so excited that he passed out. The man was stumped. They all knew that the bartender had indeed been privately drooling over the newcomer, Lainey, but hadn't succeeded in seducing her. He also did have a history of knocking himself out after getting high. At that moment, the man who had been crouched down completed his inspection. No blood, no external injuries. Forget guns, there was no smell of gunpowder at all. Helpless, the two brawny men spoke into their comms before they lifted the unconscious bartender and brought him to a side door. Luke shrugged and continued looking at the three people dancing on stage. However, he didn't forget to ask Alfred, "Did you record our dear Miss Lainey's hot dancing?" "Make sure you don't miss anything." Alfred said, "Don't worry, Master. Bats 7 and 8 recorded everything from 2 different angles. The video will definitely become Miss Lainey's lifetime treasure." Luke hummed and said, "Forget it. Just leave it in the database." Alfred said, "Master, I thought you would give it to Mr. Phil as a birthday present. Otherwise, it would be too much of a waste." Luke chuckled inwardly. "If I do that, not only won't Phil live past his birthday, he'll take me down with him." That was right. The Lainey in center position was Model 1 of Phil's Thousand Faces system. It was Luke who had specially chosen this hot, short-haired girl model, so he recognized it at a glance. That being said, a thought popped into his head: could Phil be here for the same reason? Phil and Batman were now both martyrs. The only thing Phil was responsible for now was the secret investigation of Hydra inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Claudia and Lamar, Hydra and the American, big backer. There really seemed to be a connection. A secret organization like Hydra absolutely wouldn't mind making billions in dirty money a year. Luke himself had a lot of things to do, and he also had to use untraceable money. He wouldn't use the money from the phone company. His opponents didn't need evidence. As long as they had clues, they wouldn't hesitate to kill people, even if they were on the wrong track. No amount of confidentiality or money laundering could hold up to a thorough investigation of the source. That was the safest option. Thinking that, Luke couldn't help but look at Phil, who was about to finish dancing. Should he make contact? What should he say? He hesitated. "I saw you dancing part-time in a bar with my own eyes. I never thought you would be like this, Coulson." Phil wouldn't kill himself from the indignity, right? Before that, he might want to get rid of a certain tactless eyewitness. Quickly vetoing this silly thought, Luke decided to wait and see. For Phil's sake, waiting a day or two was fine. But who would have thought? As soon as he got the Thousand Faces system, Phil, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, actually started to let himself go. This could be considered an unexpected delight. Luke took another sip of his beer as he summed things up inwardly. Of course, he had already turned back to face the bar. He already had the video as a souvenir. If he continued watching Phil dance, his eyes would burn. Alfred sent him a notification. "Sir, spiders 1 to 6 have entered the basement. There is a simple alarm system, but it won't affect their infiltration." Luke hummed in acknowledgement. Bats were the drones that could fly, and spiders were naturally the drones that moved on the ground. With Luke's current skills, he could make spider drones less than 10 mm in size. Of course, they were bigger when their legs unfolded. This was enough for reconnaissance work. When it came to burrowing into cracks, in particular, they were much more convenient than the flying bat drones. Alfred said, "Detected a second basement level, which is equipped with a more advanced security system. The spiders will need time to find a passage." Luke didn't think much of it and waited silently. Since he had decided to give Phil a chance to perform, he wasn't in a hurry. At that moment, the song was over, and the hot girl whom Phil had transformed into was called down, leaving the other two dancers to start the next dance. Iron Fist Lamar also got up from the booth and entered the small door. Looking at the image of the basement, Luke scratched his head. A big black man led Phil to the first basement level and into a room. Then, Lamar also arrived and entered the room. Chapter 1507. Heartless Iron Fist and an energetic woman. Seizing the moment when the door opened a second time, 2 spider drones crawled through the gap and hid in suitable positions to transmit the situation in the room. With his back to Phil, Lamar poured a drug into one glass, then filled that in another glass with wine before he walked toward his prey. Luke slapped his forehead. What was going on? It wasn't that he thought Phil would fall for this trick, but he felt that Lamar was shameless. If the drug didn't work, he would use force without hesitation. Would Phil let a scumbag bully him? Obviously not. Thinking that, Luke sighed and walked out of the bar. If the situation blew up, he could only get information out of Iron Fist Lamar's head as quickly as possible. How much he could get would depend on his luck. Asking Phil to be the honeypot. Luke couldn't do it, nor could Phil. Unless it was a personal hobby, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents weren't in the habit of making shady deals with criminals. In a lavish suite in the basement, Phil smiled as he watched Lamar come over with a glass of wine. On Model 1 of the Thousand Faces system, Phil's typical bland smile looked especially alluring to Lamar. That was right. At that moment, the light-colored hair and the robust body on Model 1 had a neutral and masculine beauty. Coupled with that gentle smile, it was a splendid cocktail of varying styles. Lamar admitted that he was tempted. Unfortunately, after being rejected several times by this Lainey, he didn't have the patience to court her. Once he had a woman and liked her, he would give her more money. If he didn't like her, he would have someone toss her out of the bar. If a woman continued to nag, he would send her on a ship to be sold off. He was Iron Fist Lamar, and just that heartless. Phil calmly accepted the glass and said in a soft voice, "Thank you, Lamar. I didn't expect you to think so highly of my dancing. As for a long-term contract, I need to think about it." A pleased look flashed in Lamar's eyes, and he said perfunctorily, "No, Lainey, I've seen your dancing, and I really admire, huh?" His gaze suddenly fell on where Lainey was touching his right arm, which was holding out the drink, with her left hand. She was wearing a pair of thin black gloves that went up to her elbows. This was something Lainey herself had requested, saying that this would highlight her bearing in center position. Lamar had agreed with the idea. In the long black gloves, Lainey's arms looked even fairer and more charming. At that moment, however, the tips of the black gloves were like needles that pierced the skin on his right forearm and stabbed into his flesh. However, Lainey was still smiling as gently as ever. Sensing danger, Lamar gritted his teeth and punched her. The black fist left an afterimage in the air. Phil's face changed. As he raised his right arm, he pulled at Lamar's right arm with his left hand and used the momentum to duck to the right, as far away from that terrifying fist as possible. However, the man was unbelievably fast. The moment Phil raised his right arm, the fist made contact. Crack! Phil felt his right arm go numb, and it was followed by excruciating pain. He decisively gave up on trying to hang onto Lamar's right arm and quickly retreated. He hit the coffee table and pitched into an armchair. The huge momentum sent him in the armchair flipping backward. The man who had brought Phil in heard the noise from outside, but didn't go in at all. Instead, he chuckled. "Wow, didn't Boss Lamar say that he would be gentler this time? He's going in hard again. Isn't he afraid of killing her?" Then, he remembered Lainey's robust figure and couldn't help but swallow. She's so energetic. Boss sure is lucky. At that moment, concentrated gunfire suddenly rang out on the rooftop opposite the bar. 4 or 5 automatic weapons opened fire at the same time, shattering the glass windows of the bar front. Less than a few seconds later, almost all the brawny men in the bar received word of an attack on their comms, and they started to rush upstairs and out the back door. Forget the entrance. Given the intense gunfire there, they would probably be turned into Swiss cheese in a matter of seconds. The customers in the bar had no idea what was going on outside. The loud music and the 2 soundproof doors were a world apart. Luke, on the other hand, took advantage of the moment when the men opened the small door to slip through in stealth mode and enter the first basement level. The defenses on the first level weren't very strict. They were very ordinary and couldn't compare with what was on the second level. On the first basement level, which didn't have much light, Luke's stealth mode was more than enough. At that moment, he ordered the spider drones to cut the bar's power. The bar's regular power source and the generator were cut off at the same time, and the basement instantly turned dark. In the room, the fight between Lamar and Phil had reached an extremely critical point. Lamar felt his body gradually turning numb, and he knew that he didn't have many chances left. With a roar, he pushed off of his feet and swung his left fist at Phil again. Phil's right arm was drooping, and he couldn't lift it at all. He knew that he had been a little careless this time. He hadn't expected Lamar's Iron Fist to actually be a formidable mechanical arm, and that his body would be able to resist the strong effect of the sedative. Phil's thin black gloves, on the other hand, were just nano gloves. They were very helpful, but didn't increase his strength at all. So, he could only move quickly and use the environment to fight back. But Lamar's bellow made his heart sink. If the other party called his men over, the nano gloves wouldn't be able to stop bullets. Phil could be trapped in this room and then turned into Swiss cheese. Worst of all, Lamar exploded with even faster movements. Phil couldn't evade him for much longer. Although the situation was critical, Phil didn't panic. As an old agent, he had encountered too many life-threatening situations, and his nerves were as hard as steel. He wouldn't give up until the last moment. Suddenly, the room was plunged into darkness. Phil was alarmed, but there were two faint red lights opposite him. He subconsciously moved away from them and dodged Lamar's punch. A thought flashed through Phil's mind. He knew what the two red dots were. They were Lamar's eyes. This also proved that Lamar wasn't an ordinary person. After understanding this, Phil quickly retreated in the direction that he remembered the furniture was in. Losing the light wasn't necessarily a bad thing for him. Since they couldn't see each other, the stronger and faster person would be at a disadvantage. However, the red lights, which were Lamar's eyes, didn't stop moving as the man charged at him. Phil cursed inwardly and guessed that the other party might have night vision. Although the room was dark, there was still faint light from some of the electrical devices in the room, which could be enough to see by. However, Lamar was relying purely on his own eyes to see. Was this a super ability? At that moment, Phil tripped as his calf collided with something, and he fell backward. Chapter 1508. Thrown in, and behind the scenes. Phil cursed inwardly. He tried to control his fall, but it was too late. There were heavy and quick footsteps as the two red dots swiftly approached him. Looking at the shocked Laney, Lamar grinned hideously. "Die, you son of a b******. Dwang. There was the clear sound of metal colliding. Lamar was stunned. A strange man with a black and white skull face had suddenly appeared between him and Laney. The man grabbed Lamar's left fist with his right hand. "Go to hell." Lamar was only stunned for a moment, before he immediately bellowed angrily. He exerted strength in his left arm and legs, planning to use the mechanical strength of his body to knock down this new opponent. But it was useless. The black and white skeleton tilted its head to look at him. It remained unmoving, its arm didn't even shake. Lamar's face changed. Before Lamar could react, Luke pressed the muzzle of the gun to his abdomen. Bang, bang, two paralysis bullets were fired. Before he could feel the impact in his lower abdomen, Lamar subconsciously kicked out. Dwang, dwang. An enormous metallic clash rang out in the room. The legs of the two figures turned into countless afterimages which collided fiercely. But less than 2 seconds later, Lamar's legs suddenly gave out, and he passed out. Luke grabbed him and put him into space too, before he turned the gun around. Bang! A paralysis bullet shot out. Phil looked at him in astonishment before he fell onto the couch. Luke secretly apologized and put him away in space too. It was impossible to put a person into space too unless they were unconscious, so Phil had to be knocked out first. Luke waited a moment. In space too, Osiris began to model Lamar's body, including his fingerprints, his irises, body shape, and so on. In less than a minute, all of Lamar's information was inputted into a blank thousand faces system. 2 minutes later, the modeling was completed. Luke put away the armor and put on the new mask. 10 seconds later, a brand new Iron Fist Lamar appeared in the room. Luke put on a black suit and deliberately messed it up a little, before he pushed the door open and left. At that moment, the power that had been cut off was restored. The brawny man at the door was stunned to see Luke. "Boss, you," Luke waved his hand impatiently. "I was too rough. She's knocked out." What happened just now? Why did the power go out?" The brawny man shook his head. "I don't know." Luke glared at him. "Then why are you still here? Get up there and don't come back until you've fixed the problem for me." The man trembled. He nodded quickly and ran off. As for why Boss Lamar was suddenly so bad-tempered, it was probably because he hadn't had his fill yet, which was very normal. It was even easier to explain away the sunglasses he was suddenly wearing. Maybe Laney had given him a black eye. Thinking that, the man ran even faster. Catching his boss in an ugly state was courting death. He didn't want to be the ninth lackey to be killed. Luke walked past the camera on the first basement level with a dark face. He stood in front of the elevator and looked lost in thought. In the meantime, he activated Sharp Nose and Elementary Sound Wave, and Alfred quickly analyzed the function of the small screen next to the elevator. 10 seconds later, Luke seemed to wake up from his thoughts. He pressed his right hand to the screen. The screen lit up. At the same time, a device shot out a red light to scan Luke's eyes. After several seconds, the elevator doors opened quietly, and he walked in. The elevator descended. At the same time, a man in a room in DC suddenly frowned. He went to the washroom, opened the message on his phone and frowned. There were only 2 numbers in the message. The first indicated a target number, and the second indicated an unexpected situation. Other people wouldn't understand anything even if they received the message. Only those who knew the numbers and the code would know what it meant. Lamar, system has lost contact. He left the room and took the elevator. A red-haired woman in the elevator nodded at him. Agent Garrett, getting off work. John Garrett smiled back politely. Yes, Agent Hand. After this greeting, they both tacitly looked away and looked out at the view of DC through the transparent walls of the elevator. They didn't say anything else. They were familiar with each other, but didn't interact on a personal level. They didn't even have much contact in an official capacity. They were only being polite because they were in the same elevator. To make the silence as the elevator went down less awkward, they exchanged the simplest of courtesies. When the elevator reached the first floor, Hand nodded at him again and walked out. Garrett relaxed slightly. Not only was Hand smart and capable, she wasn't on his side. His emotions had been a little turbulent after receiving the news earlier. It wouldn't be good if she noticed. The elevator descended and soon reached the underground garage. Garrett drove out, leaving the Triskelion building behind him. Only then did he relax. His slightly relaxed smile turned into pursed lips, and his narrowed eyes gave him a dark look. Lamar himself was nothing to him. He was just a pawn. However, this pawn was still a successful test subject, and the experimental equipment on the Death Soldier was very expensive. For another thing, Lamar's life was in Garrett's hands. He wasn't scared of the man turning traitor at all. From the moment the clairvoyant system in Lamar's eyes lost contact, Lamar would only be safe for 1 hour before he self-destructed and his head was burned out. At the same time, the Death Soldier model would explode into pieces, taking with it any ideas someone else may have about it. That was why Garrett had left the goods from Mexico to Lamar. Lamar opened a bar in Baltimore, which was close to DC and easier for Garrett to control. But now, Garrett wasn't headed for Baltimore, but in another direction. When Luke entered the second basement level, he realized that it was actually a completely sealed-off warehouse for the goods. There was no need for someone to stand guard here, to minimize the possibility of someone sneaking in. There weren't even any ventilation ducts here. No wonder the spiders hadn't been able to enter. Apart from the elevator and another metal door, there were no gaps in this warehouse. After checking that there were no surveillance devices here, Luke threw the goods and cash into his inventory. There wasn't much of each. There was only a few dozen kilograms of drugs and just over 10,000 in cash. There were scrapes on the floor and the walls, which suggested that usually, a lot of goods were piled up here. It just so happened that they had already been moved out at the moment. Luke wasn't too disappointed, because there was something else interesting here. Some machines had been placed in one corner of the warehouse. Luke currently didn't have time to look at them more closely, but they were undoubtedly expensive. This wasn't something a person like Lamar liked to play with. Instead, it was more in the vein of his own mechanical equipment. Naturally, he put these machines away in his inventory before he returned to the first basement level. Chapter 1509. Treatment, Eye Searing, and Truth Serum. When the elevator doors opened, the brawny men in Lamar's bedroom were immensely relieved to see Luke, who was still wearing Lamar's face. Nobody dared to barge into Boss Lamar's room, especially when his right-hand man said that he was out. Lamar didn't have many rules, but his one rule was that nobody was allowed to barge into his room. Quite a number of people who had done so had died. Nobody dared to do it again after that. Now that Lamar had come out of the elevator, they immediately surrounded him and started talking all at once. At that moment, Luke felt like he was listening to rap in 3D surround sound. Grimly, he raised a finger. You do it, everybody else, shut up. The man was Lamar's right-hand man, and he immediately explained the situation. Luke nodded as he walked. In fact, what could happen? It was just that he had gotten the small attack drones to aim at the empty windows and fire more than 100 times, shattering more than a dozen windows. No one had been injured. Who knew why these hoodlums were so agitated? Compared with Lamar, these lackeys were just trash. Maybe it was because Lamar was too good himself that he could only collect trash. Thinking that, Luke pointed at his right-hand man again as he went upstairs. I'll leave this to you. I'll come back tomorrow to investigate. The man was at a loss. What should he do? Investigate what? Take care of the dozen broken windows. The right-hand man didn't understand the meaning of an investigation. But it was clear that Lamar didn't want to say much. He simply told them to get lost and get to work, before he left. His lackeys looked at each other in bewilderment, but eventually went back to their own business. In any case, apart from some broken windows, everything was indeed fine. If they persisted in tagging along after the boss, he might ruthlessly smash their heads open with his legendary iron fists. What they didn't know was that from that moment on, this ruthless iron fist Lamar would vanish from the world and never appear again. Luke found a temporary hideout, an abandoned warehouse at a remote dock. After tidying up a bit, he released Phil from Space 2. Osiris had already examined Phil's right arm, and Luke started to treat it without any delay. After reconnecting the broken bones in his forearm, he quickly healed them with elementary light of life to get rid of the swelling. Less than 5 minutes later, Phil's arm was as good as new. Then, Luke began to deal with Lamar in Space 2. Using the inventory's detection and disassembly function, he first dismantled Lamar's left leg and left hand. This process wasn't as bloody as it sounded. Because these were extremely sophisticated and high-end mechanical prosthetics. They didn't look like the soft, lifelike version which Stark had given to Misty, but they were more practical. Misty's right arm was mainly for work, while Lamar's left arm and leg were for killing. Judging from Lamar's performance just now, these things were roughly one level lower than the Tycoon's armor. But this one level difference in technology shouldn't be underestimated. Something that was only one level lower than Tony's armor in this world was absolutely a top-notch product. If the American government had this, it would definitely be a treasure. Of course, it was possible that it really was a product of some national defense vendor. After dismantling the limbs, Luke threw them into Space 1 to study later. Apart from these mechanical prosthetics, Luke also found a technological system in Lamar's eyes. It would have been very hard for anyone else to figure out how the device worked and its effect. Luke, who had Tony's technology and an AI program, quickly broke through the system's defenses, before throwing it into Space 1 as well. Very soon, Phil opened his eyes. He looked around and saw Luke. He was relieved to see the familiar black and white skull. Big Dipper, one of the members of the Bat Squad, was the superhero who had personally shut the space portal during the Battle of New York. He was trustworthy. Luke tied Lamar, who was about to wake up, to a stainless steel chair. He tilted his head and looked at Phil before he asked, "You're awake? Do you want to interrogate this guy together?" Phil subconsciously nodded, then raised his right arm in surprise. Luke turned around. "All right, for Bruce's sake, I won't charge for saving you this time." Phil. Luke snorted. "Bruce gave me a list of names, which included your face. He was probably afraid that I would accidentally injure you." Phil's heart skipped a beat, and he was a little embarrassed. "Well, you won't tell Bruce about today, will you?" Luke thought for a moment. "Are you talking about cross-dressing?" Phil's expression froze. "This is just for work." Luke nodded. "Okay, can you use the other model now? It'll be more comfortable for both of us." Phil smiled bitterly and pressed the side of his neck. 2 seconds later, his face switched to Model 2, and he turned into a regular middle-aged man. His muscles also swelled up in the blue flight steward uniform. Luke glanced at him before immediately looking away. "There are clothes next to you." What an eye-searing image. When Phil walked over in a t-shirt, hoodie, and sweatpants, Luke asked, "Do you have truth serum?" "Give him some." "It's not called truth serum," Phil explained. "It just makes a person fall into a trance. What they then say may not necessarily be the truth." Luke didn't say anything and simply looked at him with his pitch-black eyes. "Phil, fine, I'll do it." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, and the tip of the nanoglove turned into a needle again to inject Lamar with a hallucinogen. The nanoglove could store several drugs and act as a temporary syringe. In the bar earlier, Phil had used the sedative in his other glove on Lamar. No thanks to the plot twist, he might have broken more than just an arm, and might have even lost his life. After that, Phil said to Luke, "It'll take another 5 minutes for it to take effect. Let's wait." Luke nodded and gestured for them to talk some distance away. Phil hadn't had much direct contact with Big Dipper before, but since the latter had just saved him tonight, there was no need to keep a lot of information confidential, and he explained why he was looking for Lamar. It wasn't complicated. The tycoon had provided Phil with a program to analyze big data. With its help, Phil discovered that Lamar had frequently appeared in some SHIELD operations in the last 2 years. Although he appeared at sporadic intervals and wasn't necessarily the first party to show up, too many coincidences was no longer a coincidence. Chapter 15:10. Trading Information and Big Dipper's Rules. There was no need to talk about evidence when it came to big data analysis. The data itself was the greatest evidence. In the beginning, Lamar had only been a regular suspect. When the program started to analyze the big data related to him, however, more questions popped up. Lamar wasn't Luke. Luke had been prepared for something like this since the beginning, so most of the things he had done at the very beginning were mixed into other cases. For example, what he had done in Paris and Rio made very rare appearances in police records, and even then were classified as gang fights. Most of the others wouldn't even appear in any database, because many of the people were just missing. In this world, countless criminals battled it out every day, and would go into hiding or be made to disappear. There were many reasons to flee, from their enemies, from the police, or from debt. Similarly, there were too many people who had been made to disappear, and no one could put these numbers together. That was because gangs didn't set up any sort of database. Most information spread by word of mouth over a period of time, and more than 90% of it was lies or exaggerations. In 3 to 5 weeks or 3 to 5 months, they would be forgotten. To verify the information, a professional would have to be sent out to conduct a thorough investigation. But there were more new rumors that came out every day than there were investigators. This wasn't a task that could be completed perfectly. Even with Luke's multifaceted system, he had to set up various algorithms to pick out the information he needed to pay attention to from the huge amount of online trash that was generated every day. There was no way to estimate the amount of data that slipped through the cracks, but that was all he could do. No matter how amazing big data analysis was, there had to be big data first. Without data, or if the data was insufficient, there was no way to analyze it. Lamar and the people behind him obviously couldn't be as careful as Luke, even though their dealings were already very covert. In fact, Lamar had never directly contacted anyone from SHIELD, let alone met them. If Phil wasn't specially focused on this investigation and didn't have the tycoon's technical support, he might not have noticed it. This also made him realize that there was definitely someone behind Lamar, and the person definitely knew the rules and regulations of SHIELD well. Otherwise, this person wouldn't have used such a covert communication method. For a senior SHIELD member to collude with drug dealers, it was unlikely it would be purely for money. For example, it wouldn't be hard for Phil to pull in hundreds of millions in dirty money if he wanted to. He could do it quietly over a decade as long as he was patient. There would be even less risk if he transferred to another department or a company, and he could enjoy the semi-retired life after that. SHIELD wouldn't investigate too deeply. Only an idiot would think that the people in a secret agent organization were utterly honest and clean. As long as they didn't cross the line and didn't cause any trouble on the surface, nobody would harp on about it. Even Nick Fury would only regard these people as potential tools. Once he had a hold of their weakness, they could become potential spies as well as cash reserves if they were made to hand over their dirty money. Why wouldn't he go for that? Thus, the person in contact with Lamar definitely didn't have a simple motive. Also, the program had only discovered 5 instances of contact between Lamar and this SHIELD person in a span of 2 months, before this situation completely disappeared. They had probably found a more covert means of communication, or were just avoiding drawing attention by using the same method again. Phil wouldn't have paid attention to this clue if he had just been investigating instances of corruption. But he was looking for Hydra. Even if he was mistaken in the end, he couldn't overlook this suspicious activity. After tonight, this had become an even more major clue. Lamar couldn't be a nobody. Phil had had the upper hand in the fight in the beginning, but had almost been killed in the end. The person from S.H.I.E.L.D. behind Lamar wasn't simple either. Phil only gave Luke a rough picture and couldn't disclose more details. After all, this was an internal matter. If it wasn't for the agreement with Batman and the fact that Big Dipper had just saved him and was an involved party in this incident, Phil wouldn't have said anything. Luke didn't care. Instead, he shared with Phil the information he had collected. Of course, he did it in Batman's name. Phil sucked in a sharp breath when he heard that the cartel controlled by Claudia distributed tons of illegal drugs to the United States and around the world every year. This wasn't an ordinary drug gang statistically speaking. At this level, something was bound to happen to at least 10 to 20% of the cartel's goods, or they might be seized by the authorities or stolen by other gangs. This sort of information would have been put on the record in the DEA and the FBI, to give the relevant departments a rough idea of the scale and routes of the drug distribution. However, the cartel had quietly made more than $1 billion without anyone knowing, which was very strange. It was even rarer for two extremely strong superhumans to be in control of a Mexican cartel. S.H.I.E.L.D. was an organization which dealt with superpowers, which also meant that it was people from S.H.I.E.L.D. who were the most likely to come into contact with superhumans. Using criminals to carry out crimes was an extremely old-fashioned yet effective method, and these sorts of people tended to be government officials. Luke gave Phil a few minutes to digest the information before he said, "Prepare the questions you want to ask later. It's best to do it this way." Phil was a little surprised, but still nodded in agreement. Since it was Luke who had caught Lamar, he could interrogate Lamar however he wanted, as long as it didn't hold Phil up. When they went back over to Lamar, the man was already in a semi-conscious state. Luke picked up a helmet and put it on Lamar's head, before he gestured for Phil to begin. Phil nodded and asked the questions he had prepared. "Do you know Hydra? Who is your contact in S.H.I.E.L.D.? Who do you think your contact may be?" These questions were very straightforward. Phil looked at Luke and waited for him to nod or shake his head before he moved on to the next question. The interrogation was over in less than 10 minutes. Luke tossed a phone to him. "This is all the information he knows. He doesn't know much else." Phil looked at the information on the screen and was astonished. "How did you do this?" Luke didn't answer directly. He took out his gun and shot Lamar with 3 more paralysis bullets. Then, he jerked his chin at Lamar. "This will knock him out for an hour or so. Do you still want this person? If he isn't especially important, I have to get rid of him right now." Phil looked at Lamar's heaving chest and sighed in relief. He thought Big Dipper had killed him. He frowned. "Why?" Luke chuckled. "I can't get rid of all evil, but I kill any source of evil I come across. If he's not worth much more after this, I hope you won't break my rules." Chapter 15:11. Investigation and Misdirection. Phil hesitated for a moment before he said, "Need to investigate him again." Staring at Luke, he said solemnly, "I'm willing to believe there's no problem with the conclusions you drew from his answers, but I can't just give them to Director Fury like this, so I need him alive." Luke nodded. "Okay, he's yours." Phil, "Wait, did you say all that just to add to the atmosphere?" Of course Luke wouldn't answer his question. Could he say that he didn't want Nick Fury to think that Big Dipper was too easy to talk to? He took the helmet off Lamar's head and put it in a box on the side. He then took out a 1,000 Faces system and tossed it to Phil. Phil subconsciously caught it. "This is," Luke said, "there's a surveillance system in Lamar's eyes. The person behind the scenes probably knows what you look like as a woman now. This 1,000 Faces mask also has a male and a female model, and has never been used before." Phil was a little embarrassed, but still asked, "What do I need to give you?" Luke shook his head. "I don't need money, and you don't have our credit points either. I'll settle it with Bruce directly. It's up to you how you want to deal with him." He closed the box and left the warehouse. He didn't have to worry about anything else. If an old agent like Phil couldn't even take one person away with him, how could Nick Fury value him? If he had to name a shortcoming for Phil, it would be his lack of combat ability. Having said that, that was in comparison with superheroes. 3 to 5 ordinary criminals wouldn't last even a minute against him. It seemed that he had to give this guy a bit of a buff. Otherwise, he might be stabbed in the heart again next time, and lose his life. Would Grandpa and Catherine be sad if he died? Although they had complicated feelings when they heard Phil's name, they definitely didn't see him as an enemy. Without much hesitation, Luke made his choice. He still had to boost Phil's survival capability. He probably wouldn't go as far as to leak the secret. Batman would make Phil shut up and enjoy the benefits himself. Even if it was really leaked, it wasn't a big deal. When it came down to it, life-saving measures were for preserving your life, they definitely weren't as efficient as modern firearms for killing people. It was impossible for Luke to be afraid to do anything just to keep it a secret. The right thing to do was to ensure that he was always stronger than the bad guys and more evil than they were. No matter when Phil started the second interrogation, Luke was already taking action on his end. He wasn't the law, and didn't need evidence. As long as there were leads, he would come knocking and then use various means to get the information he wanted. He could guarantee that he wasn't interested in their private affairs or would use them to make a profit. Many people wouldn't even know that someone had pulled important information out of their heads. For example, the helmet, which Lamar had worn, was one of these methods. It was a reverse application of the Chitauri's mental remote system. The Chitauri's mental remote system blocked out chaotic thoughts and only collected the most specific information, such as the movement of the body. Luke, on the other hand, removed the signal for controlling the body, and expanded and amplified the chaotic thoughts. This was meaningless to anyone else, including the Chitauri. But for Luke, who had mental communication, he could find the information he needed from the expanded and unblocked mental fluctuations. That was because it was impossible for ordinary people to learn how to control their thoughts. There was too much real information in the random thoughts that flashed through a person's mind. For example, if Luke put this helmet-like thought amplifier on a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. and asked, "Are you Hydra?" no matter what the person's answer was, they wouldn't be able to subconsciously choose to answer, yes. Trained agents could control some of their thoughts and build up resistance. But with the right drug, their self-control would be greatly reduced. As long as they couldn't completely block out mental fluctuations, their brains were as transparent to Luke as a kindergarten kid's. Luke didn't explain the principle behind the Hellmeter in the interrogation to Phil. It was most difficult to guard against things when you didn't know how they worked. This also greatly increased Luke's efficiency at gathering intelligence. There was no need to wait for a second investigation by Phil. Luke had already detected the surveillance program installed in Lamar's eyes. This also meant that the other party would know that something was wrong on Lamar's end when Luke created electronic interference. Whether Lamar acted of his own accord or was being guided to act, the person behind the scenes wouldn't wait to be investigated without doing anything. The intelligence provided by Lamar was very useful. If Luke waited a day or two later, it would basically be worthless. He headed straight for DC. Standing in the lab, Garrett asked, "How's Lamar?" As the researcher worked on the computer, he quickly replied, "At 8:27 p.m., the signal encountered electronic interference, and it never recovered. Then, we checked the surveillance cameras around him and found that he left the bar at 8:45 p.m. Looking at the image of Lamar leaving the bar on another screen, Garrett said darkly, "He looks fine." Yes. From the way he interacted with his subordinates, it doesn't look like he was being threatened. The researcher didn't care about Garrett's tone. He was only responsible for the research. What happened with Lamar was clearly a mishap that had nothing to do with a research error. Lamar wasn't anything good. He didn't care about family or friends at all. Nobody could threaten him with that. Whether or not someone else was helping him, there was only one possibility: Lamar had betrayed them. Garrett turned around and left, his eyes flashing as his mind raced. In a room on the side, he turned on his computer and began to issue various instructions online. It couldn't be said that there were many people involved on Lamar's end, but it also wasn't a small number. They had to be completely eliminated. This loss of money and manpower wasn't important. Everything would be back to normal in a few months with the creation of a Lamar 2. What made Garrett uneasy was exactly whose side Lamar had switched to, and why he could so decisively betray Garrett. Wasn't he afraid of death? He didn't think that a scumbag like Lamar would trust others so easily. Unless he was fully confident, this guy wouldn't risk his life. There were few entities with such power. A thought suddenly flashed through Garrett's mind. Was it someone else in the organization? His branch wasn't too closely connected to the others. It might be beneficial for own people to poach Lamar and obtain the Death Soldier prototype in passing. Chapter 15:12. Encountering Roxanne once more. Was it Malik? Or was it Strucker? Or even Pierce? Names popped into Garrett's head. It could be any one of them, but there wasn't enough motive. To put it simply, it wouldn't be beneficial for them to take action. Philos on the inside tended to stay in their own lanes. The world was so big, there was plenty of room for everyone to expand. Here was no need for them to enter someone else's territory right now. Furthermore, Lamar wasn't Garrett's alone, there was someone else involved with The Death Soldier prototype. Technically speaking, Garrett only had part of the technology and the right to use it. Any subsequent development was the other person's business. Now that Lamar was gone, Garrett had to give an explanation. Although he had kept his identity secret during this collaboration, Garrett didn't want to provoke an enemy of this level. It would be too troublesome. Thinking this, Garrett curled his lip. He would see who stirred up trouble with the other side. Here were some secrets that shouldn't be touched. Thinking that, Garrett poured himself a cup of coffee and paid attention to his computer. Luke found his first target, only to discover that the man was already in the slipped off so quickly. He curled his lip and went to the residence of the second target, only to see a beautifully made-up woman about to leave. She was a 40-year-old lady who was a department manager at a trading company. She was responsible for the transportation and storage of various. Since she was a woman, there was no reason for Luke to hesitate. After Luke knocked her out, he used pheromone control, and she woke up. She spat out everything she knew. But this person wasn't very valuable. She was a criminal, but all she knew was that she was helping someone transport illegal goods. She never looked too deep into it. It could be said that she was very smart. Because she knew too little, she was worthless. Luke cursed inwardly, knowing that he had run into a low-ranking target. But that couldn't be helped. He only had a few targets that he could locate, for this was DC, and too big a move might draw the attention of the authorities. In particular, some of the people on the list were probably at gatherings of influential figures at the moment. Looking for each one would be wasting a lot of time. Luke could only go through the easy targets first. Those people weren't in a hurry. They were rich and powerful. How could they just disappear? They would lose decades worth of hard work. Their identity was both a shield and a shackle. They had to bear its weight in order to protect themselves. The third target was an electrical engineer called Todd McPherson, who had once helped Lamar debug and fine-tune the machinery. When Luke found the engineer, Todd had just driven away. Thankfully, there were fewer people in DC, and it was a cold winter's night, so Luke was able to track the driver by his scent. Just as Luke was about to stop Todd's car, two black SUVs suddenly turned around and forced Todd to stop. Ewo men in black hoods got out of an SUV, got Todd into their car, and left. Luke raised an eyebrow. What a coincidence. He didn't touch them. Engineer Todd wasn't a bad guy. At the very least, the system had judged him to be a neutral yellow. He was basically just a technician. It was just like how the staff and workers who helped Stark's weapons division build missiles in bulk weren't villains just because they built the missiles. Luke hadn't planned to eliminate this engineer Todd, he was just an informant. Now, this information source had lured out a bunch of fully armed individuals. Todd had done a great job. Luke followed the two SUVs to a factory in the outskirts. He didn't follow them inside. There were surveillance cameras everywhere in the factory. It wouldn't be easy to sneak in silently. Besides, there was no need for him to do so. With all the activity going on in such a large factory, there would inevitably be more clues left behind. Why would he rush in now and alert the enemy? After asking the A1 to quickly check the database, he frowned. He saw a very familiar name: Roxxon Energy. This company wasn't a small fry, but a super corporation that permeated the daily lives of Americans. To give the simplest example, anyone who refueled their car would, 3 to 5 times out of 10, see the ROXXON sign on the gas pump. The company had indeed been called Oil at the beginning, but had been renamed Roxxon Energy. Its ambitions were obvious. This company was quite famous in Luke's eyes. It was the biggest obstacle to Tony entering the energy industry. The father of Tandy Bowen, the original owner of Light of Life, had been held responsible for the accident on the oil rig. Everything that his widow and daughter had, Kiara seized, leaving them with nothing. In addition, Roxxon had unclear ties to the Hand. The biggest partner of Black Sky Electra's father's company was Roxxon, and they had worked together to manufacture biological pharmaceuticals. Electra's father had been dead for years, so after Luke imprisoned Electra, Ruan actually swallowed up the company. In addition, NIATT and Foggy left their internships at a top-rate law firm. UHEN Ruan Corporation wanted them to counter-sue a terminally ill worker. From these things, it wasn't hard to see that corporation was ruthless, and wasn't just limited to the field of energy. Instead, they used energy as a foundation to extend into more industries. For example, they had subsidiaries or holdings which manufactured machine components, processed food ingredients, and constructed end neighborhoods. At the same time, the company invested a fair amount in clean energy, cutting-edge materials, biopharmaceuticals, and so on. As a giant capitalist corporation, it certainly wasn't stupid enough to invest directly. It used all sorts of means to acquire shares in many small companies just before the latter reaped the fruits of their labor. Whether it sold the shares or completely annexed the company depended on how big the benefits were. In this respect, Jenny's titanium phone company was as pure as a newborn angel. Even Stark Industries had boundaries. Roxxon Corporation, on the other hand, was a model of a big capitalist. It wasn't wrong at all to describe it with words like ruthless, cruel, and TNA-licious. It was just that most ordinary people wouldn't hear the negative press on the company. If Hydra was a poisonous nine-headed viper that could cause large numbers of innocent deaths each time, Roxxon Corporation was a ferocious jackal which needed to constantly hunt down the weak in order to live more comfortably. Thinking for a moment, Luke set up a surveillance camera at an intersection near the factory and left. It didn't matter what role Roxxon played in this. The important thing was that it was a crop field which he would harvest sooner or later, so he just ignored it this time. Chapter 15:13. 50% chance, and clairvoyant for now, Luke felt that it was better to look for Hydra first. Roxxon, which abided by the laws of America in order to eat up people, wouldn't run. It had always been there. The chance of uncovering Hydra members was rarer, but the aftermath of taking them down would be simple. Most Hydra deaths wouldn't alarm the authorities, which would have to do their best to cover them up. Such considerate opponents who conscientiously dealt with the cleanup were Luke's favorite. Making up his mind, Luke ran around DC. His luck was terrible. 3 people were missing, and 2 were dead. Luke figured that the 3 missing people were probably dead too. The 2 dead also hadn't died at home. They had left the house not long ago. One fell into the river and drowned, and the other was killed by a car. But without exception, the clairvoyant device in their eyes had self-destructed. Luke watched the patrol officers take the 2 bodies away with great interest. This was a cautious and ruthless opponent who had killed 5 people without any hesitation. Except for the female manager who didn't know anything to begin with and the engineer from Roxxon Corporation, all the other targets whom Luke was interested in had disappeared. Of course, that didn't mean that all traces had disappeared. It was just that it would take a little more time to uncover more clues through these people. Luke still had another way. Thinking that, he asked the AI, Polaris, is the reverse trace program done? Polaris. Sir, the program is almost complete, but the other party has a counter program. There's a 72% chance that the connection will be cut off early. Luke said, but there's also a 50% chance that they will overlook something, right? Polaris. Uncertain, I cannot determine how capable and cautious the technical staff are. Luke chuckled. No, when I say 50%, it's just, yes, or no. With that, he disappeared into the night. Looking at the information on the computer, Garrett rubbed his chin. Nobody actually appeared. Did I overestimate the opponent? Although he said that, his eyes were dark. A faint sense of danger warned him that this wasn't the end. Finally, he stood up and returned to the researcher. Work 24-hour shifts for the next few days. Pay attention to everyone in the clairvoyant system. If there's a problem, don't hesitate to clean it up. Stunned for a moment, the researcher turned around. Are you sure? Garrett nodded. I have a feeling that this opponent isn't that simple. Don't be careless. That's it. I'm leaving. The researcher turned around and looked at the screen again. He would do whatever the clairvoyant said. Everything here was paid for by the boss. He was just a technician. After Garrett left, he entered an underground parking lot. He took off his nanomask, then switched faces and cars before he left. 2 hours later, Luke entered the parking lot. A moment later, he stood in front of the car that Garrett had been in and smiled. Gotcha, clairvoyant. Luke's reverse trace program had indeed been discovered in the first instant. The other party had cut the connection to protect themselves. The probability of being discovered was indeed 72%, but the 50% Luke mentioned was also in play. The other party didn't notice what was behind the reverse trace program. By the time the connection was cut, something else had already slipped in, and it waited for an opportunity to send out the other party's coordinates. Less than 5 minutes later, Luke received the coordinates. The difference in skills was clear. Apart from Batman's online fans, Luke had yet to discover any Earthlings who could compete with the Tycoon's technology and AI. The other party definitely wasn't bad. It was just a pity that their software and skills weren't on the same level. They were worlds apart. Luke arrived at the location to discover that it was a high-tech prosthesis research institute. There was nothing wrong with that. It was just like how the tycoon called the Mark suit his artificial limb, it made sense. Luke followed the coordinates and found an office, but there was nobody inside. His real target was the basement. Luke didn't want his opponents to know that he had discovered this place, so he didn't sneak into the basement. Instead, he walked around the research institute, which only had 2 security guards. Then, he detected a scent that he remembered. After thinking for almost a minute, he matched the scent to the person. He couldn't take records of sharp nose, and he could only rely on his brain to recall scents as he encountered more and more people, which was very inconvenient. Even though his mental strength and memory had increased significantly, he still couldn't remember everyone. He could only focus on the more distinctive and important people. The person Luke had found tonight had only appeared before him once or twice, so the scent hadn't left a very deep impression on Sharp Nose. However, the fact Luke remembered him at all proved that the person wasn't just some passerby. Luke finally remembered that he had run into 2 people who had claimed to be FBI agents during the Earthquake charity concert. One was John Garrett, and the other was Grant Ward. Coincidentally, their credentials said they were from the FBI's 17th Division, which was Phil's favorite departmental alias. SHIELD's headquarters, the Triskelion, was in D.C. The 3 suspects in that failed terrorist attack were also from D.C. Luke quickly connected the dots, and the middle-aged man's appearance became clear in his mind. That was right, it was this John Garrett. His scent was extremely clear in this enclosed space and in the elevator which led to the basement. It was a quiet night, and his scent was as conspicuous as a firefly out in the fall. Following nearby surveillance cameras, Luke found the car and followed it to the underground parking lot. This time, he was very sure that he had caught the mastermind. John Garrett and Grant Ward were both bright red in the system's list of enemies. It seemed they were very hostile toward him. Would a normal SHIELD agent hate him so much? Obviously not. Even if there really were agents who wanted to arrest Batman or other superheroes, they would at most be the light red of an ordinary, work-related, opponent. The only ones who hated Luke so much were probably the Hydra members in SHIELD. Thinking about how Garrett called himself the Clairvoyant, Luke couldn't help but laugh. This guy sure knew how to have fun. He actually knew to come up with an alias to fool people. It was a pity that everything could be used to trick people except for scent. And the smallest shortcoming could lead to a downfall. Chapter 15:14. Bad News and Bad Suspicion. Henny translations. Now that he had locked onto the mastermind, Luke wasn't in a hurry. The harvest operation in Mexico had already proven that the more prepared the other party was, the greater the gains when they were caught. Capturing Clairvoyant Garrett was nothing. Only by keeping an eye on Garrett and digging out Hydra would Luke be able to maximize the man's worth. It would be even better if he could be used to contact the other heads of Hydra. However, it wouldn't be easy for Luke to investigate this matter. SHIELD had a tight security system. It would be impossible for him to get a list of members whom Garrett was in contact with every day. But someone else could. Luke sent Phil a message. Half an hour later, they met again. Someone walked out of the dark alley and got into the passenger seat. He looked at Phil and nodded. This second model is more pleasing to the eye. Phil immediately confirmed that it was Big Dipper. Nobody except Big Dipper knew that this was the second model of the new mask. Phil started the car and asked, "You said you found something big, what is it?" Luke said, "Let me state my terms first." Phil, "No problem, go ahead." Luke said, "I have to be involved in the cleanup operation." For example, can you arrange a temporary identity as a SHIELD agent for me?" Phil, Luke waved his hand. "Ask Nick Fury. No need to give me an answer right away." Phil, "Okay." Luke said, "Let me tell you first, so that you don't expose yourselves. John Garrett, have you heard of this name?" Phil's hands jerked, and so did the car. "Who?" Luke said, "John Garrett. Also, there's a younger guy named Grant Ward with him. He should be a problem too." Phil took a deep breath and didn't say anything. John Garrett, a level 7 SHIELD agent, was slightly older than Phil and had made more contributions. Factoring in the people involved with Garrett, it was a terrifying number. For example, Phil, a newly promoted level 6 agent, had had more than 50 SHIELD agents work under him before, and had worked with more than 300 other personnel, and his boss was Nick Fury. If Phil was a suspect, these people, including Nick Fury, would be included in the investigation. Garrett had even more seniority and had made more contributions, so there were more than 200 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents connected to him. Worst of all, Garrett's direct superior was Alexander Pierce. This was the previous S.H.I.E.L.D. director, and one of the 5 members of the World Security Council. Nick Fury had become the director with Pierce's strong support. From this point of view, Phil being Hydra was much less harmful than Garrett being Hydra. If it wasn't for the fact that Phil had always been calm and had died recently, he would probably be tearing his hair out right now. He didn't suspect Big Dipper of giving him fake information. Big Dipper was telling him this information so that Nick Fury could verify it for himself. This wasn't a TV show. Phil and Nick Fury weren't stupid enough to immediately arrest Garrett on hearsay. But if Garrett was Hydra, that would be too big a problem. As for Grant Ward, Phil had a deep impression of him. This young man was capable, calm and courageous. He was the most promising new agent for S.H.I.E.L.D. Give Ward 10 years, and he would be able to become a level 7 agent. But now, D*MMIT. It was Garrett who had brought Ward in. They even went on vacation together. They had a deeper relationship than between a regular teacher and student. If Garrett was Hydra, could Ward be clean? Worst of all, there were more than a few S.H.I.E.L.D. agents like Ward whom Garrett had brought in. Luke gave Phil a few minutes before he continued. Lamar was under Garrett's control. He implanted a clairvoyant system in Lamar's eyes. He uses the system to keep an eye on people and give orders at any time, or burn their brains out if he has to. The people under his control know him as the clairvoyant. You should be mindful of that. Phil's mind was in a mess, but he took note. But Luke wasn't done. Lamar's mechanical arm is probably related to Roxxon Corporation. You can investigate whether Garrett is working with this company. Phil finally hit the brake and put his hand to his forehead. Any other bad news? His head felt like it was about to explode when he heard the name Roxxon. From Luke's description, Garrett had a large number of subordinates and friends in S.H.I.E.L.D., and he could use some clairvoyant system to control the Death Soldiers. Not only did he have a Mexican cartel which made $1 billion in dirty money a year, he was also working with a giant corporation like Roxxon. This one person had enough power to go up against all of S.H.I.E.L.D. Luke chuckled. It's not bad news, but a bad suspicion. Want to hear it? Phil said, go on. Although he didn't want to hear it, he had to. Luke said, Hydra's catchphrase is, cut off one head and 2 more will grow. You're familiar with this, right? Phil nodded. Luke said, supposing that S.H.I.E.L.D. did cut off its head before, we've only just found Garrett, this one head. Phil. As soon as Luke said that, Phil understood. If Garrett, who had worked for S.H.I.E.L.D. for more than 10 years, was Hydra, then there couldn't be just one head in S.H.I.E.L.D. Without the ability to spread like a virus, would Hydra dare claim that 2 more heads would grow? This proved that S.H.I.E.L.D. had a big problem, at least, much bigger than Nick Fury and Phil had expected. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were divided into 10 levels in roughly 3 groups. The first group was comprised of level 1 to level 3 rookies and support staff. The second group consisted of level 4 to level 6 agents and core staff, which included fieldwork and logistics. The third group was made up of level 7 special agents who had their own teams and were responsible for certain individual matters, such as managing a branch. As for the remaining level 8 and level 9 agents, they were rare in S.H.I.E.L.D., and could be counted on one hand. As for level 10, Phil only knew one person who had reached this level: Nick Fury. In terms of jurisdiction, agents between level 1 and level 6 could only make inquiries within their work scope. Level 7 agents and above could obtain most intelligence on classified projects. This also meant that about 50% of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence was open to Garrett. Someone knowing half of the workings of a secret service organization was the same as putting your life in their hands. Looking at Phil's worried face, Luke didn't feel anything, and even wanted to laugh. What was a big problem for Phil was a big gift bag of points for Luke. If he didn't make clear now how serious the situation was, Nick Fury might still dream about taking Hydra down himself. At least half of the total points from this instance was Luke's. He had saved Phil twice and dug up Garrett. He had to get the reward that was his due. Chapter 15:15. Cooperation and temporary training. Luke left. This time, he had left Phil with fierce words. Of course, Phil was only the messenger who would deliver these fierce words to Nick Fury. With Garrett's intelligence, Luke absolutely had the ability to stir up trouble on his own. If Fury didn't want any accidents, he would have to accept Big Dipper's insistent participation, or there might be a huge hitch in his plan to eliminate Hydra. At the same time, he would also receive a 10 character assessment from the Bat Squad. After receiving the information from Phil and hearing the name Garrett, Fury's heart was in turmoil. But it wasn't long before he started considering Big Dipper's condition. If it were anyone else, the director might not care. There were too many people who had threatened to cut his head off and use it as a toilet, yet he was still alive and kicking. But since Batman and Big Dipper shared the same view, this was different. After the Battle of New York, he had learned a lot of information from Tony and his own men. There were 3 individuals who were the most important. The first was the sniper. With enough support, he could blow up most people, including superhumans, at a range of dozens of kilometers with a single shot. He could even send the surrounding people flying. Nobody dared to ignore such a super hitman. The second was the top-tier tactical commander. Although this person didn't appear prominently on camera during the Battle of New York, this battle formula felt very familiar to Nick Fury. If it really was the person he was thinking of, then the Bat Squad was over 10 times more terrifying than the Avengers, especially when it came to killing. The third was Big Dipper. Big Dipper didn't stand out in terms of performance during the battle, but Nick Fury attached great importance to him. The reason was simple. At the critical moment, the scepter became the only thing that could save Earth. During battle, Black Cat turned into an escort when Batman gave the scepter to Big Dipper to close the space portal. For someone like Nick Fury, it was actions and not words that were the most important. From this alone, he dared to say that Batman trusted Big Dipper more than he trusted Black Cat. It didn't just have to do with character, but strength. Batman believed that Big Dipper wouldn't be taken down by the Chitauri when he closed the space portal. That could only mean that Big Dipper's combat ability was beyond imagination. Would Nick Fury dare treat Big Dipper, a super strong fighter with especially black hands, the way he treated Batman? Of course not. Everybody knew that Batman had a bottom line. The biggest thing about the few times that Big Dipper had appeared was that he killed everyone without question. From over 100 mercenaries to a bunch of test subjects to the overwhelming Chitauri army, this person had never hesitated to kill them all. It was useless to use delay tactics with such a person, because the other party wasn't giving him the right to refuse at all. Giving them the information was just a way to buy their vote first. Could Nick Fury run over to talk things out with Big Dipper after making a move? Who the hell knew who this guy was? If it wasn't for the imminent threat of Hydra, the director would definitely be considering how to deal with the Bat Squad. This small squad of only a dozen people was no weaker than Hydra, it was just that they weren't doing bad things. But possessing the strength to kill anyone they wanted was a sin in itself. Thinking that, Nick Fury decided that Big Dipper and Batman had to participate in the operation to eliminate Hydra. Firstly, this would make Hydra focus on the Bat Squad and not on S.H.I.E.L.D. While Hydra still thought they had yet to be exposed, S.H.I.E.L.D. was their best hiding place and backup. Secondly, it didn't matter who died in a fight between both sides. Only then would the Avengers be able to maintain the balance of power on Earth. Nick Fury, who had a heart blacker than his face, quickly made up his mind. All that was left was how to make the two parties fight each other. Phil and Batman had a good relationship. Both of them were martyrs, and could probably carry out an internal purge of S.H.I.E.L.D. together. Something unexpected just needed to happen to the highly suspicious agents when they were out in the field. Fury could follow the clues from there to find the Hydra members who were inside S.H.I.E.L.D. As long as more than 80% of them were eliminated, the rest would have no chance of turning things around. Nick Fury would use his position as director to slowly crush them. At noon the next day, Phil and Luke met at a diner in D.C. By the time Phil arrived, Luke was already waiting for him and had already ordered a bunch of food. As they ate, they reached an agreement. Of course, all they said was, "The boss agreed, a happy cooperation," and "T'll go with you" as the point of contact. Anybody who heard their conversation would only think that it was an ordinary work discussion. This was indeed just a formality, but Phil felt that it was awkward for the two of them to eat without talking. After lunch, Luke took Phil to his car. Phil had been told not to bring any equipment from S.H.I.E.L.D. with him, and his car was no exception. After getting into Luke's car, he observed it for a moment before he sighed. "Your car can't fly, right? Batman had a boat that could dive, so it wouldn't be strange if Big Dipper had a car that could fly. In fact, Phil himself had Lola, which could fly, so some of the modifications to this car made him very suspicious." Luke said, "No, this car is a land-based vehicle with strong defenses and firepower." Phil understood. It was the perfect combo for resisting beatings and beating other people up. Luke tossed him a phone. "This is our exclusive communication device. Also, we need to prepare something for you before we give you temporary training." Phil caught the phone and asked curiously, "What training?" Luke said, "To make it harder for you to die." "Phil, can you stop talking about that? It's not like I wanted to be stabbed. Was it hard for the second prince of Asgard to stab an earthling?" Obviously not. If it had been anyone else in Phil's position, there was a 90% chance that they would have also been stabbed. The only people who could keep Loki down were his brother, Thor, and the Hulk. When Selena and Luke had taken care of Loki before, it was only because the latter had underestimated them, so their sneak attack succeeded. The second prince wouldn't fall for that again so easily. After taking Phil to an abandoned factory on the outskirts of DC, Luke gave him a set of armor. Considering the nature of Phil's work, the suit didn't have especially outstanding protection, but it was very stealthy and flexible. Watching Phil swing his limbs around, Luke reminded him, "You can take it off after playing with it. You'll have a lot of time to practice with it, so you should train first." Phil simply did as he was told. He was a veteran agent, not a kid. He was never sloppy when it came to work. Chapter 15-16. Fight in a classic transaction venue. For the next 3 days, they waited in the abandoned factory. Phil spent most of the time trying to familiarize himself with the newly acquired Kunlun Kai refining technique in the stealth suit. Luke analyzed intelligence. Some was what he had gathered himself, and some was from Nick Fury. In a week at most, Luke and Phil would act to secretly capture some members of S.H.I.E.L.D. If there was no problem with the other party, Nick Fury would arrange for them to have a narrow escape via a rescue operation and to return to S.H.I.E.L.D. safely. If the other party was Hydra, the only outcome for them was to disappear. With Phil as Luke's partner, the division of labor in this snake-catching operation was very clear. Nick Fury gave them a target and information on their whereabouts. Big Dipper would be the main fighting force. Phil would provide support and take care of any unexpected situations during the operation. During the interrogation, Big Dipper would only ask about Hydra members, while Phil would ask about S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. Luke was indeed interested in S.H.I.E.L.D., but there was no need to test his luck with Nick Fury right now. HMPH, did the director really think that the thought amplifier had to be a helmet that had to be worn on the head? A helmet was just the most portable and convenient way. Setting up a device to gather the other person's thoughts from 100 or 200 meters away would have the same effect. When Phil actively asked questions, he never got as much as Luke. After all, Phil didn't have mental communication. Superpowers were meaningless if you didn't use them as cheats. Nick Fury was very efficient once he made up his mind. Soon, the first target was selected. It was a special agent who appeared to have an ordinary relationship with Garrett. During the investigation, it was revealed that the two of them had secretly been in contact before. While that wasn't enough proof, Nick Fury wouldn't talk about proof right now. There was no point talking to Hydra about proof. Luke and Phil were hiding in a toilet stall in a dingy hotel in Congo. Thanks to their suits, they were able to turn invisible and block out scents. The wait wasn't hard. Phil was lost for words. Was advanced technology and money that great? Back when he first started out, he had even jumped into a sh*t pit before. Someone had been chasing him back then, however, and it couldn't compare with the current situation. Luke sent a message. Why are bad guys and secret agents so fond of meeting in the washroom? Phil was stumped. He hadn't expected Big Dipper to suddenly ask such an inane question. But he didn't need to think to come up with a convincing answer. Because anybody would feel insecure when they take off their pants, even running away would be hard. Luke imagined himself running out of the washroom and onto the street without pants on. He had to admit that the answer was spot on. After the invention of underwear, a person would feel insecure when they lost this layer of protection, which would inevitably affect their movements. This sort of discomfort in battle was fatal. Luke said, "The person who set up this meeting won't take off his pants, right?" Phil said, "If a normal person comes in, however, they'll definitely have to take off their pants. Otherwise, it'll look strange." Luke said, "Fine, I should be glad that we snuck in." Phil, "They're here." 2 minutes later, 2 groups of people entered the washroom one after another. 2 other individuals guarded the door. They didn't use the toilets. Instead, They checked all the stalls before they stood in front of the sinks again and put their briefcases down. The African American leader on one side opened his briefcase first and pushed it to the other leader, who was a middle-aged white man. The white man picked up the items in the briefcase and examined them carefully with a magnifying glass and a few tools. A moment later, he nodded in satisfaction. "The goods are fine." As he spoke, he gave his own briefcase to the leader. The black man eagerly opened the briefcase and quickly examined the money inside. Although they had dealt with each other before, there was no absolute trust in this business, since people with integrity wouldn't be doing this thing in the first place. At that moment, the door suddenly opened. 4 men in combat uniforms charged in and fired. 5 to 6 people in the bathroom instantly collapsed. Then, the fight started, and deafening gunshots rang out in the washroom. The new group had fewer people, but they had come prepared, and had the upper hand. The first 2 parties had more people, but after a prolonged exchange, they were putting up a desperate struggle. In this fierce fight, none of the 3 parties noticed several faint thuds. 2 of the 4 men in black combat uniforms dropped, and so did 2 men on the other side. The fight continued. Men dropped one after another. By the time the middle-aged man came back to himself, he was the only one left standing in the washroom, staring at a man in black combat uniform. Both parties pulled the trigger without hesitation. At the same time, there were 2 more thuds. Both of them dropped. The only difference was that the middle-aged man's chest exploded, while the man in black combat uniform only swayed twice before he collapsed in shock. Before he lost consciousness, the man only had one thought: how is this possible? They had a foolproof plan. They were wearing bulletproof vests and helmets. Logically speaking, it was impossible for all of them to be defeated. But the truth was that all 3 parties in the bathroom had collapsed, and more than 10 people were lying on the floor. The lights in the washroom suddenly went out, and Luke and Phil walked out of the stall. Phil put an optical camouflage on the last person to collapse before he carried him out the back door. Luke, on the other hand, stored the middle-aged man's body and the 2 briefcases in his inventory before he left as well. 2 minutes later, the 3 men in black combat uniforms suddenly woke up and staggered to their feet. Sensing the dead silence, they turned on their tactical flashlights. Looking at the bodies all over the floor, their expressions turned ugly. After a quick check, they discovered that their captain and the middle-aged man were missing, and their expressions turned even uglier. What they were feeling at the moment was probably like lions being overwhelmed by a pack of wolves and the latter taking off with the Lion King. One of the 3 quickly made a call, while the other 2 chased away the frightened staff who were peeping into the washroom from outside. They had killed a bunch of people in a hotel overseas and had lost their captain. They were in trouble this time. Phil quickly reached an old bungalow a kilometer away. He entered the basement from the storeroom. Luke followed and cleaned up all traces behind them. This matter might draw the attention of Hydra members. They couldn't be allowed to sense anything strange on the first operation. Chapter 15-17. Kneeling in the washroom 2 days later, Luke and Phil set off again and entered Sokovia, Eastern Europe. Standing in a room on the 2nd floor of a bar, they immediately started moving when they saw 4 men in black suits get out of 2 cars. Then, they reached the washroom. Luke said, "Why the washroom again? Can't it be somewhere else? I don't want a snake-catching operation to turn into the case of the washroom raids." Phil wanted to scratch his head. The targets were the ones who chose to do it there. There's no way to change that. Luke sighed helplessly. "Let's go in. There are only 2 targets this time. We can't give them a chance to act." As they spoke, they entered the washroom. There were bright lights and clean facilities in the snow-white bathroom. Everything was fine except for the broken glass on the floor. Pleased, Luke nodded. "It's clean." "That's great." The 3 men who were fighting fiercely looked at him at the same time. Target 1 had the opponent by the neck, and Target 1's partner, Target 2, was about to step forward and help deal with the opponent. When they saw the 2 people who had come in, Targets 1 and 2 felt that something was off. But before they could figure it out, Luke and Phil picked up their pace. Target 2 turned around warily and adopted a defensive pose as Phil appeared in front of him. Target 2 subconsciously swung his fist, and it hurt, as if it had hit something hard. FCK, was this guy hiding a steel plate on his chest? The thought flashed through Target 2's mind. Phil had already grabbed his wrist and twisted it. Target 2 couldn't help dropping to the floor in pain. There was a faint crackle, and his entire body shuddered. Phil turned off the taser function on his glove and threw the twitching target 2 into a separate cubicle. On the other side, Luke punched the opponent, who was in a chokehold, so that he was forced to double over. Target 1, who had been using him as a shield, was stunned. Then, like with his opponent, he was also punched in the stomach. Luke then grabbed both their necks and tasered them. Their eyes rolled back and both of them passed out. At that moment, Phil had already thrown target 2 into a stall, and now did the same with target 1. Luke picked up the opponent and propped him up against a sink. He gestured at Phil. Phil nodded and tossed over the jacket that he had just taken off target 1. He also put on target 2's jacket. He then took off his mask and sunglasses and stuffed them into his pocket, and revealed a face identical to target 2's. Luke caught the jacket and did the same, but his face was that of target 1. Their clothes were the same color as the target's, and with the jackets on, they looked no different. At that moment, Phil hid on one side of the door with optical camouflage. 10 seconds later, 4 men in black suits entered the washroom and came face to face with Luke, who had picked up the opponent. The 4 men raised their guns at the same time. Luke simply hefted the opponent in front of him as he retreated far away from the door. As the sound of tranquilizer darts rang out, the person in front of him was covered in tiny needles, like a porcupine. Luke retreated to the other side of the washroom. The 4 men immediately split up and attacked from both sides. The man in the front on the left scanned the bottom of the stalls. The man at the back covered him and checked that there were no people behind the stall walls. They had only advanced a few meters, when Phil appeared out of the corner which the man in the rear had just checked. He grabbed the person from behind by the neck and tasered him. Then, he raised the man's right hand and pulled the trigger. With 2 pops, 2 darts appeared in the man who was bent low in the front. The man turned around in shock, only to see Phil turn the muzzle of the tranquilizer gun on the man he was holding and shoot him in the stomach. What the F? Halfway through his curse, the man dropped onto the floor with his butt in the air. On the other side, Luke charged forward with his porcupine-like meat shield. The 2 men in black were lost for words. They hurriedly pulled away so that the meat shield couldn't block shots from 2 different directions. In the end, the meat shield suddenly flew forward to hit the man on the right, while Luke hit the man on the left. The man on the right dodged the meat shield and let him fall to the floor with a bang. He raised his gun and found Luke tangled up with his teammate. He hesitated for less than a fraction of a second before he pulled the trigger. After all, a tranquilizer dart couldn't kill someone. In the end, the moment he pulled the trigger, Luke and his partner turned halfway. Pooh, pooh, pooh. All 3 tranquilizer darts hit the man's accomplice. Bulls. The veteran agent couldn't help but curse. Pooh, pooh. He had barely cursed, when he froze and turned to look to the side. Phil lowered the tranquilizer gun in his hand. Luke didn't say anything and simply threw the man he was holding into a toilet stall. Phil joined him and did the same with the other man. The other 2 men in black suits were the suspects they needed to capture. Like in the first operation, Phil used an optical camouflage on one man and carried him out. Luke used an optical camouflage on the last man, and then tossed 2 wads of toilet paper soaked in cold water onto the heads of the unconscious targets 1 and 2. Then, he put the porcupine meat shield into space 2, and left with the last man. 5 minutes later, there was a noise from one of the stalls, and the door opened with a bang. Targets 1 and 2 staggered out and looked at the empty washroom with question marks on their faces. Target 1, what happened? Target 2, how would I know? He didn't want to talk at all. When he woke up just now, he realized that he had been holding Target 1 tightly, and their lips were pressed together. The person who did this was really evil. He would rather be thrown to the floor than lie on top of Target 1. Looking at the tissue soaked in cold water in his hand, Target 1 subconsciously used it to wipe his mouth. After a moment's observation, he suddenly gestured for Target 2 to be careful. The 2 of them stood in front of the neighboring stall. On a silent count of 3, Target 1 kicked the stall door open. Looking at the 2 men in suits who were lying on the ground, Targets 1 and 2 were stumped. Turning the men up so that their faces were clear, Targets 1 and 2 looked at each other and shook their heads. They had no impression of these 2 at all. Thinking quickly, Target 1 decided, let's go. We can't stay here. They had come to catch an arms smuggler. In the end, they were knocked out while trying to catch him. Now, the man was gone, and there were 2 unconscious men in suits in the stall. There was something strange about this. The 2 men in black suits were probably props to cop the blame. Experience told them that the more deeply involved they got in this sort of strange affair, the faster they would die. The best choice was to leave immediately and pretend that nothing had happened. Chapter 15:18. Investment and motive. Luke and Phil left via a window and returned to their car. They immediately took off the trackers on the two men in black suits and threw them into the grass next to the road. The car started up and drove away into the night. In S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Eastern European branch, the surveillance staff was already explaining the situation. The two targets took down 4 agents, and took Carson and Lit. Tommy and Fisher were left in the washroom on the second floor of the bar. The targets returned and checked on Tommy and Fisher before they left again. The supervisor frowned. "How long until support arrives?" "It'll take at least 10 minutes for them to arrive," another staff member replied. The supervisor nodded and murmured, "What's going on? Are the targets too strong, or was there an ambush?" Of course, he could never expect that there were actually 2 of targets 1 and 2. This time, Luke and Phil didn't act again after the power went out. Instead, they used the 1,000 Faces system to make masks of the targets' faces beforehand, and used their identities. This was to make S.H.I.E.L.D. think that they had misjudged the targets' strength, and that the 2 missing men had been killed. Making someone disappear was an art form, and had to be done well. Just now, the 2 of them had deliberately let their faces be caught by the surveillance equipment on the 4 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents so that S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't mistake who they were. After this incident, it wouldn't be easy for S.H.I.E.L.D. to catch these 2 agents of a certain national government. Even if the other party confessed what really happened, S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't believe it, and would more likely suspect that it was just an excuse. At this rate, it wouldn't be hard for things to drag out for a few weeks or even a month or 2. A week later, Luke met Phil again in New York. After Sokovia, they returned to New York. It would be a while before the 3rd operation. There was no helping it. The suspects wouldn't always act the way Nick Fury hoped. Nick Fury had to arrange everything flawlessly so that Hydra wouldn't notice anything wrong. The 3 men captured from the last 2 operations had all been Hydra members. They had provided the names of 8 Hydra members inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Apart from Garrett, the big boss, the person with the highest position was only a level 4. Obviously, they had no contact with other senior members of Hydra. Neither Nick Fury nor Luke was disappointed. Instead, they were very satisfied. This meant that they were on the right track. These men who had been confirmed to be Hydra would expose even more people. But Luke and Nick Fury had very different thoughts. Fury's mood was much heavier because not only was Hydra's infiltration a fact, it was on a scale that was rapidly exceeding his expectations. Luke, on the other hand, listened to the information which the 3 Hydra members had on S.H.I.E.L.D. through a long-range thought amplifier. They subconsciously looked down on S.H.I.E.L.D. To them and to Hydra at large, S.H.I.E.L.D. was basically meat on the chopping block. Nick Fury might still be fantasizing about saving S.H.I.E.L.D. at this point, but the notion had already occurred to Luke. According to these Hydra members, S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't be saved. If 1 or 2% of people in a secret organization was completely corrupted by a terrorist organization, no amount of purging would save the secret organization. Because nobody could prove that everyone else was innocent. Even if someone killed dozens of Hydra members outright, that could also be a ploy to gain the enemy's confidence. Nick Fury's opinion didn't matter at all. In any case, the 5 major members of the World Security Council would never trust this organization again. Thus, Luke judged that it was basically the death sentence for S.H.I.E.L.D. If he were anyone else, he would probably just offer 3 things: sorry, there's no hope, and goodbye. For the sake of experience and credit points, however, Luke felt that he had to help Nick Fury. Would S.H.I.E.L.D. still exist after Luke lent a hand? What did that have to do with Luke? He wasn't the one who let Hydra corrupt S.H.I.E.L.D. He was just a warm-hearted hero who worked hard to maintain world peace and stability without asking for anything in return. Phil was in good spirits. Although he had been working overtime recently, after some guidance from Luke, Phil was able to quickly get a handle on the Kunlun Kai refining technique. Phil had a bit of innate talent for cultivating Kai to begin with. He could enter a cultivation state quickly, which was much better than Robert, who had to take 30 minutes. The Kunlun Kai refining technique could also significantly reduce fatigue. Even with the massive amount of physical training which Selena did every day, she could sleep for less than 5 hours. Phil, who mostly used his brain, was energetic after 2 hours of training every day and 3 to 4 hours of sleep. He met Luke in New Jersey and gave him the intelligence on the operation, before Luke rushed him to train. S.H.I.E.L.D. was a big ship that was destined to sink, and Phil certainly wouldn't jump ship early. If he didn't destroy Hydra, he would be turning his back on the years he spent in S.H.I.E.L.D. Thus, Luke had to do his best to increase Phil's ability to survive so that he wouldn't be buried along with S.H.I.E.L.D. As long as nothing happened to Phil, he would be Luke's best hand. For example, putting people in place to take down Hydra with one call would become a completely normal thing. When Luke took down gang members, he had to worry about the safety of the local community. Taking out 10,000 Hydra heads could only make this world a safer place. In this regard, Hydra, the Hand, the Fraternity, and the High Table were all similar targets in that it was very safe to take them down without any adverse consequences. If he invested more in Phil now, the rewards would be even greater in the future. After an hour of training, Phil was panting and sweating as he circled Luke. Luke stopped what he was doing and stretched. "Ask away." Phil smiled. "Why do you hate Hydra so much?" Luke got up and poured himself a cup of coffee. He grabbed a bottle of juice and tossed it to Phil. "I don't hate them." Phil caught the bottle, took a sip of the juice, and said in confusion, "But you," he gestured at the computer in the warehouse that they were in, clearly confused by what Luke was doing. Big Dipper definitely wasn't some government agent. He was too ruthless. He killed more bad guys in one operation than Phil had in his entire life. But calling him a murderer didn't seem right. A murderer didn't care if their target was good or bad. As long as their own conditions were met, they wouldn't be able to control themselves. Luke, on the other hand, was clearly only interested in criminals. Except for the fact that he had killed too many people, he was no different from Batman. Pondering for a moment, Luke asked, "Do you know anything about Chinese culture?" Phil was stumped. "A bit." Luke said, "My actions are a way to punish evil. In Chinese culture, this is also a way to do good. So, I'm just saving people." Chapter 15:19. Guilt and blood relation. Phil was a little befuddled. He tried to recall his general understanding of Chinese culture, and asked tentatively, "Are you saying that you believe in Buddha?" Luke stared at him speechlessly for a moment before he sighed. "First of all, the Big Dipper is more important in Taoism. Secondly, Buddhism likes to say that if you put down the knife and repent, that is, as long as a bad person stops killing and turns to good, you are a good person." Of course, that was just a casual explanation. There were too many stories tied to the source of religion, and there were no concrete teachings. However, it wasn't like he was preaching to Phil, so he naturally didn't have to be too particular. Phil thought for a moment, and seemed to get it. "In other words, you don't plan to give those bad guys a chance to change their ways." Luke shrugged. "If you kill a lot of innocent people, but then repent and become a so-called good person, did the innocent who died deserve it?" He took a sip of his coffee. "That's why I'm in charge of the kills. There's no need for me to waffle over the bad guys. Bruce isn't very good in this regard." Phil smiled politely and didn't say anything about Big Dipper's assessment of Batman. Even if he disagreed, that wouldn't prevent them from becoming friends. It would also be foolish of him to agree. Besides, Phil was more inclined to believe Batman. After all, Big Dipper's logic that bad guys deserved to die was too ruthless compared with Batman's rule of never killing people. "What about you? Are you going to stay in S.H.I.E.L.D. when it's like this?" Luke suddenly asked. Drinking his juice, Phil nodded casually. "I still have things to do." "What else is there?" Luke rubbed his neatly trimmed beard. "Find a wife, have 3 to 5 kids, make money the usual way and support your family. If you have nothing to do, play with your kids." Phil choked on his juice and coughed several times. He looked at Luke in surprise. "Are you serious?" Given Big Dipper's personality, this sort of, no murder involved, proposal was very out of character. Luke stared at him keenly. "You should know that I've studied a bit of human psychology, right?" Phil felt his hair stand on end. Luke smiled and took a sip of his coffee. Big Dipper's smile was different from Luke's or Batman's. It was always a little mocking, and it was very easy for people to sense his condescending air. This sense of superiority didn't come from wealth or status, but from the fact that he saw through everything. Looking at Phil's wary expression, Luke finally asked a question he had long wanted to ask. "You feel some guilt toward your family, or some family members, right?" Phil's expression was conflicted as he leaned back and clenched his fists uneasily. Luke said, "That's why you've never thought of finding a wife and having kids. It's because you're afraid of something happening to them, right?" Phil raised his hand. "Stop. We're partners now, so take your D*MN psychoanalysis away from me." Luke smiled. It's because we're partners that it's only right for us to get to know each other. Who knows, you might need me to take care of your family someday. Phil froze, a flash of interest in his eyes. In the end, however, he still rejected the idea. They were doing well without him. The kid, in particular, had already become a big boss, and the family was protected by a private security firm. Few people could touch his family. Luke glanced at him and took another sip of his coffee. Don't tell me it's that kind of movie script about regret at implicating your family. Phil nodded with a bitter smile, then shook his head. Yes and no. Luke put the cup down and leaned forward with great interest. What is it? Phil hesitated for a moment before he said, one of my elders' kids heard me talk about the work I did when I was young, and later joined the US government. Then, he ran into a brainless idiot who attacked and killed him, just like that. Luke narrowed his eyes, and then, Phil let out a long breath. I found an opportunity to capture that idiot and turn him into Swiss cheese before I transferred to S.H.I.E.L.D. Luke looked away. Does your elder know about that? Phil smiled bitterly. In the end, I was the one who made him curious enough to join this line of work. I do regret it. Luke nodded. Got it. You didn't tell them, so they thought that you were related to his death somehow. Phil shook his head sadly. They don't blame me, but he's dead. What's the point of saying anything? Can it bring him back to life? Luke was deep in thought. If you don't explain, they'll be unhappy with you and will naturally keep their distance, so they won't be in any danger. Is that what you're doing? Alarmed, Phil raised his hands in surrender. I'll say it again, don't use your D*MN psychoanalysis on me, okay? Luke snorted. That's just normal logic. What does it have to do with psychology? You work overtime every day and you don't have a girlfriend. You're also not in contact with your family. Isn't it reasonable for me to guess that you don't get along? Phil raised his hands again. Fine, but please stop asking about my personal matters. Luke said, whatever. Phil rolled his eyes. In exchange, why don't you talk about yourself? Luke chuckled. I have a happy household and my girlfriends are all beautiful. I can call up lady friends whenever I want. What else is there to say? Phil, FCK. He suddenly realized that Big Dipper was curious about other people's problems precisely because he didn't have any. So, was Phil a research subject? He shook his head in frustration. I'm going to continue training. Make sure your plan for the operation is a good one. Amused, Luke looked at Phil, who quickly headed toward the training ground, and didn't provoke him anymore. Phil's words and emotions were enough to confirm certain things. He had tried before, intentionally or otherwise, to verify Phil's words. So, it hadn't been because of Phil's work that his birth parents died early on. The guilt which Phil felt was because he valued family. In Luke's opinion, what his father had wanted to do had nothing to do with Phil. For example, was it Robert's fault that Luke chose to become a detective? The dangers he faced were just a side effect of the system, and had nothing to do with Robert. For example, Claire might be in danger if she became a detective, but it was the same even if she became a celebrity. If she ran into danger in the future, could Luke be blamed for not stopping her in the first place? Nobody was God. They couldn't control everything, nor could they be fully responsible for other people's lives. Despite how principled Phil was, he had taken advantage of his position to avenge Luke's father. What else was there to say? That was right, Phil was related to Luke's father. Luke had known this for a long time. Chapter 15:20. I won't go into the washroom even if you beat me to death. When Luke had his suspicions long ago, he got his hands on Phil's DNA and did a test. He compared the results with his, Catherine, and Drax's DNA. At the same time, Grandpa Drax, Kevin Coulson, Luke's father, and Phil, all had very high hairlines. That was also why Luke started to pay more attention to his hairline after suspecting that he and Phil were related. From his forthright grandfather, he leaned that Phil's father was probably his grandfather's younger brother. In other words, Phil and Luke's father, Kevin, were cousins. However, Drax never brought up his brother, much less his nephew, Phil. On public record, Grandpa Drax's brother died 15 years ago, right after the deaths of Luke's parents. And according to the information on Luke's granduncle, he didn't have any children. The implication was clear. Phil had joined S.H.I.E.L.D. at that time. The information had been modified to protect his family. Starting with Grandpa Drax, their family was no longer related to Phil on paper. But Grandpa wasn't cautious in front of Luke, and would occasionally let something slip. Luke's granduncle was still alive, and would visit his grandpa once every year or two, but nobody knew that they were biological brothers. It was for this reason that Luke had an unusual attitude toward Phil. This was his uncle. He was alive. After all, in theory, Luke's granduncle was already dead, and his uncle didn't exist. Also, Phil's protection of Luke didn't stop there. Phil's full name was Philip J. Coulson in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s files, but veterans like Garrett knew that Phil's real name before he joined the force was Philip Collin. The principle was very simple. John Garrett's real name was also a secret, but he was just called John Garrett in S.H.I.E.L.D. Only an idiot would use a special agent's commonly used name to investigate their real identity, since it was all fake. And there were even more layers to Phil's fake identity. Nick Fury was the only person in S.H.I.E.L.D. who knew Phil's exact background and identity. From this point of view, Luke's family was safe. After testing Phil, Luke finally solved a riddle that had always bothered him. He really didn't want it to be some sort of melodrama between Phil and his family, like Phil killing his parents. Now that he had a rough idea of his parents' deaths, and the person responsible had already been killed by Phil, what else was there to think about? In his memories from before he turned 5, his parents had indeed loved Luke very much. Their deaths had been a huge blow to Drax and Catherine. If there was an opportunity, he still had to investigate if any of the person's relatives or friends were criminals, and make sure that they were reunited. Reuniting a family reunion was a professional virtue. A day later, on a street in New Jersey, Luke and Phil were smoking cigarettes. Luke blew out a ring of smoke and mumbled, "God, I don't want to fight in the toilets anymore." Learn from the cartel. When they have nothing to do, they go out into the wilds to fight, like in a western. Phil rolled his eyes and took a puff. He could smoke, but basically didn't. As an agent, the smell of smoke, alcohol, and perfume could easily give him away. However, they had to put on an act now for this operation. They were two vagabonds shooting the breeze on the streets in the afternoon, otherwise known as tramps. Tramps were a very complicated group. They clearly didn't have money but still had to have a bit of dignity. Their hair could be greasy but not smelly. Their clothes could be very old but not dirty. If they wanted money, they couldn't beg. They could only silently hold a "God bless you" sign or play some lousy instrument. Luke and Phil also had instruments, their own mouths, 2 bottles of water, and an empty bucket. His eyes obscured by smoke, Phil asked, "Why aren't we doing the same as before? We might not have to go inside this time." Luke said, "In any case, they'll get suspicious sooner or later. It's fine so long as they don't think that it's the same group of people. Don't tell me you've never run into someone who insists on making trouble when you're working." Phil had nothing to say. There were a lot of nutcases in the world. Some could even start a fight just because someone looked at them. Luke suddenly made a noise and touched his earpiece under his hood. "Let's go. They're almost here." Phil made a sound of acknowledgement and was about to go. Luke said, Hey, take the bucket. Do you want to draw suspicion?" Phil cursed and grabbed the empty bucket. Luke also picked up the 2 bottles of water at his feet, and they turned into an alley. A stool. As if. Why would a tramp need a stool? They just sat on the steps or the ground. A few minutes later, Phil looked at what Luke was holding and was lost for words. "Are you serious?" Luke shook the plastic bag in his hand indifferently. "It's just weed. It's a temporary prop. They won't get suspicious so easily this way." Phil smiled bitterly. "Do you think it's reasonable for 2 tramps to knock them out?" Pondering for a few seconds, Luke said, "Maybe it's the weed that'll give us strength. It's not like there aren't any people who can't kill patrol officers even after being tasered twice." Phil was unable to reply. Some people indeed acted abnormally when they got high. If a superhuman got high, that would make sense. He could only comfort himself. At that moment, 2 men in black suits walked into the alley and headed straight for the back door of an apartment building. Seeing the 2 tramps standing next to a pile of cardboard shelters, they just frowned and didn't think too much of it. There were homeless people everywhere in America. They were on every corner, and alleys were popular places for them to set up shelter. The men adjusted their route slightly to avoid Luke and Phil as they headed for the back door. They kept an eye on Luke and Phil out of habit. Luke and Phil were whispering to each other again, and it wasn't until they were several meters away that the men in black finally saw Luke holding a bag of weed and Phil holding a roll of cash. The 2 men in black continued forward expressionlessly. As if he had suddenly noticed them, Luke suddenly put the weed into his pocket. "What are you looking at?" The men in black were lost for words. Lunatics, get lost if you're scared. Why are you yelling if you're not scared? Growing impatient, they approached Luke and Phil. Luke's face suddenly twisted. Are you cops? I can smell it on you. The men in black suits were lost for words. Are you a dog? Chapter 15:21. Cursing myself, and a community party. Phil was amused. Hey, you're going overboard. But Luke suddenly coughed, as if the air had been knocked out of him by his loud yell earlier, and his entire body swayed. Phil, however, understood that this was the signal to take action. A person could easily draw attention with his movements. They have guns. He cried out, and the empty bucket flew over and instantly hit the upper body of the second man in black in the rear, successfully blocking his line of sight. Bang! The empty bucket hit the man's raised arm, and there was a loud clang. The first man raised his gun and pointed it at Luke without hesitation. Comment. Luke roared, FCKU. Go to hell, white man. He and Phil were now two African American men. Even before he yelled, he threw out the 2 bottles of water. Bang, bang, the 2 men in black suits collapsed. Compared with the empty bucket that Phil had thrown, Luke's 2 bottles of water weighed at least half a kilogram each. He had thrown them from just 2 to 3 meters away. Anyone would be knocked out after being hit in the head in this situation. Phil stopped and looked at Luke helplessly. Luke said, "We have to take him away." He saw our faces. Of course, that was just an excuse. The first man in black was their target. Phil considerately played along. No need. Let's just run. Luke snorted and pushed aside the man's clothes. See that? It's an earpiece. This guy is undercover and tailing us. Let's go. It's not safe here. In the New York branch, the supervisor and personnel in front of the surveillance screen were dumbfounded. WTF? The supervisor immediately had the backup team go to the rescue, and then asked the staff, where did these 2 guys come from? Get me everything on them. The personnel had already gotten to work. In less than 2 minutes, they found matches to the suspects. Sir, they belong to New York gangs. One of them is called. After listening for a while, the supervisor grew impatient. Why are they in New Jersey? The staff member said, maybe because Batman thrashed them too badly. According to the intelligence, these 2 haven't been in New York for months. The supervisor slapped his forehead. Are you kidding me? 2 hoodlums who were scared off by Batman took down 2 of our elite agents in 2 seconds. 7. The staff member didn't say anything, but he couldn't help but mumble to himself, Batman destroyed the Chidori fleet and crippled thousands of hooligans. What's so strange about the hooligans? He scared off being a little stronger. In the car, Phil sighed helplessly. Can you not be so serious? Why did you have to curse them like that? Luke, who was in the driver's seat, didn't seem to care at all. We're on an operation. We're black, so of course we have to curse the white fellows without hesitation. Phil, fine. He was too lazy to complain. In any case, this was all part of the snake-catching operation. This was only the 3rd round. There were still 20 to 30 more targets, and Hydra would eventually become suspicious. Big Dipper would do whatever he could to mislead the other party. After the interrogation, however, Phil adjusted the number of targets. This person could be considered a minor leader of Hydra, and in one breath, he gave up 5 accomplices. 3 of them were newbies whom he had recruited into S.H.I.E.L.D. in the last 2 years. One of them was level 3, and the other was level 4. They were both clerks, and had access to more information than regular agents. It would be normal if 10 to 20 more people were involved. After confirming the intelligence, Luke and Phil split up again and got to work. It was easy to imagine that as they carried on with the snake-catching operation, Nick Fury would have them capture fewer and fewer people. It wouldn't be because there was no one to catch, but because there were too many of them. S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't just for show, but Hydra wasn't stupid either. It was impossible for them to wait until 10% of their force was removed. In any case, there were more than 100,000 S.H.I.E.L.D. employees worldwide. There was no end to this. This was just Nick Fury and Phil's last struggle. In a few months at most, they would understand the reality that S.H.I.E.L.D. was finished. Luke didn't think that a petty person like Nick Fury would make it easy for Hydra. The director wouldn't be willing to beat it until he had taken down a bunch of Hydra members. With all the thinking he did over how to screw the other party over, Luke felt that he needed to take a break. The atmosphere in the neighborhood had been a little dismal recently, so he decided to hold a community party. Although Christmas was over, as long as there was money, they could party anytime. He let Mary and Barbara at the relief shelter know, and put them in charge of organizing it. Both heavy-set women were at a loss. How? Luke said, like on TV. Isn't it just getting together to eat, drink and have fun? The two women shook their heads with strange expressions. We've never done anything like that in Clinton. So, we're sorry. We can help you get things done, but as for organizing. They spread their hands. Luke was lost for words. Behind him, Selena laughed and pointed at Luke as if to say, "You dumbass." Luke scratched his head and thought for a moment. Red Matt, forget it. How could a blind person direct other people? Although this blind man could actually do it, he didn't want other people to know that he could. Foggy. The guy was so busy he couldn't even pee in peace. Uncle Ben from the renovation company was actually very suitable for this. He was meticulous and thoughtful, and was familiar with many people here. But their manpower and business were expanding rapidly, and they had too many things to do. The most important thing for the employees of the renovation company was to earn money. Luke suddenly clapped his hands. Got it? Selena asked. Who? Luke said, the wives of the general managers of the renovation company and the freight company. Selena gave him a thumbs up. May was a full-time housewife and could indeed spare some time. Also, Uncle Ben was her husband, and nobody in Clinton dared to mess with her. Doris was also a full-time housewife and was free. Of course, Selena was actually saying, good job passing the buck. Luke accepted the compliment calmly and called May and Doris. Both May and Doris were quite surprised. Although they didn't live in Clinton, their husbands' respective work was based here. They were happy for different reasons, but they were very willing to help organize a party like this. As the person who proposed it, Luke had the foundation set aside an amount of money for party expenses. Food, drinks, beer, decorations, tableware and kitchenware were all taken care of. Chapter 1522. Director George's worries it wasn't that Luke had money to burn, but that the atmosphere at the relief shelter wasn't great. The atmosphere was dampened by the large number of depressed community residents who had lost houses or even their loved ones. By holding this party and organizing a charity lottery, he could promote an improvement in the situation, and should be able to help some people. He might not gain much out of it, but all he had to do was fork out money anyway. Nevertheless, Luke would only help those who helped themselves. Once there were fewer people at the shelter, he would cut down on handouts. Anyone who thought they could just eat and sleep without doing anything could dream on. He was helping people, not raising pigs. May and Doris were very efficient. They arrived that day and discussed the main proceedings with Luke. The next day, the city council approved their application, and preparations went ahead for the party. Everything was ready by the third day, and the party was officially held that night. Luke also invited Misty, George Stacy, and officers from the 15th Precinct who were free to take part in this mix and mingle between cops and civilians. As long as a dozen police officers showed up, there would be people to maintain order. Director George was also very interesting. Including him, there were 10 people from the 15th Precinct, who were all patrol officers who drove over. Luke was very considerate. He had the shelter workers send people to inquire with the patrol officers and deliver the hot drinks and food they needed, but not beer. The patrol officers were even more tactful. They were scattered along the road next to the river where the party was held, at intervals of 100 meters, so that they were able to monitor the half-kilometer stretch occupied by the party. If it were 2 years ago, the residents of Clinton would never have a party like this under the eyes of the patrol officers, because too many hot-blooded guys with criminal records lived here. Now, these criminals had basically been kicked out by Batman, Black Cat and Daredevil, and whoever was left were basically Clinton residents born and bred. Most of them worked for or helped out in the renovation company or relief shelter. Luke told Charlie and the others to let everyone know that the patrol officers were the security hired by the Foundation bigshot. So, nobody paid much attention to the patrol officers. When night fell, it was cold by the river, but the street was lively. There were all sorts of hot food on stoves, the steam luring people in, and there was even a live community rap performance. Those who sang well had an audience, and those who didn't, they had even more of an audience, which jeered at them. Because of the trauma from the Battle of New York, there had been no festive air in Clinton, but it was present now. Of course, this was all thanks to Luke. All the food, drinks, and games were free. Even the 2 claw machines that had been brought over were free to play. However, everyone had to line up, and were limited to 3 times per person. There were also pinball machines and punch machines. The party venue was decked with ribbons, and it looked like a small carnival. Looking at everything, Director George said to Luke with a smile, "This is a good idea. Without the buffer of holiday cheer, people can feel that life is hopeless." Luke nodded with a smile. "You've been under a lot of stress recently, haven't you?" George, however, smiled helplessly. "No, law and order in our 15th precinct is currently one of the best in New York. We're only slightly worse than the richer districts." Luke didn't say anything. It was rare for George to talk to someone about this. He lowered his voice slightly and said, "Although this will make the 15th precinct sound useless, I still have to thank Batman and his friends. It's because of them that the situation in Clinton can still be this stable after the battle." Luke was amused. "Why do I feel like you seem quite begrudging, Director George? Respect Batman and the others. However, he's not getting paid for it. We're the ones getting paid, but we're too useless." Suddenly, the beer in George's hand seemed tasteless. Luke pondered for a moment. "Actually, isn't it fine to let the superheroes do the work?" George. Looking at his face, Luke shrugged. "Are we supposed to deal with monsters or alien armies? We don't get paid to be army soldiers." George smiled bitterly and felt helpless. There was always a gap between reality and dreams. Batman and the others had stolen a lot of NYPD's work, but it wasn't NYPD's job to save the world. Could the superheroes be blamed for being busybodies? The world wouldn't have been saved otherwise. After a brief silence, George changed the topic. "I heard that you have some connections at HQ." Luke said, "Sort of. How do you want me to help?" George was a little embarrassed, but still said, "You know a bit of what the 15th precinct is like, right?" Luke nodded. George said, "I've gone over and started tidying things up, but some of the support I was promised by the higher-ups are on hold." Luke asked, "What support?" George said, "Field gear, new firearms, bulletproof vests, riot control shields and so on. Although law and order in Clinton isn't bad, we've had to back up other precincts recently. After a few times, many people are feeling a little reluctant." Luke understood. The 15th precinct and Kingpin had been rotten from top to bottom. When George took over, he had been doing a great job cleaning up. In the end, however, NYPD went through 2 waves of resignations, and the cleanup had to stop. The cleanup wasn't done, and the higher-ups naturally wouldn't give him the benefits so easily. Also, after the Battle of New York, the higher-ups were too busy to bother with the director of a small precinct with a shaky foundation, while the people below the director didn't want to drive shabby cars and go out on assignments with old equipment. Luke rolled his eyes and suddenly pointed at the party. "See that, George?" George looked in the direction he was pointing and was puzzled. "What's wrong?" His hand was already on the walkie-talkie at his waist. He had the power as the director to call for backup at the drop of a hat. Luke wagged his finger. "No, what I'm saying is that there's a far more charitable foundation here. It's paying for this community party." George immediately got it. "You're saying I should ask the foundation for a donation?" He caught on quickly. Luke nodded. "As long as you're willing to have your men pay a little more attention to law and order here, it'll also be a way to protect charity works here." George nodded thoughtfully. Luke said, "If you like the idea, go look for Foggy and Matt at Nelson and Murdoch. They're familiar with the foundation. You can discuss it with them first." George exhaled and stretched out his hand. "Thank you, Luke." Luke shook hands with him and chuckled. "But let me be clear first. You can't take Misty back, unless you're giving her a promotion." George also smiled. "She's been doing very well recently. I think she can keep that up." Chapter 15:23. My party, my relief shelter. They looked at the claw machine, where Selena and Misty were watching 3 kids. They were little Peter, Liz, and George's daughter, Gwen. Selena was keeping an eye on Peter and Liz since their guardians were too busy. Misty was helping George look after Gwen. Liz was 5, and the other 2 were 4, but Peter was still the youngest. For some reason, the 3 kids had gathered together and were shouting in front of the claw machine. Just as George and Luke looked over, Peter won a pink bear, and gave it to Gwen. Then, Gwen happily kissed him on the cheek. Liz on the side was calm because she was already holding a colorful horse, which Peter had won earlier. "Little Peter, you have a bright future," Luke murmured to himself as he glanced at George. Last time, it had been Liz who took advantage of Peter, and her mother had made a fuss. In the end, George just smiled and said, "Gwen likes that pink bear." Luke nodded in understanding. "The one who beat up aliens. Then, will she follow in your footsteps in the future?" George frowned. It'll be best if she doesn't. I would prefer she be a doctor, forget it. A scientist, an artist, anything else is fine, not a cop or a doctor. Luke simply nodded and didn't continue the topic. The police in New York was now a high-risk profession, and doctors saw a lot of tragedies every day. Perhaps that was why George didn't want his daughter to take up these two professions. Right at that moment, Luke suddenly turned around. His gaze suddenly fell on the old building dozens of meters away. George followed his gaze. Boom! With a loud bang, dazzling flames blew out 7 to 8 windows on the first floor of the relief shelter. Luke's face darkened. My community party, my building. Cursing inwardly, he gestured at Selena and ran to the relief shelter. Selena reacted quickly and said to Misty, "Watch Peter and the others." Misty had barely taken a step when she stopped helplessly. 2 of the 3 kids belonged to the party organizers, and 1 was the daughter of her old boss. How could she dare leave in such a chaotic situation? Luke charged forward and didn't forget to yell, "Protect the kids and the elderly. Everybody, retreat to the river." The party was held on a road between the building and the river. There was also a green belt and a footpath some 10 meters away, which people could take shelter at. The most dangerous thing right now was if a stampede happened. Selena was very familiar with the people here. She quickly rounded up a dozen middle-aged women and some boys to maintain order. These people were either from the shelter or the renovation company, and knew how to follow orders. Thus, the evacuation was swiftly carried out. Apart from the shock, there were no casualties. For fear of overcrowding, the party's entertainment and games had been deliberately set up away from the relief shelter, otherwise, at least a dozen or so people would have been killed earlier. With Selena controlling the situation outside, Luke didn't waste any time and rushed into the shelter. When George saw that, he exclaimed, "Wait!" There was a faint glow inside the building, which was clearly on fire. Charging in was too dangerous. Selena, however, called out, "Director Stacy, call for help." George came back to his senses. This was his jurisdiction. He immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and contacted the police department and the fire brigade. If the relief station burned, dozens of people inside might die. That couldn't be allowed to happen. Inside, Luke didn't hesitate to go straight to a room in a corner on the first floor. There was only a bit of smoke here, and not much fire. As he advanced, Luke pointed out the exit for the people running in a panic. He reached the location where the eruption had been the most intense. Everything here was charred black, but strangely, there were no flames. It was more like a fire that had already burnt out. Luke walked to the door and shouted, "NYPD. Freeze." 3 people subconsciously turned their heads. Luke asked coldly, "Sky, Emma, what happened?" The 2 young women standing in front of 2 boys were Emma, the boy's mother, and Sky. Sky, who had been a little frightened, was instantly glad when she heard Luke's voice. A few meters in front of them stood a middle-aged man in a brown leather coat and a pair of big sunglasses. Just as Luke's question drew their attention, he suddenly appeared next to Emma and reached for her and her eldest son. Bang, 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 bang. The Glock in Luke's hand fired. The man in the leather coat grunted in shock. He was hit in the shoulder and leg, but dodged the shots to his chest and abdomen. The next moment, the man in the leather coat disappeared again and appeared behind Luke almost at the same time. Luke reacted even faster and kicked backward. Bang! The man's face turned blue. At the last moment, he shifted his leg slightly so that he was just shy of being kicked in the groin, but his thigh exploded with immense pain. After 2 consecutive injuries, he didn't dare take any more risks. He activated his ability and instantly disappeared. Only Luke, Sky and Emma were left in the room. The eldest son, who was only 3 years old, looked at everything in bewilderment. The younger son was only 6 months old and was giggling on the bed. He waved his chubby hands at his brother nonstop, as if to say, "Come and play, brother." That was right, Luke knew them. The last time he came to see Sky, she had been helping Emma clean up after her son. Sky's mouth moved. "Luke, just now." Luke waved his hand. "Remember, I just fended off a suspected terrorist and saved civilians who were under threat. Now, come with me." As he spoke, he picked up the baby on the bed and placed him in Sky's arms. He walked to the door and gestured for the 2 women to move. Stunned for a moment, the women finally came back to their senses. Sky grabbed a hesitant Emma, and the latter could only pull her eldest son along. At the door, Luke whispered something to Sky as he passed her. Sky nodded and dragged Emma to Luke's building. Luke frowned and quickly cleaned up the scene. Chapter 15:24. The root of the matter. And in Humans he broke up the floor that Sky and the others had been standing on earlier, and put the pieces into his inventory. This completely normal stretch of floor was too eye-catching in an otherwise burnt-out room. Next was Emma's son's cot. Its intact condition was even more eye-catching, and Luke put it away as well. As he cleaned up, he felt a little helpless. This relief shelter was probably doomed. No matter what he said, many people had seen the explosion and the flames. Nothing could change that. Thinking that, Luke calmed down. As long as nobody was dead or seriously injured, it wouldn't be a problem to have fewer people at the relief shelter. However, he had to keep the main culprits and the events under wraps. Luke didn't go with Sky because he didn't want to draw attention. There were a lot of people outside. If he went out with them, it would be easy for people to connect the dots. There might still be some people who would be suspicious, but he could always brush that off. Following Luke's instructions, Selena quickly took the group home. Luke went out and took Peter and the two girls with him. He entrusted the matter to Director George, Uncle Ben and Adrian. The three of them had a lot of men here, and together, they were formidable and intimidating enough. There was no need for Luke to instruct them. They could go to his place later to get their kids, so there was no need to worry. 10 minutes later, Luke returned home. Selena and the others were in the living room on the second floor. Luke grabbed Peter, who was spinning around, and told him to play with the two girls as well as his new little brothers. Then, he gestured at the nervous Sky and Emma to follow him to the third floor, while Emma's two sons stayed on the second floor for the time being. Catching Luke's meaningful look, Selena immediately called Gold Nugget over to watch the baby. The 3-year-old older brother had already run off to play with Peter and others, and had completely forgotten about his little brother. Gold Nugget looked at Selena aggrievedly. Selena said in a low voice, "You think he smells like poop, you think I can't smell it? He's so small, and you're short, so you can keep an eye on him. At most. Don't use your mouth. Gold Nugget. You actually think I'll bite that smelly little butt?" On the third floor, Luke led Sky and Emma into the study before he asked them what happened. With pheromone control and Sky's help, a very wary Emma in the end told the truth. Luke's expression wasn't too good after he heard it. It had to be said that the man in the leather coat and sunglasses was already very difficult to deal with. His name was Gordon, and he could teleport. There were also no obvious limits to his abilities. There was nothing like a cooldown period after teleporting more than 1,000 kilometers. Luke wasn't scared that the guy would come looking for him. That just meant that the guy had a death wish. It would be just as bad for him if he went after Selena. Gold Nugget was with her 24/7. But if the other party decided to avoid him and focus on Emma, it would be troublesome. Gordon was here for Emma, who was one of them. They called themselves Inhumans. Bluntly speaking, they were superhumans. The difference was that the superpowers of Inhumans could be inherited, but it was basically a recessive gene. Except for a small number of people whose superpowers were inexplicably triggered, the rest were no different from ordinary Earthlings. However, the Inhumans had a way to activate the powers. Nevertheless, there were probably some limitations to this method. Few people could activate their powers every year, and most Inhumans just waited to do so. Many Inhumans had no idea of their identities. They lived as ordinary people. Some of the discovered Inhumans were sent to their secret base, called Afterlife. They described it as their Shangri-La, where they could avoid danger. Luck or otherwise, Emma was one of the rare few whose powers were triggered naturally, and she was then taken to Afterlife. At that time, her eldest son was already 2 years old. After falling out with her boyfriend, she had no choice but to go to Afterlife. But she was already pregnant with her second child. In Afterlife, she accidentally overheard that people without Inhuman blood couldn't stay there, and that Inhumans with a weak bloodline that was hard to activate would also be sent out of Afterlife. She grew anxious. When her son was born, she got bad news from Afterlife's leader, Jiang. Her son's bloodline was weak, and he would be sent away from Afterlife when he was a little older to return to society. Emma couldn't accept being separated from her son, so she offered to be sent away with her children. But Jiang didn't agree. The reason was simple. As an Inhuman whose power had been triggered naturally, Emma was quite strong. The flames she released could turn her into a human-shaped fire bomb, and one that could explode multiple times. After a lot of discussion, Emma and Jiang finally reached an agreement. Emma's son could live in afterlife until he was 3. Then, Jiang would send her and her children away. They had reached an agreement, but Emma wasn't reassured. She had talked to a lot of people in afterlife, and there had never been a case like this. Anyone who wasn't valuable enough would be sent away. A lot of the Inhumans weren't alone, and their families weren't allowed to enter afterlife. They could only go back to see them occasionally. Jiang was someone who held onto what she believed in. Emma didn't think the woman had changed her mind. She just wanted to use these 3 years to make Emma accept that she would have to give up her child. Inhumans weren't ordinary people. Who knew if there were superhumans who could influence the mind? So, Emma found an opportunity to flee and return to her most familiar hometown, New York. How? She charged out like a rocket, with her children in her arms. With her extraordinary gift, she could do whatever she wanted. Luke was certain that Emma was telling the truth, or at least what she thought was the truth. In reality, it remained to be seen whether or not Jiang was a schemer or if the afterlife was what Emma said it was. But considering her gift, Luke felt that it was very likely. It was practically cheating to be able to fly with 2 kids without them being burned to death or getting frostbite. It had only been 2 years since Emma activated her power, and she hadn't used it most of the time. Apart from being exceptionally gifted, it was hard to explain this sort of progress. How could Jiang be willing to let go of such a powerful superhuman? Even Luke would find it hard if he were in Jiang's position. At most, he would use other ways to come to an agreement. After all, he wasn't an Inhuman, and wasn't like Jiang, who thought about protecting her kind. After figuring it out, Luke made a decision. Emma had to be sent away immediately to hide. Chapter 1525. Naturally triggered, and Gold Nugget's toothbrush. Emma said that she hadn't heard of anyone with a tracking ability in afterlife. The only reason she had been found was because she had been accidentally caught on camera when the Clinton Relief Shelter made the news. Only then had Afterlife found her. Luke didn't comment. A superhuman organization had someone who could teleport instantly. It wouldn't be strange if it had someone with a tracking ability. For example, he used a gun every day, but was it his strongest weapon? In this world, who wouldn't keep some trump cards close to their chest? They might be in a desperate situation someday. Only when he sent Emma away would he be able to confirm if Afterlife had a superhuman tracker. In the future, even if Emma was caught and brought back, he could still find a way to rescue her, and investigate this organization at the same time. Emma had an extraordinary gift, and Afterlife would definitely be unwilling to give her up, but not to the point of coercing her. Also, Luke couldn't accompany Emma 24/7. He couldn't guard against Gordon, who could teleport. After talking to Emma, he walked away and made a few calls. A car soon arrived, and they went straight to the garage on the first floor. After Emma and her 2 sons got into the car, Sky and Luke went to the garage door and watched the car leave. After Luke closed the garage door, he looked at Sky. There was something on your mind just now. Now that Emma is gone, can you tell me? Sky hesitated for a moment before she nodded. That, when Emma used her power just now, I felt something. When Luke heard this, he stopped her. Let's talk in the study. This was much more troublesome than Emma's matter. He had only met Emma a few times at the relief shelter. After confirming that she was a neutral yellow and wasn't a bad person, he hadn't paid much attention. But he had known Sky for a while. She was a hardcore fan of Batman and had a good character. He couldn't deal with her as casually as he had with Emma. It could only be said that this was how important fate was. Closing the door of the study, Luke gestured for Sky to sit down in the only chair, and had Little Snail send over a pot of coffee. He poured the coffee unhurriedly and put it on the table. He didn't rush Sky, but picked up a cup and drank it. He was giving Sky time to adjust. He only drank 2 mouthfuls of coffee when Sky said, "Luke, my body doesn't feel right." Luke put down his coffee. "Tell me." Sky slowly stretched out her hands. "I've been feeling something ever since Emma exploded with fire at the relief shelter." "Look." Luke noticed that her hands were shaking slightly. Narrowing his eyes for 2 seconds, he stretched out a finger and lightly touched her arm. His finger trembled the moment he touched Sky's arm. Instead of withdrawing it immediately, he closed his eyes and experienced it for a moment before he drew his finger back. His expression turned solemn. "Can you control it?" During this short contact, he had already sensed that Sky's hands weren't shaking, instead, they were vibrating. The vibration could even affect Luke's body at the slightest touch. It definitely wasn't an ordinary vibration. Connecting it to Emma's power, there was only one answer. Sky was also an inhuman and had a superpower, and had even triggered it on her own. Sky took a deep breath and stared at her hands for a few seconds, before she shook her head in a panic. No, I can only make it weaker at most. Once I relax, the shaking gets even harder. Luke never looked away from her hands. Frowning, he pondered for a moment and asked, "Why don't you take a nap first?" Huh, Sky looked up at him with wide eyes. Luke said, "Let me put you to sleep for a while. Only then can I confirm if this is caused by your mental state or if it's a physical thing." Sky nodded decisively. "Okay, then," she asked uncertainly, "do I sleep in this chair?" Luke nodded. "For now." Sky, "Then, what should I do?" Luke said, "Close your eyes and count sheep." Sky, "I'm not a little girl." Luke was amused. Adults can also fall asleep counting sheep. When Sky closed her eyes, Luke released an anesthetic gas. He didn't have time to wait for her to count sheep. He had just tricked her into closing her eyes so that it would be easier to use the anesthetic. He had even knocked out Uncle Phil with a paralysis bullet before. Sky got slightly better treatment because she was a girl. A minute later, Luke carried the sleeping Sky into the basement. When it came to running tests, the most reliable and efficient method was to have the medical program, Osiris, do it. Luke placed Sky in a separate medical room and released Osiris in a full set of equipment. Then, he walked out of the room, closed the door, and examined Sky's data on the virtual screen. At that moment, Selena sent a message. Seeing that, Luke dropped what he was doing and returned to the third floor so that he could pretend to go downstairs to the living room on the second floor. When he saw Director George and his wife in the living room, he smiled apologetically. "I was on the phone just now. Sorry to keep you waiting." After exchanging courtesies, Helen went downstairs with her daughter, Gwen. George said a few words to Luke, and was relieved when he learned that Luke would handle this situation in as low-key a manner as possible, and soothe the partygoers' nerves. Although it had been almost 2 months since the Battle of New York, the city was still like a keg of gunpowder. A small incident could spark a riot. Clinton was now safe, but that didn't mean that the residents here all had good tempers. Most of them were still on the bottom rung of society. Causing trouble at the drop of a hat was a classic tradition. After all, apart from that, they didn't have any other way to protest the exploitation of capitalists. After discussing the aftermath of today's incident, George got up and said goodbye. His men would handle the rest. Fortunately, there were basically no casualties, and only a few buildings had been burned. This loss was nothing compared with the damage caused by the Chidori. After Luke saw George off, Selena and Gold Nugget went over to Luke. The dog immediately rubbed against his leg and whined aggrievedly. Luke's nose twitched. "All right, hurry up and brush your teeth. Selena's electric toothbrush is yours as compensation." Gold Nugget perked up and whined. Luke nodded. "I'm sure." Gold Nugget bounced up to the 4th floor, which was where Selena lived. Naturally, her electric toothbrush was there as well. After Luke and Selena entered the basement, Selena murmured, "Hey, that's my toothbrush." Luke chuckled and walked inside with his arm around her shoulders. "Didn't you complain recently that it's not very comfortable to use? In any case, it's old, give it secondhand to Gold Nugget. I'll personally make you a better one. I guarantee it'll fit your teeth perfectly." "Deal." Pleased, Selena nodded. Luke explained, "Also, Gold Nugget eats with us and helps us to get stuff. Would you dare let it touch the food and tableware if it doesn't clean its mouth?" Remembering the baby's smelly farts, Selena shook her head decisively. "No, we can't let it near the tableware and food for at least 3 days." Okay, said Luke. In any case, he wasn't the one being restricted. At that moment, the two of them reached the virtual screen. Selena was dazzled by the huge amount of data. She wasn't as much of a dunce as Gold Nugget, but she was just as clueless when it came to specialized data like these. She could only look at Luke. "What's going on with Sky?" Luke quickly scanned the data. She might have awakened a superpower like Emma. He then briefly told her about the Inhumans and Emma. Selena's eyes widened. If it has so many superhumans, why haven't we heard of this afterlife? Luke said, "My intelligence gathering is mainly in America and in some parts of Europe. I have basically nothing on Asia and Africa. From Emma's description, I'm guessing it's probably in Asia." Selena thought for a moment and thought that it made sense. She asked, "What is Sky's ability?" Luke said, "I'm not sure. I don't have any information on Inhumans. I can only say that it might be related to vibration. Looking at the shaking hands of the person on the virtual screen, Selena was a little curious. Will her hands turn into spinning blades or something? That sounds a little cool. Luke shook his head. Her body is already showing signs of damage. If she can't withstand the vibration or find a way to control it, this ability will tear her into pieces first. Selena was shocked. What kind of ability is that? Can't she control it? Luke said. Emma said that it didn't take her much effort to control hers, but that can only mean that Emma has extraordinary talent. Regular Inhumans probably go through an uncomfortable period after activating their abilities, which is what is happening with Sky. Selena frowned. Do you have a solution? Sky wasn't a bad kid. Even though she was already going to a middle school in New Jersey, when she heard about the party, she came back on the weekend to help out. After she came back, she didn't think about going out to play. Instead, she went to help Emma take care of the kids, and ended up running into this matter. Unexpectedly acquiring a strong superpower should be a good thing. But that wasn't necessarily the case if she couldn't control it and got herself killed. Luke sighed. I have some ideas, but I can only save her hands for now. If she can't control this ability as soon as possible, I don't know how long she'll be able to live. It wasn't external damage, but the power being released inside Sky's body. Luke had never encountered something like this before, and he didn't have a plan to contain it. S.H.I.E.L.D. had some equipment for suppressing superhumans, but until he got the blueprints from Phil, he didn't know if they were effective or not. He had heard the basic theory, which was that it could interfere with the brain activity of superhumans and prevent them from activating their abilities. It would be too easy for something to go wrong if he tried creating a prototype himself. It would be a joke if Sky turned into a vegetable while her power was being suppressed. It was safer and more efficient to wait for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s developed product design. Looking at the data, Luke sighed again. Also, she'll probably have to take time off school. What a pity, I already arranged for her to skip grades. Selena found that strange. What's the big deal about skipping grades? At most, she can go back to school after she recovers. She's only 18, but looks like she's 16 or 17. What's wrong with studying a year or two behind? Luke said, it's interesting grooming a genuine college student. But I was also a college student. Selena suddenly realized something. Wait, are you looking down on a community college graduate like me? Of course not. Luke chuckled. Didn't we graduate from a community college together? I was the one who gave you the answers. Selena angrily grabbed his face and pulled his cheeks. So you're looking down on me for cheating as a college student? Luke spread his hands helplessly. I cheated too. After he had his fun, Luke carried Sky back to the study on the 3rd floor and woke her up. Looking at the girl, who was a little dazed after a nap, Luke simply told her that she was fine for now, and that he would find someone to help her. However, Sky herself had to work hard to get used to her power and control. No other method would treat the problem at its root. Sky was a little depressed. Then I can't go to school. Luke patted her head. You're still young. There's no rush. Sky, I've already wasted a lot of time. She was now regretting that she hadn't studied hard in middle school because of her foster family. Luke said, study on your own for now. I'll help you look for videos and study materials. As long as you're diligent, it won't be much worse than going to school. Sky stood up and gave him a hug. Thank you, Luke. Luke patted her head again. All right, I'm just investing in you in advance. Don't get too excited. How about this? Let me check your luck. Sky. Luke pointed at the coin in his hand. Heads or tails, I guarantee it's a special technique for seeing everything. Sky didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she let go of him, but she didn't refuse. 10 minutes later, they came down from the 3rd floor. The relief shelter was wrecked, and Gordon might come back to get revenge. Sky's dorm couldn't be used, so she could only stay over at Luke's place for the night. There were 2 guest rooms on the 3rd floor, and Sky chose the smaller one. This was originally for Claire, but when she came, she would squeeze in with Selena, so the room had never been used. But Sky, who had slept for a bit earlier, wasn't sleepy at all, so Luke sent her to watch TV in the living room. He had a lot of things to do. He had to solve the problem of Sky's shaking hands, and the level 2 clone had to make arrangements for Emma and her children. Only Selena and Gold Nugget were with Sky in the living room. Sky watched TV for a while, and felt a little bored. Her bag had already turned to ash in Emma's explosion. There was definitely no way that the laptop inside had survived. Besides, Her hands were shaking like she had Parkinson's, and she wouldn't be able to play with her laptop like usual. Noticing Sky's expression, Selena put down the tablet in her hand. "Do you want to come with me?" Sky was stunned. "Huh, what?" Selena stood up and crooked a finger. "Sometimes it's better not to think too much. It's a lot more relaxing to get in some exercise and sweat it out." Sky looked at her hands. "But my hands are injured. It might be hard." Selena said, "Don't worry. There's a lot of other stuff in the training room to use." Luke had told Selena earlier that Sky's power was genetic, and regular exercise wouldn't aggravate it. If exercise could trigger a fluctuation of power, the natural activation of powers in inhumans wouldn't be so rare. In any case, Selena also had to train. It was just that Luke was busy, so she stayed with Sky in the living room. Seeing that Sky was in low spirits, dragging her off to train for half an hour would ensure that she slept like a pig later. While Selena dealt with Sky upstairs, Luke looked at the system panel in the basement, only to see that Sky's list of abilities had already turned dark. After obtaining her list of abilities, Luke had manipulated the game so that they were tied. In any case, the list would always be there now. This kid was already unlucky enough. He didn't want to make things worse. Sky's abilities were basically to be expected, and included basic hacking and basic internet and computer hardware. Naturally, what Luke was focused on was elementary vibration. At his needling, the system gave a very simple explanation. Elementary vibration, inherited genetic modification, can create vibrations. Prerequisites: 60 strength, 60 dexterity, 60 mental strength, 50,000 credit. Partially available. Luke immediately felt that it was worth it. He just wanted to use the system to confirm his speculation. Unexpectedly, Sky's elementary vibration could be partially learned. It wasn't that Luke thought that he didn't have any luck, but Gordon's elementary teleportation was also an inherited genetic modification. The unavailable tag for it was very reasonable. Elementary temperature control, which was on the list of abilities he had obtained from Emma a while ago, was also unavailable. These two abilities were invaluable for a lawman, which made Luke jealous. Teleportation went without saying, but Emma's power was also extraordinary. He had thought that she used some sort of flame control. However, while temperature control was similar, its application was substantially different. It could also be said that Emma only understood 50% of how to use her power, and that was fire magic. The complete version of temperature control was mastery of at least the ice and fire attributes, but it seemed that Emma had never thought of using ice magic at all. There was no doubt that temperature control didn't match Luke's body hardware. After two unavailable abilities, he subconsciously gave up on his expectations toward Sky's abilities. Who would have thought he would get such a nice surprise? The only problem was that the prerequisite for his stats was 60. However, as long as he obtained tens of millions in experience points, he could meet the requirements. It could be considered the bare goal for him to work hard toward for the next few years. Because he had obtained elementary vibration, Luke wouldn't treat Sky poorly. All this time, the bad guys who provided Luke with abilities naturally did so after death or being imprisoned. Neutral and good teammates were all rewarded. As the saying went, good things came to good people. He had randomly picked Sky up back then, and now had another ability. The truth was that Luke had helped at least 800 people in the last 2 years, but the abilities he obtained from them were far less than from killing bad guys. There were dozens of homeless miners like Sky whom he had helped, but this was the only time he had gotten such a pleasant surprise. Most people who accepted his help were ordinary people, and only existed in his contact list and database at most. So, he really was a good person. Thinking that, Luke reclined his chair and lay down. His level 2 clone was doing a checkup for Emma, and he could rest for the time being. Unlike with Sky, he simply used a drug to make the mother and children fall asleep before he stored them in space too. Sky was an inhuman that had yet to be discovered by Afterlife, so it was unlikely anyone would follow up on her. Emma and her sons, on the other hand, had been in Afterlife for a year before they came out. Luke wouldn't feel at ease until he thoroughly examined them. Besides, if Afterlife found the mother and children in the future, Luke couldn't guarantee that he would be able to track them down. After an examination by Osiris and with mental strength, the results were out. Everything was normal. At the very least, Luke hadn't found any problems with Emma and her sons. If Afterlife could still find Emma after she went into hiding, it would most likely be due to a superpower. The arrangements for Emma were very simple. Luke only needed to provide her with 2 simple pieces of nanotechnology. When she went out, she could stick them on her face to change the distance between her eyebrows and make her cheekbones higher and wider. These 2 gadgets were much easier to use than the 1,000 faces system. It was a very simple method, and if she cut and dyed her hair, and changed the way she dressed, it would be enough to prevent anyone from recognizing her. With these things, except for the fact that she couldn't take her children to crowded places, Emma wouldn't have any other problems. An expensive and very professional part-time helper would take care of everything for her. She just needed to take care of the 2 kids. She didn't need to think about cleaning, doing laundry, grocery shopping or cooking. Of course, that was all Luke would invest in her. A young mother with 2 kids clearly wasn't suitable for him to train. Also, a large reason for her conflict with Afterlife was because she didn't want to be controlled. Luke didn't want to become a second Afterlife, so this investment was made by a real alias that had nothing to do with him. It could be considered a deal between the alias and Emma. It could be said that he was providing this service in anticipation of Emma helping out once in the future. After that, nobody would owe anyone any more favors. Although Emma had misgivings about this condition, Luke's alias hadn't signed a contract with her and they had only made a verbal agreement. For Luke, this was nothing more than a small amount of money. He wasn't banking on using her. After all, if he used this sort of chess piece, things would get tricky. When the time came, it was hard to say if Emma would have the courage to help. Luke preferred teammates whom he had trained up over a long period of observation. The Special Force, for example, would gather without hesitation once he gave the signal, no matter who their opponents were. They were the most trustworthy and devoted. The next day, Skye was sent off as well. She went to a place less than a kilometer away from the seaside villa where the level 2 clone was, so it would be easier for Luke to go over with the equipment to examine her. Almost a week later, the shock absorbers which Luke had modified many times were finally completed. During this time, the level 2 clone had spent 300 credit points, which was all converted into light of life to preserve Skye's arms. If he hadn't done that, Skye's arms would have been shattered. Not everyone could hold superpowers. Emma, for example, had been too lucky. Otherwise, not only would she have burned herself to death when her power was triggered, she would have also implicated others like her sons. Now that she was wearing the shock absorbers, which looked like mechanical gloves, Skye could finally relax. A person who was obsessed with the internet and computer hacking would be utterly depressed if she lost her hands. It would be inconvenient for Skye to walk around outside with these shock absorbers on, but she could stay inside and focus on her keyboard. There were only 2 things she needed to do every day. Firstly, learn all sorts of things. Secondly, train to control the shock waves that came out of nowhere. She and Luke chatted for a while every night via video call. The technician, who modified the shock absorbers, also no longer dropped by, and her life turned peaceful. After solving Skye's problem for the time being, Luke's focus switched to something else. It was a matter related to Skye, but it started with the harvest from the previous, snake-catching, operation. During the fight in the washroom in Congo, Luke had taken the briefcases of both parties involved in the underground deal. Both sides were underground merchants. The system wouldn't defend this sort of deal. The goods were 3 stolen antique weapons. However, Luke hadn't been able to find the owner, and there was no way to return them. Before putting them in storage, he did a routine inspection on them, only to discover that they were made of the same material, which was extremely rare and special. In terms of style, the antique weapons belonged to several African tribes from hundreds of years ago, which no longer existed. If it wasn't for the special material, the weapons would only sell for $2,000 at most. At that time, the buyer had brought $200,000 with him. While he was racking his brain over how to control the energy of Skye's vibrations, Luke quickly remembered this metal. It could absorb the vibrations significantly, but at the same time, it would lose its durability at a particular wave frequency. Luke had immediately used this unusual metal in the shock absorbers. Only a very small amount was required to conduct the shock waves away from Skye's hands so that they didn't shatter. Once the shock waves absorbed by the metal reached a saturation point, Skye just needed to release it on a target this could include into the air. The shock waves absorbed and then released by the special metal had a compound effect. With one punch, Skye could easily shatter a 20-centimeter concrete wall. With this pair of shock absorbers, Skye would actually be a superhuman with combat ability. Although there were better names, Luke still chose shock absorbers. For now, the only thing they could do was slow down the vibrations in Sky's arms. Also, it was a prototype that had been invented in a hurry. It had very simple functions, and didn't need a codename that was too impressive. Once he could increase the upper limit of the shock absorbers and make a device that could control the power output, Sky would become a shock wave cannon. At that time, she would be the clean energy source for this cannon, which would be efficient and sterile, and didn't need to be refueled. It was simply perfect. Luke could only scratch his head at the fact that this Supergirl had inexplicably popped up out of nowhere. He had clearly designated her as a tech whiz in the beginning, but in the blink of an eye, the girl had fallen into the abyss of violent output. Why do we have to be so violent when the world is so peaceful? Luke asked himself. He then got his answer. It was all the fault of the Chitauri. And the fault also belonged to Loki and Hydra, and the Hand and the High Table, and all other criminal elements in the world. It's not my fault, but this world's fault. It's these criminals and damn aliens that are forcing me to go further and further down the path of violence. After he was done psyching himself up, Luke cheerfully studied the special metal. If Sky could use it, naturally, so could Luke. This thing could absorb shock waves, but was afraid of a sound wave at a particular frequency. Luke's elementary sound wave was the best experimental tool for testing the metal's characteristics. In a normal situation, the special metal was extremely durable and impervious to temperature changes, no matter how cold or hot it got. It was only unable to cope with a sound wave at a particular frequency, which was when it could be processed. There were too many experiments to carry out. Apart from the particular sound wave which made it malleable, it could store many types of sound waves. Sound waves were, in the end, a type of shock wave. Sky's shock absorbers could absorb shock waves, but what if Luke made a device that could store sound waves for later release in one go? For example, if he used Lion's Roar X2 or even X10, would his opponent be directly shredded to pieces, or die from bleeding from all their orifices? It was an interesting question, and a very powerful means of combat and support. It could only be said that Sky really was a treasure. He had dug randomly and unearthed two good things. As for her own actual combat ability, sorry, Luke really hadn't considered that. Sky wasn't a battle fanatic like Mindy. Luke had never thought of grooming her into a combatant, because the one thing he didn't lack was support. It was good for the girl to play around on the computer. It was normal to leave fighting and killing to the adults. After the big party, Director George told the public that a fault with the wiring had led to certain combustible items blowing up. The investigation was ongoing. Luke, as the owner of the building, didn't protest, and even helped out in secret. The people here got free food and shelter, and they hadn't even been injured. What objections could they have? NYPD wasn't in the mood to care about a fire that didn't involve any victims. This matter would soon become an unsolved cold case. Except for some people who were uneasy and moved out of the shelter, everything went on as usual. The burned section was in one corner of the building and didn't affect the main structure. After reinforcement and refurbishment, the building could still be used. For the time being, the charred rooms in that coma remained under maintenance and were left to Luke's own Clinton renovation company. Most of his energy was devoted to the research project on the Level 2 clone's end, while he himself went to the office with Selina, slipped away and worked cases every day, and life returned to normal. They got off work at 3:30 as usual. Selina drove them home. Not long after they left HQ, an absent-minded Luke suddenly sensed a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. He turned his attention to a guy wearing a light brown leather jacket, and smiled. "Selina, let's go to the gym." Selina turned and immediately saw the person who walked into the gym. She smiled. "Don't tell me your hands are itchy." Luke basically never fought her one-on-one. Without her symbiosis with Gold Nugget, there was too big a gap between them, and there wasn't much point in sparring together. The person who had just entered the gym was the only one who could go toe-to-toe with Luke. After all, that man was a beast who could kill hundreds of Chitauri soldiers with a shield. Luke parked the car, and two people and one dog walked into the gym. After Luke bought the gym, it would close daily at 3 in the afternoon. It was now almost 4 in the afternoon, and most people had left. The only person left had already changed into his exercise gear and was punching a sandbag. With muffled bangs, the sandbag was sent flying back and forth. "Ah!" he roared and punched out. Bam! The sandbag broke off and was sent flying 5 meters away. Panting heavily, he slowly lowered his hands, unable to vent his frustration. D.M.N. Howard, D**M.N. Pierce, D**M.N. Fury. That bunch of idiots actually let Hydra swallow up S.H.I.E.L.D. Were they all idiots? It hadn't been easy for him and his comrades to destroy Hydra, that monster organization, but now, S.H.I.E.L.D. had become a bigger Hydra. To achieve his objective, he bade farewell to the woman he loved, jumped onto the plane, and crashed it into the ocean. Bucky, his good buddy, was nowhere to be seen, and was probably already dead. Decades later, Steve was fished up from the bottom of the ocean and woke up. Was it all just to take down Hydra again? This ending was simply ridiculous. Panting, he walked over to another sandbag. He had only been warming up just now. He needed to work off more energy, or he might not be able to help but beat Nick Fury up. Technically speaking, Nick Fury wasn't the only one responsible for this, he probably had the smallest part. But Howard had been dead for more than 10 years, and Pierce was a member of the World Security Council. The only person he could beat up was Nick Fury. Unfortunately, that was just a thought. He was a soldier. He couldn't think of a solution to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s current problem. When he left earlier, Nick Fury had still been as inscrutable as ever, standing by the window and looking into the distance. Nick Fury was definitely a great schemer. No matter how dangerous it was, he wouldn't panic. Now, not only wasn't Nick Fury making any big moves, he was also giving Steve a break, provided he remained on standby. He had just captured a few Hydra members before he called it a day. What was this guy thinking? As Steve pondered, his ears twitched and he turned to look at the door, only to see Luke, Selena and a dog standing there. In the gym, when Steve was the only one around, the sounds of the door opening and footsteps were very obvious. Looking at his expression, Luke smiled. "It seems you lack an opponent." Steve smiled too. "Then why don't you do it?" Luke nodded. "Sure, same rules." Steve bumped his gloves twice. "Just boxing." Luke took off his uniform, two rarely seen guns in their holsters, and a few odds and ends from his waist. He warmed up at the same time as he flexed and bounced lightly on his feet. Selena smiled and watched with gold nugget. To be honest, Steve was the only person she was more curious about in the Avengers. She knew more than most people about what Tony was like. Thor and the Hulk weren't human and not fun at all. She had beaten up Natasha in the semi-symbiotic state. Hawkeye's long-range damage output was indeed outstanding, but Luke was the professional who was best at long-range skills. Steve, on the other hand, was legendary in both identity and deeds. More importantly, the fact that he could come back to life after being dead for decades was even more impressive. Should Batman do the same one day and come back to life? Many people would be shocked. While Selena was daydreaming, Luke and Steve were already in the boxing ring. This was the second time they were fighting. They no longer tested each other, and directly started fighting. This time, however, Luke didn't take short jabs, but used the traditional boxing style as he punched Steve full on. Bam, bam, bam. The sound resounded in the gym. Selena focused. The two people in front of her were the strongest hand-to-hand fighters she had seen as limited to Earthlings. Monsters that could blow up a Chitauri battleship with just a punch or a hammer didn't count. While the match was played by the rules, it was still extremely exciting. Every attack and defense choice was simple and efficient. Selena wasn't that second-rate fighter from 2 years ago. Her combat training program had been tailored for her by Luke, and was the only one of its kind. After Luke became a combat master, the way he looked at things was different. All his training was very focused. Selena's practical skills were close to the peak of basic combat, and her insight had grown. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to successfully ambush Loki in the Battle of New York. Someone who was too weak wasn't qualified to ambush a strong opponent. The battle between the two in the ring gradually turned intense. Luke suddenly leapt out of the boxing ring and waved at Steve to continue. At that moment, Steve's eyes were no longer dark and angry, but full of excitement. Fighting with fists hitting flesh, and unconstrained by the environment, felt very liberating. They still couldn't attack with their feet, but among the various equipment in the gym, their fighting styles changed completely. Something like punching an opponent in the stomach while doing a roll wasn't something you could do on the level floor of the boxing ring. However, with the help of various equipment and chairs, the two parties attacked in an increasing flow of unusual ways. While they couldn't use their feet, boxing didn't limit contact with other parts of the body. A moment later, even Selena couldn't help but step back. Leaning against the wall, she crossed her arms. These two guys were too ruthless. Thankfully, she didn't have to fight them, or her vital organs would have been blown up. As women, she and Natasha were more skilled, but less lethal. But this was like a confrontation between two sides where one party had already reached the stage where they could easily crush their opponent in every aspect. It would be very hard for the other party to turn things around no matter what tricks they used. Selena mulled over this. Sure enough, blunt force was the way to go. Gold Nugget's tricks wouldn't be as effective against these two. As long as there was an opening, the tables could be turned. This was the way of pure combat. After fighting for 10 minutes, Steve finally raised his hand and signaled at Luke to stop. Luke reacted swiftly and stopped. He gasped, "Still feel like beating someone up?" Steve was also panting as he pulled at the ties on his gloves with his teeth. "Yes, but I don't want to beat up just anyone." Luke shook his head with a smile and started taking off his gloves. "There are some things you shouldn't spend too much time thinking about. You just need to confirm your goal and just do it." Steve paused, a strange expression on his face. "What are you trying to say?" Luke chuckled. "Isn't all this because of a pretty girl? Don't tell me you'll still be polite if someone robs you of your girl, and you'll let them." Steve was lost for words for a moment before he burst out laughing. "That's true." Changed, Steve thought. "That's actually not wrong. If S.H.I.E.L.D. was a beautiful girl, then Hydra was the big villain who wanted to steal his girl. 3 words. Just do it. Decades ago, he had already taken down Hydra once. Now, the other party was alive and kicking again, and he would take them down once more. What he was best at wasn't reasoning. As for what Nick Fury was thinking, that had nothing to do with him. His identity as a level 9 S.H.I.E.L.D. agent was what Carter had left for him. It wasn't a reason for him to listen to Fury. Speaking of which, that useless guy had wasted Carter's efforts. He should thank God that Steve hadn't thrashed him. They sat down, and Selena tossed them 2 towels. Gold Nugget also went to a cupboard on the side, and came back with 2 bottles of water. Curious, Steve accepted the bottle of water and patted the dog's head with a smile. "He's so obedient." "What's his name?" Luke said. "Gold Nugget, Dollar, whatever you like." Steve thought for a moment. Then, "Gold Nugget, it's a good name." He then played with Gold Nugget. Gold Nugget had a good impression of this person who had picked its real name, so it didn't act as aloof with him as with the brats. Steve hadn't had the time or opportunity to keep a dog when he was younger. Now that he had woken up, he still didn't have any time or opportunity to do so. That didn't mean that he didn't like dogs. Also, there were very few people who wouldn't like this sort of obedient dog. Furthermore, Dollar was old, and looked honest and steady, which suited a certain old man very well. Luke took a sip of water and smiled. "If you like dogs, you should get one yourself. In any case, you like to exercise, your dog would be very happy to go running with you every day." Steve rubbed Gold Nugget's head regretfully. "Forget it, I already need someone else to look after me. There's no meaning in finding someone else to help raise a dog for me." Luke and Selena naturally knew about his situation, and didn't say anything else. It wasn't very reliable to ask a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent to help take care of a dog. A dog which belonged to Captain America would be very valuable. As long as Steve hesitated at a critical moment, those people wouldn't hesitate to kill his dog. Reality was just that cruel. It wasn't safe for a dog to have an extraordinary owner. After some idle chatter, Luke asked, "You don't look very happy. Did something happen recently?" Steve said, "Didn't you say it's because I couldn't get the girl, that I'm so angry?" Luke said, "With your face, I'm afraid the girls will be the ones to get angry because they can't nab you." Steve chuckled and said, "I thought I was able to protect some things with my efforts, but they might be about to disappear completely now, so I'm a little disappointed." Luke shook his head. "Bro, you should keep up with the times." Steve, "Huh," Luke said, "look at this world. There are human-eating experimental monsters and alien armies. Will reminiscing about the past change anything?" Steve was silent. Luke said, "You're a little old, but you still have a tender face. Just stay young at heart and start over." Steve smiled bitterly and leaned back against the wall, looking at the ceiling. "It's not that easy." Luke shrugged. "It's not easy, but it's never easy to live in this world. Instead of making things difficult for yourself, make it difficult for other people." Steve, "Huh," he wondered if he had heard wrong. It was normal not to make things difficult for himself, but why would he make things difficult for others? Luke pointed at himself. For example, I'm a detective. All I need to do is maintain order. Do I have to pay attention to the inner thoughts of murderers every day? I'm not a psychiatrist, nor am I part of a human rights agency. I'm not the one who needs to think about these things. I just arrest and kill people when I should. Steve opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. There was indeed nothing wrong with what Luke said. And even if Steve could find fault with what Luke said, Luke clearly didn't care. It was like how clean freaks would care, but people without this problem wouldn't care at all. No matter what reason a clean freak gave, like it was unhygienic, uncomfortable, or not their style, a person who wasn't a clean freak would silently pick up greasy roadside stall skewers with their bare hands. Steve certainly wasn't a clean freak. It was just that he valued certain things. After all, it was hard for even people who weren't clean freaks to accept sh*t dumped on their homes. Luke didn't have that problem at all. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't his. So, his answer was along the lines of, throw it back, or even, dump it back on them. Would holding sh*t make your hands smell? It really would, but would it feel good to dump it on the heads and in the mouths of your enemy? It really would. That was exactly what Luke was going for. As for the smell, he would remember to wear gloves. As long as he had enough experience and credit points, he didn't mind dumping sh*t on S.H.I.E.L.D. along with Hydra. After talking to Steve, Luke and Selena got up and said goodbye. In the car, Selena couldn't help but ask him, "Are you very interested in Steve?" Luke chuckled, So, but I can tell from his reactions that something's wrong. Let's talk about it when we get back. Selena immediately stopped asking. Although this car had been upgraded many times, it wasn't as good as their little nest. Their place had a separate power source, and could block and monitor information much better than this small SUV. When they got home, Luke told her how he had tested Steve. Steve didn't know that Luke was Batman, but Luke knew that he was Captain America. Putting Steve's reactions together with Phil's situation, a lot of things were clear. Luke, who had the inside story, had been openly probing for information earlier. From Steve's mental fluctuations, he speculated that Steve was involved in the snake-catching operation. However, that was definitely Nick Fury's doing, and didn't involve Phil. It was normal for a wily old fox like Nick Fury to have a hand in everything. The people on Luke's side were probably secondary targets. The men Steve hunted were probably the main targets. Luke had dug out more than 30 traitors, while Steve might have hundreds of suspects. This could also be why Nick Fury hadn't arranged further targets for Phil and Luke. The director had too many suspects to handle. It was like cancer. Cutting out a bit could save a person, but if the entire body was infected, how could it be cut out? If all the cancer was cut out, the person would die. If it wasn't cut out, things could still be dragged out for a few days for funeral arrangements to be made. As Luke spoke, he had Selena share her thoughts. In the past half year, Selena had also started to develop her own vision and strategic thinking. Luke didn't want her to be a brainless frontline soldier. It was impossible for him to instruct her at all times. She had to use her own head to make decisions in a critical moment. At the moment, Selena was still thinking at a tactical level, and had no clue about strategy or the big picture. So, he encouraged her to ask more questions and to come to her own conclusions. Except for listening to him when it came to safety and self-defense, she had to rely on herself. Luke basically didn't think about the big picture or strategy. He was naturally petty and reserved. What could Selena learn from him? In this regard, Frank was a more suitable instructor. Frank was an expert in tactics, but he also had a unique strategy. And that was to hit the enemy in the vitals, let them struggle a bit, then kill them. This strategy suited Luke to a T. In any case, it was impossible for the special force to engage in an actual army battle. This sort of strategy was already good enough. At that moment, Selena raised a question. Hydra is a terminal disease for S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury is dragging his feet now because he wants to put off dying by a few more days so that he can make the arrangements for his funeral. Wait, Luke was suddenly stunned. Putting it off for a few days, to make funeral arrangements. Rubbing his chin, he asked Selena, "What do you think?" Selena said, "Nick Fury is a sly old fox, petty and ruthless. So, even if he can't bear to part with S.H.I.E.L.D., he will make a choice. The longer he puts it off now, the faster he can get the ball rolling later." Luke nodded in agreement. They naturally had to consider the other party's style and methods. Selena suddenly turned her head to give Luke a side eye. Luke was baffled. If, and I'm only saying if, Nick Fury is half as petty as you, she held back her laughter and said, I think he'll definitely try his best to take away as many precious resources as possible, like capital, technology and all sorts of mysterious items, to ensure that Hydra won't be able to use them to shore itself up once things go wrong. Luke glared at her unhappily, but mulled over her words. It did sound very much like something that the black-hearted man would do. Selena didn't stop smiling. In any case, S.H.I.E.L.D. can't be saved, so let's destroy it along with Hydra and bring the resources back with us. That way, we can save money. Thinking for a moment, Luke sighed and rubbed her head. You've grown up. Selena was lost for words. Slapping his hand away, she asked, Am I right? Luke spread his hands. Of course I agree. Nick Fury will probably do it in a big way. The most important deciding factor was understanding that it was hopeless for S.H.I.E.L.D. Bearing this premise in mind and given Nick Fury's personality, there weren't many possible outcomes. In any case, Selena had indeed improved. She wouldn't have been able to think like this before. She had followed Luke up to this point. Unless she completely broke away from him, the only way forward for her was to grow. After speaking up to this point, there was nothing else to say. Luke's approach had never changed. In one word, provocation. The only way to change a person's mind was to provoke them. It would have been a problem if he had joined Nick Fury's team to help out free of charge in order to follow Phil. He could guess what Nick Fury was thinking. This Black Baldy might let Batman and Big Dipper participate in a lot of missions. At the same time, however, his petty and paranoid mind would compel him to exclude people who weren't on his side from important operations. If Luke joined Nick Fury, Big Dipper might not be able to catch the real Hydra fish. As a passionately righteous figure, Luke naturally couldn't accept this. A person still had to rely on themselves. Sitting in a chair in the basement, Luke kicked the floor every now and then as he spun around and fell into deep thought. Batman had sacrificed himself. Even if a second Batman appeared, it wouldn't be easy to get points. This was a common problem for men when they were too proficient. It wasn't good for them to take action. The identities of Big Dipper, V, and even the Boogeyman were inconvenient to some extent. As long as someone looked into Big Dipper and V, they would suspect that they were connected to Batman. Then, the connections could be made. Batman, Iron Man, Nick Fury. The Boogeyman's shadow hung over the high table, which was a surfeit of points. If he really got serious, the high table would shrink back in fear. There was still the Angel of Judgment, White Wolf, who wasn't very active. But this time, the target was S.H.I.E.L.D. Luke and Hydra both knew that it was Hydra members who were being taken down, but to the other government agencies, they were still S.H.I.E.L.D. members. Hydra has always been shameless. It would be a joke if Hydra really retreated and then instigated S.H.I.E.L.D.'s non-Hydra members or other government agencies to fight White Wolf. When the time came, was White Wolf supposed to take all of them down and continue with his operation? They would be very resentful. So, was he actually still short of a unique identity? Thinking this, Luke's mind whirled. He already had several superhero aliases, the anti-hero Big Dipper, who was ruthless and decisive in killing people, and himself as a super detective among regular people. The only thing he didn't have was a supervillain identity. But would the system let him be a supervillain? A supervillain who was all talk and no action couldn't scare the bad guys, much less Hydra. Hydra itself was made up of a bunch of supervillains. How could it not know what a supervillain should be like? Hydra's family and friends might not necessarily know that they were Hydra. Phil and Garrett were close. Could Luke tie Phil up to threaten Garrett? That would be very unprofessional of a bad guy. If Luke really did that, however, Garrett might look devastated on the outside but would be laughing wildly inside. He couldn't wait for Phil to die. Luke tapped the armrest. Points were deducted for doing bad things, so the new alias couldn't be a genuine bad person. Then an image of a certain lunatic with a cheap mouth and who hungered for money flashed through his mind. It seemed, being a lunatic might be a good choice. Lunatics had a lot of fun. Recalling Batman, who had become a martyr, Luke suddenly chuckled. Just a joke. That sounds doable. Thinking that, he suddenly stood up and paced back and forth in the room as he calculated the feasibility of the plan. Did a lunatic need reason or logic to argue with someone? No. A lot of lunatics came and went without a trace. For example, many American serial killers looked like they lived completely ordinary lives before they were caught and brought to justice, as if they were two completely different people. Multiple personality disorder wasn't incomprehensible. If the person had a high IQ, it made sense that they would be hard to catch. But it seems that a high IQ doesn't suit me, Luke muttered inwardly. When it came down to it, Daddy's system had never given him an increase in 1Q. Chapter 1532, Demonstrating Real Capability, and Creating a Persona First. When he wrote novels in his past life, he had encountered crazy online users with bizarre trains of thought who reveled in their ways. Even the author couldn't follow their thinking when it was too bizarre, and they would mock him for his low IQ all the time. Luke suddenly thought, wait, who said that a psycho-alias can't be a bad person? Hydra might be hidden very deeply in S.H.I.E.L.D., but that wasn't necessarily the case with ordinary bad guys. As long as he found some guys whom everybody thought were good but were secretly bad, and then killed them in public, this psycho-alias would undoubtedly be seen as a supervillain. There were plenty of these sorts of hypocrites on his blacklist, who specialized in selling a do-gooder image of themselves. As long as he put in a little more effort, Hydra might still be suspicious, but was there a rule that supervillains like them couldn't be tricked by others? Thinking that, Luke couldn't help but rub his chin and chuckle. He had many such do-gooders on file. Before, he didn't have his clones or a super disguise, nor had he wanted to be tracked down with advanced technology or some superpower, since the trail could very easily lead back to him. He had put the matter aside and never revisited it. Now, he had a super disguise, and his level 1 clone was very strong. It wouldn't be that easy for his clone to die, it would only be half dead at most. With the help of various abilities, he would be able to recover in a day or two even if he was half dead. What was there to hesitate over? If he used his clone to make waves, he would just lose 100,000 credit points if he had to make it disappear. The do-gooders on his blacklist could be used as disposable props, and then buried along with Hydra. Making up his mind, Luke began to look for a suitable identity for his clone in his database, and quickly settled on one. His name was Jack Bode. When Luke had gone to San Francisco previously to invest in PIM Technologies, he had inadvertently run into this guy killing someone. After interrogating the guy, Luke got rid of him on the same day. However, he could be considered a distinctive figure, so Luke had preserved his hair, fingerprints and blood. Who knew, he might be able to use this guy as a scapegoat one day. Luke had a lot of similar things, and the materials didn't take up much space in his inventory anyway. As for Jack himself, he disappeared completely from this world. Although this person lived hard and died soundlessly, he was still a very distinctive existence. A super serial killer who started at 15 and who killed 37 people in his lifetime before dying at Luke's hands at the age of 35 without ever being found by the police was indeed a unique identity. What was unique was that every time this guy killed someone, there would be a witness. The lucky witness was usually a family or friend of the victim whom Jack would trap and force to watch his crime. Without a doubt, Jack was a cold-blooded monster who lacked the ability to bond with others. He could only derive pleasure from torturing and killing his own kind. To minimize the impact, the FBI had tried their best to block all case details related to him, so this guy wasn't very well known. Jack had been very lucky before he met Luke, but Luke hadn't had the time to play hide and seek with a murderer. There were too many serial killers like Jack. They might have killed as few as 3 to 5 people, or as many as 10 to 20 people. Jack's performance was outstanding, but like Jason, who had killed hundreds of people, he had killed far less people than drug gangs did. When Luke had been waiting for Dr. Pym to appear, he had cleaned up some criminals in San Francisco. As he wandered around the city at night, he accidentally heard the faint cries for help from the 2 victims who were gagged, and immediately rushed over. Looking at the situation in the room, coupled with Jack's unique makeup, he instantly knew who this guy was. He instantly knocked out Jack and the 2 victims with 2 paralysis bullets. Jack had only just started torturing the victim, who only suffered flesh wounds, while the victim's wife, who had been tied up, wasn't even hurt. Luke called the police and told them to hurry over, before he quickly left. After interrogating Jack and figuring out more about this homicidal maniac, Luke sent him on his way. If this was some kind of crime drama, Jack would definitely be the lead villain and would duke it out with the protagonist for an hour or two. But Luke wasn't interested in researching this super killer's hobby at all, nor did he give him a chance to demonstrate his abilities. It was only 2 hours after Luke found him that he sent him on his way. A cipher, suspense, a thriller, none of that existed. Dead psychos were the best experience and credit points. In the end, Jack was a psycho, and psychology and hypnosis weren't very useful on him. Using mental communication on him was like an ordinary person touching a bloody corpse with his bare hand. The deeper the contact, the more disgusting it felt. It was completely mental pollution. Now, it was finally time for Mr. Jack to take advantage of the situation and show his true capability. In creating a new alias, especially for the long-term like with this one, it had to be a thoroughly well-developed character. Ever since his Batman identity ascended to godhood, Luke had been having less fun recently. So, the revamped Jack had to be a fully realized persona who could stand up to scrutiny. Name, of course, he had to change it. Jack Bode sounded unlucky, so, he had to lengthen the name, and find something that wouldn't become well-known so easily, that was also in line with Jack's hobby of disguising himself. The makeup also had to be modified. There was no meaning in just wearing a clown mask. That didn't match Jack's crazy suicidal personality. So, he had to change his face. Since he would be showing his face, there was no need to be low-key in how he dressed. A t-shirt and jeans splattered with blood, that was the Texan Chainsaw Murderer. A big coat and a hockey mask, that was Jason. Jack had to be different from those low-level players who did things roughly, so, his own DIY formal suit was very suitable. The design didn't have to be too old-fashioned, and the color could be more subdued, but it had to be mysterious. Lastly was the new identity's choice of target. Jack had no family or friends right now. His parents were the classic rotten pair. They were high on drugs and alcohol every day. When the man had nothing to do, he would beat up the young Jack or the woman, or the man and woman would beat Jack up together, for no reason at all. It was these parents who twisted Jack into a monster with no humanity and who could only derive pleasure from torture and killing. Also, the two of them had gone their own ways more than 20 years ago, maybe they were already lying dead in a ditch somewhere. Jack's biggest wish had been to find these two and deal with the man in front of the woman, before he watched the woman die. Each one of his kills was a simulation of this dream. The man was the woman's husband, and Jack was the woman's son. One suffered while the other watched. This was the reason for Mr. Jack's M.O. Luke had scratched his head over this at the beginning, and had now partly resolved the issue. However, would the system allow him to tie up innocent people and make them watch a real-life horror movie? So, he still had to pick S.H.I.E.L.D. members with more resistance. Just like that, the level 2 clone kept muttering to himself and didn't stop working. The next day, Selena gave Luke, who was making breakfast, a strange look. "What, are you that happy after sparring with Steve yesterday? Don't tell me you." "Ew," she shuddered in disdain. Luke was completely indifferent to this level of ridicule. When the level 2 clone started putting together a new identity last night, the level 1 clone was already finishing up. After completing one last thing, it would return to New York. In the system, the host's level was 23. Strength, 33, level 1 Star of Justice plus 10, level 2 Star of Justice plus 20, Dexterity, 14, level 1 Star of Justice plus 10, level 2 Star of Justice plus 20, Mental Strength, 19, level 1 Star of Justice plus 10, level 2 Star of Justice plus 20, Host's Experience, 5,715,007 millionths credit, 2,502,000 after his strength reached 60, the stimulation from the Kunlun Kai. Refining technique increased it by another 3 points. At the same time, his dexterity and mental strength also increased by 1. After breaking through the 20 stat stage twice, Luke had an additional 5 points. The remaining 7 stat points from leveling up to level 23 were all devoted to mental strength. Luke became the strongest of the 3 bodies once more. After he caught Claudia in Mexico, his level 1 clone went south for over 20 days, and made a fortune in 2 other countries. The 3 biggest drug lords and their illegal drugs gave Luke 600,000 experience and credit points in total. As for Luke, after catching Lamar and hanging out in DC for a while, he dropped by Baltimore several times in passing, and earned more than 100,000 experience and credit points. This harvest completely met his expectations. Next, the level 1 clone would be devoted to playing the new identity. When the time was right, it would be reasonable to have a superhero alias and the new identity put on a show. For example, if something happened to the new identity during an operation, Luke could have the level 2 clone come out as a superhero to take down the level 1 clone. For example, deal the level 1 clone a serious injury and make it fall into the river in a perfect enactment of the classic fake death, scene from the movies. After a while, the new identity could still come out to play, and it would be as fun as ever. It was very normal for a new person whom nobody knew about to come out and use some superpower to mess around. In any case, nobody would be able to confront the original person, Jack, about it. Luke felt a little excited when he thought about it. 5 days later, at the headquarters in DC, Nick Fury stared grimly at the virtual screen not far away. "Have you located them?" In front of a computer not far away, the Baldy, Sidwell, immediately replied, "We're looking. However, the other party has set up interference. It'll take at least 5 minutes to lock onto a location." Nick Fury said, "Hurry up. Also, have the various branches be ready to mobilize. At the very least, make sure that each branch can send out a rescue team at any time." As he spoke, his eyes never left the screen. On screen, a strange figure in a purple suit was speaking to 3 people. "Honored guests, welcome to Jeff's playground. Oh, and say hello to the audience in front of the screen." In front of him, the only woman among the 3 began to make noise, but the 2 men didn't move and just stared at Luke coldly. That was right, the mouths of the 2 men and 1 woman had been taped shut, so they couldn't talk. The 2 men were silent. Only the woman was a little agitated. Luke stepped forward with a smile and slowly tore off the tape that was over the woman's mouth. "Come, let's hear the thoughts of our first female guest." Hill's lips moved, and she felt the burning pain. If she were a regular woman, she would have immediately cried in pain. After her mouth felt a little more normal, Hill asked calmly, "Who are you? Why did you capture us?" Luke bared his white teeth and straightened, spreading his hands. "Who am I? Where did I come from? Where am I going? Those are good questions." Then, he suddenly pinched Hill's cheek and slowly drew closer. "However, smart women always die the quickest. So, beautiful lady, you must be careful the next time you ask questions." He spoke right in front of her nose and mouth, and she frowned. Unexpectedly, the man didn't have bad breath. Not only that, there wasn't any sort of smell at all, and not even the usual scent of saliva. Even at such close range, she also noticed that there was no smell of any sort of cologne or body odor on this man. Hill's heart grew even heavier. People in contact with others every day would carry some sort of fragrance or body odor, or a combination of both. A person without any clearly wasn't ordinary. Also, this person had actually been able to knock her out soundlessly and lock her up in this sealed room. What was even more terrifying was that her 2 S.H.I.E.L.D. colleagues received the same treatment. These 2 were field agents who were much stronger and more experienced than she was, but they still couldn't escape being caught. Exactly what did this guy want? As Luke spoke, he let go of her face and took out a dark red handkerchief from the pocket of the new suit which Alfred had just created for him. He gently wiped the corners of Hill's mouth. "Look, the lipstick has smudged. Such beautiful makeup should be cherished." Wiping off the lipstick, Luke tossed the handkerchief at her, then stood up and smiled. "Sorry, it's just a joke." He then bowed slightly to the 3 people sitting in front of him and said, "Let me officially introduce myself. I'm Jeff. You can call me Richard or Mr. Housen." On S.H.I.E.L.D's side, it immediately got busy once more. Investigate anyone related to this name immediately. Prioritize those with criminal records or unusual backgrounds. Luke, however, turned around and grinned at the camera. Your friends heard my name too. They're definitely very excited." Turning around, he looked at the person on the left. "You're happy too, right? Mr. John Garrett, male guest number 1. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, Luke covered his mouth as if he had said the wrong thing. "Oh dear, I forgot that there are confidentiality rules for level 7 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Sorry, next time, I'll remember to call you." What was it? Luke searched his pockets for a few seconds before giving an "aha" and fishing out a long strip of paper. Holding it up, he read out loud, "Tom Wilson, Rod Peterson, and so on and so forth. You're an FBI agent, a CIA agent, and even a special investigator from Homeland Security. God, Mr. Garrett, you're a damn talent." At his words, the faces of the 3 people in front of him and of the people watching the video at S.H.I.E.L.D. were extremely ugly. This crazy Jeff announcing all this information proved that he knew a lot about Garrett. In addition, it didn't look like he was planning to interrogate the 3 of them. Instead, they looked more like stage props. It's too long. See for yourself." Luke tossed out the long strip of paper so that it hung around Garrett's neck. Luke then walked over to the man in the middle. "And now, Our second male guest for this game, Mr. Grant Ward. Putting his hand on Ward's shoulder, Luke stepped behind him and took a deep breath close to Ward's head. Although the Thousand Faces system was blocking out all external sense, Luke still adopted a pleased expression. Mr. Ward, you smell like Jeff. Ward's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. Putting both hands on Ward's shoulders, Luke tilted his face upward. This is the smell of hate. Who do you hate the most? Your parents, your siblings. They hurt you, but didn't pay the price for it. Patting Ward's shoulders hard, he smiled. Come, smile. Only a strong person can properly face their heart's desire. As he spoke, he took out another long strip of paper. You're the same as Mr. Garrett. Your identity is just as mysterious. How about we leave the cliffhanger for the end? Walking back to the front, Luke crouched down in front of Hill, who was on the right. He raised his head and looked into her eyes. Miss Hill, as the only female guest in this game, I have to give you some preferential treatment. So, I'll keep some of your little secrets. Now, are you ready? Hill said, why don't you tell me? It seems I don't quite remember what secrets I have. Laughing, Luke patted her thigh and said, no, no, no. Your secrets are very interesting. We can't reveal the personal secrets of a beautiful lady to all the special agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. That would disappoint a lot of people. Propping himself up on his knees, he pushed himself to his feet and placed his hands on his hips. Okay, let's start the game, otherwise, your colleagues will discover our whereabouts. At S.H.I.E.L.D., a technician suddenly said, I found him. He's in the mountains 20 kilometers northeast of Waterville, Pennsylvania. Fury narrowed his eyes. Did this guy have an informant in S.H.I.E.L.D.? He subconsciously glanced at the people around him, before he discarded the thought. Right now, he really couldn't be sure how many people had infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. Hydra alone was a huge affliction which there was no cure for. An extra informant didn't make a difference. This current farce was nothing more than a dogfight. Nick Fury needed to think about how this would affect his plan. If it wasn't for the fact that Hill had also been taken, he would be even calmer and less concerned about rescuing people. Giving someone else a knife to do the deed wasn't easy, but if it was a knife flying in out of nowhere which killed Garrett, that wasn't a bad outcome. On screen, Luke had already pushed 2 machines over. The 2 machines were very simple. Everyone could see that each machine was a gun fitted with a short metal tube and affixed to a support frame. 2 wires stretched out behind each machine from the gun. The long wires each ended in a control button, and the shorter wires from both machines ended in one control button. Luke picked up the control buttons at the end of the long wires and stuffed one each into the hands of Garrett and Ward. The arms of the 3 guests were tied to the chairs, armrests, and their legs were tied to the chairs, legs. The chairs were crude, but they were made from metal rods that were more than 3 centimeters in diameter. They had been bolted to the ground, and the ropes which bound the 3 agents were especially strong. As long as they couldn't suddenly transform like the Hulk or activate some sort of elemental power, it was impossible for them to break free quickly. At that moment, they could only move the fingers on their right hands as their palms faced upward. Neither Garrett nor Ward refused the control button. They needed to figure out what Luke was up to. Luke raised the last control button in his hand. Gentlemen, as you can see, the control button each of you is holding can control the judgment machine that's in front of you. Let me first demonstrate how it works. As he spoke, he pressed the control button he was holding. Ard light suddenly lit up on both machines, and an unpleasant electronic voice rang out. The bullet of love is about to be fired. Guests, please decide in 10 seconds if you will press the button you are holding and kill the other guest first to save your precious life. 19, 3, 2, 1. Bang, bang. 2 gunshots rang out, and a bullet hole appeared in each of Garrett and Ward's shoulders. Their faces twisted in pain. Neither of them had pressed the button since they could tell that the gun was aimed at the shoulder. Luke didn't plan to kill them in the first round. That would be too wasteful. He simply adjusted the muzzles of the 2 judgment machines, and this time aimed at their hearts. Garrett and Ward's faces turned dark. Were they going to be played to death? Whether it was the control button or the countdown, this was forcing them to make a choice. Either the other party died first, or they died together. Luke moved quickly. He only had one goal. After the show, he would send these 2 on their way. There was no need to be too meticulous. He was only here to earn points, and this performance was just a cover. He then reloaded the guns with 2 rifle bullets. Both Garrett and Ward noticed. After all, Luke was reloading less than 2 meters away. The first shot just now had been regular pistol bullets, and their shoulders could still be saved. If this rifle bullet hit them in the chest, even if it missed the heart, there would be no saving them. Their minds whirled. After he was done, Luke looked at their expressions and chuckled as he stepped forward and tore off the tape that was over their mouths. Sorry, I was too busy just now and forgot about this. Now, if our 2 male guests have any thoughts, please tell them to the audience in front of the screen. This will be the most important speech that you'll ever make in your lives. Garrett and Ward couldn't help but glance at each other. It was Garrett who spoke first. What do you want? If you just want to kill us, there's no need to go through all this trouble. Pondering for 2 seconds, Luke then nodded affirmatively. But I'm someone who likes this sort of trouble. Garrett, Ward, Hill, Shield, Nick Fury asked, has the rescue team set off? Sidwell said, yes, but it'll take at least 13 minutes for the Quinjet they're on to get there. Nick Fury said, have them do their best to speed up. On the other side, Ward said, you want to see us cry in front of you and beg for mercy. Luke raised an eyebrow and raised his hand. Interesting. Go on. Ward said, you said that I'm like you. Then who are you taking revenge on now? Your parents, your siblings. Crossing his arms, Luke put one hand under his chin and pretended to think. Garrett and Ward were secretly delighted. They could finally talk. They had almost died right away, but this guy finally took the tape off. As long as they could speak, they had a chance to survive, or even fight back. They were S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, and had faced a situation like this many times. There had to be a chance. Luke suddenly nodded. Probably, revenge on society. Both Garrett and Ward's faces froze. What kind of answer was that? Did you need to pick a specific target in order to get back at society? Of course not. As hardcore members of society, they had killed too many innocent people. For example, in grooming a young Ward's mindset, Garrett had casually killed homeless people, special workers, housewives and so on to erase any hesitation Ward might feel while carrying out an operation. If this, humanity, wasn't eliminated at the beginning, it was possible that after a person became Hydra, they would disobey orders at the critical moment. Brainwashed Hydra members were just like the Flyers during the Battle of New York. They wouldn't hesitate to drop a nuclear weapon on the heads of millions of civilians. A soldier with a normal view of good and evil wouldn't be so clear-cut in carrying out an operation. Bad guys always understood other bad guys very easily. Garrett and Ward instantly understood Jeff's meaning. I see you. Luke sighed. Gentlemen, I really wanted you to say a few more words, but your people don't want to give you more time. So, you can start giving your own eulogies. Now, let the game begin. With that, he pressed a button. The electronic voice rang out again. 10, 9, Ward and Garrett turned to look at each other with bitter smiles. Bang! A bullet hole appeared in Garrett's chest. He looked at his chest in surprise, and his smile turned even more bitter. That's right, I was the one who taught you. He trailed off, and Ward had to guess the last half of his sentence. His expression was indifferent. There was no delight in attacking first and escaping death. He stared at Garrett's body for a moment, before he turned around and looked at Luke. Thank you. He lived a hard life. Luke nodded with great interest. That's right. In order to survive, he turned himself into a cyborg, but in the end, he died at the hands of his own student. How pitiful. Ward's expression didn't change at his words, but Hill was surprised. Similarly, many people on S.H.I.E.L.D's side were surprised, but they didn't think too much of it. S.H.I.E.L.D. had a lot of technology, including things like artificial organs. Given his qualifications, it was possible Garrett might have obtained a spot in some top-secret experiment. For Garrett's contributions to S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury certainly wouldn't refuse a reasonable request from Garrett to try and extend his life. Fury's face was solemn, but he cursed inwardly. He knew very well that S.H.I.E.L.D. had never given Garrett any life-saving thing. Even Nick Fury himself didn't know about Garrett's condition, because Garrett's medical report had always been normal. Apart from the injuries and wear and tear that field agents tended to get, everything had been fine. If there really was something wrong with his health, he should have transferred back to HQ long ago to take it easy. Obviously, Garrett hadn't wanted to be transferred back under Fury's command, so he tampered with his own medical report. This also meant that the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel who had put together the medical report had to be blacklisted as well. The personnel who carried out the follow-up and filed the report were also suspects. By a conservative estimate, that was another 20 to 30 people on Nick Fury's blacklist. If he wasn't so staunch-hearted, he would be clawing at his face right now over these additions to his blacklist. No matter what the SHIELD people were thinking, Luke carried on with his performance. He started to move the judgment machine that had been in front of Garrett toward Hill. Then, he pulled Garrett's thumb away and clicked his tongue in wonder. Mr. Ward, it seems Mr. Garrett didn't want to die as much as you say. Look at his thumb. Hee, if you had hesitated just a little. Luke measured out a mere slit of a gap between his thumb and index finger. Just this much, and I would be talking with Mr. Garrett right now. Ward looked at him coldly. If he wanted to kill me, there was no need to even look at me. Wouldn't it have been better to just press the button? Luke put his hand down and shook his head. He didn't reply. As he reloaded, he looked down the metal tube at Hill's chest. It was a little flat. After reloading, he placed the control button that Garrett had been holding in Hill's hand. He wrapped both of his hands gently but firmly around her right hand. Promise me you'll live, okay? Hill felt like she was in a movie where the male lead confessed to the female lead at the moment of life and death. Her lips twitched. Are you crazy? If you don't look at what's in my hand, people will think it's a diamond ring. But the extremely ordinary plastic she felt in her palm told her that this was indeed a power button, the logo on it indicating that it had been made in China. It was one of those cheap things which people liked. This meant that the power button could be found in most stores. It would be very hard to track Jeff through this thing, she thought. That was right. At that moment, Hill felt that she wouldn't live through this. This was completely the other party's game. He wanted to record their ugly behavior before they died and relay it to their colleagues in SHIELD. In this game, the other party had always followed his own plan. What Garrett and Ward said had done nothing to change the other party's behavior. They hadn't even been able to stall for time. So, Garrett died. Less than 10 minutes after the live broadcast started, male guest number 1, Garrett, was dead. Hill, who had been in charge of dispatch at HQ for a long time, knew that. Unless the location was very clear and very close, it would take SHIELD reinforcements 30 minutes to arrive at the scene. It could be said that it was 10 minutes for each of the three of them. But after 2 people died, the third person might live the shortest. That was because it seemed Jeff enjoyed watching them doubt and attack each other. If there was only one person left, there was no longer anyone else to play off. All that awaited the last person after that was probably the final 10-second countdown. What kind of criminal was the hardest to deal with? The biggest ones were those who weren't affected by the outside world at all. Ward, however, said, "TL let her live to the end." Luke gave an, "Oh," and grinned again, revealing his white teeth. "Congratulations, Mr. Ward. Your valiance has activated the hidden brave mode." Both Ward and Hill's hearts skipped a beat. Luke raised the button on the short wires and showed it to them. "See this? There are actually 2 buttons on it. If I press the red one, everything will be the same as earlier. If I press the black one on the back, the button in your hand will automatically activate the judgment machine in front of you in 10 seconds. Both Ward and Hill's expressions changed. The first round was a competition to see who killed their opponent first. The second round was a test to see who was more willing to sacrifice themselves. Hill felt surprise and nothing more at this kill yourself to save the other person operation. After all, few people could give up their lives so easily. At that moment, Ward was cursing inwardly. FCK, B** starred. Are you a sore loser? Just as he said the words earlier, this lunatic suddenly played this hand. As for the dual button that the other party had, the red button on the top was on a white surface, and anyone who was paying attention would be able to see the button sticking out. The black button, on the other hand, was the same color as the black tape on it. Most of the time, the black button was either hidden by the tape or blocked by Luke's hand, and couldn't be seen at all. It was obvious that Luke had been waiting for this to happen. "You're so decisive, then let's see if you're brave enough to sacrifice yourself." Luke smiled and winked at the camera behind him. "Ladies and gentlemen, you can start choosing the lucky guest now. Who knows, your wish might come true." Turning around, he pressed the button without hesitation. "Now, let the game begin." 10, 9, the electronic voice rang out again, and the onlookers in SHIELD felt cold. Hill hesitated. She recalled how Jeff had said to her earlier, "Promise me you'll live, okay?" It wasn't that Hill was greedy for life and afraid of death. On the contrary, to survive required more courage. That was because nobody knew how Jeff would torture the last person left after this. But if she pressed the button now, everything would be over. Pressing the button could mean giving up early from a lack of will, or a calm acceptance of death. The instinctive desire to live made Ward and Hill's expressions change significantly. As long as a person was a little more pure and simple, they would be very clear on whether they wanted to live or die. They wouldn't be so conflicted. Just like that, the two agents with deep thoughts and a wealth of experience plunged into torment. 10 seconds could be long, but at that moment, they were undoubtedly very short. It felt like they had only been hesitating for a moment, when the electronic voice rang out. 3, 2, bang. Ward looked down at his finger with wide eyes. At the last second, an invisible force had suddenly pressed it down, and he was killed before Hill. Ward was dumbstruck, puzzled, and furious. Suddenly enlightened, he looked at the lunatic in the purple suit. With the last of his strength. "You played me." Luke grinned exaggeratedly. He raised his index finger and pressed it to his mouth. "Sorry, that's right." Ward's eyes gradually turned dark, and he heard one last sentence that seemed to come from the distant air. "It's just a joke." Everybody in S.H.I.E.L.D. was silent. They had seen everything clearly. Hill and Ward had pressed the button at the same time, but it seemed Ward had been a little quicker. This made him the second victim. Although Ward had demonstrated extraordinary ruthlessness and decisiveness in the first round against Garrett, this seemed to partly prove what he had said before. Perhaps, he had chosen to act first because Garrett had been suffering. Everyone's minds were in turmoil after the deaths of 2 agents in a row. Nick Fury asked, "How long till the rescue team arrives?" Sidwell. 5 minutes. Fury's face was dark and he didn't say anything else. It was useless to rush it. The Quinjet was already going at extreme speed, it wouldn't suddenly turn into light speed. For the remaining 5 minutes, they could only wait and see what Jeff would do. If he remained just as straightforward, Hill definitely wouldn't survive. On the other side of the screen, Luke walked over to Hill and took the button from her hand. "Congratulations, Miss Maria Hill, for becoming the only winner of this game." Hill's mind was in a mess. She hadn't expected Ward to be the one to die in the end. She had gritted her teeth at the last second. How could it have been easy for her to decide to sacrifice herself? Now that she was the only one left, what kind of fate awaited her? Luke touched her head and slowly walked behind her. "Don't worry, the victor should be rewarded." The hearts of the people at S.H.I.E.L.D. started racing again. Why did this look like the scene before an execution? Then, Luke took out a syringe from behind Hill and stabbed it into her neck with a broad, silent smile. "It's over." Everybody in S.H.I.E.L.D. who saw this scene was shocked. A lot of people held their breaths as the syringe was emptied out. Hill slowly closed her eyes and her head drooped. Then, Luke walked over to the camera with a smile. "The Braveheart game has now officially come to an end. Interested friends, please wait for it. I'll see you in the next episode. Please continue to show your support. Good night." He then turned off the camera. At S.H.I.E.L.D., that strange smiling face lingered on many screens. The skin was as white as powder, and there were black rings around the deep-set eyes. The bright red lipstick extended beyond the thickness of his actual lips, and when he grinned, it formed a classic, bloody mouth. Coupled with the long hair that was slicked back in the purple suit, this final image was deeply ingrained in the minds of everyone at S.H.I.E.L.D. 7 minutes later, an image of the secret room reappeared in front of everyone at S.H.I.E.L.D. This time, it wasn't from Luke's camera, but from the field cameras of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s rescue team. 2 of the rescue team members rushed into the dilapidated cabin. Then, they quickly reported that it was clear. Another 4 people immediately entered, leaving 4 other people to block the front and back of the cabin. The field cams of the 6 rescue team members scanned every part of the cabin and confirmed that it was clear. There were no suspects, no explosives, and no living beings. There were only 2 bodies and 1 living person on 3 chairs. Yes, the male guests, Garrett and Ward, were indeed cold. Of course, technically speaking, Ward had just died, and was still warm, so he wasn't completely cold. The only female guest, Hill, was still alive. However, she had been injected with a sedative and was unconscious. When everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. heard the news, their moods improved slightly. Fury was secretly relieved. He really didn't have many senior agents he could count on. Although Hill was only a level 5 agent and was slightly inferior to Phil, she, probably, had nothing to do with Hydra. It wasn't that there was something wrong with all the agents, it was just that there was no way to check whether most of them were clean or not, so Nick Fury could only exclude them from his plan. The S.H.I.E.L.D. rescue team was very familiar with the ensuing procedure. They silently collected the bodies of their 2 colleagues and loaded the black body bags onto the helicopter that had arrived after them. 2 men were sent to escort the bodies and the unconscious Agent Hill back to the Triskelion, while the rest continued to search for Jeff. After all, it had only been a few minutes. Jeff couldn't have gone too far. In the dark, the helicopter's lights flashed as it moved away from the wilderness and headed south. The captain of the rescue team encouraged everyone. "Cheer up, don't overlook any clues. We have to find that son of AB*TCH. 20 minutes later, one of the black body bags on the SHIELD helicopter disappeared soundlessly, and Ward slowly sat up. The bullet hole in his chest instantly disappeared, and his face returned to a normal ruddy color. He turned around and looked at the other black body bag, which immediately disappeared from the helicopter. Then, Ward looked at Hill and smiled soundlessly. Smearing his hand with blood from his own chest, he carefully picked out a spot on Hill's body and left half a thumbprint on it, as if the thumb had accidentally brushed against her. Then, like a ghost, he moved forward without a sound and approached the 2 rescue team members in the front seats from behind. He raised his hands and shot 2 paralysis darts into the agents' necks. The 2 agents immediately slumped backward. Ward dropped onto the floor and jumped out of the side of the helicopter. This emergency helicopter was an old modified model. For ease of transport, the back of the helicopter was open on both sides. Amidst the loud noise, the pilot didn't notice what was happening behind him. Even on the surveillance cameras on SHIELD's side, the 2 agents remained still. Unbeknownst to anyone, all that remained of the 2 bodies and 1 person on the helicopter was Hill, who lay quietly in the back, sound asleep. Half an hour later, Nick Fury went over to the helicopter with a dark face. The helicopter was now parked on the top of the Triskelion. The director ignored the bitter faces of the pilot and the 2 rescue team members. He went straight to the back of the helicopter. He didn't enter, but simply bent down and looked at the space for a long time. He then stood up and walked over to the 3 people in charge. "Can someone tell me what happened?" Agent A summed up the situation succinctly. "I'm sorry, sir. We don't know." The light seemed to glint ominously off Fury's head as he stared at this brave warrior with his one eye. "You don't know. 2 big bodies, gone, just like that, and you actually don't know." Agent B also said, "Sir, something doesn't feel right. I felt like I dozed off on the way back, and I didn't wake up until we were almost at HQ." Nick Fury said, "Keep going. Agent B, even if we really need to rest, we aren't in the habit of completely not reacting to the outside world. However, I feel like I'm missing a period of time." Nick Fury raised his hand and gestured behind him, and an agent immediately stepped forward. "Take them for a routine checkup. Prioritize a drug test. Get me an expert on this helicopter and thoroughly examine it. I want to know who did it." In New York, Luke's clone was sitting in Williamsburg Diner and eating a red velvet cake with a smile. Who did it? Luke, of course. His level 1 clone had used a super disguise, shot itself and used the hibernation ability to recreate Ward's body. If it hadn't happened to be an old-fashioned helicopter with an open rear compartment like that, he had actually planned to make Garrett and Ward disappear from SHIELD's morgue. As the saying went, dead men told no tales. Garrett and Ward were dead, but they had died on camera. There would still be some who would suspect that they weren't actually dead. Luke's goal was to turn these 2 Hydra members into Schrodinger's cat. He had personally made an appearance and deliberately created this sort of dead or not scenario. For one thing, both Fury and Hydra didn't know for sure if Garrett and Ward were dead or alive, so they would be more cautious. Being cautious meant wasting time, which gave Luke more time to take advantage of the chaos and earn more experience and credit points from Hydra. But even if he couldn't buy time, it wasn't a big deal. In any case, it had just been a performance which took less than an hour. A small investment with a high return, why not? For another thing, while Garrett was dead, the clairvoyant could live. The clairvoyant had done a good job of keeping his work secret, so he had nothing to do with Garrett's death. Even if some people knew that there was a connection between the 2, they wouldn't be able to confirm the Schrödinger situation Luke had set up. Naturally, the clairvoyant organization was now Luke's. Chapter 1538. Controlling things from behind the scenes, and strawberry cream. Now that Garrett was dead, his authority in S.H.I.E.L.D. would naturally be removed. However, the hidden power he wielded wouldn't disappear immediately. For example, Luke had already found the high-tech prosthetic research center where the clairvoyant system was located. At that moment, His level 1 clone was brazenly walking into the place, wearing Garrett's skin. Infiltration? No way. Did a boss need to go to that much trouble to enter his own company? This system was the most convenient to control, and also the easiest. Garrett had never revealed his real identity to anyone under the clairvoyant system's control. The clairvoyant was just an ID for issuing orders remotely. So, Luke only needed to collect all the data that was in the clairvoyant system before he sent the person overseeing the research to meet God. This guy was also a dark red on the evil list, and killing him would be worth a lot of experience and credit points. As for Garrett's men in S.H.I.E.L.D., Luke would leave them alone for the time being and let them move independently. Garrett was the only person who controlled this particular snake head. Even if these people wanted to betray him, they couldn't contact the other snake heads. Garrett's control was just that tight. If Luke replaced him, he would naturally become the new snake head. For this reason, Garrett absolutely couldn't be confirmed dead, and it wouldn't be as fun replacing a dead person. Nobody could have imagined that Luke had caught Garrett a few days ago. The only time Garrett made an appearance was when Luke's level 1 clone impersonated him, while Ward was captured 2 days later. During this period of time, Luke had used all sorts of methods to thoroughly dig out information from these two. Naturally, there was no need to keep them alive. Of the 3 guests on the live game broadcast, only Hill had been caught that night, and had been delivered to Pennsylvania via Space 2. No matter how hard Garrett and Ward struggled, all they could fight for was the order in which they died. As for Hill, she was the true, special guest, whom Luke had picked, and she would be the one to survive. Thus, in the end, when Ward would rather die with Hill than be the first to press the button, Luke used his telekinesis to help him press the button. Besides, Luke wasn't playing, but acting. The rules of the game didn't matter at all, as long as the outcome met his expectations. Thinking that, it was like a weight rolling off his shoulders. Max's lazy drawl rang out. "Alright, Han is letting me off early today. What do you want for supper?" It was only because Luke had far more strength than an ordinary person that he didn't put on weight. He smiled. "Didn't you say something about strawberry cream cake last time?" Max subconsciously asked. "Where can we find strawberries now?" It wasn't the season for strawberries. They would have to go to the supermarket to buy any, and it had long closed for the night. Luke smiled. Think about it. Only then did Max remember their discussion about strawberry cream. She couldn't help but look down. Then, the cream should be fresh too, right? Luke nodded calmly. Yes. Max pressed her plump lips to his ear and continued in a low voice, eat big pieces. Will 2 pieces be enough? Luke said, yes, thank you. Max chuckled. Okay, we'll do it when we get home. Luke asked, you don't need to clean up. Max put her hands on his shoulders and leaned fully on him. I promised Caroline I would switch to a new showerhead. I heard that there are 18 ways to run water. She'll definitely enjoy it. Luke was amused. Okay, are we leaving now? Max nodded. She had already changed and was waiting with her bag to go home. Luke reached behind him and pulled her onto his back. Max laughed out loud and wrapped her arms around his neck. Then, Luke carried her out of the diner. Old Earl waved by from the cash register, and didn't forget to sigh. Ah, the smell of youth. The steam rising up, the touch of velvet next to my hand. Caroline was nearby, and she waved goodbye to Luke and Max as well. Hearing Old Earl's words, she raised her hand as if to ask a question. Wait, Earl, how old would you have been then? Old Earl thought for a moment. That was around 40 years ago. Back then, I was a cool man. 40 years ago, you were already more than 30 years old. What youth? Caroline rolled her eyes and went back to cleaning up. For the sake of a new showerhead, she was doing the cleanup on her own before getting off work today. Thankfully, Han would drive her home. This meant it was a rare moment when it was just Max and Luke at her place. Thus, Luke finally experienced what it meant to bear a heavy burden. As the saying went, a person with a heavy duty had a long path to explore, and should explore it thoroughly. It was only 1 in the morning when Max fell asleep, and Caroline still hadn't gotten off work. Luke put on his hoodie and started making cakes in the living room. In comparison, CEO Jenny was so busy that she could explode. Elena was more free, but she had average stamina and liked to immerse herself in her work. Only Max had boundless energy and outstanding stamina. Beside her job as a waitress, the only thing she devoted herself to was her cupcake business. So, As long as Luke completed the task of making the cupcakes, she didn't have to get up early. After eating the big strawberry cream cake, it was natural to turn to the smaller cupcakes. Luke relaxed at that moment, and the small impulses he experienced while acting as Jeff completely disappeared. Point 1. It had to be said that doing evil was part of human nature. Of course, in the beginning, it might not be evil, but just an impulse to destroy, like how many people liked to smash things when they were angry. Luke had good control in this regard, but in the end, his hands were too dirty. He had cleaned up yet another bunch of bad guys after his harvest in Mexico and his tour down south. He needed a way to adjust his mood. It was a little heartless, but that was exactly what Max was for. She was more careless and didn't care very much about the things other people cared about. She was quick to get angry, but even quicker to forget, especially when Luke showed off his muscles. After a few classic exercise positions, Max would immediately soften. Except for how Luke came and went like a ghost and didn't stick around very much, there was nothing else for her to say. Of course, Luke gave her more compensation, but she didn't know that. For example, Luke was Max's landlord. Not long after he met Max, he bought this building from the original landlord at an inflated price. Then, through an online commission, he had the Clinton Company come over to perform repair works on this shabby place that was practically about to fall apart. During the repairs, Max and Caroline moved into another apartment next door, which Luke had secretly bought. After the repairs were done, Max had cursed the moment they moved back, and it was probably something along the lines of, "Did that stingy landlord crack his head?" From what she remembered, apart from collecting the rent on schedule, the landlord had never bothered with repairs or other troublesome issues. Would a landlord like that take the initiative to refurbish their place? The only explanation she could think of was that he had gone crazy. The overall layout hadn't changed, but the fixings like the wires, pipes and switches were all new, and were waterproof and rustproof. There wouldn't be another incident like Luke helping Max repair the bathroom pipe in the middle of the night. The doors and windows that couldn't be opened were replaced with new ones. More importantly, the rent hadn't changed. That meant that the landlord was proactively covering the repair costs, which was his legal responsibility, anyway. However, it didn't make sense. The original landlord had entrusted a professional real estate company to collect the rent, and there was no need to inform Max and the others about the change in landlord. As long as the landlord and the tenants had no objections to the repairs, they could just let the real estate company know. However, most of the time, it was tenants who forced the real estate company to contact the landlord about repairs. A landlord like this, who took the initiative to repair the place, was indeed rare. Luke certainly didn't care when Max mocked the landlord. In any case, it was the previous landlord she was cursing out. Given how stingy he was, it made sense. He had sold the building at an extremely inflated price to Luke, so it wasn't a problem to scold him. In the Battle of New York 2 months ago, not many people in Williamsburg had been affected, and Max was completely fine. The girls were doing well, and Luke had no intention of helping them make a fortune. It was easier to maintain one's mindset when one slowly earned money instead of getting rich all at once. Besides, the two girls weren't stupid. Even doing this was already a little too much. Thankfully, all they had was just a vague notion, and Luke used a mix of truth and lies as he replied with, "Do I look like that sort of fool to you?" Luke didn't really care about scolding himself. The repairs had significantly increased the security of the apartment. Secondly, these repairs were ultimately for him. He enjoyed the refurbished apartment, and a new bathroom was a necessity. Didn't the water in Max's shower smell good? Luke coughed and recalled his wandering thoughts, then smiled at the horse head that poked in inquisitively from a side door. "Chestnut, you're not asleep. Do you want more carrots?" The horse snorted lightly and stuck out its big tongue to lick him. This was Caroline's horse, and could be considered the only luxury item which the former heiress had left. Of course, it was already old and of no value. Conversely, money had to be spent to care for it. Luke quickly dodged the tongue attack. "Fine, you're awesome, I'll get you a carrot." Holding a carrot outside the door to distract Chestnut, Luke's expression suddenly changed, and he walked out and closed the side door. Taking 2 running steps, he jumped lightly and flipped over the 2-meter-high metal fence, and quickly disappeared into the night. On a side street, a woman was confronting 5 men. The 5 men all looked like typical hooligans, the kind that didn't have any money. The blonde woman in front of them, on the other hand, was wearing a red business suit which made her look even hotter. It was a 1v5, but there were only 4 hoodlums standing. One of them was on his knees and screaming, "My eyes. UB*TCH, I'm going to kill you." The woman held her bag in front of her with one hand to hide the pepper spray that she was holding with the other. Only then would the pepper spray pose the biggest threat. She inwardly cursed her bad luck. It had just been another ordinary day of working overtime, and she hadn't done anything different. It was just that her car had suddenly stalled, and she had no choice but to stop on the side of the road. Law and order in this neighborhood had been poor in the past, and it had gotten even worse after the Battle of New York. However, armed and violent crime rates hadn't increased. All the hooligans in New York were traumatized by Batman and Black Cat. They would rather do a grab and run than use weapons to threaten their victims. That was because, according to the information which circulated privately among the gang members, few of those who performed a grab and run would be sent to the orthopedic department. At most, they would be knocked out on the streets. They wouldn't have noticed if it was just 1 or 2 of them, but after a while, many hoodlums got the message. As long as it wasn't a violent crime, Batman and Black Cat wouldn't bother to break their bones. In other words, violent harm was the bottom line. If they crossed this line, Batman and Black Cat would catch them and break some bones, possibly crippling them. However, Batman and Black Cat disappeared after the Battle of New York. The chaos caused by the war and the 2 months which passed after that made many hoodlums restless. Based on police data, incidents like violent robbery and rape were increasing rapidly. For example, when the 5 hoodlums saw the woman's designer bag in her car, they were immediately tempted. If they grabbed the goods and ran, they would be able to get several $100 from selling them off. Many of their comrades had done the same thing recently, and hadn't been hospitalized. One couldn't blame them for not being particular. It was just that life in New York was too hard. Drugs in Manhattan were now 10 times more expensive, but local distributors were all claiming that they were short of stock. How could this be considered the biggest city in America? If they couldn't get the goods, it was like starving away on a mountain of gold. The hooligans barely survived by coming out to carry out petty robberies. Of course, they would never look for a job in their lifetimes. Even though reconstruction work in New York was gradually picking up, and there was demand for manual laborers, plus the pay wasn't low, the hooligans who were used to being loafers didn't want to suffer. Unfortunately for them, they had run into a more level-headed woman during the robbery tonight. In the face of so many people who wanted to rob her, she didn't tremble in fear. Instead, when the first hoodlum attacked, she immediately taught him a lesson. With the pepper spray she had. At that moment, neither side could back down. Although Tracy wasn't wearing high heels, she was still wearing a skirt. There was no way she would be able to outrun the hoodlums. One of the hooligans was down and shouting about getting revenge. 4 of them were unharmed, and their opponent was just an ordinary woman. None of them dared to suggest they give up. The 4 hooligans finally pulled up their shirts to cover their faces to prevent the spray from hitting them, before they collectively pressed forward. At that moment, a black figure fell from the sky. When it approached the ground, a huge shadow stretched out behind it. The black figure slowed down, and the huge shadow turned into a soft cape again. The newcomer landed between the hooligans and Tracy with a bang. Looking at the dark back and the familiar black cape and the 2 pointy ears on the helmet, Trish subconsciously exclaimed, "Batman." The 4 hooligans all stood up. Their hands shook and they could no longer cover their faces. Their lips opened and closed like fish out of water, but they couldn't make a sound. In front of them was the legendary, Sir. This was how the world worked. Although Batman and Black Cat had crippled a lot of New York hoodlums, they still respectfully called the 2, Sir, and, Ma'am. That was because the rumor was that whoever spoke ill of these 2 behind their backs might immediately get a visit from them. Later, the rumor changed to whoever uttered these 2 names might be found by them. Under the threat of permanent disability, the hoodlums would rather believe than not. Thus, they never said these 2 names unless it was necessary. Suddenly, one of the hoodlums came back to himself and pointed at Luke. "Who are you trying to fool? Bat, that Sir died trying to save New York. Also, your eyes aren't right. Wait, you want to hook up with this B*TCH, which is why you're trying to scare us, right?" The 3 other hoodlums were stumped for a moment, before they looked enlightened and then relieved. Trish, who was behind Luke, was also stumped for a moment. She couldn't help but walk around to look at him. As an observant media reporter, she indeed noticed something wasn't right. Batman's height had been confirmed many times based on image references. With the Batman suit on, he was basically between 215 and 218 centimeters in height. The discrepancy of 3 centimeters had to do with changes in the suit. His height was still fixed. Using her own height as a reference, Trish instantly confirmed that this Batman was at most only 2 meters tall. Also, when she moved to the side from behind and saw more details on the armor, she realized that this Batman was significantly smaller. The suit was clearly in the Batman style, but it looked much thinner. If the Batman of the past was a brawny man, this one was at most a slim young man. At that moment, she had already walked to the side and was a little closer to the front as she finally got a look at the side profile of this slim Batman. Luke turned around and looked at her. "Ma'am, you're about to stand on their side." Stumped, Trish took 2 steps back, but still stood slightly to the side with one hand already reaching into her bag. During this time, her eyes never left the Batman mask. Looking at the blue and white lenses, she took a guess. She said regretfully but excitedly, "May I ask, are you that Batman?" Luke waved a hand for her to keep quiet first. He then turned around and looked at the 4 hoodlums. "Since this is our first meeting, let me say just one thing: I don't scare people." As he spoke, he appeared in front of the 4 hoodlums in a flash. The next moment, they were all clutching their stomachs as they dropped to their knees. Luke grabbed the hoodlum who said he was bluffing, grabbed his left hand, and pinched his little finger. There was a barely audible crack, and the hoodlum screamed. Luke dropped him. "If you scream for more than 3 seconds, I'll break another bone." The hoodlum sucked in a cold breath. As if the volume button had been pressed, his earth-shattering scream instantly turned into a groan. The other 3 hoodlums were terrified, but the punch to the stomach made it hard for them to breathe. They hadn't been able to resist at all. They looked at the first hoodlum, who had 1 broken finger. Just when Trish and the 4 hoodlums thought that was it, Luke stepped forward and grabbed the hand of the last hoodlum who had been covering his eyes and cursing. The hoodlum had shut his mouth in fear when the finger of the first hoodlum was broken. With tears in his eyes, he pleaded, Wait, I didn't do anything, and I got sprayed in the face." Luke smiled and looked at the light red color in the system panel. "You were the first to step forward. If this finger of yours isn't broken, how will you be able to face your brothers?" Realization dawned on the 4 hoodlums, who had been fighting back their pain, when they heard that. That was right, this was all because of him. If this guy hadn't been in a hurry, they might have simply let this woman go. This was actually nonsense, but the 4 hoodlums accepted it readily. Seeing the last of their friends scream and fall to his knees, they even gloated a little. Luke ignored them. It was the debut of the 2nd generation, Lord, tonight, and he had deliberately chosen Trish as the cameraman. He couldn't be too soft-hearted. So, the 5 hooligans might not be armed, but the victim, Trish, didn't lose even a strand of hair, and Luke performed minimal fracture therapy. Turning to look at Trish, he said, "All right, ma'am, please leave as soon as possible or call the police." He then turned around and was about to leave. "Wait." As Luke expected, Trish spoke up. He paused, and his lenses glowed with a faint blue and white light as he looked at Trish. As expected of a professional media reporter, Trish followed up without hesitation the moment she saw an opportunity. "Excuse me, are you Batman?" Luke said, "You can call me Dark Knight." Stunned for a moment, Trish then immediately asked, "Is it Batman's Dark Knight?" Luke said, "Maybe." After giving his name, he didn't want to cheapen this 2nd-generation master's cool image. He threw out a grappling hook and shot into the sky. Trish, along with the 5 hoodlums on their knees, couldn't help but raise their heads and follow the black figure as he disappeared over the edge of a roof. After a brief silence, the 5 hoodlums lowered their heads and struggled to get up, ready to leave. "Wait." Trish stood in front of them with her legs apart and her shoulders thrown back, radiating a formidable aura. The 5 hooligans subconsciously drew back. They weren't afraid of the woman, but of the fake Batman. What if she suddenly screamed for help and called that person back? Nobody wanted to break 2 fingers in one night. Looking at the hooligans, a smile suddenly appeared on Trish's face. "When you cooperate with my interview later, each of you can get $100 for the information. How does that sound?" Stunned for a moment, 4 of the 5 hoodlums nodded, but one of them shook his head. The person who shook his head was the one who had shouted earlier that Luke was a fake. At that moment, he noticed something. "Admit to committing a robbery for $100. Who do you think you are?" The four friends nodded. That's right. Do you think we're stupid? With a smug smile, Trish pointed at himself. Because I'm the victim. Hearing that, the five hooligans almost cried. You didn't lose even a strand of hair, but we each have at least one broken finger. Who is the victim here? Trish was too lazy to talk nonsense. I won't pursue the matter, and neither will the police, but you have to cooperate with my interview. Otherwise, when my show comes out, you'll appear on even more shows in handcuffs and for free. The most quick-witted of the hoodlums immediately reacted. With that white-eyed badman just now, who would have the time to bother with a few hoodlums robbing people? But if this woman insisted on pursuing the matter, she could use that white-eyed badman as a selling point to get them detained for a few days or even jailed. Thinking that, he decisively changed his tune. Deal. However, pay up first. Trish scoffed. I'm a reporter with an official job. You, hee, who's more likely to go back on their word? That being said, she still took out her wallet from her bag. She threw two $20 bills to the smart guy and said, a deposit. The four of you will get $10 each. After the interview, I'll give you the rest. The hoodlum who had been whining earlier was dumbfounded. Wait, what about me? Trish looked at him like he was an idiot. Who told you to be the first to try and rob me? Say another word and I won't give you any more money. The five hooligans immediately shut up. They realized that they were really unlucky today. If there had only been two of them today, they would have been crushed by this evil woman. Trish was indeed a good reporter, so they trusted a little more that they would get the money. New York reporters were known to be willing to pay for exclusive news on Badman. Although it seemed a little silly for her to buy an interview about the white-eyed badman for $500, they definitely wouldn't lose out. After leaving the five hoodlums behind, Trish immediately called the TV station. Anyone else definitely wouldn't be qualified to call for help in the middle of the night. Previously, however, Trish had relied on information from a mysterious hacker to interview the woman who had framed Batman, and she successfully reversed negative opinion of Black Batman online. From then on, Trish Talk became popular with Batman fans and even more casual viewers were drawn in. Her ratings skyrocketed over tenfold. In the TV station, ratings were status. Thanks to Trish Talk, Trish was now an A-list TV host, and had a show with her own name. As long as she didn't court death, her future was bright. Thus, given the appearance of the Dark Knight, she didn't hesitate to use her privileges to mobilize the station's resources, and she called for help with her car at the same time. After hanging up, she switched back to video mode on her phone and opened the video she had just recorded. Thank you, Titanium Phone Company, for inventing a practical smartphone which functions like a camera. She wasn't an ordinary reporter, nor was she a cameraman. She couldn't carry camera equipment with her all the time. But with this titanium phone, she could at least record news firsthand in an emergency. From the moment she circled around this dark night, she had already taken out her phone. It would be very easy for the camera to be off-center if an ordinary person wasn't checking the screen, or to take blurry shots. But using the titanium phone to capture and take covert shots was something that Trish had specially trained herself to do. In a seemingly normal pose, she could basically film normally. The only downside was that there wasn't enough light on the streets at night, so the image was somewhat indistinct. But when the Dark Knight turned his head and those blue and white lenses flashed as he looked at her, it was very imposing. The image on screen was reflected in Trish's eyes. She did it. This was enough. Nowadays, the one thing that the media and paparazzi were ridiculed the most for online was how they only had one opening shot, and made up everything else. But this was precisely how important a picture that could instantly grab attention was. Also, while the video was a little blurry, the audio wasn't. This was big news. She was already thinking about the title for tomorrow's episode. Batman departs, the Dark Knight is born. No, the word, born, was too weak. Then change it to, the Dark Knight, rises. Could beating up five hooligans be considered rising up? That wasn't a problem at all. From what the Dark Knight said, Trish could tell that this was his first time he had shown his face. She had a feeling that this Dark Knight would take over from Batman and protect the chaotic New York City. By then, there would be more and more news of him. But she would definitely be the first reporter to interview someone about the Dark Knight. Trish Talk would be the first show to release content on the Dark Knight. More importantly, Jessica had crossed paths with Batman before, and he had even saved her. Trish, this superhero fangirl, hadn't been saved by any superhero, even supervillains hadn't given her any trouble. For a superhero fan, this supernatural luck was basically fatal. This was New York, where big events happened. The test subjects hadn't shown up anywhere near her place back then, and the Chitauri flyers during the Battle of New York also didn't go over to the building where her company was located. It had been impossible to take close-up shots. It couldn't be said that Trish had never seen a superhero with her own eyes. At the very least, when Iron Man flew over New York, she could see the flames which trailed behind him. However, this was a scene that everybody in New York could see. What she needed was a close personal encounter, and not to be a background extra. What was even more depressing was that Jessica had the abilities to become a superhero, but she drank every day and preferred to be a PI who chased adulterers. Trish had always wanted to be a superhero, to the point of training in combat and firearms for a long time, but that was not her fate. The only time she could probably be considered one was when she helped Batman turn things around with that interview. How could she tolerate that? Today, Trish had finally broken her curse and had finally met a superhero up close. Although, it was the first time that this Dark Knight had shown up, and she had only interviewed him for a couple of words. But that was a huge step forward toward getting close to a superhero. Get close, become friends, join up, that was Trish's goal. Elsewhere, Luke quietly returned to Max's place. Jumping down from the metal fence, he patted Chestnut's big head and said via mental communication, "Go back to sleep," before it obediently closed its eyes. He took out the key to the side door, opened it, and walked in. After washing his hands, he started making cakes again. His move today could be considered spur of the moment, but it was also part of his plan. Trish was a friend of Jessica Jones's and had a bit of fame in New York with her interview program, Trish Talk. She was a neutral yellow in the system, which meant that she was at least an ordinary person with regular moral standards, and hadn't done anything bad. Also, she was a crazy fan of superheroes, especially of Batman and Black Cat. Last time, he had sent Trish a file to expose the fake slander against Batman. This sort of professional media reporter definitely knew how to quickly spread word of the Dark Knight's appearance. Trish was indeed a suitable candidate, but what happened tonight had purely been happenstance. The appearance of the Dark Knight had long been decided on. Now that Batman couldn't suppress the criminals anymore, the second-generation master had to take the stage. Then, when Joker started making big news, it would make sense for him to clash with the second-generation master. Both of them needed to establish their own personas first so that they wouldn't draw suspicion when they started fighting for real. But nothing major had happened in New York recently, and the Dark Knight didn't have a chance to shine. Furthermore, the personality of this second-generation master was to keep a low profile. He shouldn't squabble with the martyred Batman and tarnish his standing. It was a good choice to start with the media. So, Luke made use of Trish and the hooligans to put on a brief show for the second-generation master's low-key debut, then left. As he was thinking this, he heard footsteps. Looking at the cupcakes he had only just started making, he put all the raw ingredients into his inventory with a thought, then took out 2 plates of the finished products and placed them on the table. He was only making the cakes to relax and for show. He didn't want to waste his precious sleep on them. Soon, there was the sound of a key in the lock, and Caroline came in. When she saw Luke, she nodded easily. "You're not asleep," Luke said. "I made some cupcakes and just cleaned up. I'll make the rest tomorrow." It was even more PDA. Although she had a share in the profits from selling the cupcakes, Caroline felt it was hard to be happy. Her roommate was sound asleep while her roommate's boyfriend made the cupcakes. She, on the other hand, had just come back from cleaning up. The comparison was despairing. Luke washed his hands and said to her, "Sleep early. Good night." He then returned to Max's room. Caroline sighed and pulled down her own foldable bed from the wall. Pulling shut the curtain around it, she changed. Every time Luke said good night to her, he wouldn't come out of Max's room again, which meant that she could use the bathroom whenever she wanted. Picking up her clothes, she took a deep breath and entered the bathroom. In the room, Luke picked up some sounds with elementary sound wave. He sighed. Although the soundproofing was much better now that there was a new bathroom door, he still had a super ability. Blocking out the sounds from the bathroom, he turned around and hugged Max. Putting his hands in the most comfortable position, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. At dinner the next day, Selena was watching a program on her tablet when she suddenly looked at Luke. Did the Dark Knight make an appearance last night? Luke didn't even need to look to know that she was watching today's episode of Trish Talk. He nodded. A lot of people think that Batman is dead, and that they can carry on with their illegal activities. A lot of Mexican cartels want to ship drugs into New York on a large scale and make a fortune. It makes sense for the Dark Knight to appear now. Selena was puzzled. Isn't Mexico a mess? They still have time for this. She naturally knew that many of the cartels had been purged, and she also knew that it was V who had done it. She also understood why a certain someone hadn't allowed her parents to return to Mexico to visit family. It was precisely because she had heard her mother mention it that Selena felt that the Mexican cartels should be too busy to care about anything else. Luke shrugged. Some of them just happened to have some goods. With the boss gone, the money for the goods is all theirs. The wholesale price in New York now is 5 times what it used to be. As long as they have guts and aren't afraid of being crippled, it's possible for them to make 10 million from the entire batch of goods. It would be strange if they weren't tempted. Selena glanced at the blonde reporter again. Confirming that she wasn't Luke's type, she asked, "Then, can we go out for a round tonight?" Luke nodded. "Okay, but don't let Black Cat appear at the same time as the Dark Knight for now." Selena asked, "Why?" Luke explained, "If Batman really is close to Black Cat, will she accept the other Batman so soon?" Selena thought for a moment. "That's true, it's only been 2 months. Luke, however, added with a smile, "But Black Cat #1 can still go out with the Dark Knight." Enlightened, Selena slapped her forehead. "That's right, Black Cat #1's appearance has changed too. Since Luke could turn Batman into the Dark Knight, it wasn't strange for her to turn Bastet into the remote-controlled android, Black Cat #1. In any case, it was just a matter of switching identities." The two chatted and laughed as they made the decision, while the internet exploded with activity once more. Selena didn't follow Trish Talk in particular, but the latest episode made news headlines, and there was a video link. Like many people, Selena was a little confused when she saw the title, Batman Departs, The Dark Knight Rises, and she couldn't help but click on it. After all, one of Batman's nicknames was the Dark Knight. Of course, there were also people who called him Dark Angel, Dark Demon, and Dark Devil. However, the Dark Knight was the most widely accepted nickname. After reading the news, most people were dumbfounded. What did that mean? This Dark Rider wasn't Batman. Then, many people immediately looked at the picture, and were even more confused. Wasn't this Batman? At most, the armor had been modified, but the style hadn't changed. After reading the trending news, everybody subconsciously opened the video link on Trish Talk again. Although the article already said that the new Dark Knight didn't acknowledge that he was Batman, everybody still wanted to see what the original video was about. After watching the video on Trish Talk, everybody was even more confused. It seemed, this Dark Knight didn't intend to pass himself off as Batman, or replace him. In front of the camera, he only said 2 sentences. The first was his name, and the second was, maybe. How did those long-winded keyboard warriors come up with such long analyses from these 2 sentences? Just like that, before the old curiosity disappeared, new curiosity was born, and more online users were sucked in. Most of them were just curious, while a small number of hardcore Batman fans accused Trish of misleading viewers with the title. This was the only video of the Dark Knight. According to the video, this was the first time he had appeared. Coupled with the fact that Batman had been gone for 2 months, many people subconsciously began to picture an inspiring movie scene of civilians turning into heroes. Moreover, from the grappling hook that the Dark Knight had used to leave, he clearly wasn't as strong as Batman, who was a god who could glide through the air. Chapter 1543. Cool points and shield taking the blame. Various signs suggested that the new Dark Knight was more likely a super fan of Batman. Unlike other fans, he was strong enough to take the cosplay to the extreme, which included the suit, skills, and breaking bones. From these 3 points, even if the Dark Knight wasn't as strong as Batman, he definitely wasn't ordinary. There was a lot of activity on the internet. Many of their teammates also sent greetings through the exclusive communication channel. They used slightly different phrasing, but the question was essentially the same: who is the Dark Knight? Luke replied with, "One of our own," and didn't say anything else. Tony, however, didn't send any messages. He had even seen Bruce transform in person. Batman switching bodies and suits was just a continuation of his previous plan. The only thing that made the tycoon feel a little threatened was that the new bat suit was already 4.7% as cool as his Mark 7. The previous bat suit, which had clearly been more on the heavy side, was now a medium-sized suit. It was less oppressive, but cooler, especially for female fans. For example, Pepper had expressed admiration for the Dark Knight's armor. While Tony knew the shine would wear off eventually, he was still a little nervous. If he could only draw with Bruce when it came to armor cool points, life would be too boring. If lost in this aspect, the only other way he could crush the other party was in terms of money. Between friends, however, it was clearly inappropriate to make comparisons with money. After all, none of his friends were as rich as he was. As for comparing their skills, forget it. The resources which Batman had sent to him last time on the Chitauri technology had given him a lot of inspiration, and he made a lot of progress in terms of remote control of the armor. But Tony still had his pride. Why don't I take Bruce out to have fun someday? To see who's better at picking up girls? The thought flashed through Luke's mind. He guaranteed it would be just like how he had helped Rhodes with the hot chicks in the swimming pool on the roof. It was absolutely just pure camaraderie between friends. Forget it. What if Pepper got angry and threw back all the miscellaneous work at the company to him? Sign hundreds of documents a day, many of which were deals made behind the scenes he couldn't multitask. The tycoon told himself it was because he respected Pepper, and absolutely not because he was afraid of a particular pretty face. In the wake of the Dark Knight's appearance, the members of the Special Force returned to New York one after another. Only the lunatic Wade, who had a hot and beautiful wife to accompany him, remained where he was in the warm Mediterranean. Luke didn't bother with him. If something happened, he would definitely be able to use money to summon this B*TCH back in a day. After squandering what he had, Wade would naturally come back obediently to hug Luke's thigh. Damon and Mindy returned home quietly and returned to an ordinary life as Damon continued painting and Mindy went to school. Angel was the last to return. She seemed a little disheveled when she got back, but Luke sensed via mental communication that she was mentally a lot more composed and resolute. After a talk with Luke, the Batcave warehouse had a new female manager. The appearance of the Dark Knight was a big thing for the public, especially the people of New York. But for S.H.I.E.L.D., it was a small matter. It wasn't that Batman's successor wasn't worth paying attention to, it was just that Joker had made a move again. Nick Fury had watched the entire live broadcast last night. In the end, only the woman survived, and the father and son were sentenced to death. He frowned. Any news from the FBI? Next to him, Hill came back to herself. Not yet. They said that they would send their best forensic investigators and behavioral analysts to cooperate with us. Nick Fury hummed and didn't dwell on it. It sounded very lofty, but the more sophisticated something was, the easier it was to make mistakes. As the king of agents, he knew many ways to deceive specialists. A little trick was enough to make them fall into a trap. And when a trap appeared and there wasn't enough logic behind the evidence presented, the outcome might be far from the truth. Besides, there were plenty of people in S.H.I.E.L.D. who could analyze behavior. Unfortunately, there had been no progress in studying Batman, or, could it be said that there was too much progress? According to the specialists, Batman seemed to have multiple personalities. So, when they encountered a situation where they couldn't explain the target's personality, they pushed the blame onto a new personality. Nick Fury sneered and left. In fact, the S.H.I.E.L.D. experts had studied the last video countless times. Even the 2 crude judgment machines and the 3 metal chairs had been brought back as evidence. The suspect, who had been designated Joker by S.H.I.E.L.D., called himself Jeff, but his real identity had already been identified as Jack Bode. Given that Luke had deliberately exposed his face, it was impossible for S.H.I.E.L.D. to not uncover the original identity. After arguing for 2 days, the specialists came to a rough conclusion. The target seemed to have a split personality, and the second personality was very antisocial. What else could Nick Fury say? How many mental patients who came out to cause trouble didn't have split personalities? How many people who dared to find trouble with S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't have antisocial impulses? The only important conjecture that the specialists had was that it was very likely that this persona had only appeared recently. The last time Jack Bode committed a crime was 3 months ago, and he had still been targeting ordinary people then. The specialists shared the same opinion. It was likely that Jack Bode had undergone a huge change in the last 3 months. His new personality now had a superpower, which turned him from a simple murderer to a sociopath. This also explained why his MO had changed. The intelligence also showed that Jack Bode suddenly went missing a month ago and never appeared again. There had been nothing unusual about his behavior before he went missing. S.H.I.E.L.D. found footage evidence of Jack's past crimes in his place. But it was useless. Nobody knew where he was now. On this rare occasion, Nick Fury agreed with the specialists. This Jack had suddenly obtained some superpower which inflated his ego, and which was why he jumped out to openly make trouble for S.H.I.E.L.D. As for why he went after S.H.I.E.L.D., that actually wasn't hard to understand. S.H.I.E.L.D. often operated outside under the name of the FBI, and the FBI had a department that specialized in catching serial killers. Those people had even specially gone to San Francisco before to hunt down Jack. They had gotten very close twice, but weren't able to find him in the end, and they returned empty-handed. However, according to the investigation, a woman whom Jack was suspected to be in love with left San Francisco because she couldn't take the FBI's investigation. In other words, the FBI had scared off Jack's one-sided crush. In the past, it was basically the FBI who took the fall for S.H.I.E.L.D. This time, it was S.H.I.E.L.D. taking the fall for the FBI. After thinking for a moment, Nick Fury gave up on the investigation. As long as Joker didn't ruin his plan, it didn't matter how many people the man killed. Nick Fury was standing here now only because S.H.I.E.L.D.'s director had to get justice for the heroic sacrifices of Agent Garrett and Agent Ward. He knew that the two dead guys were Hydra, yet he still had to applaud them. But the Joker had just slapped S.H.I.E.L.D. in the face, and Fury could only look like he had a common enemy with his subordinates. Thinking about the details in the report, however, he pondered again. It was hard to say if Garrett and Ward were truly dead. Maybe Garrett had sensed something beforehand, and immediately faked his death to escape. Nobody was better at faking death than the director. Nick Fury's body had already appeared twice in front of the enemy, and he was still standing here. This director was full of tricks. Standing next to him, Hill operated the virtual screen to check the information on the new case, and she gradually frowned. Ever since she became a special agent, the Joker was the only enemy she felt helpless against. It wasn't because the other party was powerful, but because she didn't know what he wanted. She read the information on the new case again. The first victim was Ham Drake. He was 69 years old and a member of the Massachusetts House of Representatives. The second victim was his son, Lindsay Drake. He was 35 years old and the mayor of New Bedford. The survivor was the wife of the first victim and the mother of the second victim, Mary Drake. She was 61 years old and was a member of the board for many charity foundations. To put it simply, this was the typical upper-class family. The Drake family had branched out to engage in business and politics in a few nearby states. It was doing pretty well and was considered the local power in the region. They couldn't step onto a higher playing field for the time being, but they could work toward becoming state legislators or governors. What was strange was that there was no news in Massachusetts about the deaths of the father and son. Nick Fury, on the other hand, had gotten a lot of calls in half a day, all of them hinting that he shouldn't make a mess. Those who were closer to him bluntly told him that if certain things belonging to Senator Drake fell into his hands, it would be best for him to destroy them. Nick Fury knew what that meant. The Joker had broadcasted "Live to S.H.I.E.L.D." once more. The organization was anxious to fight back, and of course was the first to arrive. After the Joker disappeared again, the agents examined the crime scene before finally allowing New Bedford's local police to take over. There had to be a lot of things Senator Drake had which couldn't be exposed. Some people immediately suspected that S.H.I.E.L.D., as the first to arrive, had obtained them. After all, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had moved a lot of evidence. Who knew what it was? Even as a national special agency, the CIA's movements in America were strictly limited, to say nothing of S.H.I.E.L.D., which couldn't become involved in the political games in America. Once an agency got involved, it was a dangerous sign. Nick Fury made it clear that S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't obtained anything they shouldn't have, and his target was the murderer, Joker. This matter ended there. Nick Fury said that he didn't have any illicit materials. As for whether that meant he got them, then destroyed them, or he got them and said he destroyed them when he didn't, it didn't matter. However, if he dared leak these materials, what awaited him would be non-stop reprisals. But Nick Fury wasn't lying. Naturally, all that illicit information was with Luke. Senator Drake had always been on Luke's blacklist. Previously, Luke didn't have both a suitable alias and the opportunity to kill scum like this who stood at the peak of power. It just so happened that his new identity needed, props, and New York was right next to Massachusetts. After looking at the distance on the map, this was the first person Luke approached. This was a lead he had picked up way back in Paris. Later, after a gradual investigation by the multifaceted system and several dead ends, the system looked onto Senator Drake as the real buyer for the girls. A few days ago, Luke saw Senator Drake up close. The man's name was so red it was almost black in the list of good and evil, so naturally, he became Luke's target. Hill looked at the photos. To be honest, she felt that the Joker's crime scenes were much more civilized than Jack Bode's. She even had the faint feeling that the Joker was putting on a show with his kills. Jack was just a wild beast who vented his emotions and enjoyed the thrill of killing. Stumped for a moment, Hill flipped to another photo. It was a photo of the survivor, Mary, when she was rescued. There was a long strip of paper on the bodies of the two dead men next to her. Hill knew that it contained the victim's past experiences. After reading the paper, Nick Fury classified it as top secret and didn't hand it over to the forensic investigators, nor did he leave behind any sort of image evidence for the behavioral analysts. When Hill recalled the threatening phone calls from the other politicians, she guessed that nothing good was written on the strip of paper. By the same logic, Nick Fury also confiscated and sealed up the list of Garrett and Ward's crimes. However, the only survivor, Mary, didn't have anything else on her, for example, like a dark red handkerchief. This handkerchief was the only personal item left behind by the Joker, and S.H.I.E.L.D. had analyzed it many times. The handkerchief was made from a fabric which came from an old textile factory in Europe. Although the factory output wasn't large, there was enough fabric of the same color to make 100,000 handkerchiefs a year. Also, the factory was well known for this traditional handicraft, and hadn't upgraded their machines in years, which meant that S.H.I.E.L.D. would have to look at fabric sales for at least the last few years. S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't invest that much manpower into investigating this lead, and could only let the computer program handle it first. Luke had wiped Hill's mouth with the handkerchief, which left a deep impression on her. At that moment, she noticed that there was no dark red handkerchief on Mary. Thinking quickly, she pulled up the video of Joker's live broadcast. The dark red handkerchief that had been folded into the shape of a petal was still in his chest pocket. Nick Fury turned around at that moment and frowned when he saw that grotesque smile on her screen. "Agent Hill." Hill jerked. "Huh," Nick Fury said, "the only reason I didn't make you take time off is because you promised me you were fine. Let me confirm again. Do you really not want to take a break?" Hill quickly shook her head. "No, sir." Nick Fury stared at her for a moment before he nodded. "Okay, but don't focus on this case anymore. I have something else for you." Hill couldn't help but glance at the grotesque smile on the virtual screen. It seemed to grow even wider. She waved her hand, and the image was dispelled. Hill was right. In the first game, she was innocent. In this second game, the survivor, Mary, wasn't innocent. The system judged her as light red evil. Under elementary pheromone control, she confessed a lot of her husband and son's evil deeds. Although she wasn't directly involved, she chose to ignore their crimes for the sake of her own wealth, and didn't stop or warn them. Also, in order to cover up some of her husband and son's activities, Mary even faked some evidence so that their crimes wouldn't be detected. So, she was chosen as the survivor. Luke deliberately left some clues behind to mislead the people who were in cahoots with her husband and son. They would think that she had incriminating information on them. This senator's wife would soon enjoy the pain experienced by the girls. If she truly felt that what her husband and son did wasn't worth mentioning, she would probably forgive their peers for treating her the same way. The Joker was quite the character. A hypocrite like Mary wasn't qualified to get his beloved handkerchief. Besides, Hill was a great beauty. No matter what, Luke was always a man who looked at appearances. With Angel's return, Luke had even more manpower. Frank, who had been hanging out in the warehouse, also said that he was bored, so the two of them joined the Judgment Project. Angel had been upgraded to a one-star teammate during the Battle of New York, and could be trusted. Frank was even more unhappy with those two-faced hypocritical politicians. His boss who had sold him out, Colonel Ray Schoonover, had also been the stereotypical politician who used his subordinates as tools. However, Luke got the big shot who sold everything, to issue a personal commission so that there was no need to make all the details of the task public to Frank and Angel. They were only responsible for looking for people, keeping an eye on them, and using remote control robots to pack these people up. After that, The package had nothing to do with them, so they didn't know that this had to do with the Joker. Also, since Luke deliberately leaked a lot of incriminating materials about the dead, both S.H.I.E.L.D. and the American government locked down information on the Joker and secretly increased their efforts to track him. On the surface, the Joker had yet to appear in public. Frank and Angel, who had Luke's intelligence support, relied on the Thousand Faces system to come and go without a trace. Coupled with the cooperation of the two clones, it was enough to complete a lot of troublesome tasks. But to a certain extent, this proved that the Joker had help. But so what? There were so many Hydra members, and Luke had to kill some of the good guys that had been on his blacklist for a long time to divert suspicion. What if the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't take it anymore and one day decided to declare that S.H.I.E.L.D. was Hydra? Time was tight and it was a heavy mission. For the sake of the gift bags that were Hydra, Luke felt that it was necessary for him to work harder. Just the two operations by the Joker alone had earned him 80,000 points for Garrett, 7,000 for Ward, and 8,000 for the father and son duo. Luke also obtained a lot of intelligence as well as dirty money, private accounts, and secret businesses which amounted to a conservative estimate of $1 billion. However, 980 million of that was from the underground supply chains that were under Garrett's control. The father and son had less than 20 million. It could only be said that the father and son spent all the money they had on girls. They had no taste at all. In terms of experience and money, killing people like the father and son was less profitable and risky. But Luke felt that the reason he had let these people live for so long before was purely because he had no choice. Now that he had his clones, there was no need to worry about a counterattack by the higher-ups. If they wanted to, they could go find the Joker. If necessary, the Joker could sacrifice himself, like Batman, and a new successor could take his place. For now, it was the blue phase, as Joker harvested the crops. Luke had to throw himself into it even more to get as much out of it as possible. Before entering the red phase, Frank and Angel had to retreat in case they were blocked by Hydra and the government. Luke never underestimated Hydra. It would be strange if these guys didn't have any trump cards. For example, if Garrett's clairvoyant plus death soldiers combo was set up properly and there were 100 to 200 of them, it would still be a headache for Luke. These would be a little pricey, but Hydra could obtain a lot of raw materials by hook or by crook. Naturally, there would be no costs involved, and they might even be able to create several hundred people. But Luke wouldn't give them the chance. While S.H.I.E.L.D. was still busy with the father and son case 3 days ago, Luke was already on another operation. A team of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents charged onto a freighter in Maryland which was probably carrying a certain smuggled item. In the dark, a team of 12 agents split up and pressed forward silently. They quickly took care of the guards on the ship and found a box in the cargo hold. 2 agents opened the box. The captain took a quick look and immediately said, "Mission target confirmed. Take it away." Bang, 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 bang. Gunfire rang out, and 4 or 5 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents collapsed. The others didn't panic. They were all wearing bulletproof vests and helmets. Theoretically, as long as the bullets didn't hit them in the face, they would be injured at most. Also, they could tell that only 2 guns were firing at them. They still had 7 or 8 teammates on their side. As long as they didn't panic, they could completely take down their opponents. However, a nimble shadow then flashed through the dark cargo hold. With 2 bangs, 2 more agents collapsed. 9 o'clock, the captain shouted. Half of them immediately turned in that direction and opened fire. The shadow flashed past and hid among the goods. A series of bullets kicked up dust nearby. The captain's heart jumped. He heard another hostile party open fire at 2 o'clock, and the sound of bodies dropping nearby. He glanced back and saw 2 more of his men fall. "Foster, Malachi, cover me," he shouted again. 2 team members immediately turned around. Almost the moment they turned around, the shadow at 9 o'clock switched positions and appeared at 11 o'clock. After a few shots, another agent was taken down. This time, the shadow didn't dodge since there were only 4 agents left, including the captain. The outcome of a 4 versus 2 battle was obvious. Desperation flashed in the captain's heart, but he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang, 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 bang. In less than 20 seconds, the gunfire in the cargo hold stopped, and there was only the sound of footsteps. A slightly abstract-looking skeleton mask with a silver metallic luster appeared in front of one of the body cameras. The figure then stretched out one hand at that moment. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s DC headquarters was in a mess. Send reinforcements immediately. Have the Maryland police charge in with their sirens on. The rescue teams will board the plane in 3 minutes. ETA is 10 minutes. It's too late. They've cut the feed. Many staff members paused in their movements. Looking at the cameras that were turning black one after another, they had a bad feeling. Wait, the feed hasn't been cut. It's a cover. They've just blocked visuals. I can still hear them, a staff member with an earpiece suddenly shouted. Shield, which had been quiet for a moment, was immediately noisy again. The other party wasn't firing, and the feed was still connected, so Shield could still determine what was going on from the sounds. It was very likely that these 12 colleagues were only injured and not dead. Nick Fury swept in and found a certain shiny bald head at a glance. He asked, "Have the rescue teams been deployed?" Sidwell immediately replied, "Captain Rumlow has taken 2 of his best teams to the airfield." Nick Fury nodded and didn't say anything. Rumlow was the commander of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s strike force. If ordinary S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were patrol officers, then Rumlow was S.H.I.E.L.D.'s SWAT captain. The 2 teams directly under him were also the best in the strike force. Apart from certain special members, this was the strongest conventional combat force which S.H.I.E.L.D. had. Even Nick Fury couldn't send out more men at the moment. After all, he currently didn't have enough manpower. 5 minutes later, there was another piece of news that caused the room to fall into a dead silence. 2 strike teams on the border of Vermont were ambushed. 6 of them are down, no, 8. Wait, 11, the staff members who were receiving the notifications were terrified. They could only stare at the images on the feed and listen to the cries for help on the team channel, and reflexively repeat what was happening. These 2 teams were there to catch the Joker. Nick Fury's face changed. Have Rumlow turn around and go straight to Vermont. We have to catch the Joker. The director's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and he looked very angry. In his heart, however, he was feeling a little suspicious. Did I overthink it? Isn't the Joker an actor hired by Hydra? There were a total of 24 people in the 2 teams sent to capture the Joker, but it had taken a bit of planning to arrange them. They were basically all suspected of being Hydra. Hydra probably wouldn't let these members leave. After all, if they left S.H.I.E.L.D., they would only be a bunch of powerful mercenaries at most. They had always been operating normally in S.H.I.E.L.D. It was practically impossible to kill them without arousing the suspicion of the other Hydra members. At the same time, Brock Rumlow, who was on the Quinjet, gripped the armrests of his chair tightly and gritted his teeth as the plane swung around sharply. Most of the members who made up the 2 teams on the border were his trusted subordinates. If they were lost at the Joker's hands, he would lose at least a third of the strike force which he controlled. Although there were more than 4,000 people in the strike force at HQ, it was easy for elite teams to make contributions and be promoted. After a number of years, they could be deployed to become team leaders or deputies. With the 18 members dispersed, they would have some control over roughly 100 members of the strike force, and could slowly infiltrate and nibble away at the force. If they were taken down by the Joker now, this would never happen. Regardless of how paranoid the 2 parties in SHIELD were, a massacre was taking place on the border of Vermont and Canada. It was only a so-called massacre because no one was dead. Since Luke needed these people as acting props, he naturally couldn't kill them here. Thus, he waited until a brown bear appeared soundlessly next to the 2 teams and sent 2 members flying with 2 SWATs. Seeing that most of the strike force members were distracted by the brown bear, Luke fired at the same time from high up in a tree, and sent out a reminder. Shadow Bear, don't use too much strength. If you kill or injure them, it'll be hard to use them again. The brown bear paused for a moment and shook its head unhappily at Luke. Luke fired 2 more shots unhurriedly before he continued, Shadow Bear sounds great. Someone will definitely like it. However, the strike force members yelled, it's not a bear. It's a disguise. Right after that, Shadow Bear curled up into a ball and barreled into 2 team members, sending them flying. Luke smiled and pulled the trigger again. Correct, she's human. Can't she have the strength of a bear? Of course, Shadow Bear heard that, and kicked out at a tree. With a loud rumble, the entire tree fell. The ball came rolling back and sent 2 more team members flying. While Luke was mowing people down, Selena sent him a message. Package is wrapped up, come and get it. Taking down 2 more people with 2 shots, Luke replied, erase all traces. You and Skullhead evacuate as planned. Selena didn't say anything else. 20 minutes later, 2 Quinjets arrived. After circling the woods several times, one of the jets landed in a clearing, and a team got out. The other plane flew out in expanding circles to search for the possible presence of Joker and his accomplices. In S.H.I.E.L.D., various orders had already been issued. It was the standard procedure for a contingency plan: check if any aircraft had passed through the surrounding airspace, check nearby surveillance cameras, block off nearby roads, and so on. Nick Fury simply stood coldly in S.H.I.E.L.D. with his hands behind his back. Nobody dared to talk to him. Everybody could tell that the director was furious. Actually, Nick Fury really wanted to grin right now, if it wasn't for the fact that he had also lost a team of special agents in Maryland. It was a pity that Rumlow hadn't been captured along with the others. Fury had sent him over, but the Joker hadn't ambushed them again. Muttering to himself, the black-hearted man started plotting again. It seemed that there was now an opportunity to get involved in the strike force. He thought silently. As long as dozens of less suspicious people were added to the mix, it wouldn't be easy for Hydra to use the strike force to take action. To put it simply, Hydra didn't know that Nick Fury knew about them, so they couldn't exclude non-Hydra members willy-nilly. And Nick Fury wanted to make Hydra think that he didn't know, so he couldn't send them to their deaths on a grand scale. Both parties were cautious. Nick Fury didn't know who Hydra was, and could only add some less suspicious people to the force. If the other party wanted to take action, they had to kill these agents who weren't Hydra to gain control. But killing colleagues would undoubtedly cripple everyone else's trust in them. At that time, agents who weren't Hydra members would be wary of them. This wouldn't save S.H.I.E.L.D., but there was a higher chance of dragging Hydra down with him. A cold light flashed in the Black Baldy's eyes. He hated it when people treated him like an idiot. To S.H.I.E.L.D.'s despair, the Joker succeeded once more. Also, he had somehow taken 24 strike members and 12 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents with him. Neither Rumlow, who had reached the Vermont border, nor the police officers who had charged into the cargo hold at the Maryland dock found anyone. Even the guards who had been standing watch in the freighter had been taken. This situation made everybody in S.H.I.E.L.D. look at each other. They were under a lot of pressure. Nick Fury, on the other hand, maintained a dark expression. He didn't give too many orders, and nobody expected him to be able to do much either. To solve the puzzle, finding the Joker was necessary. The director wasn't psychic. He couldn't divine where the Joker was. The rest of them could only do their best. Feeling loathing for the Joker, and worried for their colleagues, the S.H.I.E.L.D. staff got busy in the tense atmosphere. Luke wasn't in a hurry to take action. Naturally, he wanted to squeeze out these people's remaining value. The B***stards who had been sent to the afterlife the last 2 times had actually been caught and interrogated first. Only after they became worthless did Luke start the live stream. He had to find out who among the 30 people here was Hydra. Secondly, it was important to know how many Hydra members they knew. Even just suspected targets was important information. This was especially the case with the 2 strike force teams of 24 people. Luke and Nick Fury basically thought the same thing here. It definitely wasn't just a few people in the strike force. Luke also had the same regret as Nick Fury. He didn't have Rumlow. He did think that Nick Fury would trick him into going over, but Luke hadn't expected him to be in the first group. Although Rumlow had indeed been lured to the Vermont border, Luke had no plan to besiege him. It wasn't that he wasn't prepared, but he absolutely couldn't take the risk in the face of S.H.I.E.L.D. If he wasn't careful, the other party might steer the helicarrier over to Vermont to ambush him. It might be an exaggeration to say that, but even by lowered standards, it really wasn't hard for S.H.I.E.L.D. to mobilize dozens of fighter jets and helicopters, and more than 500 ground vehicles. No matter how confident Luke was, he wasn't stupid enough to clash head-on with a combined army like that. After this live broadcast, Nick Fury might still have some plans. To catch him alive, Hydra probably already wanted to blow up the Joker. Garrett had been drawn into Hydra by an European branch, so he could be considered a relatively unique snakehead. So, Garrett didn't know the Hydra member with the highest level of authority in S.H.I.E.L.D., and wasn't even sure if such a person existed. But many people knew about the higher-level Hydra leader, Garrett. Hydra tempting Garrett into turning traitor back then had been their customary behavior. Who would have thought that after more than 10 years, this guy would really become a core member of Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D.? Garrett was a very important part of Hydra's plan. Even if he was thrown out in an emergency and Nick Fury killed him, he could delay S.H.I.E.L.D. for a while. Now, this useful and important pawn was gone. Ward wasn't that important, but he could be considered a seeded player for Hydra in the future. Including the dozen or so people who had died this time, Joker had already left a huge hole in Hydra's arrangements in S.H.I.E.L.D. In addition, more than 50 low-ranking Hydra members had been lost in the previous attacks. All these added up to Hydra losing a minimum of 30 to 40% of control in Triskelion. Without this 30 to 40%, many operations that could be carried out without Nick Fury's knowledge would be unsafe. That was the problem with special agencies. With just a little less control, they would be easily detected. So, after Luke's magical, indecipherable operations, Nick Fury and Hydra both felt that the current situation was a little awkward. Both parties were reluctant to take risks. And if they didn't take action, the enemy's strength would recover. Ignoring the internal conflict in S.H.I.E.L.D., Luke reaped another harvest. More than half of Rumlow's subordinates were very dark red on the evil list, which meant that each of them was worth at least 500 points. After that performance, the gift bags were all Luke's. Luke balanced out the 12 agents and the 24 members of the strike force. 4 of the 12 agents, who were also red until they were almost black, were moved to the strike force, and the 8 strike force members who were the least evil were moved to the agent's side. This mix formed the 2 teams for the new Judgment game. After all, there were too many people this time, and Luke needed to save time and costs for the live stream, so dividing the group into 2 was the easiest. 6 of the 12 agents were a neutral yellow. If they were killed, Luke would lose points. It would be too much of a coincidence if everyone who died this time were Hydra members, so he simply swapped people around to make up for it. While Luke was busy, Selena lifted the hood on the control chair and sat up. Okay, the 2 prototypes are in place. Luke hummed in acknowledgement and asked, "How does it feel to work with Frank?" Selena tilted her head. "It's not bad. It's quite simple. It's just that he doesn't chat, and it's not nice to force him." Luke chuckled. "Think about it. What did he say during the Battle of New York?" Some memories flashed through Selena's mind, and she nodded regretfully. "That's right. Apart from giving orders and responding, there was nothing else." Luke said, "He's a professional. He won't mess around during an operation." Selena was vexed. "Isn't this because you rubbed off on me?" Luke absolutely conceded this point, but he still said, "That's to relax. Remember when you went out to beat up people in the very beginning? You gave the hoodlum just one kick in the middle, and he screamed so hard he scared you into retreating several meters." One Selena flew into a rage out of humiliation. "I was afraid of the sh*t he would throw up. It was just saliva." "What sh*t? Luke said, Fine, maybe it was old phlegm. I indeed rubbed off on you." "Why, don't you do what Frank does on missions in the future?" Selena asked, "Do you want me to suffocate to death?" Luke said, "Hee, then we won't change." "Pleased." Selena nodded before she raised another question. "Is Frank's skull helmet an imitation of Big Dipper?" It doesn't look like it." Luke said, "He made it himself, but I told him to modify it slightly. It can't be the same as the skull head on the Punisher's new suit." A strange expression on her face, Selena watched the video of Shadow Bear's fight on her screen. "This, Bear, it can't have been Angel's idea, right? She was the one who said that she couldn't think of anything, and asked me to come up with something for her that wasn't ugly and also wouldn't tie her back to Iron Cage King," Luke said matter-of-factly. Selena rubbed her chin as she looked at the colorful strips of cloth and the huge fanged mouth on the helmet of Shadow Bear's suit. "It's quite cute. Pink Bear would definitely like it." Luke shrugged. "Angel's combat habits are more obvious. She can only use this sort of suit to blur the line between her body and her limbs." Looking at how the bear turned into a huge wheel, Selena clicked her tongue in wonder. "I have to say, her movements are very interesting. She really looks like a bear." Luke chuckled. "Or, is she really a bear to begin with?" Recalling Angel's muscles that could crush rock, Selena nodded quickly. "That's true. In the Batcave in New Jersey." Frank, who had already gotten up from the control chair, picked up the new suit and carefully added a silver coating to the chest. The top half of the skull head was done. Thinking of Luke's suggestion, he hesitated for a moment before he added 4 straight fangs to the lower jaw of the skull. After completing the task, he examined the new image for a moment, then nodded in satisfaction. This was more like it. In a separate room, Angel had just taken a shower. She came out wrapped in a towel and opened the fridge to take out a bottle of beer. After drinking 2 mouthfuls, she thought of something and went to the computer. She typed, "Shadow Bear," into the search bar. She clicked, "Search," and found, "Bears in the Common Sense." Crossing her legs, She frowned and drank another mouthful of beer as she subconsciously moved the mouse. At that moment, a brightly colored picture flashed on the screen. She stopped and looked at the pink armor and teddy bear on the chest. She recalled a few characteristics of Shadow Bear's appearance, and her lips twitched. With 2 cracks, the mouse shattered and the beer bottle turned into a pile of powder. Foam splattered everywhere, but her palm was uninjured. There was a snort in the room. "I'm not a kid. A bear isn't cute at all." The next night, Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. stood at a window and stared at the marble obelisk not far away. A voice rang out behind him. "Sir, you were looking for me." Nick Fury turned around and took 2 steps as he called up the virtual screen. "Rumlow, do you know this person?" Rumlow's eyes were a little dark. Clearly, he hadn't slept much. Hearing Nick Fury's words, he stepped forward. This sort of virtual screen could be adjusted. In personal mode, it was just large enough for someone standing in front of it to see its content. Nick Fury was using personal mode, so Rumlow had to get closer to see what was on the screen. On the screen was the image of a silver skull helmet as the person reached out to block the camera. The important thing was that Rumlow had a metal helmet that looked at least 60% similar. Because of this, many members of the strike force had looked at him strangely. Nobody would be so stupid as to suspect that Rumlow and Joker were conspiring together. But most people probably had the same notion. Rumlow's face was a little dark and stiff. "Sir, I've been thinking about it for the whole day, and I can't be certain who he is. You know that I have a lot of enemies. Who the hell knew why the Joker was trying to screw him over by getting one of his accomplices to wear a similar mask? Now, everybody suspected that he had pissed off this lunatic before. Putting aside the fact that 2 teams of Rumlow's elite subordinates had been captured at one go, he was also quite close to 3 of the special agents. There was no emotion in Nick Fury's eyes. He simply looked at him indifferently and nodded. There aren't many people who can pair up to take down 12 special agents together. Saying that, he fell silent, his chin in his hand as if he was thinking about something. Rumlow waited for a long while before he finally grew impatient. "Sir." Nick Fury came back to his senses. "Oh, you're still here. It's fine now. You can get back to work. Right, we need to make up for the strike force's losses as soon as possible. I have a feeling that the Joker won't stop here." Rumlow. "Got it, I'm already picking." Teve pulled in personnel from elsewhere to make up numbers. Nick Fury waved his hand and interrupted him. "So that you aren't pulled around again like last night, the strike force will be split into 2. You will lead one team, and the first vice commander will lead the second." Rumlow's eyes flickered, but he immediately nodded. "Yes, sir." Nick Fury waved his hand. "Okay, get to work." As soon as he said that, a staff member not far away suddenly shouted, "Sir, the Joker has started a live broadcast." Both Nick Fury and Rumlow were stunned, before they quickly split up. Nick Fury was in the middle of the room and could see everything around him. Rumlow, on the other hand, charged into the hallway, already speaking into his comms to the strike force. "Target J has appeared. Everybody, head to the tarmac immediately. The Quinjet must be ready to take off in 3 minutes." On the screen was the resplendent night view of a city. Almost everybody who saw it thought the same thing: Brooklyn Bridge. The 2 suspension towers with steel cables were too famous. Even non-Americans would have seen the bridge in countless movies and TV shows. But in the movies, Brooklyn Bridge and the San Francisco Golden Gate Bridge were fellow sufferers which copped the most damage. Rumlow narrowed his eyes and immediately said into his comms, "Tell the pilot that the target is the East Tower of the Brooklyn Bridge in New York." In New York, Luke waved at the camera with a smile. "Hello, this is round 3 of the Judgment of Love. Welcome, loyal fans, to the Braveheart game once more." His voice was unaffected by the cold wind as he spoke, and the members of S.H.I.E.L.D. heard him clearly. A group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents with dark circles around their eyes glared heatedly at the guy but didn't stop working. "He's very close to the New York branch. Helicopters will arrive at the scene in 3 minutes. Reinforcements from the branch will arrive in 5 minutes. NYPD has already been informed to immediately block the cars on both sides of the bridge." Nick Fury didn't say anything. Was this Joker really crazy? The thought flashed through the director's mind, and he cursed himself. This guy was crazy to begin with. Had he himself turned into an idiot? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, but in the end, he didn't use his ultimate weapon. Tony Stark, who was now in Stark Tower. If let this S.H.I.E.L.D. consultant know, Iron Man would appear at the bridge in less than a minute. If his armor happened to be right next to him, the time would be reduced to less than 20 seconds. But Nick Fury didn't do that. The Joker was S.H.I.E.L.D's enemy, but S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't the same as before. Of the people whom the Joker had killed, it had just been Garrett and Ward, the 2 Hydra agents, and the 2 scum politicians so far. Nick Fury would be an idiot to lament these deaths. As the director completely relied on his poker face to put on an act, Luke, who was on the top of the tower, was putting on a completely different type of performance, as if he had a death wish. Come, let us introduce our special guests. This time, the cameras for the live broadcast also moved as well, as 2 smart drones worked together to film the scene. Not only did they switch focus, they zoomed in at the right moment to give close-ups of the bizarre smiling face. Blood-red lips parted on that pale face, as if he was happy about the new game that was about to begin. Everybody in HQ felt cold. Our first team of special guests are agents and strike force members from S.H.I.E.L.D. Lights lit up the top of the tower on Luke's left. He raised his left hand and pointed in that direction. A black cloth was released and immediately sent flying by the wind. There were 18 people on the left side of the tower. They sat facing Luke in 2 neat rows, like kindergarten kids. The second team were also agents and strike force members from S.H.I.E.L.D. Luke pointed with his right hand and smiled smugly. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? The lights came on to show another 18 people sitting on the right. S.H.I.E.L.D. FC King Lunatic. With a creepy smile on his bright red lips, Luke coughed and said, a mystery special guest will be joining this game. However, to prevent him from interfering with the game's progress, I'll first explain how it works. Pausing for a moment, as if to gather his emotions, he then said, guests, please listen to the questions. Now, there's a button on the right armrest of your chair. Please press it in 10 seconds. The team who presses a higher number, or reaches the number the quickest, will release the other team from their chairs and let them go free. However, your own chairs will be launched into the river. Looking at the 2 angry teams, Luke smiled and took out a remote from the seat of his pants, and pressed a button. The red light on the remote flashed rapidly, which immediately made people nervous. Many people at S.H.I.E.L.D. HQ cried out. This time, the game had started too quickly. Even if reinforcements arrived swiftly, the team that was launched into the river would definitely die. An underwater rescue wasn't something that could be accomplished in just a few minutes. It would take at least a day to pull out a car that had fallen into the water. Unless they were like superheroes, who would be able to go in and out of the water to rescue people every minute. The long benches that Luke had prepared for the 2 teams were clearly made of metal, and would be no less harder to fish out than a small car. But as the red light flashed, the strange electronic countdown didn't appear. With soft clatters, the metal gags over the mouths of the special guests popped open, and loud curses immediately rang out on the top of the tower. It turned out that the remote had only been for undoing the gags. Luke was already laughing so hard that he was bent over. One hand was propped on one knee as he slapped the other knee with the other hand. Ha 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 ha, you're special agents, how can you be scared by such a small trick? After laughing for a few seconds, he straightened up and shrugged. Just a joke. The 2 teams immediately cursed and felt helpless. This was AFC King Lunatic. Even if they cursed him, he just laughed at them. At that moment, Luke suddenly put a finger to his lips. Hush, listen carefully. The 2 subdued teams subconsciously fell silent and listened for a moment. Many people even looked around. All they heard were the roars of the river and the wind, as well as the sound of cars on the bridge. It's the wind. Luke turned around unhurriedly and looked in the direction of Manhattan. Let's wait for the wind together. S.H.I.E.L.D. But the silence didn't last long. 10 seconds later, a shadow glided through the night sky of Manhattan. Many people at S.H.I.E.L.D. HQ exclaimed, Batman. The clown's live feed was currently focused on the shadow, so the people at HQ had already seen the somewhat familiar shadow, but the 2 teams at the top of the tower had yet to notice. But soon, people finally noticed the approaching shadow. Stunned for a moment, several of them blurted out, Batman. The cries were tinged with joy, completely nothing like the usual dread they felt when it came to Batman. S.H.I.E.L.D. HQ. Was shocked again. What's that? Did the Joker drop something? A staff member immediately replayed the image and locked onto an item that had slipped out of Joker's hand. The flashing red light and the button looked very familiar. It was the remote. The 2 teams that were shouting at the top of the tower suddenly paused as a strange electronic voice rang out in their earpieces. The game has begun. 10, 9, Batman, who was approaching rapidly in the distance, was now their only hope. At that moment, someone remembered that Batman was already dead, so it couldn't be Batman who had come, but that Dark Knight. Thinking that, everybody in S.H.I.E.L.D. felt cold. Batman was trustworthy, because the reputation of the #1 hero was built on his accomplishments. They felt that the Dark Knight in front of them probably wouldn't be as good as Batman. It would be a real joke if there really were two equally awesome Batmans in the world. As the two teams watched in despair, the shadow flew near the tower and shot out two grappling hooks at the metal framework under the two teams. The guests almost cheered out loud. But the Joker reacted in an unexpected way. He threw out two items that flickered with a faint yellow light. Boom, boom. There were two explosions as the two grappling hooks were blown far away from the tower. The next moment, the Dark Knight charged out of the explosions and kicked at the Joker. Ha 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 ha. Mad laughter rang out from the top of the tower, and the man in the dark purple suit blocked the kick with both hands. Chapter 1550. The Joker vs. the Dark Knight. Bang. The muffled sound shocked the 36 S.H.I.E.L.D. members on the tower. From the sound it was clear that it had been a terrifyingly powerful kick, but in the end, the Dark Knight and the Joker flew off the top of the tower together. The Joker laughed wildly in the night sky and let loose a litany of weird and fake exclamations at the same time. Ah, what tough armor, oh, this kick feels good, ouch, my leg almost broke. Anyone would think that he was at a disadvantage. In reality, the two figures, one black and one purple, were fighting fiercely in the air. The bangs of their collisions could still be heard clearly despite their distance from the top of the tower. Everybody in S.H.I.E.L.D. realized that the Dark Knight was very strong, stronger than they had expected, but the terrifying Joker wasn't beaten back. In the face of the Dark Knight in armor, not only wasn't he instantly defeated, he wasn't even beaten back. The two figures were tangled up the entire time. Just like that, they flew off into the distance. FCK. The two teams on the tower cursed inwardly as they despaired. At that moment, the countdown ended in their earpieces. 3, 2, 1. Lift-off. With a metallic clang and the sound of something being fired, the 18 special guests on the left were launched out in their seats, while the 18 special guests on the right slid down toward the Hudson River. One side was like a fairy scattering flowers, while the other was like a mountain pressing down. At the same time, the battle between the Dark Knight and the Joker finally ended. The man in the purple suit fell like a cannonball from almost 100 meters in the sky and crashed into the Hudson River with a loud bang, creating a fountain of water 7 to 8 meters high. The Dark Knight didn't chase after the Joker. Instead, he turned around and quickly lunged at the falling benches as he threw out two grappling hooks. The grappling hooks latched onto the metal frames under the long benches. At the same time, the Dark Knight flew toward the Brooklyn Bridge to fix the grappling hooks to the bridge. Seeing him approach, everybody from S.H.I.E.L.D. held their breaths. However, the figure in the purple suit shot out like a ghost from the shadows under the bridge and wrapped himself around the Dark Knight. OMG. Bullshit. How did he get there? Is it an accomplice? Then, several expert image analysts said in unison, it's the Joker himself. His injuries match the earlier fight. Everybody in S.H.I.E.L.D. instantly understood. They were watching the broadcast on the Joker's cameras. When the Joker was thrown into the river by the Dark Knight, the focus of the video naturally shifted to the Dark Knight, and Joker left everyone's line of sight. The cameras switched to the protagonist. Everybody subconsciously thought that the Joker had been defeated, or had at least been temporarily beaten back. Could it be that the Joker deliberately let himself be thrown into the river? Several people thought of this possibility, and their expressions turned ugly. At the same time, they urged the rescue teams to hurry up. The best solution now was for the rescue teams to arrive and tie up the Joker so that the Dark Knight could think of a way to save the two teams that had fallen into the water. The Joker was once again entangled with the Dark Knight. He had a death grip on the Dark Knight's suit as he resisted the latter's punches and kicks. Tangled together in the air, they hit the bridge like a huge ball. The Dark Knight was dragged across the bridge by the benches hanging from his grappling hooks, his suit kicking up sparks. Joker, on the other hand, laughed wildly as he pressed down on Dark Knight. Ha 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 ha, you're too weak. You're not Batman. Batman would just break all my bones and throw me to the police. You can't do it, ha 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 ha. The Dark Knight didn't say anything, but everybody in S.H.I.E.L.D. HQ felt chills run down their spines as they watched the battle. At that moment, the Dark Knight's punches and kicks were like a storm as they landed on the Joker, but the latter twisted his body to avoid most of them while he endured the rest of the blows. Those with sharp eyes could even see the blood that sprayed out of the Joker's mouth, dyeing half his face red. Nobody thought that the Dark Knight was bad. Instead, they all knew that he was strong, even though the Joker kept mocking this successor of Batman's. Captain Rumlow would probably be killed if he went up against this series of attacks. But the opponent this time was a complete lunatic, and a terrifying one at that. Just like that, the two of them tangled together as they were dragged across the bridge to the guardrail. Another grappling hook shot out. It was the Dark Knight, who wanted to secure the benches to the railing for now. In the end, an object that glowed with a yellow light appeared and exploded again. Both of them were blown away from the guardrail by the shock wave, and fell toward the river. "Kid, you're too green. Come and cool down with me. Ha 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 ha." The Joker laughed wildly as the two figures rolled and fell into the Hudson River. At SHIELD HQ, many people felt powerless. But someone suddenly shouted, "Wait! Look at the river." Everybody immediately noticed the muddy water churning more and more violently, like in a movie where super monsters were fighting underwater. A series of bangs rang out as huge pillars of water shot out. It was clear that there had been multiple explosions underwater. A large mass of water surged up in the northeast direction. Many people opened their mouths, but didn't know what to say. Under normal circumstances, once a battle entered the water, it was over. The underwater environment was very unsuitable for human combat. The stronger one was, the more restricted they were in the water. Two monsters. Many people subconsciously had that thought. The Joker, in particular, was crazy. He wasn't wearing any armor at all, but was able to cause such a stir in the water with the Dark Knight, who was suited up. This was completely beyond S.H.I.E.L.D.'s expectations. A moment later, 2 helicopters from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s New York branch arrived. A dozen fully armed rescuers dropped quickly from the helicopters. Some of them dropped into the water, released inflatable motorboats and started searching the river. The 2 helicopters hovered above the river, their searchlights trained on the water. At that moment, something huge broke the surface of the river. Stunned for a moment, the people at HQ then exclaimed, "Quick, save them. It's the second team." The boat quickly turned and went over to the chairs that had just floated to the river surface. There was a huge inflatable layer under the chairs. Although the 18 people were spitting up water, they were clearly still alive. Cries for reinforcements rang out from the rescue team on the motorboat. At the same time, they pulled the chairs toward the river bank by the grappling hook. A moment later, a shadow flew out of the water. The helicopters immediately noticed and the searchlights followed. He was wearing a black cape and a pair of lenses that glowed blue and white. It was none other than the Dark Knight. Luke threw out a grappling hook. He tied the end of the rope to the chairs, before he shot the rope at the river bank dozens of meters away. The grappling hook latched onto a railing along the bank and automatically started to retract. The chairs, along with the S.H.I.E.L.D. members on it, were quickly pulled to shore. Nick Fury frowned, and several people around him looked over. He glanced at them with his one eye. The Dark Knight isn't an enemy. Don't interfere with him. At the same time, send someone to the river to rescue those people. The order was immediately issued to the New York rescue teams. In fact, his subordinates did want to verify Nick Fury's attitude toward the Dark Knight. S.H.I.E.L.D. was a special agency which dealt with extraordinary events. Theoretically, it should detain, interrogate, investigate and monitor the Dark Knight. This process couldn't be omitted just because of the rescue of several S.H.I.E.L.D. members. Saving lives wasn't as important a debt as most people at the bottom thought. The truth was that there were plenty of cases where an ordinary person who saved an agent was silenced to keep it a secret. Soon, the Dark Knight fished out all 18 members of the team that had fallen into the water, and brought them to shore. At that moment, the captain of the rescue team shouted from the motorboat not far away, "Dark Knight, we need to talk to you about the Joker." A grappling hook flew at him, and Luke landed on the boat. "Who's the Joker? Do you have any information on him?" "The rescue team, we should be the ones asking you the questions. Why are you asking us first?" However, the situation wasn't in their favor. They wanted to ask this Dark Knight about the Joker's whereabouts, but they didn't have the ability to arrest him and interrogate him as if he were an ordinary person. The captain could only give a brief rundown of the situation before he immediately asked, "Where's the Joker? Did he escape or is he dead?" Since the Dark Knight didn't have the man in question, these were the only 2 possibilities. Luke said, "He ran. He detonated multiple bombs in the water and slipped away through the mud." The captain didn't look happy, but he wasn't too surprised. Tonight, They had seen for themselves how incredibly crazy the Joker was. It wasn't surprising that he was able to escape. He was about to say something else, when Luke turned around and jumped into the river. The rescue captain said, "Wait a minute." But in front of him were just the ripples on the Hudson River. In the next second, even the ripples were covered by the waves and vanished. The captain slowly drew his hand back, sighed and activated the comms. "The Dark Knight has left. He had no intention of interacting with us further." 10 minutes later, Luke sat in Williamsburg Diner in a loose hoodie, sweatpants and a black cap. Outside the window, a police car with flashing police lights but no siren slowly drove past. Caroline had just cleaned up a puddle of vomit and tossed it into a dumpster outside the door. After she returned, she smiled at Luke, who was next to the window. "It's almost 2. Why aren't the patrol officers asleep yet? Did something big happen?" Luke shrugged and waved his phone. "The latest news is that a large expanse of the Brooklyn Bridge has been blocked off by the police. Some people in the circle say that a dangerous fugitive may be on the run in that area." Caroline patted her chest. "It's a good thing it's not here." Luke smiled brightly. "Don't worry, it's safe as long as I'm here." Caroline smiled back, before she thought of something. Her face stiffened slightly, and she nodded before slipping away. Luke didn't think much of it. Even as Caroline moved, she was shouting inwardly, "God, don't tell me he's remembering what happened when he came here for the first time." After all, that was the first time Chris Evans, met Max and Caroline, and proved that he could fight. At that time, he had subdued a robber, who had literally scared the crap out of Caroline. It wasn't a pleasant memory for her. A moment later, the diner was closed up for the night. Max and Caroline got into Luke's SUV and drove back to Max's place. When Caroline got out of the car and saw the couple waving goodbye at her, she had a bad feeling. Max chuckled. "Chris said that he has a little surprise for me, so we're going to take a walk alone." Caroline was lost for words. A moment later, she waved as the SUV drove off. After the car disappeared down the street, her shoulders dropped, and she walked into the building like a zombie. "DMNU, Valentine's Day is tomorrow. You're showing off today. Do you think I'm easy to bully?" She was silent for a moment before she lowered her head again. "That's right, I'm indeed easy to bully, because I'm broke." "Shut up, DMNU. If you scream again, I'll come out and break you in half." There was an angry bellow from next door. Caroline trembled and covered her mouth before leaving on tiptoe. She couldn't help but murmur, "You're so ugly. I don't want you to break me in half." Luke looked in the rearview mirror and thought of Caroline's pitiful figure. He couldn't help but ask, "Actually, going to take a look at NYPD bustling around on Brooklyn Bridge can't be considered a surprise, right?" Max rolled her eyes. "I asked you just now, and you said that you had something to do tomorrow. What can I do?" Luke was amused. "So, you're saying," Max said, "I mean, let's celebrate in advance." Luke couldn't help but glance at her. "Celebrate?" Max chuckled and stuck out her chest. "But, let's watch the show first." As she spoke, she took out her phone and quickly browsed the trending news and headlines on F2F. A lot of lucky guys crossed the Brooklyn Bridge tonight. Their dash cams just happened to capture what happened there, and the TV stations bought the videos for at least $200 each. DMN, that's a lot more profitable than our cupcakes. Luke smiled. "Nonsense. I helped you make 200 cupcakes a few days ago. They were worth at least $400. Max's eyes widened as she turned to look at Luke. "Hey, I worked hard for 2 hours that night. Didn't the strawberry cream taste good?" Luke burst out laughing. "That's like you making $400 yourself." Max subconsciously rubbed her chin. But earning that $400 was a little exhausting. As they bickered playfully, the SUV soon reached the river. After crossing Manhattan Bridge, however, they were stopped by police cars. The patrol officers behind the barrels only said that the road next to the river was temporarily blocked, and directed them to take a detour. Luke and Max turned around and left, before stopping on a green patch next to the river 100 meters away. One side of the road was blocked by trees, but the side that was next to the river was wide open, and they could see the Brooklyn Bridge several hundred meters away. They saw that a section of the bridge had been completely blocked off by police cars on both ends. Helicopters buzzed through the air every now and then as they searched the river. Some of them had the word FBI on them, while some had a TV station logo on them. Clearly, a lot of reporters were here to grab news. Max craned her head and took out a pair of binoculars from the glove box. She had said that she wanted to watch the show, so Luke had put the toy inside. Most people in the world had a thing for snooping. There was nothing wrong in giving her something small like this. Excitedly looking through the binoculars, Max began a running commentary. Wow, what a huge commotion. There are dozens of cops on the bridge. Those people are, CSU. What do they do? Luke said, it's the crime scene investigation unit, they collect evidence. As he spoke, he pulled up the brake and reached under his seat. He then took out a large gift box from his inventory. Excited, Max mumbled, I wonder what kind of suspect it is. Will the roof of your car hold up? Luke poked her with his finger. Can you take this? Max turned around and gaped when she saw the gift box. Holy sh*t. Is this a Valentine's gift? Luke quickly denied it. No, I just think it suits you. Actually, I should have brought it last time, but I forgot. It really wasn't a Valentine's gift. He couldn't acknowledge it as such. Once this holiday gift thing started, it wouldn't end. After all, he was a very fair person. If he gave one person a gift, wouldn't he have to do so with the others? He would feel uncomfortable if he didn't, and it might become a common thing that he couldn't skip out on every year. Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? The money he spent wasn't important. The important thing was that he had to be diligent when it came to gifts for the holiday. If he bought something and didn't put in as much effort as he usually did, it would have the opposite effect. Max was just the simplest of the issue. Jenny used to be a rich heiress, and was now an overbearing female CEO. It was hard to show her sincerity with a gift, which was hard mode. Elena was an artist. Sometimes, her thought processes were even harder to fathom than the female CEOs, and giving her a gift required novelty, which was hell mode. So, he never celebrated Valentine's Day with anyone. At most, he spent some time with them before and after the holiday. Max completely ignored his words and laughed. Apart from receiving study materials from the nerd next door when I was 8, nobody else has ever given me a proper Valentine's gift. Is it an electric toy? Or 12 lollipop flavors? Luke. Fine, he wouldn't ruin her dream. Most people took a beating when they first entered society, but Max had been beaten down since she was a kid. If it wasn't for her extraordinary open-mindedness, it wouldn't be strange if she had become the female version of Jack Bode. She stared at the gift box. Can I open it? Luke said, you can put it on right now. It's warm enough in the car. You won't catch a cold. Max turned around in shock. Is this some leather get-up? Luke laughed and pinched her face. In your dreams. If I really bought that, you can only wear it in your room. Max nodded and quickly opened the box. She then picked up a white dress from the box. Wow, this thing is cool. Luke almost laughed out loud. Most of the time, this brash young lady was full of obscenities. But every now and then, when she encountered luxurious items that exceeded her understanding, she would be like, unfortunately, I'm uneducated and can't say anything. She didn't know much about luxury clothes, but she had recently picked up a fashion magazine that a customer had dropped, and it did have a section on this dress. To put it simply, a renowned actress 50 years ago had worn a similar dress that became her trademark. 1 feet. What Luke had given Max wasn't custom made, and wasn't especially expensive. But what delighted Max was that she had casually mentioned it a few days ago. The reason she liked it, apart from the fact that the dress was really beautiful, was probably because the sexy female star had the same outstanding traits. She examined the dress for a moment, and was tempted. Just you wait. She squeezed into the backseat. Luke smiled and turned up the temperature in the car. 2 minutes later, she returned to the front seat. What do you think? Luke lowered the driver's seat and nodded in satisfaction. It really suits you. Max was also very pleased as she rubbed her unrestrained bosom and felt under her ribs for a moment. It's nice and cool on the sides. She touched her lower abdomen. It's a little cold here. Luke chuckled. That's why the air con is so hot. Max shifted to sit in his lap. I'm very satisfied with this gift. Boy, do you want a reward? Luke blinked. Carry on, don't stop. Max placed her hands on the seat behind his head. Is that so? As she spoke, she slowly lowered her head. Her lips were warm and soft, but Luke was already looking past Max's smooth shoulder to Brooklyn Bridge in the distance. His tense state from the battle between the Joker and the Dark Knight tonight gradually disappeared. It had been quite a tiring performance. Close combat, which looked bloody and cruel, was actually the easiest to perform and not worth mentioning. For Luke, who was gradually getting used to triple mode operation. The battle between the two clones was nothing more than standard procedure. It was about the same as an ordinary person doing two different movements with both hands in tandem. With muscle control and his mastery of combat skills, it had the effect of the two clones acting out some sort of kung fu movie. The more difficult task had been to completely control the Joker's expressions and tone. In a kung fu flick, the fighters' expressions were replaced or cut. As for the Joker's live performance tonight, it had to pass in one take without any mistakes. From the looks of it, it had worked. The truly tiring and most exhausting thing had been deliberately leaving behind some of the Joker's blood, hair and skin tissue on the bridge. Chapter 1553, Performance, Car Check, and No Boyfriend. The super disguise could be considered the ability that Luke was least familiar with. It was especially troublesome to adjust the various genetic traits of the human body. In order to confirm that the Joker was Jack Bode, however, blood, hair and skin had to be left on camera. S.H.I.E.L.D. had long found where Jack Bode had stayed before, and it contained enough samples for comparison. Superpowers that could transform someone at the genetic level were very rare in the world. The combat ability which the Joker displayed was similar to a physical buff. Dual ability users were also rare, and the possibility that one of the abilities was to change genetic structure was practically zero. This way, basically nobody would doubt the Joker's identity. As for the two teams of special guests from S.H.I.E.L.D., the first team was made up of Hydra and extremely evil people, and one part of the second team was neutral. The difference between the evil and neutral parties was huge. Thus, when the game began, more people in the second team pressed the button, and they were faster. There were even two low-ranking Hydra members in the second team who pressed the button, clearly to save their boss, a minor Hydra leader. Unfortunately, the game itself was designed to determine who was more good and would survive. There was a huge airbag under the chairs that could propel them out of the water in 2 minutes. Even if the airbag malfunctioned, the Dark Knight, who had fallen into the water, would pull up the second team to avoid getting points deducted for killing neutral individuals. The first team of special guests also had an airbag under their chairs, but they were doomed not to use it. The two teams fell into the water at around the same time, but only death awaited the first team. The restraints on their chairs ensured that they drank water until they died. It wasn't until the system received the kill points that the Dark Knight fished them out. In other words, the Dark Knight had only been putting on a show by pulling up the bodies of these 18 people and giving the impression that he was a man of justice. The 18 of them had been worth over 24,000 points, and the lowest amount was still 700. That was over 1,000 points per person on average. They were indeed scum who had done too many bad things. Luke hadn't lied. He had indeed let the 18 people go. It was just that they couldn't get out of the metal chairs themselves, so they could only blame themselves for not being able to survive. He raised his head and narrowed his eyes. Hands on Max's soft waist, Luke felt very comfortable. The bad guys went to hell, the good guys were fine, and he had obtained points. Everything was under control. Suddenly, his ears twitched, and he fixed Max's dress for her. Someone's here. Max opened her eyes. Where? Luke chuckled and turned her around so that she was sitting on his lap. On the other side of the road. Who would come from the river? Max leaned her head against his shoulder. It's the middle of the night. Who would be so free to come here? Luke glanced at the flashing red and blue lights. It's the cops. Max tensed. Huh, why didn't you say so earlier? Let me up. Luke hugged her and said, don't worry. We're clearly decent people. Max's eyes widened. Are you sure the cops won't be suspicious that I'm dressed like this in the middle of the night? Luke said, your dress is worth 2 months of their pay. Why would they be suspicious? Max's lips moved, and she realized that it made sense. In America, money was king. There had been a lot of news reports of celebrities and rich heirs getting drunk, beating up people and getting arrested for drug abuse, but there had never been any mention of police violence against them. For example, say that a young man in a Lamborghini was stopped. As long as the man didn't take out a gun to fight back, what awaited him at most was handcuffs, and the patrol office's actions and words would all be by the book. However, if a person in ordinary clothes and driving a second-hand car was stopped, even if his wife and children were in the car, he would be on the receiving end of a taser if he so much as moved wrong. He might even enjoy the sweet smell of gunpowder. Lawyers and the law in America worked for the rich, or rather, for their money. Patrol officers absolutely didn't have the guts to mess around with rich people. Lawyers could seize the opportunity to sue them until they lost their jobs and went bankrupt. Thinking that, Max stopped struggling. At most, they would go to the police station together for Valentine's Day. That didn't seem very normal, but it was special enough. Soon, a flashlight shone through the driver's window, and there was the sound of fingers tapping on the glass. Luke rolled down the window leisurely. "Officer, can I help you?" Misty frowned and lowered her gun. "Who are you? Why are you here at night?" She looked at the breezy dress on Max and frowned even harder. Luke smiled. "Officer, do you have a boyfriend?" Misty snorted. "Answer my question." Luke interrupted her with a smile. "Because it's February 13th. You know what I mean, right?" The other patrol officer was standing behind Misty, his hand on the gun at his waist. Looking at the situation in the car, he was full of envy as he interjected, "Are you celebrating Valentine's Day in advance?" He didn't think it was necessary to piss off a rich man over something like this. They were just making out in a car by the river at night. They were much more particular than people who fooled around on a public beach in broad daylight. Misty's eyes twitched. The gift box that had clearly just been opened on the dashboard, the famous luxury brand logo on the box, the dress that the woman was wearing, and her colleague's reply, how could she not understand? With a dark face, she said, "Tell her to turn her head and say a couple of words. I want to know if she's conscious." Luke patted Max's shoulder. "Darling, come, say something." Max turned around angrily. "Officer, I'm fine. Of course, it would be even better if the window could be closed sooner." There had been no smell of alcohol or fumes after the window was rolled down. Max's face was slightly red, but she spoke clearly and she was obviously sound of mind. She definitely wasn't drunk or high. Misty put her gun back into the holster. "No matter how much you're celebrating, it's best if you don't stop here. There are a lot of cars on patrol tonight." She then left with her colleague. After the patrol car drove off, Max heaved a long sigh and relaxed. She punched Luke in the chest. "That scared me. I thought I would be spending the night in the detention center." Luke lay back with a smile. "You're overthinking it. Officer Misty is a woman, after all, and this wasn't about law and order on the streets. She wouldn't have arrested us." Max paused. Do you know her?" Luke said. "Haven't you seen her on TV? She's the NYPD police heroine who killed a test subject on her own and saved a mother and daughter." Stumped for a moment, Max was then a little embarrassed. She mumbled, "Weren't we too rude just now?" Luke chuckled. "It's fine. We didn't scold her." Max looked at him disdainfully. "Do you think I'm an idiot? You mocked her just now for not having a boyfriend, right?" Luke shrugged. "I was just stating a fact. It's not like I was wrong. Don't you always mock Caroline for not having a man? And she's your roommate to boot." Max. A day later, it was February the 14th. Luke returned home in the afternoon while his two clones continued to lay out the groundwork for their next operation. Compared with dealing with members of S.H.I.E.L.D., finding trouble with the scumbags on his blacklist was too easy. Not only were there a lot of them, they were all over America and even the world. Most of them weren't protected by superpowers. All this time, they had been protected by the deterring power of local firepower. But now that he had the Joker, Luke had nothing to fear. When he was preparing dinner at home in the evening, Tony sent a message. "Want to meet for a chat?" Luke wasn't too surprised. The tycoon had held back for so many days. He probably really wanted to ask what Luke was up to. The level 2 clone put on Bale's face and a suit. It then turned invisible and entered the top floor of Stark Tower. When he entered, the tycoon was finishing up his research. Seeing Luke walk out of the elevator, Tony couldn't help but curl his lip. "The details on your suit aren't very good. Don't use this tailor anymore." Luke coughed. "I made it." "Tony, are you kidding?" Luke unbuttoned his suit. He wasn't wearing a necktie over his white shirt, which made him look more relaxed. Sitting at the bar, he tapped the counter. "Jarvis, can you give me a cup of coffee?" "Don't give me cat sh*tea." Jarvis said, "Certainly. Please wait a moment, Mr. Wayne." Luke then said to Tony, who was walking over, "I designed it myself and had Alfred make it. The style is based on the ones you wear on TV." Tony paused and looked at him in surprise. "How classy." Luke smiled but didn't say anything. That was what custom-made suits were like. Alfred might not be able to do anything with just 1 or 2 references, but it was normal for famous private tailors to make 100 or 200 suits over several years. It wasn't hard to figure out the tailor's habits and style based on these suits. What Alfred made might not be as good as the original version, but it fit Luke's requirements. Those private tailors probably wouldn't take orders for bulletproof and optical camouflage suits. Luke had sacrificed the details for the sake of function. Little dummy is so good. Luke took a cup of coffee from a tray which was being held out by a robotic arm, and smiled as he rubbed the robot's head. This robot was stupid and cute. Although it often made mistakes, it was Tony's favorite pet. But it was still much worse than Gold Nugget. He took a sip of his coffee and savored it. It didn't seem any different from what he made. He said, "If you have something you want to say, just say it. Don't tell me you want me to spend the holiday with you." Tony poured a glass of wine and took a sip. He asked casually, "What holiday?" Luke had a strange expression on his face. "February the 14th, Valentine's Day." Tony, who Luke had already noticed the twist in the tycoon's expression. He grabbed a napkin with his left hand in a lightning move and held it up in front of his face. The napkin unfolded and swept away the alcohol. Luke gloated as he looked at the tycoon. "Don't tell me you completely forgot about Pepper." Tony coughed and put down his glass. "Jarvis, why didn't you tell me?" Jarvis said, "Sir, I reminded you before you went to bed in the morning. You also told me to send Miss Potts a dinner invitation. She should be on the private jet right now, and will land in 47 minutes. Tony slapped his forehead. "Which restaurant did I book?" He had worked until the morning before he went to bed. If he hadn't set a meeting time with Luke, he would have slept for a few more hours at least. Tony had forgotten what he had instructed Jarvis to do in the morning. Jarvis said, "You didn't make a booking. You said that you wanted to give Miss Potts a surprise." Tony. Luke listened with keen interest. He wasn't stressed at all. As a man who only slept 2 hours a day and was used to triple mode operation, he could quickly make up for any flaws. Looking at Tony, who was frowning and thinking hard as he muttered under his breath, Luke finally tapped the counter. "It seems that you'll be busy tonight, so I won't bother you." Tony watched him get up and subconsciously said, "Wait, that." Luke buttoned up his suit. "Actually, it won't be hard for you to win Pepper over if you let go of some of your dignity." Tony looked pained. He had a bad feeling, but he couldn't help but want to know who was better between the both of them at picking up girls. For example, Luke said, "Jarvis, show Tony some sports team mascots. The cute ones." Jarvis did as he was told. Luke pointed at the dozens of cartoonish mascots and said, "Pick the stupidest one to wear, then give Miss Potts a little gift. Whether it's jewelry, clothes or a baseball bat, that's for you to decide." He patted the tycoon's shoulder. "This is all I can help you with." He then walked to the elevator. Tony didn't say anything. He stared at the dozens of mascots for a few minutes before he finally said, "Jarvis, look around in my warehouse." It didn't matter if Luke's clone had come for nothing. He invited Elsa over for dinner at his place, and told her to check if Elizabeth was free or if she had a date. Dustin had already said he wouldn't make it. When Luke went to look for him at noon, he learned that Dustin had a date with Jennifer. Elsa and Elizabeth got off work at 6 in the evening, which was indeed very early for them. In the last few months, the air of leadership around the two women had grown more and more obvious. The three women didn't have their own girls' talk today. Instead, they pulled Luke in and chatted about the recent situation in New York as they drank in the living room. Elsa even joked that they hadn't come to New York for nothing already. They had run into all sorts of bizarre things. She said it lightly, but Luke still reminded the two women not to charge in recklessly if anything happened. Elsa rolled her eyes. "Elizabeth and I sit in HQ every day. If that place falls, NYPD is probably done for anyway." That wasn't good enough for Luke. In any case, they should hold out, and if there was any danger, it was better to hide and call for help. As they spoke, the topic naturally shifted to superheroes. Elizabeth was a little envious. "Black Cat is very good. Also, that Pink Bear is probably a little girl, but she saved a lot of people. It's a pity I don't have their talent, or I would also give it a go." "Forget it. It would be normal if you died after giving it a shot." Luke shook his head. How many superheroes are there in the world, let alone how many of them are women? D.A. Jennifer was only investigating the Ellsworth case in Los Angeles, and was almost killed. It's not easy to be a hero. Elsa took a sip of her iced wine and sighed. It's too hard for a woman to fight when she gets older. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.